Hello and welcome to this is the beginning of day 2, the final day of Nisei 2021 World Championship. My name is Andre, and we have a full day of Netrunner for you today. Hopefully you're doing well. Maybe you played in the last couple days, maybe you've just been watching, but this is what it all comes down to. We have, I believe, 24 players starting at the top 16, but we'll get that down to 16 just in starting in about 5 minutes. So hopefully you're doing well, but I'm not alone. As the journey begins, it's always good to be with some friends. And of course, I'm joined by Neuropanzer. How's it going?
Going great. Looking forward to a fantastic day of Netrunner and crowning the new world champion.
It's always exciting. It's the one time in year where we get to do this. Everyone comes together to play in one central location, which is absolutely fantastic. But of course, also we're joined by Yasengrin, who has had a huge run yesterday. Is going to join us on comms today. How's it going, Yasengrin?
It's going pretty good. I'm really excited to get to see just this incredibly stacked top field go up, and we get to see, some of the very best Netrunner players play some really interesting and unique decks, which I think makes for a very uh, different meta than I would have expected going into Worlds.
So we're gonna have to be starting really quickly because I believe the first the win-ins, the tiebreaker round started in about 3 minutes at this point. So just to explain what is happening, what the field looks like. This is the total standings of both days. So we're looking at about 200 players that competed between both days of Worlds, and we're gonna be paring that down to only 16 players. Now, what happened is if you look here at the points, that is basically how many wins each player has gotten. Divide that number by 3 across each of the days. And so we have 8 players that clearly have 33 points or above. So these players will definitely be in the top 16 cut today. Now, if you look underneath that, from the 9th position down to 24th position, all of these players are on 30 points. So these players, we have 16 of them today. Unfortunately, the 17th 30 player just got cut because of strength of schedule. They will be playing against each other in one round right now. It's going to be a single-sided, if I believe it's single-sided, right? I think it has to be.
Yeah, it's just single sided best of one.
Yeah.
Like
So that's going to be
and
starting.
signs were assigned.
No, go ahead.
And sides were assigned. They were assigned randomly. They weren't given to the higher seed as they will be in the double limb bracket.
Okay.
In the first round of the double limb, I
All
should
right.
say.
So the sides are random, but the way that it works is the 24th position is going to be playing against the 9th position. So it's the top standing versus the lowest standing going all the way, inwards to the middle. So that in theory should give, I guess, an advantage if you abstractly to the top players. But we're going to have we're going to have 8 tables spun up in just a couple minutes. And another big thing about today as well is that we have open deck lists. I'm not sure what the command is in the chat right now, but you can actually see the deck list that these players are playing. Let me just pull that up real quickly, but we have this Google document here that has every player's list going into this out of the 24 players, and they're nicely formatted. So if you're following along at home, you should have access to these, and you can see the differences between some of these meta decks. Let's talk about the meta really quickly because we don't have a lot of time before things start, but I know, Synchron, specifically, you played yesterday. What did the meta look like? How is it different than what you've expected, and what do you think players really need to worry about today?
So I think the biggest thing. So we all felt like I was part of a testing group, and we were all like, okay, well, the best thing to do as a runner is just accumulate a bunch of value because all you're going to be playing against is like Precision Design and Yellow Glacier. And we thought we were really clever for coming up with a divergent Corp win con of like playing Fast Advance Gagarin. It turns out everyone was like, we can't win by playing Value Corporation. So we're just going to come up with every different divergent corp win con and try and make that work. And so while I think none of them are good enough to be like so good that they're the best corp deck in the field, it's a lot about the runner adapting to the whatever corp win con they're trying to set up, clamp it down, and then sort of ride out that wave and then use their massive amounts of value. Because, you look at this list and it's like the closest I would guess there's like a Zaya and a kit that maybe aren't just playing value, they're doing something a little more exotic. I actually didn't catch any of Z Bags or um, Double K's games, but everyone else is on Max, Steve, Sunny, Hoshiko, and those are all deck and Adam, and those are all decks that sort of just say, "I'm gonna just run you over with value over the course of the game."
So
So.
That's something we're definitely going to keep track of, figure out what the win conditions are on the corp list. Again, we're not seeing as many games score out to 7 points. Yesterday, streaming, we've had such a pleasure. We saw a lot of flat lines through multiple means. The tags are really relevant in those controlling the message matchups. So again, exactly, those alternate win conditions are going to be a really big thing. Now, it looks like a round is just about to start, if not already started. Is there a table you want to call really quickly, Jeff?
Oof. No, I've got so many different things. I want to see who is. I almost like. I'm very partial to ASA, so I don't know if they're actually playing their ASA list or not. I have to check that.
Double
Looks like
K.
Snoopy is on
Double K right
Oshika.
now is playing an ASA list, and that ASA list runs a lot of ridiculously strong sentries. We're looking at Brainstorm and
Yeah.
Sai Santan playing against Big Unit 3000. How about we
Oh
dive into that?
wow. Yeah, I think actually
Sounds great to
we're
me.
having it played the other way. So I think Jonas is corping the big
It
unit
looks so
3000.
Jonas, at least in JNet, is on max.
Yeah, and the game's
Oh,
actually already
okay.
started. Shall we jump in?
Oh, okay. Let's just jump on in.
Perfect. So welcome. This is the win-ins. There are 16 players on 30 points today. Half of them are going to be leaving after this round. So we're just about to start. So welcome to day 2 of the top 16 world champions. We're at top 24 at this point. We'll be on that 16 just quite soon. And this is an awesome group list. Again, if you have the deck list, we can look into them. We might not have the time just right now, but Double K's list is very spicy, very spiky might be the right word here. We're looking at things like Sai Santan and Brainstorm. We have Ganked in the list, and there's a lot of really mean sentries. We've seen flatlines through this list. So Big Unit definitely has to be careful and make sure they have access to a sentry breaker before they start running into some of that ice.
Was this?
Yeah, and
I'm looking at the list. Was this the line from Neurospike to on an empty end?
Oh,
List, or-
that's
no, I'm
a
not seeing. No, yeah, sorry, I'm not seeing the Neurospike. That was a different deck, but similarly, a deck leveraging Brainstorm, which is fascinating to see. One of the most brutal face checks in the entire game. So I imagine Jonas is having to keep a mind on that for sure.
and this is a
yeah, it's one of
really
those things where like, go right ahead.
I was just going to say, this is one of the interesting things where you bring a list that has a lot of unexpected, dangerous cards into a Swiss format where your decks are unknown and players are going to be smashing into that ice and taking that brain or net damage. Now with open deck lists, like Big Unit can study the list ahead of time and can really take their time to figure out what are the issues I have to deal with, how risky is a face check, what is the chance that this is an ice that's going to just about end me. And so we'll see what the difference of information does on this in this game.
Yeah, I
Another
think that's
big
a really
thing.
big.
Go for it.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think that having open deck lists when you know that there's these sort of spiky sentries is a big deal. But one of the interesting things is sentries, like all of Jonas is going to be on, I believe. Oh shoot, I'm checking, but he's going to be on uh, uh, MK Ultra. My goodness, and so that's going to still struggle, even when you know it's all sentries. There's still some merit to this really expensive, difficult to break list of cards, which I think is maybe part of why we normally say, "Oh, it's a meme strat to go like all in on spiky stuff." But if you're expecting a lot of max, you're in a really nice spot for that kind of thing.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
Ganked might not keep you out of the server, but even if they get through the Brainstorm the first time, paying through the MK Ultra, it's going to be incredibly expensive the second time you encounter it. But we're off. Stargate hitting the table, looking at the top 3 cards of the deck. It's a Rashida, a Gatekeeper is the single ice, and a Corporate Troubleshooter. An upgrade that lets you leverage your credits into the strength of your ice, making it sometimes a real shocking surprise when the Brainstorm comes in at 8 strength.
I think an important an important thing about corporate troubleshooter there is it does say remainder of the turn. It
Mm-hmm.
means it does work with ganked.
We're
So
scoring off.
Luminal though, Luminal scored
Scoring a
out.
Luminal is really good here for Double K because basically it was like, oh, whatever was in this agenda, like if server one was a Rashida, they'd be in a pretty good place. But now they get the corporate troubleshooter and get to draw through Stargate Lock to find an ice to put on R&D, which basically means that Jonas is set. If they can find that ice to put on R&D, they're setting Jonas's big play at the Stargate way back.
And digging for ice seems to not have worked out exactly. We lost the Gatekeeper off of the Stargate. I know this list doesn't run too much ice, if I'm not mistaken, but we're just jamming 2 cards in a remote server. That Stargate is going to come in instead. We'll reveal 3 cards at the top, and one of them is a Cyberdex Fire Suite into a Cobra, a sentry that trashes a program and does net damage, and just an NGO front. I reckon we're going to see that Cobra hit the bin.
Yep. And now I think Jonas is just going to spend the rest of the turn trying to build up the board a little bit. Because at this point, you know that R&D is safe for a turn, and you can, unless Double K has all of the agendas they need to win the game in hand right now, locking R&D is a very reasonable plan here.
So do you think you'd ever charge a remote server that you're expecting to have a ganked into a corporate troubleshooter into another potentially ganked? Like, what is it going to take? I think you need to wait for Double K to not have money so the ice isn't a threat. But on 7, you're still threatening. I guess Sai Santan is the upper end of it right now.
It's
I mean,
worse
even an
because
Ansel
there's
too, right?
install advanced. There's an install advanced. This easily could also be res NGO front into res brainstorm.
Oh, falsified credentials exposing the upgrade call. It is a signal jamming. A very interesting card against this matchup. If you're playing against a lot of
Yeah.
Max that's installing programs for the heap, this stops them from using their bin breakers the way that they were intended to use. That is
Oh, but it's a sandbox. It's the
sandbox.
best agenda to have here, I think, from Ace's side because it allows you to keep the tempo up here.
Ooh, we're
Oh,
seeing
there's
this.
a send the message off the top though.
So that's a
So I
3-point
think,
agenda.
yeah, I think you trash the Sysaton because you really don't want ice here. You can give them the 4 credits and then go grab the send a message.
Yeah, that's the only
And you'll
issue with
still have a click left there.
the virus suite. If you do access that, it will be the first purge a turn, which does give you 4 cards with the Cyberdeck Sandbox, but the big unit is going to just tank through that, trashing it for 1, giving 4 to Double K, and coming back. We will see what ice is going to be res on server 1. We're, I guess, kind of hoping for something big, but we'll see where we can get, what kind of value we can get from this new
Show
priority
me
requisition.
brainstorm. Show me brainstorm.
Yeah, and stealing a 5/3 here is really big. It both stops Double K from being able to threaten one as easily, and also reduces
It's a brainstorm.
So funny enough, Double K's been scoring in that remote server without having the credits to res the brainstorm. And I have to worry that it might be an NGO front behind server 1, but if you charge that, the upgrades don't do anything.
Yeah, one
This could have
interesting
just
line.
been scoring from sheer audacity and not the card.
Yeah.
Yeah, one interesting line against a card like Brainstorm, though, if you're expecting like ganked troubleshooter stuff, is just discard all your cards. Like just play out all your cards, and then Brainstorm is actually blank.
It's hard to empty the cards, but you might need to figure out how to do that right now. Double advance in the remote server. That easily could be a 5/3. Mind you, we did just draw an unknown card from R&D, but we're looking just to close it with Stargate, maybe sing a Rashida Yahim into an advanced assembly line and a hedge fund. No ice, no agendas. So big unit might need to figure out how to contest server 1. Deuces Wild is a start. We don't even have access to an MK Ultra if we want to break the brainstorm. It's really hard to get a lot of cards out of hand, right? We don't have any way to do that.
No, I don't think so. I think Jonas
Drawing
was
to find
probably
the
big
MK, I
unit was
think.
drawing for the MK. I think is what was going on there.
Moshing going to dig even deeper. Again, we have 1 click left, and you can't install the MK Ultra from the bin here.
And not even trying to. It looks like just discarding a Black Orchestra.
Yeah, I think just trying to say I just need to, I need to set up. I need to find some way to get value down, and either I'm going to win or lose on this. On this being a 5/3 that was been in the hand
Had
whole
the
game.
MK off of the moshing, it looks like. Not before the moshing. Is this the 5/3?
Does Double K have it here? This obviously could be a bluff. We've seen NGO fronts in the list. This doesn't have to be a 5/3 agenda. It's just an NGO front. Huge.
I mean, it would have had to be in their hand basically off of the first 2 to 3 draws.
I think we broke R&D the last turn. I'm pretty sure. Because we went through CVS and agenda in the trash.
Yeah, so there was at least one new
but
card.
Jonas then ran the last click to see the top card of R&D.
Oh, he did. Okay, I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got a Tranquility Home Grid in the remote server, installing on top of that to get the value. Going for a card draw again. These, I believe, are still known cards off of the last Stargate. But Double K definitely needs to find, and not only an agenda, the 5/3 agenda, hopefully, to be able to score this out in just a single agenda.
So Tranquility Grid drawing the hedge fund there.
Yes. Yeah, and Jonas is pretty happy because basically until it's installed advance, Jonas can be very safe to just ignore this remote in server 1. Which, is ideal up until the point where he's made 10 trillion credits and has a Hippo out, I guess would be the other thing.
Oh, Hippo would be so
Stargate
big.
and Hippo are 2 key cards in this matchup for sure.
So no,
Okay.
Sangren,
Similarly going to use the AL.
we've seen a lot of different sizes of max decks. I think big unit is about 70, 63, in the
It is
It's
60s, right?
exact.
69, it looks like.
It says 70 according to his submitted deck list.
Okay.
Though that might I want to double check the math on that because that seems not. I could believe that's not quite right.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you
but
in terms of having that additional deck size, obviously there's some value in that, having more cards, having free card draw for longer. But do you find yourself in these sort of situations often where you're digging, I need that MK Ultra 2 turns ago and I don't have it? How often is that something that you're really worrying about?
so in theory, in theory, it seems pretty scary. I think what happens in practice is that you have packed 9 draw cards and 3 copies of all your breakers, and, Jones is even on 2 Botuli in addition to all of that. So there's so many tools to handle, um, you know, w to dig deeply through your deck. Like, yeah, there's 70 cards in that stack. It's turn 6, and we're already halfway through. If all 3 breakers are missed, that's a pretty at a certain point, you just gotta say, "Well, I'm unlucky."
Yeah.
But if you were in a 45 card list and you're like, "Oh, I've destroyed 30 cards on my list," your deck's almost like you're out of cards you're gonna draw for the rest of the game at that point. So there is I think that's sort of the theory about why Max does stuff.
Yeah, we're stargating
I
here into
got a
what.
rules question,
Yeah.
real quick. If you go down to 0 cards and you run through Brainstorm, does Hippo get to trigger?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it should trigger.
It's probably a relevant thing to know in this matchup.
So
It is a relevant thing.
we're charging you with Stargate into what's a Sai Santan. It's been exposed on the Deuces Wild now. Sai Santan can potentially be lethal on 4 cards. We've seen 2 I've had worse in the bin. And the issue is if this upgrade is something like a signal jamming or even a corporate troubleshooter, you can make that Sai Santan near unbreakable if I'm not mistaken. Well, I guess you have the MK Ultra on the table. It just comes down
Yeah,
to a
yeah,
credit war.
The corporate troubleshooter would be the bigger problem here, and would require dumping a whole lot of credits in it to make this difficult to break.
Yeah. And it would require you have to call
You have
exactly
to name
right
it.
and hope there's no "I've had worse" in hand. Um,
Yeah.
And there you go, Corporate
Well,
Troubleshooter
it
getting
is
res
the
there.
troubleshooter.
So now we can spend
Oh,
any amount of
wow.
credits to increase the ice strength by that same amount. Now we're not going to hit a ganked off the top of R&D. This is a Stargate run, but this Sai Santan at high strength, that's still 3 subroutines. You can probably just break 2 of them and you're not going to be flatlined. So we'll see how high Double K goes here. They have revealed they have a hedge fund in hand. So they could go down all the way to 5 credits and still bounce back up a bit next turn.
as Jonas, though, you probably do 12 strength, so 14
14.
strength.
How many times do you have to hit
Ultimate
MK Ultra
cost,
now?
20. You would need to boost it
7
with
times?
21 credits.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7
Yep,
times.
so this is gonna fire.
This is gonna fire. There's a chance if this is the right call and there's not the last I've had worse in hand, Jonas might be dead.
Actually, nope. Did the thinking for Jonas. So, yeah, praying for the luck of Size and Ton.
Fire also, Science and Ton, you have to name the right type. And if you name the card that you name, if you hit
Closing
that with
event.
the net damage, it will do double damage. So this could potentially do all the way up to 6 damage. We've hit an I've had worse.
Moshing. Oh, hit an I've had worse though.
Oh, that I've had worse is
Yeah.
definitely changing it. That was the one left in the deck. So it was we called event, right?
I
Yep.
called event. So it is over.
Hit,
Jonas still
pad
has 2
tap,
cards in hand.
gamble, Rozeki,
And
and then I've had
finally
worse.
the I've
and
had
a
worse.
moshing.
Okay, so the I've had worse definitely made Big Unit a bit safer there. And
Oh, that's a
accessing up the top,
sandbox into the bin.
we have a
Well,
sandbox.
maybe sandbox into the bin. It's a vanilla
Yeah.
lateral growth and sandbox.
I think you do trash the sandbox here. Vanilla, you're not so worried about. You'll have plenty of credits.
Yeah.
The biggest reason to maybe trash the vanilla is so that you can go in and trash the. You could then hippo the Sysoton again this turn because corporate troubleshooter is just for the run.
It's for the
Oh, no,
turn.
it's for the
Corporate
remainder of the
troubleshooter's the
turn.
turn.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, I think then it's really unfortunate that Sysotan's going to survive forever. I think at
Yeah.
this point because you just put the vanilla in front of it and never res it.
Maybe that's the card you need to take enough damage so that you can walk through the brainstorm. But yeah, no, it's definitely tricky here. I believe the vanilla is the only barrier in the whole list. I think might be 3 of them, but again, not a real attack. So we have access to the breaker. It's more so the positioning exactly with the hippo. It's a sandbox hitting the archives. That is now 5 points. A big unit wants to scoop it
Oh,
up, but we're just charging the remote
notably,
server.
well, Jonas can leave that forever because there are no spin doctors with this influence spend.
Oh, I
Ooh.
did not realize there was no spin doctors. That makes a huge
Yeah,
difference for the
Seisenton
serve
has
list.
3 influence, and there are 3 of them. So that's a lot of money
Wow.
getting spent on Seisentons.
So this is
Influence
potentially
getting
And
spent on Seisentons.
quite interesting here. We're charging the brainstorm. We have 2 cards in hand, so it'll have 2 relevant subroutines. We're assuming there's a ganked in there. There might also be a corporate troubleshooter. So if Double K can boost this up to 8 strength, the question is, can big unit break it twice? They need to break it at least once. In fact, they actually want
You
to
can
let it
break it once in
sometimes.
Hippo.
Yo, yeah, the hippo's
yeah,
gonna be
that's the thing. They
huge.
break it once and hippo it here. So that's
Yeah.
the idea. Is if
Yeah.
Double K makes themselves broke to make the strength, the most they can get is a strength 8. Jonas will still be able to boost MK 4 times, and then hippo it,
And then
and
that
then
remote's
clear out this.
done. Yeah.
Yeah, and
And
that
then the
puts
gank
Jonas
does
in a very
nothing.
solid spot.
Yeah.
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 Gank does absolutely nothing if that's the case. So
Double K's gonna have to
Jonas is in a
restart.
good spot here.
Yeah, figure out how to score after you lose your brainstorm remote server down to 6 credits, losing your upgrades as well. Um, we'll see how this go again. The Seisenton was not broken; it did fire, and you just have to watch out. Hippo says the first time you break all subroutines on the outermost piece of ice, so this is a legal target. Double K now has to think whether it's worth boosting in with the corporate troubleshooter. They're gonna lose it anyways. You might just want to force the runner to spend 2 to trash it. And we know there's only
Yeah,
vanilla coming off the top of the deck.
So the reason I would imagine they're thinking about it is they're like, oh, maybe I can, if I boost, then maybe they can't trash all of the cards in server one.
Hmm.
But I think almost all of them cost like 0 to 1 to trash, so it's just about the tranquility grid at that point. Um,
Hmm.
Yeah, Tranquility up to
but
4. In terms of like having to install the MK Ultra from the bin, getting it actually in your hand seemed quite valuable if you're worrying about signal jamming. There's a troubleshooter. Going to get res again. We can spend any amount of credits. We only have 6 to increase the strength of this ice. And we have to break all the subroutines, which is really good that you only have 2 cards in hand because MK Ultra, you only have to pay 3 times plus strength. I mean,
yeah, yeah. So max Double K can put in. I actually I'm not the biggest fan of this play from Double K because we know they're not going to draw something they can throw in that remote
yeah,
for at so like they're taking themselves down to 2, which is like the right number. They shouldn't go higher than that just because
yeah. When it,
that way they can at least play lateral growth to recover. But it seems like a bit of a weird play to me, I guess, because you're not trading value. Like you're trading credits, I guess, favorably, but not hugely favorably.
oh, looks like Double K forgot about the hippo. Was doing that boost math to deal with the return on the ganks. But Big Un's just going to jack out, not even bothering to access, worrying about things like prize sec or any other sort of upgrade. They do have the deck list, I'm pretty sure. So they're just jacking out. They
Yeah,
don't want
figuring
access.
not worth trashing the ganked right now, I guess. Gank does cost 3 to trash. And there could be the price sec, yeah. The price sec
Ganked
probably the big
cost
worry
3 to
there.
trash? What was Nisei thinking? My
Well,
goodness.
the thing is, the corporation trashes it for you, right? So you never have to worry about the
Right.
3. They
Yeah,
do
you have to
you the
trash it to
favor.
use it, so.
Double K now just top deck of vanilla. Down on only
Yeah.
2 credits. We know there's a hedge fund in hand. That is an unknown card, I believe they drew. Or no?
Yes, that is an unknown card that they drew.
Oh, I think it's a lateral actually, right? They had the vanilla.
No, we don't know about the. Oh no, the top right. There was a
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. Sorry, yeah. That's vanilla lateral. My goodness, reading the logs too hard, too hard.
So they need to figure out they can get their money up if they want to lateral down the vanilla. Now vanilla on server 1 really doesn't do much combined with excuse me, with ganked. However, it is interesting because if big unit can't produce a paperclip on any other server, you can signal jam at least I think it's only for 1 run to stop the paperclip from showing up. And it looks like we are lateraling out. The 1 card we have in hand is the hedge fund. Big
Yeah,
unit.
so Jonas does need to break 3 subs on this Seisenton. So that is 6 to Stargate. That
Yeah.
said, a single Stargate could be victory here because there are already 2 points in archives, and there is no spin doctor in this list to get them out.
I feel like you just let one of the net damage subroutines always fire to save 3 credits. Like you still are working with 33 cards left.
You easily could do that as well, yeah.
But you're right, it's 1 Stargate away.
Yeah, I think there is some question of do you just draw to find your last hippo, or
That
sorry,
would be
any of your two
fantastic,
remaining
yeah.
hippos.
Hmm.
Excuse me.
Last hippo that you potentially need in the game.
But Big Unit knows that they have a fair bit of time here. These are 3 fresh cards at the top of the deck. We're going to see what they are with the Stargate. Have
Stargating?
1 click left if you need to close the game off archives. Running into that Sai Santan, you always can wait to see what Double K calls. If they call something strange, you might not want to break, but it's an event. We're paying 6 to break it fully with the MK Ultra.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that
Probably
makes a
signals good
decent.
cards in hand.
I mean, that's the fun thing about 70 card backed. It's all good cards in hand. It's
Oh,
always
yeah.
all good cards you're happy to see.
Always
Uh,
value, yeah.
We're going
Too
to
much value in those
peop
70 cards.
we're going to see
I
3 off
mean,
the top
yeah, it's
here. Hedge fund ganked NGO front. Now, they have a hedge
Not the
fund in
win
hand.
immediately.
The ganked does not operate well with Stargate. Again, you're not going to be accessing it if it's installed in the root of R&D. The NGO front is something they have to jam into the remote server, but you know the only other card they have in hand right now is a hedge fund, so not too worried about it, but maybe something you don't want to let them draw here. What do you trash?
I would probably to me, it would be the ganked because my thing is if my opponent spent influence on it and it's weird, I don't want to face it.
Just not
And
worry about
like,
this.
yeah, exactly. Like, why worry about this when I don't have to? I can just remove it. But I think there are reasonable things about, oh, maybe I trash the hedge fund instead. Um,
Right.
but to me, the idea behind the ganked is like, yeah, money is good, like it's always good, but ganked is like a money multiplier. It's like
Mhm.
Hmm.
so taking out the multiplier rather than the linear scaling thing makes sense.
And there goes the ganked hitting the
And
bin.
ganked is one of the routes to victory for this deck from this position, I think. Being ganked just gives you positions where the ice on server one something weird and you have to hit it twice and that's how you lose.
We are going to be playing a moshing, throwing out a political operative, a black orchestra, and a labor rights, drawing 3 more cards, gaining 3 more credits. Now, political operative is something that's easy to put down, but in this matchup, a lot of the cards that you're gonna res, you're gonna pop immediately. Things like ganked, you in fact don't even have to res.
Yep. And yeah, I mean the thing for Jones here is that Double K is forced to spend 2 clicks just to break the Stargate lock here. So even though it's expensive to go through Sysoton, it's expensive for Double K to get to get stuff to actually win the game as well.
So their hand right now, they're holding 2 hedge funds and an NGO front. A lot of money, a lot of waste. Also, you can install the NGO front on Tranquility, get an extra card draw. But you're right, they want to break lock, but also break lock and find a 5-3 agenda. Otherwise, they're on the path to score out 4 agendas, which is a bit awkward when all you have is already just a vanilla.
And
Yeah, and
actually
the
getting
signal
to score
jamming.
that 5-3 is tough.
How many
I think
5-3s
the
does this
one of the
list?
outs that you have. How many paper clips are currently in the bin? Only one currently in the bin. One of the outs you have is, I don't know, to try to signal jam and behind a barrier that can't be broken because the vanillas are in the bin and Jonas runs last click for some reason.
Yeah, I think because Jonas, this is one of those things where like this is a list that's a classic like Swiss killer kind of thing where like it's doing such a weird, different game plan than what people are expecting. And so, but when it's open and you get the draw like Jonas has had here, oh, trashing double hippo though definitely is not what they
Oh,
were
Oh,
hoping
that
for.
hurts.
quite
Yeah.
rough. We've access to only 1 more labor rates. It's seems a bit too early to jam back in 2 hippos. You're not even guaranteed to draw them, but yeah, that's definitely the draw you want there. We have a card in server 1. We know the NGO front in hand was the one installable there. They opted not to draw cards off of Tranquility home grid. So there's 1 unknown card potentially in HQ. But Big Unit has 6 credits if you want to get fully through the Sai Centon. That might easily be game. Again, there are 2 points just waiting in archives. We're looking for just another agenda here. Yeah, I'm not sure whether signal jamming is for the whole turn or for the run. I'm pretty sure it's for the whole run, right?
I think it's got to be the run. The whole turn would be pretty. It's
That'd be
Actually,
wild.
that
oh
would
no.
be
Let's
extremely
stick.
strong if it were the whole turn.
We're paying 6, going down to
Until the no,
0.
it is the end of the run.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So 6 going through.
Brainstorm
Oh no,
Saisenton.
it's just a separate X virus. Sweet, not a sandbox. Misread it.
2 spiky ice there. We're trashing the
Getting rid of the
Brainstorm.
brainstorm.
So the Virus Suite is on top of the deck and the Saisenton. Again, the Virus Suite is 4 credits. Big Unit is thinking here.
Yeah, they got to figure out how they're going to get their econ going again here because they're down on 0 credits. I think they were really, you know, there's how many agendas are left in R&D? There's 18 cards. There should be roughly like, or
5
there's
more?
like 9 agendas in the list, I
Yeah.
think.
So assuming there's not an
Yeah, there's 9
agenda in
agendas in the
server
list.
1, we're looking at 6 more agendas in 13, sorry, in 18 in R&D, which means 1 in 3 on the Stargate is gonna probably find one.
Yeah, it would seems like it was a likely win here, but obviously,
They're clustered at the bottom,
Netrunner's all a
apparently.
game of playing out the probability
Excuse me,
in
it,
some
it should be,
sense.
yeah, 5 and 18 because of the sandbox and the archives, but that's still pretty good odds there on the Stargate.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you could, in theory, just click for 3 here, take a couple net damage next turn, and try to win off of a Stargate next turn. You've got even
Yeah,
better odds next turn.
I think the question is clicking for the credits doing anything there? Like, should Jones be checking HQ, checking server well, I guess can't check server 1 on 0 credits, but doesn't need
Yeah.
that many credits to check server 1 at some point.
Yeah, there are a couple unknowns that have been drawn in the last few turns, so HQ is reasonable. Oh, Padsap though. Padsap and Gachapon, so way to continue going through the deck, and there's Tranquility, for instance, will start making money for Jonas as well.
So Advanced Assembly Lines seems to be the only card that slipped
Oh,
through the
Ariel.
lock, but now installing the NGO front on top of the Tranquility home grid does give you an additional draw if you do this on the opponent's turn, which is quite good. So we have now just drawn the 2 cards off the top of R&D. We're holding a Cyberdex Virus Suite into a Sai Santan, if I'm not mistaken. So the top 3 cards of R&D are all new at this point. Double K could draw once, install Advance. Looks like we're at least drawing one unknown card here in HQ.
One cost of doing that on Jonas's turn, though, is Padtap has the ability to trigger twice, potentially, depending on what the choice is from Tranquility here.
We're trashing the NGO
The
front.
thing is, oh, okay, so that's probably the Sysaton that we saw on top of R&D.
And we're advancing.
Single advance
Just a single advance.
doesn't doesn't really scare Jonas here because there's no seamlesses in the list, so there's no threat of scoring the 1 remaining send a message.
And no Seamless, no Biotic, no Audacity. This cannot be a 5-3 that gets scored.
Yeah, I think the only thing you're upset about is that's the agenda you wanted, but otherwise that should be 5 agendas in rotation, 4 more left in R&D here. Jonas only has 2 credits to their name against Sysanton, doesn't end the run. As long as you have at least 6 cards in hand, there's no way it's lethal.
Yeah. The biggest thing for Jonas, or the other thing is that Jonas does know that an NGO front did go in into hand. So
But there's a Botulus.
yeah,
That's another
using the
way.
Gachapon to put down the Botulus, so it's going to have 2 counters. So it's going to 2 cards in hand is all Jonas needs to guarantee to live through this. Moving Pad Tap, Overclock, Maw. Oh no, sorry, removing MK and Paladin, shuffling back in another Pad Tap, Overclock, and Maw. Just nice.
So we can get through that
Actually,
Sai Santana, we will. It can cost us either nothing or 3 credits. The nothing is dependent on taking a single net damage. We'll see here after the call. You can wait for the corporation to call the card type. We're choosing event again.
yeah, I actually don't know that there's that many. Like, there's a lot of events in this max, but a lot of them have been milled here.
I think you're just
Right?
trying to hold on to
There's
the labor
Built
rates,
and
right?
played, yeah.
oh,
Breaking 2 to
thank you.
Botulus.
Yeah,
But yeah. Protecting at least 1 card in the hand, it looks like, pretty heavily here.
yeah.
And that is
And
2
That's the
agendas off the
off-world
table.
office. That is game.
Sandbox off-world office. We're going to throw out the Stargate, coming in and swooping up, 2 sandboxes there from archives. And
Very
that will be
nice.
7 points.
And that is game. GG, Jonas. Congrats on the run, Double K, making the tiebreak rounds here. One of the top 24 Netrunner players in the entire world. So a fantastic run, but Jonas will get to continue the rest of the day.
Really well done. And again, we talked about this. If you play a list like this that has a lot of surprises, it's really off meta, has a lot of opportunities for the runner to just beef it into like some potentially lethal ice. That is a huge deal in Swiss. Now with open deck lists, you saw the power of the deck was still there. A big unit had to make the right plays at the right time. They had to respect these threats because these threats are potentially very lethal. But again, that extra information might just be the edge they needed, pulling it off there while R&D did not hold up for another turn. So big unit will be making off the top 16s. Again, Double K, what a huge run.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean it's really fun to see these creative lists come out. I'm a little bit sad I didn't get to see any of the kit. I don't know if you guys caught it on stream
No, we
the
caught
other day.
nothing on stream.
Oh,
Wow. I'm looking at their list now. It's wild. There's a one of Wonton with two Harmony AR therapies.
All
Uh,
right.
that's that, and two Gebra Selassies. That's
what?
Ngolo it's got two inversificators and then Ngolo, two Nyasha. This list is just wild to me.
All right. But hey, I think we can
I'm gonna have to try that list, but
we can jump into a table real quickly. We're looking at MGP versus Z-Bag. We have quite a game here. 5 points to 5 points. A very well developed controlling the message. Built all the way horizontal to what's now labeled server 19. We do have a Malia Zaloka that looks like it's pinning down. I'm assuming a daily cast, but it might actually be a Miss Bones. So we'll see how that goes. And
yeah.
the Sanson City Grid is sticking on the table behind a ping. We have access to no breakers, a paperclip in the bin. A Unity looks like it was trashed.
I wonder how that you is there a Keegan Lane in archives? Was there a Keegan?
No Keegan, no net damage
No.
visible. I'm not sure how that happened. But the Unity
How did that
is in the
Interesting.
bin, and it's probably not coming back anytime soon.
Let's take a look at Seabag's list. It doesn't.
Yeah, do we have a
Yeah, it
Keegan?
looks like.
There a
Oh, I
price
wonder if
tag?
they like mad dashed and got spin doctored. That seems like to me maybe the most plausible. But there's
I
no
don't see a
mad dash.
dash, yeah. Not sure.
Interesting.
Oh, price tag damage could
There
be
are
it.
price decks. Yeah, there are price decks on this list. Or there
Oh,
is one price deck in this list, I should say. It would be a
yeah.
very high value price deck hit if that is what this was.
But talking about high value target, Z-Bag is floating 2 tags here. MJP is going to start their turn, draw a lot of cards with the daily business show to get the filter. We might just see a boom here to close the game. Not sure what MJP has as punishment. High profile target
There's
would also
actually
do
no
it.
boom.
Whoa.
They're playing the fully vegan CTM that just uses exchange and psychographics.
Oh, we have Jeeves'
Uh,
campaign into hard hitting news to get this up to 6 tags.
So Z-Bag really has to close the game off. You do need those credits if you want to deal with Bologna. And at this point, exchange of information doesn't do too much when there's just 1 and 2 pointers. And you're just about 1 agenda away from winning all the Beals out of the game. But 6 tags, it looks like it is the Miss Bones that has been kidnapped. That daily cast is paying
Actually,
out
no,
this
it was
turn.
oh, interesting. Oh, okay. There must have been multiple Malias for us this game. I like the sneak door here.
Sneak door.
Ooh, the
Hitting
sneak
an
door.
exchange of information and an F2P. Mind you, the first run, each turn we get to see 2 cards with the Docklands Pass, the new card from System Gateway. And this is also Zaya Sadegi. Mind you, the first time I think we've seen Zaya since yesterday. Or we did not see her yesterday is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think Seabag is doing the basically is just trying to say, I my out is that you have the Bologna psychographics is how you're gonna win. So I just have to hope that you have the Bologna in hand and steal it there. They don't quite have the credits to actually check R&D, I think, this round. But next round they
Not seeing
probably
an instant psychographics. So
That's a spin doctor. We're drawing deep. If you have a psychographics here and agenda, you can still do it. Install. There's the psychographics for
there it
probably
goes.
5. There's the Bologna and
there it
MJP doing
is.
it. Going all the way up to 8
Nice.
agenda points. Z-Bag getting so
Oh.
close there on 5, just digging for that last agenda. Good game to both players.
Yeah, this looks like it would have been a great one to catch as well. If just it seems like it must have been a very back and forth one. Um, so
Yeah, absolutely.
well, it's
Once
very
again,
cool to see a
congratulations
Reg
to
Zaya.
MJP.
Yeah,
Yeah, Reg Zaya, right? Especially Reg
it's
Zaya on Sneak Door.
Sneak Door and the Maker's Eye, which I think
Oh,
is
Yeah.
a card
that's
that everyone's like, oh, that's a bad card to put in.
oh please. I've been playing that in Max when it's inappropriate to play it for years.
uh,
So that should be just about us wrapping our 30, the 16 players who are on 30 points to play in. Let me just check the lobby real quick, but that might be
yeah,
it. And we might be
top
beginning
24.
our top 16. So I think
Yeah, I can check
Let's
the.
there actually is one more match going on, which is Shoeflower versus Snoopy.
Yeah, I'll go in and ask if they're good to be streamed. But
And we have, again, quite the board state here. Looks like we have a Max that's rebirthed into Omar on Snoopy's side. A turning wheel fully loaded. 8 counters is a lot. We have the full set of orbs and the full set of bin breakers ready to go. On the other side of the table, this is Acme Consulting. So that outermost ice is going to be a lot stronger, a lot harder to deal with. We do see though, just the thimble rigs often can be enough to keep those anarchs out. And Shu has double advanced in a remote server. Is this an agenda?
So
Can
we
she
might
just
be on the
close the
final
game?
turn here.
This costs 12 credits to get through with just Thimble Rig alone.
So if
Yeah, and I think you can just swap the thimble rig to be the third most, and then presumably your data ward costs more than 3 credits to break, and so then it's like 9 credits plus the um
Shoeflower are choosing not to swap Data Ward to the outermost here, if that is something on server 3.
yeah.
So we have something advanced in server 3. It doesn't look like this is winning agenda, and this list runs not only both NGO front, and we see 3 in the bin, mind you, but also a bio vault. So there's a big chance that she's just trying to draw into the winning agenda here. I think this list is on entirely 5-3s is my guess, and then some echo chambers, but I might be wrong about that.
Let me pull up the list.
Yeah.
So Shoeflower is on 3 Bologna, 3 Send a Message, and 1 Tamara's headline.
Okay, so if I'm Snoopy here, I think I do something like bounce R&D twice, and then just try and assuming that Shoeflower doesn't res. If Shoeflower reses, it gets a little bit trickier. But like my basic game plan would be, I want to get to 2 more turning wheel counters if I can, and then just dig R&D. I'll see what is that like.
5
Well,
cards,
okay, this
6
is maybe they're
cards.
going for it right now. Yeah, 5 cards instead of you know. Um,
There obviously is Mad Dash, but you
yeah.
can't Mad Dash with Omar. You would actually have to go through that hard draw the hard way.
We're hitting 2 F2Ps. Now the outermost, you are considered tagged. This is
Wait,
Acme Consulting. So you can't pay 4
what?
credits. You're going to have to break it.
Why?
I'm very
Oh, right.
confused
Yeah,
about
the
why they
outermost.
jacked out there. Because it was
Interesting.
the second F2P that could have broken for 4 and then just gone in and accessed everything. It's
Yeah.
very interesting
Yeah,
to
that
me.
surprises me.
I think they're just maybe forcing a res out there, but we're going back into HQ. This is an IP block. Now, you don't have a bad publicity. You are considered tagged, so you're going to have to break both subroutines if you want to get through. Not a big difference. Wait, we're floating a tag here. Wait, why are we floating the tag?
Citadel's
Oh,
sanctuary
Citadel.
is gonna
Oh,
clear it.
thank God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
That was terrifying.
Okay.
So now you can bounce off the IP block once a turn. You just pay 1 credit to remove the tag. You're not doing that for a click, so it's a fair bit better. But shoot, definitely trying to find the answer here. I'm assuming, right? Like you're at the end of the max list, you have 1 card in stack. If we look at the heap, we've seen no labor rights.
So 3 are oh wait, is this a
Is this even a
whoa,
max
let's take a
stack?
look at no, this is a
Snoopy
Hoshiko
is
tag.
Oh, that
Hoshiko.
makes sense with
Yeah.
DreamNets. Yeah. DreamNet seems like it's a Hoshiko. So the question is, in hand, do we have a Mad Dash? Because obviously Mad Dash is what you want off that turning wheel, slamming R&D there. But
It would be unlucky for it not to be. There is 1 Mad Dash in the list, so it would have to be the 1 card in the stack if it isn't in hand.
so Shushi jams 2 cards in server 3, which looks to be on top of a Bio Vault. We are still going HQ here. Snoopy running into the IP block again. That's 3 credits or a trace 3. We're gonna go ahead and take that tag there again. Citadel will clear that clicklessly at the end of the turn with this sort of credit differential.
Oh yeah, that's maybe the reason they didn't commit to going all in on the big turning wheel dig is that Biovault stops that more or less completely.
Oh, that's totally true.
Just realizing there is Biovault in Shoeflower's list, so
And there's a Mad
Biovault.
Dash.
Oh, okay.
So the question here is, if you want to buy a vault this run, specifically after they use a bunch of turning wheel tokens, you don't have to buy a vault for server 3. And with 1 click left, Snoopy can just swing on to server 3. I think with 22 credits, you're probably good.
What is I guess the question here is how many counters do you spend if you're Snoopy?
Half of them?
I would maybe only with 8 cards left, but there's like almost there's what like 1 agenda on the board, so that's 3. So there's like 7 agendas total. So there's 4 cards. So I would only spend.
Spending
Well, I
all
would
of them.
We're
definitely
just
not
doing
spend
all of them.
all of
There's the
them.
Bio
It's a
Vault.
Biovault. That's
Gonna end that. Take the meat damage. You're not getting the boomerang back. It's losing Stargate from hand with 1 card, 1 tag. Now on 14 credits. Now Shu has potentially an echo chamber. She could score out here.
It's not the echo
The
chamber.
tomorrow's
It's
headline.
the 3-2 tomorrow's
Oh,
headline.
The tomorrow's
headline, okay.
headline would also be a win here. We
This-
see
yeah, it looks like-
advances.
Yeah, I
Oh no,
think-
stupid rates. Oh
No.
no. That is
Advances.
it.
That is the tomorrow's headline.
Yeah, I think Snoopy's line had to be with they had 10 counters. I think they need to spend 4 of them so they would see 3 cards on the first and then could still see 3 cards on the second dig,
Yeah,
um, or on the actual dig that didn't get bio-vaulted. And there would still
yeah,
be
that
a
sounds
pretty
right to
decent
me.
chance of winning it there. But
Right, since
that's
there's only one more Bologna, so there's only one more agenda that has an actual cost to steal.
yeah, and there would be 3 send a messages most likely in R&D.
Mhm.
Um, so you know, it's 4 out of 8 cards there. You just need 2 or really 3 of them to be in the top 4, which isn't huge odds, but I think is you're out there if you're not gonna contest server 3. But
So
still,
once again,
Snoopy.
very good game. I think it's much closer than the 8-0 line shows it being here. Fantastic run by Snoopy. Once again, one of the top 24 players in the entire world. Shoeflower will continue on for the rest of the day, and she will be playing to be the world champion of Netrunner.
So we should be down now to 16 players. We're just gonna wait for our results. I don't think potentially we have a Cobra board, or sorry, not a Cobra board. The different board for today. Excuse me. No,
Uh,
Cobra. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, right? So we might have a Cobra board going into this. We'll get the link very
I have a
soon.
spreadsheet, but I believe we have to populate it ourselves.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to
Yeah.
highlight which
So
players potentially did not make it. We'll wait for confirmation from the OP team. If I'm not mistaken, we did see some of these players drop. I guess we can color this in. This is editable, right?
yeah,
Uh,
so I'm trying to color with what I know, we can color with what we've seen. Oops,
do
actually, I
do we
don't
want
know
to
the
color
result
the
of
text
that.
itself or the background in the cell?
Oh,
Let's.
background of the cell is definitely the better way to go.
So big
So
unit
Um,
we
we
saw
know has
Shoeflower
made
win.
it.
We saw unit win.
Oh, that's 2 shades of green. Hold on. There's better.
well,
Okay.
that's my fault. I'll go to your shade.
All good.
I don't think we're editing
Um,
the same document right now.
I'm
Oh no,
seeing
we are on a different one. Let me
oh,
send you the one that
lol.
we're on right now.
Okay. Give us 1 second. If you're just tuning in, that was our top 24. We should be down to top 16 players. Our double elimination top 16 is going to be starting in just a couple minutes. Again, if you don't know how this works, we have now 16 players which will be vying in the finals. They will be playing rounds of single-sided Swiss, so they will be either determined in the first round, it's the choice of the higher seed, but from that point on, it will be determined by what side you've played less. You'll have about 40 minutes to play out a round, and if you lose your game, you're dropped immediately to the lower brackets where you can continue until you lose a second game. Once you've lost 2 games, you are eliminated from the double elimination bracket, and we'll be at the end of, I think it's going to be about 8, maybe sometimes 9 rounds. We will be crowning a 2021 world champion.
All
So,
right. I found the Discord channel where they're announcing everyone, so
oh,
um,
perfect.
I can fill this in quickly. We
Sorry.
can maybe okay. So what do we have? We had uh Sanjay or Saja PL won on Adam against a CTM. Uh, don't know if I can figure out what. Not everyone reported what side they were on, but uh, Oscillate on Precision Design and Max beat Ed slash Net Jogging on Acme and Steve. Uh, I don't know if I should read these all out,
No,
but
it's okay. Yeah, do it
I
up.
guess it's on the screen. But no, so we got Rotom on Precision Design and Max beating Tradon on Precision Design and Steve. Which, if you had told me these were the top, like these were the decks I was expecting to be on the top of Precision Design, and then Max or Steve as a dealer's choice kind of thing. Uh, we saw Acme beat Hoshiko. That's Shoe Flower. Jonas Big Unit 3000. We saw as Max beating Asa. Vale beat Sanjay. Vale is on Precision Design and Max. MJP we saw on CTM beat Z-Bag Zaya. And then Ghost Meat beat Lucidit, who's also known as Swan. Um, so
So
Believe that is the
that's
last Sunny out of the field, correct?
I think
I
that's correct.
believe that
Yeah.
is the last Sunny, yeah.
So notably, Sunny did make top 24 at Worlds, and so did Argus.
Yeah. Is Argus still going?
And so did
No,
Lord
Argus was the
Sheeper.
same. That was also
Oh, excuse
Swan
me. Yeah.
Lucid. So
Yeah.
but made it to the tiebreak rounds, and notably for Swan right now, it is 6 a.m. So that certainly can't help with the play in rounds, but There's also time zones are tough for quite a few people around the world with this tournament, so not
Yeah.
alone there, but definitely a bit tough to have to play at a.m.
So these are
All
not
right. So there.
the entirety of the top 16. Again, there are 8 players still from yesterday and from the day before they're playing off, and those would be the players you're seeing right now on your screen that have 33 points and above. So we're looking at Rust Rider, Tugtugut, Bridgman, Perkamus, Pincel, Janktivist, Deer, and Scry will be joining those 8 players you just saw on the last spreadsheet to start our double elimination top 16 worlds bracket. So buckle up
Yeah.
because we're just beginning. That was just the entree. Unfortunately, for 8 players, their world's run has come to an end, but they definitely did very good coming in top 24 worlds. 2021 is a huge
Yeah.
accomplishment.
No. Top 24 is something to be very proud of for sure. All and I think um, it's sort of amazing how stacked everything is at the moment. In basically every tournament these days, it's just like, oh yeah, there's a continental champion here and a continental champion there, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So these players doing this well is really. There's also a lot of good players that, and I'm not speaking about myself. There are a lot of good players yesterday who didn't quite make it. So these people can, I think, be quite proud of their accomplishments, even if it's a little bit by association.
So again, the Nisei staff are shouting out, if you do go to Cobra.ai, just on the front page, you'll see there are a bunch of side events going on today. Again, you can register for these side events. They should have information on how to get involved in the Discords. But again, it's a big celebration in Netrunner today. So there's a lot of stuff to do, whether it's startup. I think there's been some drafts going on. I'm not sure what mystery box side event is, but that's pretty exciting. And we do have some drafts in an Ocarina 4 as well, which is pretty exciting. So if you are watching and you want to play along and do some other Netrunner play with some people on the side, there's a lot of options today. So do get involved with that if you can. Now,
Yeah, I'm trying to
sorry?
Oh no, go ahead. I'm just trying to replicate what I'm assuming PSK is doing on my little spreadsheet.
So I think one thing that we can maybe take a chance to look at while we're waiting for the Cobra, which I believe PSK is putting together right now, is we can take a bit of a look at the deck list to see what we're going to be working with today. So let's see how these are ordered here at the bottom. I believe we can start all the way on the top, which will be Rust Rider. And I'm just going to go fly through the deck list. Again, this is an open deck list top 16. So these players will be able to look at these deck lists and have an understanding of what is in their opponent's lists. If we start on Rust Rider, who has the strongest score, the top of Swiss across both days, they are playing an Asmari EdTech, and this is a new identity that, well, by new I mean it has come back into the standard card pool. The standard ban list or the standard balance team has unbanned it. And this is just a straight heavy glacier deck. We're looking at some of the biggest ice. We're looking at the Echo Chamber as a one of to score out your 7th points after only holding, 6 agendas in the whole deck on 3-pointers. We have 2 Biovolts, which we saw be very powerful in the last game. But I think the one card I want to shout out is a Salem's Hospitality, a card that says it's an operation. You play it for 2 credits and you get to name a card. Your opponent reveals their hand, and any of the cards in their hand that you've named the name of, they have to trash, which is something that can be a bit skill testing, but in certain matchups, specifically now with the open deck list, it's actually pretty easy if the max gets to the end of the list to perfectly name what is in their hand. Whether you're sniping an Apocalypse, whether you're just sniping labor rights at the end of their deck, so they don't have any more recursion, that potentially is a really big thing. And this is Mari's EdTech games can go actually, I reckon, pretty long when they set up for Glacier.
Yeah, for sure. And like this list is sort of why a lot of people were going to Big Max. Was that yeah, you need if you're gonna have to deal with all of these expensive ice. Now, I was thinking it was probably more in response to Acme in the last ban list, but with this Mari coming back, you need to be able to play this high value game against this sort of very big glacier. I'm going to make you go through the remote multiple times with biovaults and border controls kind of game plan. So
Now, the max side, I think we see 2 or 3, I believe it's actually 3 distinct max archetypes at the top tables. This one is an Apocalypse list, which does run as few cards as it can, 45 cards is the minimum. And you're seeing 2 Apocalypse, which is a very powerful card. It says if you made a successful run this turn on all central servers, you can spend a click and 3 credits to just wipe the board. Now, that's not combined with anything too spicy of two out of the ashes to give you those extra runs on the Apocalypse turn if you need them. A really big deal if you're dealing with things like border control, Crisium Grid, even sometimes MZ Austerity can be a thorn in the side. But I think the one fun include we started to see just this weekend is DJ Fenris in these max decks. I don't know if you have any experience playing this. The idea is that I suppose it gives you that extra recursion, allows you to get to the cards that hit your bin pretty consistently when you use DJ Fenris into Steve Cambridge.
Yeah, so I've been playing actually. So I had been experimenting a little bit with Hive Mind Max, and where you swap out the Amakua for the DJ Fenris, and was like, oh, this is pretty good. But no one was playing it publicly, and I was like, oh, so maybe I'm just overestimating it. I'm like, you know, s- I'm just beating people on casual JNet, and it's hard. It was hard to evaluate, and I didn't want to spend a lot of testing time on it because I was like, I could probably play Steve would be better. But I think this for Worlds, almost every max has been on some kind of DJ backup plan because it's, oh, if the theory of the meta, which I think was the theory going in, maybe wasn't the theory in practice, was I need to just outvalue all the corpse. DJ Fenris to become Steve or to add Steve to your pool of abilities is just an immense amount of value. It's also some really nice HQ pressure in a list that otherwise doesn't really have much. It's they're on two Stargates and they can challenge the remote, but once the corp puts like an IP block down, there's not much reason for Max to run HQ, and so the corp can just build and build and build agendas in HQ and actually be pretty safe in doing that. And DJ makes that is part of what makes that proposition more dicey.
So we carry on. Now we're seeing Tug to Gut, and this is, I think, very similar unless you're going to see off a couple players in the top cut. I believe this is from the NWE testing group, which is largely some of the most competitive European players, if I'm not mistaken. Looking on the left, it's another identity that has just been recently unbanned in the last standard ban list update, and that's Gagarin Deep Space. We did see a fair bit of Gagarin yesterday and the day before. It does make all your cards that you want to access more expensive. You have to pay a credit to begin to access cards in a remote server, and this is the sort of deck that wants to get up a credit lead and wants to make it difficult. They want to force you to run when you have to deal with cards like Urban Renewal. That's a do 4 meat damage if you leave this on the table for a couple turns. And as soon as you do run, you're going to be hit by things like Economic Warfare into hard-hitting news, the classic combination, and that will be quickly followed up by some meat damage, whether it's boom,
We
high-profile target.
we do have pairings.
Oh, fantastic. So we should be
Pairings
up.
are up. Yeah. So
Okay.
we've got some decisions to make on which match we want to watch in round one of the top 16. We've got some fantastic matchups here.
Do we know if we have the Cobra list just yet? Because I think that's what we want to be able to show on
There
screen.
is a Cobra. I don't know if there is a bracket here, but there is a list of pairings on
Oh,
tables on Cobra. Yes.
perfect. And you can find that yourself if you're on Cobra. Oh my God, there's no way you expected to see a quarter of the field on Adam. But give me 1 second. We'll show you the Cobra pairings and we'll be able to go from there. Just give me 1 second while we get this spun up. I think we might just be there. Have we done it? Oh, we've done it. Welcome to the top 16 Nisei World Championships as it starts. This is the meta that we're playing into. A lot of yellow. We are looking at 5 Gagarin, a fair bit of Gagarin, an identity a lot of people have dismissed going into this tournament, but it's being very strong. We're looking at 1 HB, but it's all precision design if we're looking at the HB side of things, and then a fair bit of NBN, whether it's controlling the message or some of the Glacier options as Mari or Acme. On the runner side, it's Anarchs, a lot of Anarchs, more than half the field there with Max and then a single Hoshiko. Adam is showing up as a mini faction, and this is the runner that the NWE playtesting group has decided to run with. Again, I think as Sangren, you said, it's just an immense amount of value. It's just as much value as you can get. And with cards like Find the Truth, you can play Mad Dash a lot easier, which has proven to be a very powerful card as well. And then finally, we have 2 Steve Cambridges to round up the top 16 to get some criminal representation. But we should have our
You know,
pairings up
I
here.
I probably would have put down a good chunk of money that there would be more Steve than Adam in the top 16, and I would have been very wrong, which I think is a
Mhm.
very funny thing to have come out of this world. But
So if you don't know how this works, so our top player is going to be paired against the 16th rank, the second versus the 15th, and so on and so forth. And for this first round, you're allowed to sit down with your opponent and you ask what identities they're playing, and then the higher seed gets the choice which side of the matchup they want to play. So if Rust Rider says they want to start Corp against Saj's Runner, there's a big chance that Rust Rider will have to play the Runner on the next round, because between rounds you're trying to play, or the algorithm forces you to play the side that you've played the least. If it ever comes to a tie that you've played Runner and Corp equally and your opponent has as well, I believe it comes down to a coin flip, so it will be random. But there is some strategy even in selecting on round one, understanding, okay, if I do this, next round I'll have to play Runner and then maybe I'll play against this player. There's some like pretty elite math involved in this if you want to, go that direction. But we have to choose a table that
Yeah.
we want to look at. Sorry, Sangren?
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, generally you try and like you can try and game out like, oh, if I play this round in the future round, I'll be playing whatever. But often it's better to just say, I need to win the game in front of me. What's gonna give me the highest chance to win this game?
Yeah.
And I can worry about next game, next game. Like that's just sort of the way you have to kind of think about things going forward. Um,
Again, this is double
but
elimination, so this is pretty high stakes. Obviously, we've gotten this far already, but you can lose a game. You definitely don't want to be losing two, but again, one game is your margin of error here. Sangren, do you want to call which table we watch?
Well, I want to. Chat is really clamoring for Oscillate
Okay.
versus Scry, which I think is a one like a two seed versus, or what is that? No, that's a okay. That's a wait, wait. Why is my? Oh yeah, that's like the exact middle of the bracket. That's 8 versus 9 overall, and they're both very good players. So I don't know that we have the side selection yet, but that seems like a table I'd love to stream.
Okay.
So,
We're just going to double check whether we can watch that table once it gets spun up again. We'll be spinning these tables up within 5 minutes.
oh yeah,
They do have to sort out which side they want to play. A lot of that is actually looking at the deck lists, studying them, making, an educated decision. So just give us a second and we'll get there.
yeah.
Otherwise, we can look at some of the deck lists right now. Again, we have a lot of deck lists still to go through. So while that gets spun up, let's just spin on over to the deck list side. So if we were going to go see this, let's look at what Oscillate is running, because we did not get to see a lot of Oscillate playing yesterday, and she is on a PD deck. So this is a pretty standard precision design. This deck has been basically competitive ever since it has come out. I believe Oscillate has one interesting change from the main list, which is she is opting to play a single arc lockdown in the slot of, I believe, a Tranquility home grid, which seems to be a very targeted decision against all the max you see in the field.
With 10 in the top 16, definitely seems like a good include.
Yeah. Now, it's this max list that I'm actually a bit surprised. We did see a bit of this before. I think Sanjay was running this exact list, and we did see a bit of Sanjay on stream yesterday. This list runs some interesting tech cards. We're looking at 62 max cards, so you do have a lot of space to add some additional cards potentially. It is worth noting that Oscillate did publish through the SBL balance team. She did publish the big 62 max card deck that showed up on Netrunner DB right after the standard ban list change. And this list runs 3 Aeneas Informants, which is a card that says when you access a thing and don't trash it, gain a credit. It's a non-unique resource you install for 0 credits. And on top of that, we even have a single Salset Slums, a card that lets you remove things from game. Why do you reckon these cards are in the deck?
Listen to
So
Slumpcast, clearly.
yeah, so there's a couple like so if you're expecting a wide meta, Aeneas Informant is really nice because you can run an open unprotected remote because there will be one, and if it's against CTM, you gain 3 credits. So you're clicking a super magnum opus. Um, if you're up against if you're up against something like okay, actually, so I've been told that Oscillate actually would prefer to not be streamed at the moment.
Okay.
So I'll finish saying this deck point,
Yeah, sure.
but basically the idea, like against Gagarin, oh, you're either offsetting the cost when you get one down, or you're getting more credits back when you see the next one. And then there's an additional synergy here with Maw, where oh, I'm making credits, trashing a card from HQ, and making sure that the board has no threats on it. So I don't have to trash your stuff. I'll just I'll build an economic lead that way. So
So this is
um,
actually a good
it,
question, because I believe the ruling between Salset Slums and controlling the message has changed over time, depending on which tweet you looked at a certain point in time. Do you know how that
yeah.
interaction works right now?
So It's actually thank you for mentioning the Sunset Slums. That's the really fun bit. That's actually maybe the icing on the cake. Sunset Slums says instead of trashing, remove from the game, so it doesn't trigger CTM. It also doesn't count as trashing for the purposes of Aeneas Informant. So you get 3
Ooh,
credits, remove the asset from the game, and get your mod trigger all in
It
one
also
go.
that's super
it
cool.
also wouldn't trigger Ares, right?
It
Yeah,
also wouldn't trigger Ares, yes.
that's fantastic.
That's
Okay.
very cool.
That's a really cool list, and I think there's a couple players that were in the top 24 running that exact list. I think we might see that. Hopefully, we will see that deck in action later on today. Otherwise, we're back
Yeah.
at the standings. We want to figure out who else we would like to potentially spectate. Snegrin, I suppose I can give you a choice again, huh?
Um, well, I have do we wanna do, Tug to Gut and Veil Runner? I know Veil Runner has, had a pretty wildly great run. I think they were very excited about it yesterday in the Itinerant Protester Discord, plug
Hmm.
always be plugging, um, an open testing group that I'm, sort of helping run, and we also get to see Tug to Tug's, Gagarin list, which I imagine we saw some on day one. I'll admit to not having seen much of the day one coverage. I was sort of busy at work, but
Okay.
I think that's a very interesting list.
Cool.
So
Yeah, I think that's a good way to go. I'm just gonna check whether that is up on JNet. It looks like it is. I'm just gonna ask whether streaming is okay.
Yeah, Vale's internet connection seems to potentially be an issue there,
Yeah,
but
hopefully it's a bit better with less people on JNet. But yeah, you're right. That was a thing yesterday for sure.
oh, is it not Tug to Gut? I
The
don't know.
pronunciation on it's a bit tricky. We see in chat right now Tug Tuk Tug, which
Oh,
might be
okay.
right, but it is a name that I know I have been saying incorrectly for probably too long.
Okay.
Okay, Vale says it's okay, but they've been desync and reconnecting a few times each game. Do you all want to take a risk on this one?
I mean, all of these tables are great players and
Yeah.
great games.
yeah.
So if we want to do something else, I'm totally fine with that.
Okay, then maybe just for the sake of the stream, how about we do Pincel versus the big unit on Worlds Table 5?
We will get to see
We
the
just
big
watched
unit.
Oh, excuse me.
Jonas
Yeah, that's
last
very true.
game.
It
Yeah.
would be Jonas's Corp deck, which I believe we have not seen in action, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I'm just maybe we could do
Deer versus Rotom Appliance. I'm not sure. I personally haven't seen
No,
either
yeah,
of
I
them,
don't
I
think we
believe.
said seen either of them. How about we do that? That sounds good.
that sounds great.
Okay. Oh
Oh, I got the spectator bug.
no, I think they just launched their game.
No, I got bounced into
Oh, a different match.
uh Tugged Goods and Vale's game
Uh
when I
oh.
went to when I hit
Okay.
the spectate.
Yep,
So
that'll happen. We are good to stream
All right.
Deer versus Rotom Appliance. So this will be
fantastic.
Max versus Precision Design. Rotom Appliance on Precision Design. Actually, I believe we did see Rotom once. It was such a fast game. There's a reason I didn't immediately remember it. I believe it was over in 7 turns. So wondering if we'll see quite as blistering of a start in this game.
So Rotom
Yeah, I
is.
mean sometimes
Sorry, go ahead.
no. I was just gonna say sometimes precision design is gonna precision design and win in 7 turns.
So Rotom is playing a pretty standard deck. This is the standard precision design. We got good upgrades. We got good things to put in a remote server deck. We're looking at, I believe, 2 copies of Anoetic Void. We're looking at 3 copies of Tranquility Home Grid. Or sorry, only 1 Anoetic Void, 2 Managarm Skunk Works, and we got 2 Border Control in the list. So it's you can pretty quickly build up a remote server that's very hard to make a successful run on. And on top of that, of course, you have those seamless launches and precision design. So any card in a remote server threatens an agenda score, regardless if you put advancements on it. Now, Deer, they are playing, I believe, about 64 cards, 63 cards in their max list. Do we have a read on what kind of max? It looks like it's just, oh, wait, talk about a fast
It
game.
is a very oh
Oof.
whoa.
That's a
It,
that's
it,
a very nice first turn for Rotom there.
Seamless launch,
yeah, no
scoring out the
kidding.
sandbox, returning it back to hand with precision design, mind you. It says whenever you score an agenda, you may add 1 card from Archives to HQ. Why not have it be that seamless launch you're going to play over and over? And this is one of the issues with Max. If you're playing a lot of cards, it might be a while until you find the right breakers for the situation. And Rotom just says, single ice, let's go. Let's see if we can get this through.
Yeah.
So
So
notably, Deer is on the very modest 65 cards in max. Some of the specific includes here on 3 green orbs, 3 pad taps, 2 political operatives, then turning wheel, and DJ Fenris, probably one of the most interesting includes here.
There we set up. We
Yeah,
do have 2 daily casts running. That's definitely good economy on turn 1. That's going to pay off before the turn's over. The pad tap to follow and the hippo is a threat if you're going to get access to your breakers. We've since removed 1 paperclip from the game with the Gachapon. In our bin, we have nothing just yet, but Rotom is jamming stuff behind a single piece of ice, following that with a hedge fund on Deer to find the answers to the problems set ahead of them.
Yep, and they also Rotom spent the time to trash a pad tap, which is a thing I find I very rarely have the space for in precision design. But with the start that Rotom has here, they're really trying to get some early economic lead, I guess. And in border control, when you see that 1 paperclip's been removed from the game, you're quite happy that that's on your remote. It's always a ice you want on the remote, unless you know they're on APOC. But
Oh, a Maw comes down, though.
Deer.
Potentially
wow,
disrupts
Deer's
seamless launch here, because a card
Yeah.
other than Gatekeeper was just trashed by Maw.
yeah, I would generally expect server 1 to be something more like a Rashida.
There's Rashida.
Um,
Rashida
you
makes sense, but still, getting the seamless out of hand is never a bad thing for future turns if you manage to do it.
Yes, and so this mod does force Rotom to choose between slowing down, aka icing HQ and R&D, or just trying to continue to windmill push, and maybe you like single advance to just to make it so that you don't actually need the seamless. So seamless helps you score, is a fantastic card, but sometimes you just gotta uh, do score the old-fashioned way.
So we
Yeah,
have
so not protecting HQ at all here. And there is now a paperclip in the bin with 4 credits in the pool.
3 cards put on the table there. Deer just hitting a paperclip off of the mill there. We have the answer to the border control if you'd want to maybe run twice, but 4 credits, no other breaker. Now, the upper end of the ice here, Gatekeeper comes in at 6 strength. That's a lot of money. If you can also find your Black Orchestra to go with it. And Rotom, yeah, again, that mod. It's hard to ice up everything and go fast into the remote server, so we might just be losing 1 card a turn on those HQ runs. And here it starts. Now, Ma, if you're not familiar, is actually a very interesting card. After you access or during the access, if you haven't stolen or trashed, you get to trash a card. But the card you access is actually within the card pool of cards that you can trash. So you do need to randomize it. And it will tell you if you trash the card that you currently access, it'll add the seamless launch potentially.
It was the seamless here. Looks like it was the seamless.
Was it?
Because there
Oh,
was an
maybe it just doesn't
unknown
say in the
trash last
text,
turn.
but there is a seamless, in hand now.
So it was the seamless that was accessed there that just got trashed because there was an unknown trashed last turn. And some of the power of Maw, you can disrupt some of these scoring plays.
We got a Pummel on the board, but Rotom is going to res a Tranquility Home Grid in the remote server, dunking something on top of it, going to gain 2 credits off that once per turn ability. Rotom, we know, and now did lose a seamless. There are 3 in the list, but this could still easily be a 4-2 or sometimes even a 3-2 with the single Tranquility. Deer up on 7 credits. Those daily casts have ticked up. Paladin Puemo going to give 1 credit a turn to install things, but Deer has still only access to a paperclip.
It feels very tough to run into any of this unrest ice right now because a Gatekeeper Fire seems absolutely brutal.
Advanced assembly line access there. We get a Maw trigger. It looks like it hit the same advanced assembly line. You're going to see that now face up.
Actually paid
to
one
trash
to
the advanced
trash.
assembly lines.
Yep.
Oh, they paid for it. Excuse me. Now the
Yep,
Maw
and
getting
then
it face
also
down.
some other
Access to
card.
hedge fund, trash something other than the hedge fund with Maw there. Just keeping up on credits with a sure gamble, and now we see a liberated. Going to keep up on credits for future turns as well.
Yep. So as Rotom, you really, I think, we're hoping that that was a Rashida or an agenda you could score this turn. It seems like that's not in the cards here. So the next thing you're looking for is to just put an ice on HQ and hopefully slow Deer down by a couple of turns.
Advanced assembly lines.
Some advanced assembly lines. Wow. That's neat. So just going all in on this remote and saying you can't you can take my 1 card out of HQ, but you're not getting in.
Wow.
You don't often see double advance in these PD decks. Generally, the seamless launch does it, but you're seeing the power of the hungry Maw just eating whatever's in HQ. So Rotom is committing to scoring out what looks like a global food initiative here. You could argue maybe a Vitruvius with counters on it to counteract the Maw ability, but I think
Vitruvius
food
is would be awesome.
Food
Oh,
is probably where we are.
Vitruvius?
This deck is not going to be on Vitruvius.
Oh,
There are
excuse
not any
me.
Vitruvius in this.
Yeah,
So
this is
it's
a
either
very
a
con Go ahead, Pants.
it's either a GFI or it is signaling this is a sandbox, an off-world office, or for some reason Luminal with a click left over to do something afterwards.
And Deer needs
Yeah,
to
I
figure
think
out if they want to charge this remote server. They have access to the paperclip, but you're expecting gatekeepers, you're expecting Hoggins, even a drafter at this point would be a bit of a nightmare. Returning potentially a seamless launch to hand, which would give Rotom an extra click at the end of their turn after they score out potentially a food. So we'll see if they charge
yeah,
here.
and Rotom is also on 2 Ansels.
Macrophage.
Yep, that make I think this was mostly meant to be there for Hive Mind Max, but is actually not like immensely relevant. But the sandbox is very relevant. I don't know why I didn't clock that for a second. And also removing the botulus from the grip or from the archives
Yeah.
is
What it's
potentially
done
relevant as well.
here, what it's done here is turn this into 5 to break instead of 4 to break, instead of 1 to break rather.
Yeah,
So normally the purge would do nothing with no viruses on the board, but it would gain 4 here, so you can't let that fire.
yeah, Deer did pay 4 credits again. The first purge
Oh
per
wow, I
turn is a
missed that.
sandbox will gain you 4 credits, and Deer is hoping that Rotom, well, they're basically saying you got to keep your credits down. Trashing a Managarm off
Crashing
the
the
top of
Skunk Works.
R&D, not going to get a Maul Trigger this turn, and returning to the Liberated counts to gain 8. We'll see if
Man,
Rotom scores out of
that
food.
trashing that Managarm was a very, very difficult choice because you're giving up your Maw trigger. Now, admittedly, you know that Rotom is fine with
The
losing whatever
food.
they have in hand. Yeah, it is the
The
food.
food.
And it also means you don't get to keep R&D lock, which makes it a
This
little bit tricky.
this was a face down pulled back to hand with precision design, so HQ definitely seems like a potentially juicy target.
Is it Onsell
Putting in
1.0?
Ansel,
That's
and
And
a
we
Ansel
trashed
does
it
get
2 for
trashed.
Oh, yeah,
immediately
the Ansel
mod.
got trashed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big question. What is the face down that you're adding to your hand? Obviously, you have access to Seamless Launch and even a Managarm. Potentially, you have another one of those face down, and you prioritize bringing that back in for some confusion. But we're seeing a hedge fund. What did Onsell ever do to you?
Yeah, I wonder, like, this is the, like, maybe it's the big brain play of saying, "Oh, if I pull a face down, you're gonna think there's an agenda even if there wasn't." Because I actually think the way Rotom was playing and firing out of server 1 and just stalling and forcing, there probably wasn't actually an additional agenda in server 1. There would have been windows where it was installed. Or sorry, not server 1, HQ. And so by pulling the card back, they're maybe trying to get Deer to commit to spending resources that would be better spent building the board and being ready to contest server 1 in a future turn.
Is there just a potential that, Rotom has to protect the card with his face on it? He just has to pull it
I
back?
do I mean, that's definitely a thought, right? It you know, some people might say that 2 Ansels was too many in precision design, but I think when it's your card, you're
Oh,
allowed to play
yeah.
an extra
No,
copy.
they should allow you to play 4, yeah. Rotom starting to turn on 3 credits. That's another liberated counts. A lot of money in there if Deer can spend the clicks, but 3 credits, 3 clicks and only 5 credits. If you jam on top of the Tranquility home grid, again, any card could potentially be the game as long as you have access to a seamless launch. So Rotom could consider just jamming to the remote and forcing the issue here on the remote server. That border control is going to require at least 2 clicks to run. If we see a gatekeeper on top of that, like that can be a pretty awkward turn, and a single advance on Tranquility just to gain 2 and an
Oh, a
advance
single
there.
advance.
Oh, that's
Oh,
really threatening for Deer here. Um,
10 credits.
Deer
You have to
basically
break
has
so
to
much ice to get in.
Yeah, and Deer basically has to mill the Black Orchestra or find it in their first click, I think,
And they
because they will then install,
Does not
run,
mill it.
run.
Does not mill it. The only breaker in the bin right now is the MK Ultra. Oh, sorry. There's also a paperclip.
We also
Yeah.
But
see 2 moshings, but a labor rights is actually going to mill it straight into the bin. Black Orchestra
Yeah,
hitting the bin.
that's a great play.
That is cool.
That said, I don't know that you can break a gatekeeper twice here,
I think you need like
even with
2 overclocks or something wild, right?
Oh,
um,
yeah, 2 how many overclocks is this list on? 3, so it's not
it's
implausible to
not.
go
Yeah,
overclock,
could happen.
overclock.
But you're trying to figure out which 3 cards to
And
shuffle back. You are going to get a card draw after this, and it's
given
up
how
to 3?
important.
Or no, it's shuffle 3, so you have to fully shuffle if you're diluting those overclocks you want to draw into.
I actually wanna check to see if that's gotten an errata up to, but,
No, I believe it is 3. So yeah, this is a case where I believe you would shuffle 0 if you could shuffle 0, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
don't think it's going to happen.
the card does not
Seeing
say
it,
or may. You have to do 3, and it looks like it's going to be dirty laundry, and then a Gachapon. Deer still has 3 clicks
dirty
left.
laundry, dirty laundry seems tough though because border control can make sure that that run is not successful. So you will just end up spending an extra 2 credits.
Oh, sure. I think you would dirty laundry HQ for the Maw trigger and then still have 2 clicks for the
Yeah.
remote. Like, I think it's just if you need money, right? But you can always click
Yeah,
liberated.
but
Also have the
your
liberated,
clickers are
yeah.
liberated, which is just better
Yeah.
in this situation. So, I mean, I think the reality is like, oh, maybe putting back a turning wheel and a hippo. Like, you could say like, oh, maybe I'll do turning wheel hippo, and that way, if it's like outermost is gatekeeper, I can blow it up or something. Um,
The clicks are the issue here, though. We still have 3 clicks and we have access to all our breakers. The money is going to be a problem. You could run right now. You have to run at least once more with the border control. So that leaves you 1 click here to generate economy. We could be on 13 credits after liberated accounts. And again, gatekeeper, if that's on the remote, and we don't even know if it is, that is a fair, it's a pretty penny to break. You have to play 3 on the Black Orchestra. You have to boost, what, twice?
Yeah,
yeah. So it's
and
12
twice.
credits the first time you like break a black orchestra, and then it's going to be 6 credits, 6 additional credits the first time you break border control. I guess actually you could do it for 1 less. You could do it for 5. Um, but then you're giving Rotom, 3 extra credits to then go and res the last piece of ice on the final run back.
It's
Um,
pretty important to note here that I think it's based on what we've seen in hand, the second ice on server 1 is the one that's most likely to be a gatekeeper. So it is unlikely to get hippoed. It will actually have to be broken twice.
I even
yeah,
think if you throw the
I
hippo
think
down, like you got to still install your paperclip. You have to
There
install
already
another
is a hippo
breaker.
in play.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, I missed that when I was like, "Oh, you could labor rights back the hippo," but yeah, I mean, this is a very hard spot for deer, and this is like why PD has been a monster basically since its release. Is you can have draws like this. People have figured out the econ packages and tuned it up over the last year, but these sorts of just very jam in the remote, and the runner has to be able to keep up. Um, is
It's
always
tough.
the tricky bit.
Here's a rebirth though.
Rebirth into Quetzal. That's going to
Birth
let you
into
get through a
Quetzal.
barrier
So, oh,
subroutine.
that's
Rebirth into the bird.
brilliant.
Overclock. Overclock
And the
coming in.
overclock.
Now, deer might have to run that twice. Now, still Quetzal. You can Quetzal through the end run of the border control once. The second time, it probably won't be there. So if there's just another barrier here, it might just be an issue. We're hoping, I think, Gatekeeper into a barrier is a worst case scenario. Gatekeeper into Hagen, that'll be 7 credits. So I'm not sure Rotom can even score out there. Of course, Rotom has to hold on to at least 3 credits. No further action here. And it is a
It's the
gatekeeper.
gatekeeper.
I think that might be worst case scenario here. We still have some credits to work with. 5 were offloaded off the overclock.
Yep, here they all come down to 4 credits, breaks the border control.
They're short. They're going to be short a couple credits unless they have another overclock in hand.
Notably,
Yeah,
this
they have
will
that's
give 3 credits to Rotom. So now on
yeah.
7, can res a 4-cost ice and still score out.
Actually, I think Rotom will be on 10,
It will be
so
on 10, you're right. Yeah.
can res a 6 cost ice,
It could
and
res
they're
an Ansel. It could win
the
the game with Ansel.
Now Quetzal going to break that one barrier subroutine a turn, but border control does end the run. You can just trash this during the run
Yeah.
if you'd like, leaving Deer with 4 credits on 1 click. We know the Gatekeeper's already hard, and it looks like they don't have the
Oh, so
overclock.
there's no
Just running
Not
HQ, but
another
trashing is
overclock.
seamless. If that's a food, we can't score this out. But it looks like it's not the
Looks
case.
like it is not.
uh,
Is the off-world
wow.
office, and that is a 7-0 victory for Rotom Appliance on turn 9. So took 2 more turns than we were thinking, but Rotom Appliance had a very strong early PD draw and was able to rush out here.
Yeah, I mean, as Rotom is saying in chat, this is pretty much the best possible draw you can have on PD. It's hard to score out faster than turn 9. And, the down I think Big Max, like if this game goes honestly, even maybe one more turn, that remote gets torn apart, right?
Yep.
Like Deer could easily have if there wasn't the scoring threat in that turn, they could have gained
Oh,
12
wow.
credits and it would basically be over.
Oh,
Uh,
and Rotom is saying the outermost ice is also a border control. So even if Deer had had another overclock, that would not have done it for them.
Wow.
Wow.
So well
That
done.
Really a
that's a
strong
great
game.
draw.
Again, Deer is just going to drop to the lower brackets. They are not out. They still have a long games, a lot of games potentially in front of them. But we have more time in the round. Again, this is only single-sided Swiss at this point, so we're only playing one side of the equation. Do you want to potentially jump into another table at the top? We have Perkamas versus MJP.
Sounds great to
Yeah,
me.
sure.
Let's do it.
So this is one of the
Oh,
one of the Gagarin kill lists. But MJP actually has a pretty well, I was
Six
gonna say pretty
tags.
good position, but they've got 6 tags. So I think it's about to be a less commanding position unless they get the SDS, which they can't steal here.
I think the list is running another 3-pointer, like a City Works. You could steal off the top here. If you get that, you win right now. But an SDS drone deployment, you need to sacrifice an installed program. No installed programs here. In fact, no board state whatsoever.
looks like thinking about popping a spin doctor to lower the density because of that exact line, protecting against the city work steal here.
Shoveling and a harding and an economic. We're getting access there. That's not the agenda. Perkamas could easily have it here. I think there's
consulting
there's 3 cards that are lethal, and that's one of them.
Just the high profile.
Yeah, just the high profile. Yeah, I mean, this is the brutal math of this Gagarin deep space list. So
And even the credit
Notably,
differential, like the runner.
12 meat damage, though. 12 is a very good amount of meat damage.
The runner has generated twice the credits of the corporation, but still you can leverage that economic lead with things like economic warfare or hard-hitting news, and this still ends up happening eventually. Good game to both players. Perkamas will carry on in the upper bracket. MJP will drop down to the lower bracket. It's worth mentioning that we have actually 2 distinct kinds of Gagarin decks in the top cut. I believe the North American players are playing the Fast Advanced Reconstruction Contract version, while the European players are playing the more lethal version that's running fun stuff like Overseer Matrix. So we'll see how that plays out.
I remember I think the North American list does have some kill, but it's more like it's supplementary. Like it's there as the fork, but not as the primary game plan, right? So like I don't know if we it does look like Jonas is playing that version against Pincel if we want to go to that table,
Let's do
but
it.
we
Yeah,
have
might
I
be
think
able to
screened
catch
both
the tail
of
end
them
of
a
it.
lot. So
Okay, how about we do table
okay,
1, which is Rust Rider versus Saja, and we're going to see an Adam.
Yeah, sounds great.
sounds fantastic.
Oh, it looks like we are jumping into a game that just ended.
Okay.
Oh.
It looks like Saja takes it, scoring 12 points.
Wow.
Sweeping through Rust Rider there, who's going to be dropping to the lower brackets. But that is a lot of agendas. Wonder how you got that many in a run, whether it's a neutralize all threats. We don't see a turning wheel, but that's a lot of agendas to get in a deck that's only running 6.
So that is Saja taking down the King of Swiss, Rust Rider, who is alone on 36 points. We'll be dropping down to the lower bracket here.
Yeah, that's a really big feat, for sure.
All right, let's dive over
So
to.
there are-
Sorry, yeah, you want to call it?
Yeah. How about we want to look at table 3 potentially?
Okay,
Richmond and Ghost Meat.
let's do it.
Yeah, sounds good.
This one looks like it is still going. We are seeing an out of the ashes right now. This is CTM
Ooh.
versus is this it looks like a rebirth into
Rebirth.
Alice
No.
Max.
Interesting.
Now, Alice is.
I feel like the number. Wow.
Is this Max or is this Hoshiko?
Max, it looks like.
Yeah, I think
Bridgman, yeah, Bridgman is on Apocalypse Max. So rebirthing into Alice out of Max. With the out of the ashes here trying to set up an apocalypse, I would guess. Done in the
59.
bin right now.
61 credits after the run. I imagine we're going to see an apocalypse right here. The Alice run on Archives is just insult to injury on top of, an empty board wipe.
Yeah.
Interesting thing about Alice as well, it's very subtle, but the corp is trashing the card, not you, which means it's a nice way to play around AR enhanced security if you really need to. We have 2 cards in server 7. One of them seems to be installed last turn, but they look like they're all going to end up in Archives in just a couple moments. We're going through that turnpike, accessing a card at the top of the deck. Again, there's no agendas anywhere. And maybe a daily business show has stuck since turn 1 or turn 2. It's art away in server 2. We're going to find our second full art turnpike there.
This looks like it potentially is somewhat, obviously you see 24 credits on the CTM side, but this looks like it may have been a rough game CTM just because you see 52 credits over on the Alice side, but this deck is not on pad tap. all of this money was coming from things like just your money resources or Aesop's pawn shop or things like that, and
I
not
yeah,
look
I
like there was
guess.
enough on the CTM side to punish these early, just sitting back and making money.
Yeah, I mean, that was the when I'm looking at this, the only interesting, or not the only interesting, but one of the interesting econ cards here is the 3x Fermenter, which we weren't
Yeah.
seeing a lot of APOC lists before, though they were starting to creep in. Um, but seems like maybe between that and maybe even just drawing and playing out all three Liberateds, Bridgman was able to get to over 50 credits by turn 10. And CTM just didn't force it. It's hard to know if they didn't force them to run or didn't draw the tools to force them to interact with the board.
That would be
Um,
my guess looking at it. Seems like did not find any early Aries, did not find anything along those lines that was forcing any interaction from Alice.
So a couple
yeah,
interesting
now
things happened in that last turn. We did find a news team from Archives as going to be added as -1 agenda points to Bridgman. Maybe they'll have to find another agenda to close the game out. Another thing you see is that Ghostmeat, and I think accurately so, has started to discard some of the tag punishment cards, whether it's psychographics or throwing out an exchange of information from the Alice trigger. The credit differential seems so overwhelming that that might just be an avenue you can give up on. Spin Doctor charged and the new server, drawing two, going to be able to shuffle maybe two cards back into the deck. Again, one of those probably, or actually has a chance of being an agenda. We did see two cards in a defended remote server.
Yeah, it does look like Bridgman just was like, "Oh, I'm going to hold out until you install something in a remote that threatens a score, and that's when I'll do the APOC." And that, based on that, we're seeing one unseen card go in. That seems pretty reasonable. But this board state seems very rough for CTM, where they have
Yeah.
no board state, and the runner has 47 credits to 24.
Yeah,
They'll
the
be
fact that that
Alicing.
apocalypse was so cheap.
Now, Ghostmate has to decide here what card to throw out with Alice. There's one face down. One of them has been rescued already with the Spin Doctor, assuming it might just have been an agenda, whether it's a blown out AR. We're losing our hard hitting news again. When you're 24 to 47 credits, those are free fodder to Alice. And we have a Mumbet Virtual Tour finding in the bin after the apocalypse. Bridgman is just drawing up, no deck left. We got to count some cards here. This is where having perfect information is such a big deal. We're looking at one labor right's been removed from game, one in the heap, assuming we have one in the hand, and Bridgman still has access to every single type of breaker in the heap. Only one pinned face down on the table.
Obviously, it's tempting to say that this seems like a good board state for CTN because there is 24, now 22 credits, and with knowledge that the APOC was coming, presumably things to rebuild the board state. But this Alice pressure actually making it much harder to rebuild the board state, having to discard things like Regolith mining license here, and um, just the extreme economic pressure from this Alice as well. It'd be very tough to do anything as your CTM, I think.
Yeah, trashing cards is
Yeah,
one thing to
Alice.
stop the
Oh, and
board
got the
state,
boom too.
but the pressure with the Alice there a lot of times is it just gets cards out of HQ. So now you're accessing a 1 in 4. The chance of you stealing an agenda is a bit higher. We did also just see a shuffle last turn with the Spin Doctor. So if the Daily Business Show was riding for a couple turns before the apocalypse, that's all going to be shuffled up. So Ghostmate's going to start to draw into agendas whether they want to or not.
Yeah, and that's this is why it's like, oh, this game looks like there's nothing on the board, and that's like it's just almost, I'm not going to say unwinnable, but it is very, very difficult for CTM to find a good way out of this because they basically, to me, it seems like they have to draw a card and then like start throwing stuff down. But
Yeah,
protecting archives is also a must here, um,
yeah,
because otherwise you're just going to get attritioned out.
right, exactly. If you don't ice archives, and ideally you want to ice HQ at some point, Alice can just free access for the win. Probably doesn't even need to force these reses. Now, if you ice up archives, probably Alice is looking to force a res on archives and/or R&D to try to start getting these accesses to proactively close out the game. But really, just the most threatening thing right now for Alice is the clock.
How much now is Alice that you're at the end of your deck, or a max, excuse me, at the end of your deck? How much of this, like, how quickly do you have to consider starting to labor rates back in economy? Because while 40 credits is a lot, that is going to go somewhere, right? If you have to start breaking stuff, trashing stuff, you're going to be clicking for credits unless you get some liberated accounts back into the list.
I'd be
Yeah,
thinking
I
about it
mean,
soon, I think, but not immediately.
I think you're pretty okay. Like, I think until you're at 30 credits, I wouldn't even bother thinking about it.
Yeah.
And honestly, you could maybe wait till like it's more about the credit differential, I guess, is really what it is, because you're going to spend a whole turn not running, doing the labor rights thing. Um,
So we do have access to another apocalypse. I don't think we're gonna see it right now. Oh,
Notably,
never
you don't
mind.
have
We
to
are.
spend. Notably, you don't have to spend the entire turn doing the labor rights thing because you are already rebirthed. So you don't have to worry about having to draw up those last cards.
that's a good point.
So
You have a
that
turn on a
Uh,
tag, but what's going to happen? You're going to EOI me?
yeah, we see one exchange of information around. I think Predictive Planogram's the only card that really punishes holding a single tag here. But that's the second and final apocalypse. You could They don't remove themselves from the game. You could just shuffle them back if you really want to. But a big question is how much ice that Ghostmeat has access to. If you look into the bin, we already see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ice. CTM lists are not running more than 12 often. That could be half the ice, even more in the list. Sometimes they're only running 9 ice. So we'll see how Ghostmeat wants to defend themselves against Alice, let alone central pressure. You also have access to
Looks
Stargate,
like
mind you. You can labor rights aggressively for a Stargate and, try and lock the top of R&D, ensure they're not drawing into agendas or ice. I think is definitely a line of play you could consider here.
yeah, I
there
think
are 3 APOC in this list for what it's worth. So there is one more that there's access to.
Oh, no.
um, and then the biggest thing to me, how much time is left on the round? Okay, there's 18 minutes left on the round or so. So there's plenty. I was like, oh, I could maybe like I don't think you actually need to put down the Stargate. It's a little win more from this position. You can just check the installed cards, check R&D, like do all this stuff. Um, and it's probably a little bit safer than trying to go for the Stargate play, which could get you sort of out tempoed, I guess.
Did you see that
But
maneuver that just happened in server 1 there?
Uh,
the the getting the
Install
spin
over,
doctor.
Yeah, so the idea is that
install
Oh, I
over
missed
to get
that.
Spin Doctor.
they had
Yeah.
an
That's
agenda, it
so yeah.
assumes. So they put it into the table and then put a spin doctor on top of it, which puts it into archive. So now they can spin doctor it back to safety because Ghostmeat, if they draw agendas, there's nowhere for them to go. Now, of course, you're just shuffling agendas back into R&D. You're assuming R&D has all the agendas in the deck besides the 15 minutes. So that seems like a prime target, but it's always a cool trick to get through there.
It's very similar to that install over preemptive, except Spin Doctor makes it easier because Spin Doctor is an installable.
Some Mumba Temple has been throwing out. Again, Alice, and there's actually another Stargate just coming straight from hand.
Well,
We're going to
here is a
reveal
Stargate.
an IP block into double Beal. That's easy. Oh, we're just going to trash the IP block. You could draw the Beal. There'll be
Yeah, no,
another on
no.
top.
Yeah,
That's
like
6 ice in the bin out of 9 right now.
that's very, very hard for Ghostmeat to recover from here because yeah, the credit lead has shrunk a lot, but we also are labor rights liberated from opening it right back up, and Ghostmeat just doesn't have a way to keep up with that sort of credit game plan.
And where are these Beals going to go? I mean, they're just going to sit in hand, and yeah, you've got an ice to protect. You've got 1 ice to protect R&D. But
If you don't draw here, you run archives, force an Alice trigger, run HQ, pick up the Beal with no problems at all. Force R&D, force the ice res, but obviously Ghostmate is in a really difficult situation here. A lot of agendas left in R&D, only 3 ice left in the deck. Now, the credit differentials are slowly getting closer and closer. We know not we know, but there can't really be a hard-hitting news in hand unless you discard the Beal this turn. If Alice is triggered.
Yeah.
yeah.
I think like this might be a turn where I would think of okay, just actually running, not doing the Stargate run, which I think is
The
interesting.
Beals on top. You can go back through with Stargate afterwards, right?
Oh, yes, that's exactly why. Thank you.
So we're going to get the Beal here off the top. Now, you only have to pay 3 credits here. Alice does not have a link. IP block. You can't just trace through. And that is
There's the Beal.
full art Beal.
You get to scoop
I
up the
wonder
second one.
Yeah,
Probably
I
not.
guess you
Probably have to
discard
run
the
HQ
other
too.
card and then make them run HQ.
So daily business
So I
show
guess
out.
they could wait, is this gonna be the third APOC here?
Oh God, is it?
No, labor
No,
rights.
I would be
okay.
surprised just because you have the Stargate, right? That would force you to labor
Yeah,
rights back a Stargate.
that's true. Yeah. So we
But we
see
have labor
liberated
rights for
rights.
labor rights, Aesop's pawn shop, and liberated account. Aesop's obviously representing at least 5 net credits. Then liberated account representing 10 net credits.
Yeah. I feel like maybe double liberated there is maybe a bit better, but I guess Aesop's being a single click investment versus a like 5-click investment is probably relevant in this in this game state.
Right. If you're willing to take a slight discount on your liberated, you can even get your last tick of liberated without having to click it if the click matters for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I guess it's really ends up being the same, right? It's because you can click for the credit to make up the difference if you need it.
Oh no,
Nope, let
we
me see
drew
if
This
this.
through.
this feels like potentially one oh, there's a Bologna. That's just
There it
it.
is. Yep.
That's just it. Wow, good game.
And that is it. You see the pressure there. Alice, or Max, I guess, classically, just sitting back, getting the economic lead. Ghostmeat unable to push something on the board sooner than the apocalypse comes. And after that apocalypse, with that huge credit lead, access to Stargates, multiple apocalypses, and that disruption from Alice, that is going to be the game there.
We're seeing a Ghostmeat acknowledging this was a masterclass in playing Axe against CTM and rewarded with a win there. So Bridgman will be moving on to the upper bracket. Ghostmeat will drop down to the lower bracket. That is the last round of round one, or the last table of round one finishing. So the bracket will continue. Let's figure out. Okay, so it looks like Jeff, you've already populated the bracket here. So we actually do have a bracket to look at if we want to.
Yeah, we have one up on Cobra right now. I'm showing it on the screen. I believe I can show and hide identities. So we have, again, this is single-sided. You're not going to see more than 6 on any of these tables. But it looks like Saya did take it against Rust Rider, the top of Swiss. Vale Netrunner pulls it through, surviving the treacherous deep space from Tug. We have Bridgman taking from Ghostmeat, Parakamas taking from MJP, Pincel losing to Big Unit there, Aaron getting dropped out, Janktivist taking it against Shoeflower. We have Rodham taking the win and Osklet as well taking the win. So half of these players will now be playing from the lower brackets, while half will still be at the top undefeated. They will be facing each other. The lower brackets will be facing each other. And again, in this next matchup, you'll be trying to play the side that you have not played so far, if that is mathematically possible. Otherwise, you'll be, flipping a coin, and OP will tell you which side you have to play. Now, we'll be right back again. I think the new round will be starting very soon. We're just going to take a 5-minute break to get, make sure everyone is doing okay, but we'll be back in just a minute. Again, welcome to Worlds 2021. Our top 16 is just underway. We are only a couple rounds from crowning a world champion. We'll see you in a bit.
raincoat, no, the raincoat.
Welcome back. We are about to begin our second round here on the 2021 World Championship. My name is Andre. I'm joined by Panzer. How's it going, NeuroPants?
Doing well.
And Yasengren we have as well. How you doing? Welcome. Glad you can join us.
Yeah, doing pretty good. It's been a good first 2 rounds, I guess, really, with the
Yep.
play-in and then the first round, which had some really I see some decks doing exactly what they want to do, which is a fun way to look at Netrunner.
So we now still have 16 players left, but half of these players are on their last life. This is double elimination. So half the players are in the bottom brackets, half the players are still the top brackets. So those bottom 8, the lower bracket players, they're gonna have to win at all costs. They only have one more life on the line. Now we don't have a visual bracket right now, so it's gonna be maybe a bit trickier to follow. But we basically have these matchups we're gonna get into. We're just making sure that the pairings are all good, and we should have players setting up soon at their tables. Now there's a bunch of these players that I think we haven't seen a fair bit on stream at all, so we're gonna try and show some people that we haven't maybe had the spotlight just yet. How do y'all feel about that?
Yeah, I think. Okay. Yeah, no, I think we definitely want to try and check the. My preference would be for someone in the losers bracket. There's definitely a couple of people in the. Maybe we could call it like the must-win bracket if we don't want to call it the losers.
I think
bracket.
lower
We could call it
brackets.
the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's the easier way to say
Oh,
it.
that is the better way to say it, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
It makes
Yeah.
sense. I think the traditional term is like, oh, you have the losers finals. Really, it's just the finals of the lower bracket. People have one loss there, but they can still easily win the tournament.
If we want to go to lower brackets, we have Rust Rider versus Tug. I don't think we've actually seen. Oh, we've seen a fair bit of Rust Rider. Maybe
I believe we're waiting to make sure that this pairing is correct.
Yeah.
That's the word that I'm hearing right now.
I think there might be some confusion whether this pairing is done correctly, because I believe some of the higher seeds are paired together, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
that would be 1 and 2 paired.
Yeah, I think Cobra might do some might not do double limb brackets exactly correctly.
I think Cobra might pair randomly within those groups.
Yeah, I think that's what happened, and that's not typically how you seed double limbs. You generally try and keep the highest seeds on opposite sides of the bracket so that they will meet as late as possible in the tournament. But I also understand for running worlds where like, oh well, this is what Cobra said, so let's do that.
Yeah.
It would also be a understandable way to run things. But I think we're just trying to wait it and figure it out.
All right. Well, in the meantime, we can take a tour through some of the deck lists that we're going to be looking at today. That sound good?
Yeah. So that sounds great.
Okay, perfect. So let's start here. So
Do we start with some of the ones that won in the first round and therefore are on the inside track to winning worlds overall?
yeah, do you want to throw a name and I'll try and match to you?
Sure. Let's go ahead and start maybe with the Big Unit 3000,
Okay.
since we saw the play-in game from him.
So Big Unit 3000, I think, shows you the other archetype. We've seen a lot more Gagarin on day 1A, which was the European Gagarin, if we want to call it that. That is, I think, more strictly a kill-based deck. It has a lot of assets, a lot of economic assets, and it's going to force you to run with things like the Urban Renewal. But this version is, I think, a bit more interesting. The agenda suite is running more agendas. This actually could score out. You're running 4-2s, 3-2 agendas. You might actually want to push into your remote server. Now, Hostile Takeover is an easy score, but it's a bit tricky sometimes with Gagarin. It does cancel out your ability. But I think the big thing here is we have access to Jeeves model Biroids, we have access to Reconstruction Contract and Dedication Ceremony. So this can fast advance just about any agenda from hand. Also, you can never advance an off-world office on the table if you have a Jeeves that sticks. And at the end of the day, while you only have 7 ice, you're still that economic warfare hard-hitting news deck with access to just a single high-profile target. So you have a
The
kill
Roto
package.
turret just for spice.
Oh
The Roto
man,
turret just for the
yeah.
spice on top. Yeah.
Yeah, this list sometimes struggles for sentries, right? Like we no longer have Tour Guide. I think we see the European version has Veritas in there, which is, a pretty taxing ice for 4 credits. It cares about that economic differential and tags, which is what that deck is definitely about. But yeah, 7 ace is obviously not a lot, but SSM decks can get a lot more value going deep into space than they can stacking tall. So definitely an interesting list to see. I don't think we've seen this one on stream yet.
Yeah. So I've gotten to play against it a little bit and heard some stories about it. So I think one of the fun kills that was apparently reported the other day was the runner cleared enough tags so they didn't die to a single high profile target. So but I believe it was actually Jonas, because there's a couple of people running a very similar list. They played the high profile target, then used Spin Doctor to
Yeah.
shuffle it back in,
Yeah.
and then used Consulting Visit to go and find the same one twice.
I'm pretty
So
confident that was a
We didn't
perfect
see
2.
that.
I think we saw that out of Pincel playing at like
We
2
saw
a.m.
that
in the
yesterday.
morning.
It
Yeah.
wasn't out of this list, but we did see that list, or we did see that kill. Yeah.
cool, yeah. And then so I know the hostile takeovers I think are usually not scored unless you're close to or on game point most of the time.
And talk about game point.
Makes
This deck
sense.
also runs Audacity, which is, a very easy include to put into any Wayland deck, specifically if you're running 3-2s with Above the Law and Project Atlas. So yeah, if you get to 4 points, you can Atlas out and maybe Audacity to close the game in a later turn, which is a real threat and it forces the runner to interact, which is exactly what you want to do with economic warfare and hard-hitting news.
Yep. And then I think we saw Jonas's max list, right, in the play-ins.
Did, yes.
Yeah, and so it's just that big max. Unlike the Aeneas and Formus lists that we saw that Oscillate was playing, this one I think is just on 3 pad taps.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but I think actually the games are already started. I'm pretty
Really?
sure that we have games on JNet, so
Cool.
I'm gonna just jump over. We're watching now Tug versus Rust Rider.
Okay.
So apologies if we missed the beginning of the round. We are actually 7 turns in, so this has been going on for a while.
Really?
Apologize. Yeah.
No, I thought that we were making sure that these pairings were correct. That was the last that I'd heard.
Yeah, no, me too.
Yeah,
That's okay. It's okay. We're here. So we'll see how things are going
yeah.
right now. It looks like Rust Rider hasn't been running a lot. And this is really important to know that out of the ashes in the bin, this is an Apocalypse list. And Apocalypse is obviously very strong when you deal with this whole board here. Tug going and spending the majority of the ice in their list on central servers. And the one big thing that can punish potentially an Apocalypse list in this deck list is an Overseer Matrix. So Overseer Matrix says when a card in this remote server is trashed, you can pay 1 to give a tag. So if you strap that on top of something or just have one on its own, you can land a tag, hopefully more than 1 tag. But Rust Rider only has 9 credits here. If they do start interacting, it might be an issue.
I actually, so just one thing to be aware of, I don't see any announcement in the Worlds channel that this round should have started. So this game might get wound back.
Okay. Awkward. Oh yeah, Labs might be just shutting this down. Okay. So this is an illicit Netrunner game that we've walked in on.
This is just playing Netrunner for fun. This has no bearing on the standings.
All right. That's okay.
All right.
Lab
All
says you
right.
can play for fun, but we're having some pairing trouble. So it looks like we are going to review
An
the pairings.
unlicensed Netrunner. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
It's all unlicensed now, right?
When you love Gagarin that much, he'll take any excuse to go off into space. So we are going to sort out to make sure the pairings are fine. We'll be starting our second round very soon. Don't worry. But that is technically not a round. Both players are going to have to restart that. So it's
Is
okay.
that an excuse to jump over to one of their decks maybe and talk about what we just saw a little bit in action?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it seems like a great.
How about Tug? We haven't seen Tug on stream all that much this weekend.
No, we haven't. And I think Tug is a really good representation. There's a couple players that have been playing this sort of pairing of lists, right? We do see now this is the more European Gagarin Deep Space list. And there's some pretty obvious differences. We're playing a bit less ice. We're more on the kill package. We have 3 hard-hitting news. We have 2 different meat damage cards, whether it's high profile or boom. On top of that, we have the Overseer Matrix, a very important card, whether it's against Apocalypse or just making it very difficult to trash things like Commercial Bankers Group. That is an upgrade that gives tags when you start trashing things. And then you just run a lot of assets and a lot of really strong assets that give you a lot of value. And I think the big spice in this list is 3 Urban Renewal. It is a card that in a couple turn ticks down to do 4 meat damage. If you sync up 2 of them, that's 8 meat damage. You're basically saying to the runner, hey, sorry, you have to come down into space and interact with me, which is exactly where the news can hit hard. And I think the final card, and this has been so important today, specifically at a top cut where we're not seeing a lot of Shaper. So if you're seeing any misdirection, it's maybe only in an Atom list. This is False Lead. If you sneak one of those out on the table, it is an agenda you can forfeit to rob 2 clicks away from the runner, which means if they need to spend their whole turn clearing 4 tags from hard-hitting news, they're just not capable of doing that. So they're going to float 2 tags, which is exactly what you need for boom. It's a mean list.
So, yeah, and we do see, you know, I think is actually one thing that's very interesting. It's only using 14 of 15 available influence, and I think it's spending 2 influence on. No, it must not be spending influence on Mombat Temples, even though it's listed there, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Can't be. Right, because those would be 2 each. So only on 14 influence. That's
Yeah.
fascinating.
That's,
Didn't even need all 15.
it's a mean list, and it's a nice way to run Gagarin again. This is an identity. It was just added back to the legal card pool only a month ago, so these players haven't had too long to test with it. It's really cool to see 2 Gagarin lists at these top tables with, I would say, relatively different strategies.
It's also interesting. So the Veritas here, right? That is the 1 pip would be the Roto turret. So it's different decisions on what the right sentry is there.
That Veritas was brutal.
Did you run into that yesterday?
Yeah. It was I had a decent economic lead, and then I hit, or not huge, not really a big lead, but I had an advantage. Hit the Veritas and just got swung completely the other way by that single card. So
It's nice that not
that
a
was
lot
the
of
game on
people.
stream.
Yeah, they're not a lot of people are not familiar with that piece of ice, but it does have a huge swing, 4 credits plus a tag across the 2 directions. Now, let's say on the other side, we do have a list that I think for a lot of people is incredibly exciting to see mini factions represented this well and this late in the world's competition. This is Adam, Compulsive Hacker. You can start with 3 directives on the table, and the 3 directives don't have to be part of your deck, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be choosing the same 3 directives, the standard 3 Adam directives you've been seeing now for a couple years, which would be, I'm not sure if I know the names, Safety First, Find the Truth, and what's the last one? Not always be running.
Find the truth,
threats.
neutralize all threats.
Neutralize all threats. That's the good one. The HQ pressure card that forces you to trash things. But a big part of this Adam deck is there's just so much value in here. You're looking at 3 copies of Emergent Creativity, one of the best tutoring cards in the game to find the answer you need when you need it, let alone hopefully playing it for free. So you have Ngolo. You also have access to Misdirection to deal with tags, and you have 2 of the bin breakers on MK Ultra and Paperclip. Rizekis are just some good money on top of daily casts. You have your pad taps, your liberated accounts as well. And this is just, it's good value. Just about everything you do, every run you make gives you so much value when you're seeing the top of the deck. When you have RNG key, hopefully for central servers, you have your dirty laundries. It's just a lot of good stuff in one shell.
It's interesting to me, actually, what stands out most on this list is the amount of tech it's actually packed in, more so than the reg stuff. Like the first ones, like everyone always techs against their own corp decks, unless you're me, apparently. It's playing Misdirection as well as Citadel Sanctuary, both of which are really good tech for this matchup. uh, against the Gagarin list itself. But then it's also playing two sports hoppers, which I have to imagine are for the Neurospike matchups, um, as well as being fuel for emergent creativity. Um, and so it's like this even though it looks like a very reg list, it's managed to pack, 5+ different tech cards
Yeah.
into and the political operative. So it's got a lot of tech cards packed into this list.
And that's the beauty of
Yeah.
emergent creativity. Some of these cards you can get when you want. Some of those cards you can throw out when you don't need them. I'm a big fan of sports hopper. It's just always been a flexible solution. Do you need 3 cards you have to deal with Neurospike? Do you need 3 cards to not die to potentially a boom this turn? Or do you just want some link? Like there's so many good reasons to use that card in all the different ways that it can work for you.
The political operative we've seen a few times out of criminals largely. The play of run HQ on what looks like just a value run. You have your neutralize all threats. You're getting extra cards out of that. And you drop down a political operative immediately in the same window, kill a spin doctor, and run archives and find whatever was there. And you can do that out of this Atom too.
We've seen the players today respect political operative, and now with open deck lists, there's even more incentive to do so. If you're not familiar with the interaction after a successful HQ run, if the corporation hasn't done anything and they basically passed their priority, whether it's because you've asked or whether because you've waited a long enough time that you find acceptable, you can install your political operative and destroy a spin doctor without allowing them the window to respond to it, which is potentially quite strong.
Yeah. That said, in Atom, it is a little bit weaker than anywhere else because you've shown that you've drawn the political operative or you haven't.
Yeah.
So you can run HQ, and at this level, you should just be taking notes on every Atom draw, write it down, or scroll up through the chat and figure out, do they have the threat? If not, I'm not gonna,
Mhm.
I'll maybe take the 1 in 5, the 5 in 45, so 1 in 9 that was in their opening hand. Um, and otherwise, I want to preserve it or use it correctly, I guess.
I think we've seen a bit more of Rust
Agree.
Rider over the last couple of days, and this is a max APOC list, and there's Marietek. I think we've talked a bit about this one on stream. I think we just want to point out the Salem's Hospitality as a cool meta include. You also see some interesting ice, whether it's Endless Eula. Archangel is not a card that sees a lot of play right now. It's actually potentially pretty rude against maybe some of the virus decks or decks that want to, have a lot of
Yeah.
counters going on something. And a single Jua, which is actually a really nice include against a lot of anarchs who are trying to install things from the heap.
Archangel, a fantastic hit against Hive Mind Max in particular. You have both Bounce the Progenitor, dropping the Hive Mind straight into the bin because it falls off. You also can just get a value bounce of that Knob Curie, which now costs another 5 to install again.
Yeah, potentially a huge swing there on a card that also fires when accessed. So sometimes it's the best defense is just having it on top of R&D somehow. Carrying through, what else we see? We have Bridgman's on a very similar list. Actually, you get a bit of a flip book animation here. I think the only difference is an ice. It looks like the one Jua is the spice here. I'm not sure where the card slot comes from between Brisbane and Rust Rider's list. It looks like an Echo Chambers trade for a Jua, so not a very big change. And the APOC deck lists on the max side look pretty similar. I don't think we've seen 3 APOCs in all the max lists. I think a lot of the lists we've seen today are on 2 APOCs, on running multiple Out of the Ashes and not going for the pawn shop, I don't think. So cool to see that change. I believe Percamus is on a very similar list to Tug, which is just like the NWE test group list. So some good stuff there for sure.
It looks like there was an issue with seeding on Cobra.
Okay.
The pairings were not what they want, so it looks like we're going to be proceeding as in a challenge bracket if we can find that.
Okay.
The correct challenge bracket.
Is there an official challenge bracket, or were we looking at like the one that was just made by the community?
Maybe that one was actually made by OP. I'm not exactly sure.
I'm seeing one made by Labs.
Okay.
So let me
Okay.
share the link with you.
Is that the one that Orbital just posted, or?
I guess would be yes. I was
Okay.
If
scrolling
Orbital just
up.
posted
Yeah.
it, then yes.
Okay.
But
All right.
Hold
So
on.
we have
Yeah,
a
that's
physical
it.
bracket. Just give me
Yeah,
one
we have that
second.
one.
We'll show it on stream. Okay, here we go. And I love a physical bracket here. So this is a challenge bracket. So this will show you the structure if you're a bit unfamiliar with how this works. So this is our first round labeled under round 1. Unfortunately, they used the term loser, so we're not going to try and say that. We're going to just say lower bracket round 1. So the round that we're going to be watching right now should be round 2 in the upper bracket, which will be Saya versus Oscillate, Percomus on the big unit, Vale versus Rotom, Bridgman versus Janktavis. And in the lower bracket, we'll have these 8 players who are also vying for basically, they're trying to not be removed from the bracket and continue their story here at Worlds. So the lower bracket maybe has a bit of higher stakes. The upper bracket, they're still, huge contenders to get here, but we're going to be losing 4 players at the end of this round. And that's largely what happens basically just about every round. You lose half of the field, give or take, a quarter of the field, right? So we're going to be pared down to a single or 2 finalists, quite soon.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of really interesting matchups in the bottom, and there's a couple of people that we haven't seen a bunch of, so we might try and prioritize them just because this might be their last game at Worlds. But these are all extremely accomplished players who've done a great job, so I think we want to try and get as much coverage of everyone
I know
as we can.
Agreed.
we just seen the tail end, but maybe we could watch Shu versus Ghost Meat. I don't think we've seen a lot of them on stream at all.
I don't believe
Yeah.
we've seen a full game from either of them through any of these 3 days.
Okay. Let's see if that table is going to be spun up yet. I don't think the tables are going to be exactly numbered.
I think they're waiting on an indication of what sides are going to be.
Yeah, because that is the downside, is you have to figure it out a little more manually here than you do on Cobra.
But otherwise, that is what the bracket looks like. I hope that the OP team will be updating this bracket so we can be showing it throughout the stream again. They did have some issues with the pairings on Cobra, so a really quick pivot. Huge shout out to the OP team for sorting this stuff out really quickly.
Yeah. This is always like the worst case scenario for a tournament organizer. As someone who's tried to run a tournament and then gone, oh no, my software doesn't work. Having backup plans is it's a real fun challenge. But I know OP is working very hard to do it.
For sure. Hey, we can actually check
we'll
out some of
get
these
back
deck lists while we have a second, while this stream gets ready. So we're going to be seeing...
Notably, this is the last stand for Canada, this matchup.
Yeah, 2 Canadian players.
Shooflower.
So it looks like one
Canadian player will continue, but one will be out.
So this is Shu's Acme
team
list.
kill.
Yeah, you never love to see that. We've seen only a bit. We saw tail end of Shu playing on Acme, and we're looking at 7 agendas here. This is not the just all 3-pointers, and we're playing an Echo Chamber. That tomorrow's headline is going to be critically important, because if Erin loses that, she's going to have to score out 3-point agendas, which is a bit of a tall ask. Otherwise, though, this is just straight Glacier. No real big exciting frills here. We have 2 Biovaults, which is actually quite impactful. It's important to remember that card can be used to end the run on any server, not just the server you're running on. On top of also 2 Anoetic Voids for 8 influence. That means you're definitely going to get a run ended on that remote server at some point. Now, we're only playing 2 Spin Doctors, which is pretty interesting, but we have a lot of those good assets, daily quests, so hopefully that ticks away for a couple turns. And of course, with Acme Consulting's ability, you're considered tagged when you encounter the outermost piece of ice. So cards like Data Ward, cards like F2P, they get even more valuable. Even Hydra, you can res for like 5 credits, even less sometimes when they're tagged. Like, it can be absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
Now, otherwise,
Yeah, and I
coin
think
flip has come down.
sorry.
I'm seeing indication that the coin flip has come down, so we should know what side they are playing very soon.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Otherwise, if we want to talk about Shu's Steve list,
Misreading what Ghostme said.
That's all good. This Steve list is pretty standard stuff. This is not Tag Me. This is just good value. We're seeing some interesting includes as well. 3 Diesel is a fair bit of card draw. We're not seeing the Deuces Wilds in this list, but 2 Emergency Shutdown. I love this card in Steve. Steve wants to run HQ, wants to recur cards. Why not play a card that you can play after a successful HQ run, allowing you to shut down some of the ice? Then that card says, it's an event you play for 0. After a successful HQ run, the Corp dereses a card of your choice. Or in fact, it has to be an ice, of choice. But again, if you can play those 3 times after some Steve runs, it can be a bit of disruption. Otherwise...
Yeah, so one of the things...
Sorry? Go ahead.
So the thing that actually stands out to me is that this list is on no Amakua. And I was like trying to think like what's different about this Steve list and the one I was running. And like no Amakua is one of the big ones, I think, and is why they're on 2 inside jobs, 3 boomerangs, and 2 mutual favors. I feel like they're playing a big slot premium there and then trying to shore up like I was like, oh, why are we not always running Emergency Shutdown and Steve? And I think part of the reason is often Amakua is doing the same job.
Mhm.
Um, along with other jobs at the same time. But very clearly, Shoeflower has done fantastic with this list, and I wouldn't be too surprised given all the glacier that's around. They're like, oh yeah, you res the Hydra. I get into HQ by inside jobbing, and then I just shut it back down. Becomes a really nice value play for Steve.
I'm kind of concerned maybe Aaron's lists are teched very heavily for specifically that sort of glacier slow game. Because if we're looking at like disruptive multi-access, we only have a single multi-access card here. Obviously, you want to be running HQ a lot or don't have a Docklands Pass. We just have a single turning wheel. So Steve needs to draw that quickly. 3 diesels maybe helps you. If obviously you have the class act to get that filtered card draw. But that's it. It's just one turning wheel. Otherwise, enjoy your single accesses.
Yeah, and it's also not that highly teched against like asset spam strategies. It's got the Citadel, it's got 2 bones, and that's sort of and I guess you can argue the dirty laundries are,
Yeah,
and that's kind of the end of it,
yeah,
right?
Pat Tap's okay
It's
too,
not
right?
yeah, no, but you're right. Pad Tap is definitely true. I guess the one that I usually think of is Deuces Wild, which is
Yeah.
really big for handling the tagging matchups, because you can check remotes, gain money, clear tags. Like it just does a lot for you in a single card. And so dropping that in exchange for the diesels and unities is a big issue.
Now, on the other side of the table, we're going to see Ghost Meat. We saw a bit of Ghost Meat's CTM here. We're seeing that list on the left. I actually have to zoom out. They're playing a big collection of different cards. And this CTM does have a kill package. And anytime you see an Archive Memories, you're pretty sure that's just their recur a boom. We're looking at 2 hard-hitting news and otherwise a Lady Liberty and Amalia. Those are both exciting cards you have to play around. Lady Liberty lets you trade your whole turn to score a 1-point agenda, and then a 2-point agenda, and eventually maybe a 3-point agenda if it sticks for that long. And that 1-point agenda is just an AR enhanced security. That's the one you're scared about. But you're only running 2 AR enhanced in this list. I'm not sure if 3 Bologna is pretty standard in controlling the message. I feel like this might be a bit top heavy. Is that the case?
It does seem a bit top heavy for sure. I think with Lady Liberty though, you kind of want to have the run out ready.
Mm-hmm.
Is probably the idea there. And it's also hard to
Uh,
think about what would your swap be, right? If you put in the AR enhanced, actually, I guess I would have to count up their points, but my guess is they're on exactly 20. And if they put the extra AR enhanced, they're just actually putting more agendas in there.
Yeah. Yeah,
And if they
they're
want
straight
to
20.
take out the Bologna, there's not much left. Like you're like, oh, I guess I'll put in a sandbox, a 1 of sandbox or a 1 of off world.
Mhm.
And just to answer, we're still waiting on side selections being sorted out, but those should be sorted out soon. And then we're going to give the players, I think it's like 5 or 10 minutes to read the opponent's decks
Yeah.
and sort of internalize them because they're not allowed to bring those deck lists into the match with them. They have to just remember it.
Turn off your second monitor, everyone.
I
Yeah,
think
no.
an
Yeah,
important thing to note, though, on the note of Lady Liberty, you don't score the agenda.
Mhm.
Bologna does not give you credits. You just toss it directly into your score area.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
added to
and
your
that's
score area.
also potentially yeah, it's also potentially relevant for tomorrow's headline, which won't give the tag when you use Lady Liberty for it.
And not
But
quite as relevant as it used to be for CTM because you don't have the team sponsorships that fail to trigger, but it matters with these particular agendas for sure.
Yep. Amani's and I also, and we're only on 1. We've seen a lot of lists running
Oh yeah,
1 or
yeah.
2, but that's another relevant trigger. I'm
um,
really excited to see whether the Malia Zaloka does fire in this matchup again. If Malia ends up connecting and arresting Miss Bones, it's a huge potential swing.
yeah, it's a big one. And then this Hoshiko list, I'm like, oh yeah, it's a Hoshiko list, and I see where they spent 6 of their influence. I'm like, oh no, this isn't quite a regular Hoshiko list. This is
Yeah.
a Find the Truth Hoshiko list.
There's a precedent
Notably
for
with the
this.
RNG key as well.
Ooh,
Yeah.
RNG key is really sweet. Yeah, there's a precedent. If you played maybe competitive Netrunner, I think at this point 2 or 3 years ago, we used to see these Valencia decks that would run Find the Truth. They would rebirth eventually into Omar, and then be able to pressure that archives to get a successful Find the Truth and maybe an RNG key run. And it's a lot of value, specifically now with 2 mad dashes back into this list. If you get set up and they can't ice up their central servers, it's quite strong. Hoshiko does want to be running and accessing cards at least once per turn, so why not Find the Truth, right?
Exactly. And I think this Hoshiko list has a lot of very interesting decisions that I imagine Ghost Meat spent a lot of time trying to optimize. Things that like are uncommon in 45 card deck lists, but I think probably make a lot of sense in this meta are the running 3 of each type of breaker. So 3
Mhm.
paper clips, 3 black orchestras, and then also 3 killers, 2 MKs, and an Adore or Odor. I think it's like an interesting concession to the idea that, oh, I have to be able to contest the remote that PD is scoring out of on turn 8,
Yeah.
and because they're already on game point. Um, but then there's also interesting things to me like, oh, there's only one Keiko in this list, so the companion econ engine is not. It's very incidental here. There's one Paladin, one Taka, and one Keiko. Um, so
Yeah,
it's you know
yeah, I think I totally agree. I think the one console definitely stands out here. I think the question is whether how consistently Hoshiko can draw through the whole deck or enough of the deck. A lot of times I think we might be used to the whole the max idea where you have to run 2 of a card to like assume that you're gonna maybe draw it throughout the game. So yeah, there's a lot of redundant breakers, and we're not running 0, right? Like you're gonna be just sometimes having bad draws where it's like draw into Black Orchestra, click 2, draw into Black Orchestra, click 3, draw into Black Orchestra. Like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of these cards are
yeah.
useless. They're just not good cards in your hand, as opposed to a max deck where you don't mind if they're milled off the top of your trigger.
Yeah, so like it's an interesting list because yeah, it's got the only draw it really has is the I've had worse, the 2 Earthrise hotels, and um oh shoot, what was I just looking at? And the one Dream Net, and
Yeah,
then the ID ability. So if you like mulligan into a hand that's mostly breakers and not a lot of econ, and then you're up against like a CTM whose turn 1 is like Bankers Rashida, you might not be able to turn on your run economy and get
Mhm.
kind of just locked out of the game before you even really get started.
Another
Um,
thing to note with this Adore, I don't know exactly how to pronounce it. So Find the Truth is a virtual resource. DreamNet, I believe, is also a virtual resource. And then you obviously have Paladin, Puemu, and Tristar Taka, and Turning Wheel are all virtual resources. It's fairly easy to get to the required 3 to make Adore much better.
yeah, and Dorid has good numbers on it. Once you satisfy that 3 virtual claws, it breaks some of the bigger sentries. I think you're going through for 6 credits, if I'm not mistaken. You get through in Anansi. Some of the lower sentries you even get through for free as long as the strength isn't too high, which is fantastic. Again, you do need the setup, and it's not a bin breaker, so you're gonna have to spend that click to preemptively install it. But I think there's a couple matchups where you'd be happy to have that.
yeah, and it saves you a lot of money when you're breaking something like a Hydra, as well, which can be. And this list has plenty of virtual resources. Like actually, yeah, it's got what the 2 Paladins, the Find the Truth, the Dream Net. I guess actually that's it. I wonder if there's some games where you don't get the full
Yeah.
Adores going for quite a while.
Now it looks like the way that they're set up right now on JNet, it seems like Ghostmeat is going to be playing the runner, so we're going to see Hoshiko versus Acme, and the Acme deck does not seem incredibly quick. So Hoshiko might be able to draw through a lot of their deck. Again, you can ice up every server pretty easily in that Acme list, so Hoshiko might have to fight for their ability to trigger. 2 hippos is obviously Hippo's amazing in that matchup, let alone you want to destroy the outermost piece of ice, which they're very incentivized to res because of the Acme ability. But this is only a 2 hippo list, and I don't know how often you can afford to break a data ward on the outermost more than once. That seems like a tall ask potentially.
Yeah, for sure. And
It looks like
yes.
Ghostmeat will be corping.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we're gonna see
Just
the
got
Oh,
control
a
engine
yep.
word on
message
that, it looks like.
versus it's a Steve Cambridge on Shoeflower side.
Yep. Yep. And that's got just because consoles are often interesting to think about, that's got a Paragon as the console there for Steve. So probably wants to try and make one run a turn, but it can be a little bit tricky against CTM where you sort of want to have off turns and then on turns of running.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, oh, if you were playing for just this one matchup and this was the only thing you were thinking about, you'd probably rather have Penny Shaver than Paragon. Though it's pretty close, I would imagine, most of the time.
Yeah,
But
that's been the change we've seen. I think it's spurred. I was spurred at the beginning of the Continental season. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, Big Unit, but I'm not exactly sure. But the idea is that we saw Decklist performing that were running Paragon over Penny Shaver, the newer, shinier console. And the idea is that Penny Shaver can give you a lot more money, specifically if you're running multiple times. But you have to click it. And a lot of these games could be quite fast. Back then, we had a lot more sports metal and perhaps a lot more PD too in relative numbers. But Paragon's just quite good. You don't have to do that much. You get that scry, you get that credit, and you just get to continue doing the thing you wanted to do anyways.
So far, based on table chat, Ghostmeat very happy with this draw. Would much rather play against this Steve than against this Acme.
Yeah.
Oh, game lobby was closed due to inactivity. We've been waiting around for a while.
Oh no!
Well, they can remake it. We'll be back.
Oh, I've never seen that. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so we've just been hanging out for a while. We're just making sure all the pairings are correct. I think they are correct. The bracket seems pretty airtight, and from this point on, we're just deciding the sides, and then players have time to review the deck lists. This is only going to get faster. Again, this is round 2. From this point on, there'll be fewer and fewer players. So once we get moving, we'll definitely stay moving.
Yeah, and I also think people weren't expecting to have to do a whole manual pairing, so it's going to be, it should be much smoother now that it's anticipated that we have to sort this all out.
In addition, there will be fewer rounds to manually pair next time as well.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so it looks like we've got 5 minutes on the round actually starting. Timer has been put in the official chat. People are going to be looking at decks, and then we are going to get in game whenever that gets rehosted.
Now that we know what the matchups are, what do you think? What do you think about this CTM versus this Steve?
So,
go
ahead, Isager. No, it's all you, man.
I guess to me, I would probably rather be the CTM, I think, in this matchup. The Steve often needs a really good draw to contest CTM, and the CTM has a lot of tools to help punish Steve that doesn't get an optimal draw. It's got a lot of unadvanced or face down threats that can be turned up the following turn and just really kind of make a lot of damage. Lady Liberty being a big one, Amani Sinai, Commercial Bankers Group. It's just full of these sort of scary threats, and the Steve doesn't quite have the right tools, at least it looks like to me in that list, to really contest that wide play.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what kind of value Lady Liberty takes on, whether it's a must trash. Sometimes you see they score out a AR and security, and then you hope what's the chance they have a Beal or a headline, and then it just continues to spiral out of control. With only 9 ice though, and in terms of hard end the runs, it's just an enigma, right? You can trace to the IP block. The Funhouse doesn't end the run if you don't want it to. F2P as well, so it might be hard to keep something on the table. So yeah, if Shu can stabilize the economy, a lot of this ice doesn't do too much.
Yeah, the scary thing does become it's not so much the ice, it's I have a San City grid or more often a Mumbed virtual tour.
Yeah.
And I install advance into that, and it's that's going to be a 10 credit swing at a 2 cost install for CTM, basically. And then you're in a real danger of just getting Hearthing News into Boomed, and it's you can't trash the boom. You don't have any tools to take out the archived memories. So once that boom is found, it's found for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but it's all about finding that. You're totally right. There's no consulting gear, so if you can deal with the 3 daily business shows, if the Rashidas don't fire that often, I guess you have Spin Doctor as well. It's hard to stop the draw on this deck, I guess is the point at the end there. But yeah, if they don't have the archive memories, you trash the boom, you might buy some time to clear tags. But again, this deck does not have Deuces Wild. Erin is going to have to pay credits to clear tags unless she can find the Citadel.
Seems like games should be starting any second now.
Yeah, we have the lobbies in. Both players are in. They just haven't launched just yet. But The tables are definitely there. And again, if you're watching right now and you want to get involved in side events, check out the Cobra.ai listings. There's a bunch of side events there that Nisei and other members from the community are running. It's also important to know that if you want to participate in the side events, you do not require, from my understanding, a Worlds ticket. So maybe you didn't participate in Worlds and you feel like you don't want to put down the money at this point late in the weekend. But hey, there's a lot of stuff going on if you want to have the stream up in one window, spend some time with us, but also maybe play some nice draft or startup or what have you. I think there's some good prize support too always going on for the side events.
Yeah. I think it's a lot of the same prize support from last year, though I wouldn't be surprised if some of the TOs are like, oh, I have this old stuff lying around. Let me send this out as well. Um, and, depending on when we finish streaming today, I might try and get an Eternal or a draft side event in/going because I love both of those formats a lot. I'm hoping to do a little bit more Eternal stuff in between now and whenever we hear more stuff about the release of the next set.
Yeah, I'm interested whether we hear
But
more
I
about
think
the
we-
next set today. I have no idea. I probably shouldn't be goading Nisei or like raising expectations, but yeah, I think everyone's hoping as well.
Yeah, that would be, I think, a nice cap off to the weekend. But
Okay, I might be actually
I
wrong
think, yeah.
about the side event entrance, so maybe someone can clarify that for me. But
So
we'll
what it
double
is
check.
anyone can play in a side event. You can only get prizes for it if you have registered for a previous day,
Oh, okay.
or like if you bought the tickets. I think that was a change it's a change from what the actual page might say. I think they sort of were like, oh, the community is running the side events, so let's allow them to open it up for people that didn't want to spend $35 on just a ticket for Worlds. So
Cool. Okay. But hey, it's happened. We're starting it. Round 2. We finally got here and welcome. This is our second round. This is from the lower brackets here. So one of these players, these are 2 Canadian players. I think our final 2 Canadian players in the top 16. One of them will be going home. On the top, we have Shoeflower playing as Steve Cambridge. We've talked about the lists. Oh, excuse me. But this is a Steve Cambridge list that can be quite aggressive. Hopefully they find the economy they need to bring the board down. And on the other side, Ghostmeat is playing Controlling the Message. Again, this ability has been competitive since it's come out. 12 influence is the penalty here for such a strong ability. Trace 4 to give a tag the first time a turn something is trashed.
Ooh, that's not a great start. Shoeflower taking a mulligan, so not guaranteeing a strong opening hand, as you were pointing out, Jeff. It can be a little bit tough if you don't have a great opening hand against CTM. Depends on CTM having a reasonably good opening hand, and let's see if that's the case.
it certainly looks like it to me. The only better hand in CTM probably is advance it or install 3 new remotes. But when you're worrying about a turn 1 diversion, I think putting an ice on HQ is also pretty reasonable.
Reasonable economic start here
Wow.
for Shoeflower, though. Look at that.
Yeah,
The green
I mean,
orb,
this is
the blue orb, and the daily cast.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty close to ideal for Steve. If you have something like a class act and a Miss Bones in hand, you're very, very happy.
Oh, but that's the best start for Ghost as well. Sticking Commercials Bankers Group and
Wow.
scoring the one of 2 AR hand security on the
Wow.
table. Now trashing things for the
That's
rest of the game
brutal.
is going to be so much more difficult while Shu does have that financial start. That now, if you want to deal with that Commercial Bankers Group, that's going to be at a minimum 2 tags. Or excuse me, I guess at a maximum 2 tags.
Take a tag for your troubles, no matter what. Trace for another one. Have fun.
Now Shu's...
Yeah, so Shoeflower really needs to find their one of Citadel here, I think, if they want to contest the board. I'm
Yeah,
interested
she
to
can
see
get a
that
Citadel
Ghost.
down. That would be great.
Yeah.
We're dieseling
It's interesting.
deeper.
I was definitely on the I'm going to play Anacam instead of Diesel because I think it's like a more slot efficient kind of thing.
We're choosing
But
to trash the bankers here. Going to have to
Yeah,
beat
I
the
mean-
Trace here.
if they want to stay untagged, for sure.
Presumably you do.
So paying
Notably,
4...
thanks to the dirty laundry, we'll stay on 7 credits here. So the credit lead over CTM in the early game, barring any bankers reses.
And that's a really big deal to understand. Oh no, is that a
Oh, is
second
this
one?
another? It's a
Oh
second
my
Oh my
Ares.
God, an
goodness.
Oh
absolute mirror of
no.
that first turn there with 2 AR enhanced security. Those are the only 2 in the list. Every trash now is maximum 3 tags. Shu might not be able to start disrupting the board state, might just have to go for central pressure. And we talked about this deck list. This Steve Cambridge only has 1 multi-axis card. That is just a singleton of a turning wheel. So it might be single axes for a while, but Shu's still opting to take down this commercial bankers group. Enjoy the tags.
What
Yeah, I mean, I
a
think Shu is basically
strong start.
playing for their no HHN boom this early in the list, with the idea that they will with the Roseki down, they can maybe recover a bit better than the CTM who just lost a lot of their econ. Quite honestly, right? Their econ assets that are drip is like Rashida, if you count that as drip, and commercial bankers, and then everything else is fairly click intensive for them to get like
So staying on one
economy out
tag
of.
here, not worried about the one tag gif. And class act is a thing that can be trashed here. It does take 2 out of the 3 credits here from CTM. So I think it's likely that class act stays on the board, and definitely not going to trash that last 2 ticks from daily casts.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, this is
the balance that goes throughout the whole game. While it's definitely possible to trash everything, you really are worrying about hard hitting news. A card that says if the runners made a successful run last turn, trace 4. If successful, they take 4 tags, and it's quite difficult to clear 4 tags when this Ghost Meat's deck is running a boom, which cares about having 2 tags to do 7 meat damage. It looks like we're gonna start by
Trashes
clearing
the
out
class
Andy.
act.
Class Act is gonna
So
hit the bin
no
here.
hard hitting news. Can't even pay for hard hitting news here. So definitely gambling that there was no hard hitting news. The only real tag punishment here is going to be losing that filtered draw from class act. And Ghostmeat has to start rebuilding the board, but there's not much that can be rezzed on 1 credit.
Yeah, I wonder, like, that line they took almost makes me wonder if Zero 5 is a spin doctor so they can reset the commercial bankers groups.
And here we go.
Um,
Bravadoing
That would make a
HQ.
lot of sense to me.
It's important to know that we have Steve Cambridge's
oh,
ability here, but it looks like a
What's a
Mamba
Mamba
Temple. You're going to be able to res an
I'm gonna,
IP block here,
IP block?
or even
yeah.
one of
Turnpike.
these.
Oh,
Turnpike.
Turnpike's pretty nice too here.
Yep.
That's going to be
Really just
another tag.
countering that economic gain from Bravado here, and probably, throwing another tag onto the runner. Trace 5 can't beat that.
We're going to access HQ again. This is
Nope.
Steve's ability. We're looking at only singletons in the heap, so we're going to give Ghostmeat an honest decision. We have a couple good economic options here between like Sure Gamble and Dirty Laundry.
Yeah, I think that's probably what you show them, is the gamble and the laundry. And then it actually comes up to Ghostmeat is, do I value the run more, or do I want to let Shoeflower get more credits?
So we're accessing a daily business show from hand. We've returned the Dirty Laundry. And that's a second orb there. Shu's going to have pretty good economy on Ghostbeat down on 0 credits. Just the Mamba Temple propping up their entire economy.
Yeah, Shoeflower did a fantastic job here of demonstrating how, like, yeah, it can be scary to take tags, and like they took something of a risky line, but now they're very stable against the CTM. Dripping 2 credits a turn, CTM stripping 0, and really is going to struggle to build out a board. Though, as I say that, they're definitely building one out right now.
So Rashida's the thing Ghostmeat I think wants to stick here the most. 3 cards and 3 credits will definitely fuel them to continue. And it's worth knowing that I'm pretty sure the CTM deck and a lot of controlling the message decks aren't running the standard economy packages of things like Hedge Fund. A lot of times the economy has to be stuck on the table. And if Shu just says, I'm going to float tags, hope you don't have the boom. We haven't seen any card draw so far this game. We haven't seen any filtering with Daily Business Show. This might just be a risk you can take for a couple turns. Bravado in on R&D here.
That's definitely
Another Turnpike. Yep. Fantastic early ice here for Ghostmeat.
Res for free.
Yeah. Almost all of, like, this is the thing. Like, yeah, CTM has basically no end the runs, but basically all of their ice, like, is good for exactly the scenario of making the runner go into tag me and forcing, once they're in that tag me state, it's really up to CTM to win.
Bologna and being pulled off the top.
Tag me might continue because that is 5 credits on a Bologna. So going down into 1 tag.
She was dancing the dance here, just holding that single tag. Again, 2 tags is the difference. In terms of meat, instead of like tag punishment, like I don't know if we have planograms on this list. We don't have any other punishment besides the boom. There's no exchange of information, right?
No, there is an exchange of information.
Oh no.
As well as a psychographics.
Oh no. That single tag actually could be a problem if you want to trade that AR and security ability for just 3 points, which would put Ghost Meat very quickly on game point. And the Spin Doctor is going to draw 2 cards after mandatory, so we're looking at a couple more cards here.
Yeah. Gonna put the bankers back in. Makes a lot of sense. It's how you're gonna actually build a credit lead because Steve is dripping for 2 a turn. You need to find a way to keep up with that as CTM. And like tags are the big. They're not gonna. Steve's never gonna spend a lot of money on your ice, but he is gonna spend a lot of money on clearing tags. So you just need a way to build up your own money to make that relevant.
I feel like if Shu draws the one of Citadel Sanctuary, there is some you could consider, you'd always, well, excuse me, you wouldn't float a tag, but you could actually consider trashing some things if you need to, but otherwise it can be quite difficult. You are getting 2 credits a turn. That's a regolith. Ghost Meat loves to find that there. Res for free as well. Going to hit that for 6 credits, saying, hey, it's 3 credits to trash and 3 tags. Come on in.
Yeah.
So far, only hitting for 3. Let's see if the last click is last hit on regolith.
Yeah, I think they're probably. My guess is I don't know if they're debating, but if they have the exchange in hand, I think it's a very interesting question of do I use this window to exchange and then take away one of my Aries and have a slightly higher chance of just losing off of sick rips.
Boomerang's a start. I wonder if we're going to see a diversion here. There's a diversion, giving you access to 2 bravados in the bin if you want to return them. You are going to still lose a credit on the encounter of the turnpike, but otherwise you're sailing through that without taking the tag. Diversion going to drop Ghost to 2. Do you have to go and trash this regolith at this point? Otherwise, well, you're going to float tags, but it's very easy for Ghost to recover from this financial damage.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I feel like you do have to, but you're going to be floating a lot of tags, and they will be fine to go credit boom here, if they draw it. So it's a scary turn to end floating a lot of tags.
Yeah, we've reached the point of the game where you have to take risks against CTM. You can no longer play it safe. That is a very difficult place to sit.
Shu is making a decision here again. Steve Cambridge gives a choice of 2 cards from the heap for the corporation to choose 1 to hand. And it looks like it was between Pad Tap or Diesel, actually allowing the Pad Tap to return. The Diesel going to be removed from the game. Diversion of funds triggering 5 credits down, 5 credits up.
Yeah, I think that I think Shoeflower trying to get the draw is really good. I think Ghost Meat saying no, thank you. I'd rather you just gain some credits every now and again. Makes a lot of sense, especially because Shoeflower doesn't really have the time to put it down this turn, and is choosing to leave the regolith up. So Ghost Meat can potentially have a very easy turn where they just end up basically credit even immediately after getting siphoned, or diversion, I should say.
It's a daily business show. That's going to ease off some of the pressure potentially on HQ. Ghost Meat doesn't need to draw agendas if they don't want to draw agendas. This also allows them to more easily draw into exchange of information, into psychographics, into boom, and even the big threats here. But we're going to just be hitting off that regolith as a start here. 2 clicks left. And Aaron, she did clear the last tag at this point. Doesn't want to risk the exchange of information. Otherwise, they have no resources to interact with. Ghost Meat.
I wonder if that long pause played into that decision.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Zeki taking for
only
2?
taking 6 off of regolith and installing here, so that is a threatening card that can now be risked. It is a bankers, in fact.
Yeah.
Leaving that.
Leaving the bankers. That's a tough decision. That's basically saying I'm no longer going to test the board and just going to try and win off centrals at this point.
And, that Pad Tab might be a bit of a reason why. It's a guaranteed trigger. I suppose it'd probably regolith anyways, but now at the beginning of turn, Shu is making, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 credits versus the regolith 3. Still going to be an issue over a long enough period of time, but definitely something hard to deal with 2 Aries. But Shu is stabilizing a bit here on the economy.
Yeah, Ghost Meat's only on 2 AHNs and 1 Spin Doctor is gone, so that might start to become relevant, that there's not actually that many ways to generate tags. But
trashing the Pad Tab as a start, dropping 3 credits to get rid of that little device. Still 2 clicks left, and again with the daily business show, You're pretty comfortable drawing slowly. You have the regolith getting finished for 3 credits. 1 click left here, Ghost Meat could put something on the table. But Shu has been checking them, and that's actually important to know. Whether you think Shu's just going to give up and not deal with any assets because of the AR in hand security, she's still taking the effort to make sure you're not slipping something by. At this point, what do you think if Shu connected with, she would consider trashing? I feel like maybe at this point with 2 1-pointers out, I don't know if you're worried about the Lady Liberty until a turn later, but I'm not sure
Probably
what else
not.
has to go. Maybe a Rashida?
Honestly, I feel like the highest value trash right now is the DBS that's already active. You need to make these draws worse. Well, with 2 ice on HQ, that might not be as true.
Yeah, the 2 ice on HQ, I think there's 2 different ways you could read it. As people have been talking about in the chat, there's been a lot of unfiltered draw into HQ for most the first half of this game.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, that ice probably is more to stop Steve. We really need to see if Shoeflower trashes or is just okay. They
Choosing
are
to
trashing,
trash.
not just going for the access.
So Banker's
Taking
Group is
3
coming down.
tags.
This is attached to Dirty Laundry Run, so there'll be a 3 credit gain after this. But that's 3 tags. That's going to be the rest of your turn unless you want to float 1 tag. Maybe 2 tags is definitely a big, I would say at this point, maybe a huge risk.
Number of
I
tags
think-
seems like a pretty big risk right now.
Yeah, 2 tags when a DBS has been running. The biggest concern to me here, like you can get hard hitting news. I guess actually not that cheaply still. Like Shoeflower is playing this, I think, very generally quite well, and staying in enough credits that they can that she can spend her whole turn clearing tags, even if Ghost Meat lands the HHN here.
And in terms of
And
And
Ghost
at the
Meat-
moment, nothing super high value ticking on the board. So really, the only thing you give up, you give up tempo, obviously, but you also give up an extra daily business show draw that way.
I think Ghostmeat has access to 2 hard-hitting news. Again, a run has been made that's successful. Shu's going to start her turn on 10 credits, so she can definitely clear the tags if she needs to, and Ghost is going to have to spend a couple credits boosting that trace. But there it is, hard-hitting news there. That's the 1 of 2. Trace 4 at a minimum. We're going to boost it up to 7, guaranteeing that connects. So Shu is probably going to take all of their turn, if not most of their turn, to clear down to 1, if not 0 tags. We do have a card in server 10 though, and this is the fork here. Shu's going to commit to keeping at least 1 tag this turn, and that's a 15 minutes. Going for the steal there.
Ooh.
That is a big deal. We're on game point now, as much as that 15 minutes can be shuffled back.
Only on game point unless there's an exchange here.
Exchange would be so powerful right now. Resetting Shu from 4 points down to 2, potentially even 1 in a moment. But otherwise, Shu is threading game point. This list has 3 Bolognas as well. It's important to know. It's running the full package of 3-pointers. So just a single errand access on HQ. Mind you, the Daily Business Show is going to have something to say about that. But as long as you have the Bologna credits, you can always just say it. Whatever. I'm going to go through Turnpike, hope for the best.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Ghost Meat can know how risky this is if they've seen and bottomed any Bolognas.
True.
But sort of, well, we have to see. I'm
seeing
some
honest,
reports.
I think one psychological advantage here, those 2 Rizekis from turn 1 or turn 2 just staring into you like a pair of eyes into the soul.
There's exchange of information.
All right.
Oh, the exchange and shuffle back. So on 1 point now.
We're down to 1 point. Oh, thank you. Very, very kind. But going from 4 down to 1 is so awful. Now, it is worth knowing that R&D was shuffled. If you are caring about agendas being potentially bottomed in the last 2 or 3 turns of Daily Business Show, those might be coming back up now. But Ghostmeat, they're definitely now on game point as well.
Notably, you only take 1 Aries tag to trash things now, so I guess that's a small silver lining.
Yeah, you always got to look for the upside.
It certainly is a lining.
I didn't say it's not necessarily making things that much better, but it does make them a little bit, I guess.
Shu going to clear the last tag, putting out a daily cast again. Now that's a lot of money to start a turn for the next couple turns. We're looking at 6 credits, but Ghostmeat down on 3, not generating any credits on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Steve can be really happy. I think Shoeflower, she did a fantastic job of contesting early bankers and playing risky with early, like, first 2-3 turn tags to handle the bankers so that she could keep in the same economic range as CTM.
card on top of server 11 that is definitely an upgrade. There's 2 upgrades in this list you have to respect. 2 Mumbed virtual tours, which when you access it, if you have 5 credits, you're forced to trash it and then endure the wrath of CTM and AR enhanced security. And the second one being Sunset City Grid, but Amalia is going to blank.
onto the daily cast with 8.
That's 8 credits now
Oof.
locked up. She somehow manages to arrest the podcast. So only going to get 2 credits in the beginning of the turn. If you want to go deal with that and the Mumbed virtual tour, you can unlock your 8 credits. Sometimes a tall ask.
It's actually not too hard here because you'll dip below 5 when you trash the Malia. But as I say that, you're then dipping below 5,
Yeah.
so you're much more vulnerable to hard-hitting news.
Let alone still have to deal with ARE and then the NBN. So it's a bit tricky. Sometimes, a lot of times we see runners just give up with the Malia and be like, okay, well, you put an influence in a deck slot to deal with my daily cast, whatever, we can move on from here. But again, yeah, always pursuing that and hunting down the buy road is an option.
Yeah, I think you probably do just leave it here and say, oh, well, I spent 3 credits in a click. They spent 2 clicks in a credit. So it's not too, it's not on my missed bones.
Yeah.
That's maybe one way you could look at this.
Bugalter coming down means that accessing R&D costs net 2 credits once in a turn, and HQ is obviously much more reasonable to get into in terms of the amount of money you have to spend.
Yeah. And you always have to line again. Like you can just start at this point. You're back to 1 agenda point. We're no longer on game point. But again, this list is only running a single turning wheel. So I feel like the HQ access is definitely having some promise to them. Daily business show probably filtering out the agendas, but you do still have Steve's ability. Server 12 is up alongside clicking for 2 credits. Ghostmate on 5 to what's going to be 6 credits after the beginning of turn drips. Can that daily cast awkwardly hanging out with 8 credits on it?
Paragon
comes
is, I don't think Shoe Flower's going to be running a lot for a little while, but getting that extra value, basically pseudo drawing a card and getting an extra credit is definitely amounts of value.
This signals to me
favor.
potentially some central runs soon. There's been 2 cards that are very good on central runs installed in the last 2 turns.
Yeah, the Paragon does turn that run on R&D down to only -1 credit.
To have 4 at the start of it, but it will only cost 1 at the end of the run total.
Yes, yeah. It's this weird criminal math that can be a little bit annoying where it's okay, I know I have enough if it's my net cost is this, but I have to have some ceiling above that to make some of the runs. So
And we'll see. Ghostmane still has to figure out how to close this game. They can still install double advance and balloon on the table, forcing the issue from Shu, having to steal that and potentially deal with a hard-hitting news to follow it.
Down centrals though.
Second Ice there on R&D. We have access only to a Bugalter. The other breakers in this list are a Paperclip and a Unity. No Paperclip in the bin so far, and it's also a triple diesel list. We've seen 1 played so far, been removed from the game since, and a Boomerang going to mark HQ here. That's a Bravado.
And there's a Bravado.
Keeping 1 credit.
Bravado, very nice.
A bit unfortunate because you are going to lose that to the Turnpike. You could duck it if you tried maybe a bit. You could actually maybe boost. No, at this point, it doesn't really matter here. But we're going to actually tank the Turnpike, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was just getting to that as well. So gonna end the turn with 1 tag.
Yeah.
So we boomerang through that IP block. We're going to approach the Turnpike, losing our last credit here. We are going to gain, I believe, 7 back after the Bravado, depending if Shu ends the run here or not. But we're going to take a tag off of that. It's Trace 5. We can't boost that. We don't have the money up front to deal with Bugalter. As much as this is 1 credit, again, in gross to deal with this, just as you said, you need to have the money up front. Fire all. Trace 5.
I guess what's going to happen with this tag, though? This daily cast is already trashed, and the exchange has already exchanged.
Yeah, it's not too big of a deal. Shu approaching HQ, going to get the Steve ability, going to get the Paragon ability to set up the next draw. Also going to get Bravado once the run is done. So they will end on, I believe, 8 credits, which is quite nice. Still 2 coming in every turn with the Rozeki, and they'll get an access here. For a look at Steve value, you have access to 2 Bravados, which is quite nice. You have access to double daily casts, which is a bit difficult if you're going to float a tag. And it looks like it is double daily casts, 1 coming into hand, 1 being removed from the game. Accessing a Psychographics, a card that's largely turned on as soon as you have more than 1 tag, then it does become a potent fast advanced piece. We're going to throw out that
Oh, an emergency shutdown.
huge
Yeah, I mean
shutdown.
it's basically blank in this matchup, right? None of the
Thanks to
ice
the
costs
Mamba.
more than 4, and the
Yeah.
Mumbad's gonna re-res it for free. So I think it's a pretty reasonable discard here. It's a tech card for a different meta than this matchup.
If the game had gone very differently and there were a toll booth somewhere, makes perfect sense to keep that in your hand. But I have a hard time seeing a toll booth get rezzed any point during this game.
Yeah, I think the high end of ice in this list, Ghostmate is paying 5 credits, I believe, for a funhouse.
Oh, yeah. There's no toll booth in this
Yeah.
list. The Funhouse is the most expensive. You're right.
Regolith coming out in server 13. That's going to be res for free. We still have the 2 credits on the Mamba Temple, and it's going to give Ghostbeat some credits here. Now we're at the point where hard hitting news could be a threat. There's only one more in the list. We see one, I believe, in archives. One still floating somewhere. And Shu going to clear the tag, playing that second daily casts. There's only one Malia. This one will go through.
Yep.
Also unique. You can't blink 2 things at once.
I mean, Ghostmeat now, I think, feels like they're in a pretty solid spot. They still have to go and win this. It's by no means over, but the MVT installs are starting to stack up. The Regolith is going to be a lot of money.
Here we have an ice on server 12, so potentially threatening a score here.
I believe server 12, yeah.
Potentially threatening a Lady Liberty, right?
Lady
So you
Liberty
need
is
a couple more points.
it's a small possibility. You'd have to wait a couple turns, right? We only have the 15 minutes left. I think maybe even a Sansan City Grid might be the fear. Miss
Miss
Bones
Bones,
coming
though.
down. And again, in terms of end the runs in this deck, the only hard end the run that possibly could show up on the road server is an Enigma, but we're going to inside job this regardless. There is an upgrade on the server. It looks like a Mumbad Virtual Tour. So as long as Shu can spend the credits trashing the topmost card and duck to below 5, they could
Miss
be okay.
Bones will
this
force the
Miss Bones
trash.
is-
Oh,
This
excuse
Miss
yeah.
Bones is great. Miss Bones will interact favorably with the MVT, and if this happens to be a Sansan, then you get extra value out of it.
So Miss Bones giving you those 12 credits to trash installed cards. You're going to take the tag from the AR Enhanced Security. You're going to worry about the CTM trace. And you are still forced to trash the Mumbad Virtual Tour, but you can use the Miss Bones credits to help you with that cost.
Yeah. So like this, she played this exactly right. That said, I think this is still a winning exchange for Ghostmeat. You basically exchanged a full Miss Bones for 2 cards, and you have Spin Doctors still available to just
Mhm.
play that exact same thing over again.
But with a big economic lead and 6 credits just offshored on Regolith, this definitely seems, and this is showing how far ahead Ghostmeat seems to be right now. Solidly, but not, the door is not shut.
Ghostmeat would love to find that last hardy news here. We're putting something back into server 12. We did shuffle a couple turns ago, so the Daily Business Show is going to see new cards at some
Here
point,
is
but
the
that's
hard-hitting.
the hard hitting. Now Shu
Not
is
even expensive hard hitting, unfortunately.
she's going to
Yeah,
have 8 credits to clear all the tags, but it's going to be a huge swing of tempo.
Yeah, basically you have to give up the whole turn or stay on 1 tag and hope that you don't take more going through server 12 if you're going to try and contest it.
Are there pings in this list? Is there anything else? Having the tag is also an issue because now the IP blocks are online, and I
Yeah.
think maybe there's an F2P in the list. I might be mistaken.
There are no
There's
pings. There is
F2Ps, fun
F2P.
houses,
Okay.
Funhouse
one
could force
Funhouse.
a tag.
and Turnpike, I guess, wouldn't force a tag if Shoeflower runs first click. If they clear first and then run, which I don't know why you would do it that way, would be a challenge.
But Shu just dropping down to 0 tags. Still going to
Dropping.
have money incoming next turn. Going to start on 4 credits, but Ghostmeat now here has
This
an ability to
game
score
points?
out. Could be.
Is this going to 5 or 6 points?
This will go to, more likely 6,
This
right?
will go to 6 probably.
Oh, right, yeah.
There's
because
no more
there's no
Ares.
third Ares. Yeah, there's no third Ares.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be the 15 minutes,
Um,
but might just be the slow roll of
I-
the Bologna. I think you want to score 1
Yeah.
agenda if you can. And Bologna is really hard right
With
now to
the-
interact with.
Yeah. If you drew a Spin Doctor,
It's the triple advance, though. That is the Beal going to 6.
Yeah.
So
I was
the
like,
15
if-
minutes is lethal now.
yes, that's true. That's a big deal.
That's- At this point, Shu probably can't continue to respect Boom. You might just have to start hammering to get that 15 minutes to just get cards out of hand. We know there's a Psychographics in hand, which is also an issue if you float too many tags. But if Ghostmeat just top decks here, the 15 minutes, that could be game. We are getting a Daily Business Show draw too, so we're going to see 2 cards, get to keep 1. Shu just recovering economically, but it might be a bit too little too late. Ghostmeat drawing to the daily business show of the 15 minutes is just one install advance away to take Ghost Meat to 7 again. Shu was on 4 points just a couple turns ago, down to 1.
It's like
Yeah,
this is not the 15 minutes. I feel like this daily business show decision would be faster if it were.
one thing going for Shu here is that both hard hitting newses are in archives.
Mhm.
And so you can actually play a little bit more recklessly on just checking centrals here because until a spin doctor puts them back in, you're pretty safe to just check centrals. You can't really contest the board probably without getting in range of boom.
So we're flying out. We have
So an
another
install on server 12.
server 12 behind 2 pieces of ice. Server 14 marking a new server.
What do we think server 12 is? Is it the Beal to win?
Easily could be. Even just, I guess you wouldn't really risk putting a 15 minutes on the table. There's no need to do that. I reckon server 12 is likely also to be a Saiyan because if that sticks, you could just top deck a Beal and close the game from there as well. We're boomeranging the remote server.
To do that. Oh,
I'm betting we're boomerang. Oh, okay. We don't have probably the last inside job. Oh no, I thought there was 3 inside jobs in Shu's list.
Outermost
there
here.
are only 2 inside jobs in Shu's
Only
list.
2. Okay.
We got a fun house here.
Funhouse.
Doesn't end the run. It's going to
Oh.
give a tag if you want to go through it. You can pay 4 credits or take the second tag. With the psychographics in hand, you might be a little less willing to float multiple tags. Now we have boomerang the innermost ice, so even if it's an IP block, we will be able to get through it.
Yep. My guess is it might be something like an Enigma, if you're trying to score out behind it. But I think there's a reasonable. I think you, as Ghost Meat, I think it hurts to res here, but I feel like you often do. But I guess it depends a little bit on what is in server 12. And Lady Liberty is a rough one.
This
That's
is
brutal.
I don't know if you have to deal with this. You're gonna have to deal with it eventually. But Lady Liberty is threatening the 15 minutes
Lady
the same way
Liberty
15 minutes does.
Lady Liberty would admittedly take Ghost Meat down to 1 credit at the start of turn.
Oh, they have the temple, so you can just res it on your turn after you get the
Temple
credits
won't
back.
reset in time.
Sure, but you can res this on your turn and still use it. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't have to be res at start of turn, does it? No, because it's a 3-click action.
It does.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
It does have to be res.
And it's when you're
because the power counter, of course. Yeah, no, you're totally right.
Yeah.
And the res happens before the credits refill.
Yeah, no, I get that. I just thought the 3 clicks was the only important part. But yeah, Ghost Meat now has a Lady Liberty going, so the 1 point agenda here is not a big threat. You can score at 15 minutes from hand anyways. Now, next turn, it becomes scary. You can score any of the 2 Beals that left in the deck. You can score out tomorrow's headline. And if it even makes it to 3, you can fast advance out of Bologna, which is pretty incredible. Not something you see every day. Ghost Meat's still drawing up. We have 1 tag on Shu's side. Again, exchange of information is in the bin. Not really anything you want to exchange, but there's no other single tag punishment in this list besides trashing the resources you have on the basic action card. Regolith going to finish up, taking Ghost to 6. Shu might just have 1 turn left here, but there was a lot of draw on HQ there. After the daily business show, drawing 2, that might just paint a target there on HQ.
My guess is that was to pad out HQ because they might have only had density. 1 3-2. And so they want to be able to threaten to score it out this upcoming turn with the Lady Liberty and not just lose on a sort of unlucky snipe or lucky snipe, depending on who you ask.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we are seeing a run to try to get that exact snipe here.
So we don't.
I wonder if you pay into this trace.
Yeah, if you have Lady Liberty, you don't need credits as long as it sticks on the table.
Very true. In addition, you're going to start the turn with 3, so.
Yeah, like you could maybe pay in 4 credits here, gives you a tag, and then they only get a single access. Okay, they more
pay
or less
3?
do the same.
They're getting to strength 6, so if she wants to get through here, they're going to have to play 6 credits. She can still go through the turnpike. You don't need to break it on this last turn. You're basically saying the psychographics is just as good as the Lady Liberty in most cases, and I think that is true.
Thanks to the turnpike, this means only 4 credits going into HQ, which is a magic threshold to not steal Bologna.
Yeah, that's a huge point.
That's a very good point.
2 more Bologna's in the list. We haven't seen them yet. We did draw twice that turn, so we're going to see what's on HQ. We are going to get a Steve trigger, which can be quite valuable, whether it's just a bravado off of R&D or server 1. I don't know what else. You need something that's a lot of a value immediately. Sure, gamble, JD Lund, you're
Looks
getting
like
the
it's gonna
gamble
be
back.
Yeah, with this many
no,
clicks
getting
left.
the gamble removed actually.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
daily business
Which
show
I think
gone.
is
Or
which I
dirty
think is a
laundry
much
removed and gamble back to the
yeah.
grip.
Daily business show
Yeah,
access from
because-
hand.
With this, could be it. Drawing up,
Shoe
dirty
drawing up,
laundrying archives,
playing that dirty
betting that
laundry.
it is not in hand, betting that this is a way to just build up to score a Bologna with Lady Liberty. But if the Beal is in hand or drawn off the daily business show, this could be over.
Ghostmate
Yeah, there's been a
could
lot
have
of
it.
drawing here.
They just need to find one of the 3 agendas, and that is
It's a
it.
tomorrow's headline.
That's it.
Tomorrow's
Ghost Meat
headline
takes it.
added to the score area. So that means Ghostmate is going to continue on in the lower brackets. Well, that is the end of the road for Shoeflower. I believe Shoeflower was a top 4 finish last year at Worlds, if I'm not mistaken. Still a great run this year, making all the way to the top 16. Which is absolutely fantastic. That double Aries start, exactly as being pointed out, was immense. Both players had really good starts, honestly, in terms of economy versus the agenda suites, but good game to both players.
Well played, definitely by both. That is a tough game to go out on because played very, very well there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think Shu played that. You know, there's very few clicks that you could disagree with on Shu's line there, but Ghost Meat kept it, very tight and pulled out, I think, a well-deserved win.
So we'll see Ghostmate continue on with the 2 lists, but for Aaron, that's unfortunately the end of the road. We still have a bit of time left in the round. We're going to see what other games we might be able to spectate. I think there's only one other game going on right now, which is Saya versus Osklet. We're going to see what that looks like right now. If you're just tuning in, by the way, we're halfway through round 2, maybe even further than half, and we've just tuned in, and there's a Lady Liberty with 3 counters Saya there has in the remote server. I believe their turn just starts, so we actually could see a Bologna being added to the score area on this exact turn. Now, again, this is not scored. Oh, we're over-installing. The Lady Liberty has done what she needed to do. Followed by 2 draws. Interesting ordering there. Osklet, 3 points, and there we have that exact rig that we talked about. The 3 Aeneas informants are down.
Yeah.
We have the
Wow.
Salsa Slums
All
and
3
the
of
Maw.
Yeah, this is a really nice board state for Oslate here. In theory, a little surprised that she's not running the Amani Sinai first, because that seems like it could be a potential challenge. But I guess I would be worried about the MVT on HQ, but the Chrysium you kind of don't ignore or don't need to worry about.
Looks like Aeneas has to be done manually here on the Chrysium grid access.
No, it's actually the
No, never
slums
mind.
access.
Oh, the slums. Okay, got it.
Because she
got
slums
it.
Rashida and then has to give herself 3 extra credits.
So Salsa Slums. Wow, that's a Beal there.
Ow.
Getting slums through. There's a Bologna also in archives. That is game.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
We came in
Yeah,
right at
'cause-
the end.
Ma triggers doing a lot, it seems like. And
Whoa.
yeah, I mean, like when you're CTM, this is more or less the worst case scenario rig that you have to outrace.
Yeah, the Doom rig is definitely real. It's 21 credits to 138. And I have no doubt so much of that is attributed to the Aeneas informant. Again, we might be, well, I think we're going to be probably seeing this again throughout the day, but basically how this works, Aeneas informants gives you a credit when you access a card and don't trash it. Is the text on Salsa Slums right now updated on JNet? Once per turn when you paid the trash cost, remove that card instead of trashing it? I guess that's correct, right?
I don't know that JNet updates. I thought they were just scans of the cards, but
Okay.
that is functionally the wording of slums at the moment, even if it's not the exact legal wording of slums.
So the idea is that when you access a card, you're not trashing it, you're removing it from the game, which bypasses the CTM ability, which fires on trash. It bypasses the AR enhanced security ability, which fires on trash. And because you're not trashing a card, Aeneas Informant will fire as well as Maw. So while these are a lot of pieces to get down, once you get this down, you can absolutely control the board. And it looks like Saya did just match up against that. This is the lower brackets, I take it? Or upper brackets?
That was the upper bracket. So
fantastic.
Osklet will be on to the upper bracket semifinals next.
Okay.
It's the winner of Percomus and Big Unit 3000.
So both of these players will continue to be in the tournament. It looks like that is it for our round. So we're going to go jump back to the bracket that we have. We'll see what, as soon as the results come in, we'll have an understanding of what the following round is going to look like. We don't have the results just yet. No doubt. They're going to be reported to. I'm not sure whether also Nisei is following along and tracking this as well on Cobra, and this is a backup plan, but it is worth knowing that we did have to pivot, or Nisei OP did have to pivot to challenge after having some issues with pairing on Cobra.
Oh, okay. So we are seeing they're not sure exactly what they're doing with might be manually pairing in Cobra, but we are seeing round 2 is now correctly paired, and we do have results for it. So
Okay.
we have most of the results are now reported.
Okay, I think I have a secondary Cobra link that should work.
Yeah, the one that was just posted in the comms channel.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so this is back to Cobra, right? So this has been approved. This looks like it's the right one. I'm just gonna keep the challenge bracket open just in case. So give them 1 second. I'm gonna just open this up in a new tab. Yeah, just to have both open.
Keeping checks going.
Yeah, and also the challenge does show kind of the bracket structure.
Yeah,
in addition to just the results.
Super valuable for me. I never understand the bracket structure, but these are results right now. Now, this is not going to exactly flag who is at the upper tables and at the lower tables, so we will bounce between the two, even though this one says ignore the challenge bracket. So the matchups we're looking at that were that final elimination brackets were Rust Rider versus Scry, MJP versus Pincel, Tug versus Deer, and Ghostmeat versus Shoeflower. So if we can remember those names, it looks like Tug has won against Deer. So the runner will take it. Adam beat out the controlling the message. So that looks like Deer will be dropping from the top 16. Good games to both players. Ghostmeat dropping Aaron out of the bottom of the bracket as well. And then I believe we're waiting on the result between Rust Rider and Scry. And then the final lower brackets, what was the name?
MJP and Pencil.
Oh, of course.
And Pencil dropped to MJP. So MJP will continue there. Steve Cambridge did get there over Gagarin, that Prison Gagarin deck that we've seen.
Wow. Okay, so my pick to win is out in the bottom 4, but you know it's the bottom 4 of a very stacked field of almost 200. So
right, we have to remember. 16. Oh, and we did just get the final result. So Rust Rider did win over Scry. So Rust Rider will be continuing in the lower bracket as well.
Okay.
All right, so that is, again, the end for Scry. So what are we left with here? We will see. I'm not sure whether the challenge bracket is going to be updated, but I'd like to have an understanding of what identities we're still looking at. We will see them once the next pairings come up. They will be the only players and names will be showing up on their table. In terms of looking at the challenge bracket, though, we're going to be on round 3. So we'll still have 4 games in the lower brackets, but only 2 games, at the upper brackets. And eventually get to this like awkward situation where the upper brackets player just has to wait for the lower brackets to sort itself out, where they finally get their matchup. So we're I think 2 rounds away from that happening, but we'll get there pretty soon.
Yeah, sure. I'm just filling out my own personal bracket because I like to keep going along.
So notably, an interesting matchup that will be happening in this next round is Osclet will be playing against Big Unit. And those two are, I believe, located in the same physical house right now. So a same physical house matchup to figure out who's getting to the upper bracket finals for the World Championships.
Yeah, no screen peeking, huh?
That's a pretty stacked house. And Sanjay, I believe, was in that house as well. So
and made the top 24 here as well, yeah.
So we're going to have some good games in just a bit. Oh, hold on 1 second. I think we might have a technical issue in Discord.
Jonas,
there we go.
the Big Unit 3000 Janktivist, and Rotom Appliance have all been testing with the Snare Bears for this Worlds. So that group's doing pretty well, but there's lots of really strong players left who can all take it from the lower bracket.
So I believe
no one is out of the running here among those still in the bracket, and everyone has a very realistic path to winning the World Championships who is still in.
We have our round 3 pairings up. It looks like it's Vale versus Rust Rider, Bridgman versus MJP, Percomus versus Ghostmeat, Saya versus Tug, Osclade against Big Unit against, that's the house matchup, and Janktivist versus Rotom. Excuse me, I think you guys had these matchups already. I just refreshed into them, huh?
Yeah, I just refreshed into them as well. So do we want to continue watching the lower bracket to see people who are about to be eliminated?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So we've got 4 matchups that we can choose there. I don't believe we've seen a full game from Tug.
No,
yet.
And on the bottom on that table, specifically table 20, we'll definitely be seeing an Adam, which is quite exciting. Because I'm not sure we've seen a full
Yep.
Adam list at these top tables.
Yeah, let's definitely get that.
Okay.
That seems like a good one.
Let's jump into that game. That should be a very interesting matchup. We get to see a full game of this New World Order Adam into controlling the message. We talk about the decks a little bit while they make the game.
Yeah, let's do it. Here, let me just pull them up real quick. All right, so we're looking at Tug's list. We talked a bit about this earlier today. In short, we have a Gagarin list, and this is a very lethal list. We're having 2 false leads we want to sneak through. Otherwise, the agendas are just going to be things we're going to try and hide. But if that false lead sneaks through in one of those remote servers, that is a really big threat. Now, both of these Adam decks, we'll check if they both have misdirection, which is your one like really cheeky way to crawl out underneath a hard-hitting news if a false lead is in the score area. But I think the big thing I want to talk about in a Gagarin versus Adam matchup, or an Adam versus a controlling the message matchup.
It's going to be Adam CTM.
Okay, it's Adam versus controlling the message. How big of a deal is the neutralize all threats? It is a directive that you can choose to start the game with that, while it gives you multi-access on HQ, forces you to trash cards or the first card you access every turn. Is that basically making everything a Mumbat virtual tour? What does that do to the gameplay?
I think it depends a lot if we see the early Ares. Because if you do see the early Ares, then it makes some of those accesses a little bit awkward.
Yeah, an Ares
for the
into
exact
trash.
reason that you're laying out. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is worth noting that if you do run archives first and you access a card with a trash cost that does neutralize all threats, it's sometimes an option, not always the best option. If you're Adam,
there is at least some value from that archives run because
Exactly.
you do get to find the truth off of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that is definitely interesting. Otherwise, if we're looking at the CTM list, this is Saya's list. Very similar in a lot of ways to the list that we just saw from Ghost Meat. We have a single exchange of information. We have 3 hard-hitting news, and our only tag punishment outside of the exchange is a single boom, which is quite a powerful card, of course. This is also a CTM that has a single copy of Chrysium Grid, which might not do too much in the matchup itself, but does have a 5 written in the bottom right corner. So if you score out one of those 3 AR enhanced security quickly onto the game, if the Adam connects with it, they have to pay 5, worry about the controlling the message trace, and then on top of that, worry about maybe an AR enhanced security.
Yeah, this list also is running 1 Hydra, which I think is a much bigger ice to have to be aware of. You know, you're in the last matchup, the worst thing you're going to do was like take a tag and maybe bounce a card. Hydra is like, oh, I'm going to tag you, I'm going to pay myself back and the run. Or if you're already tagged, you're losing a bunch of tools from hand, which can be very tricky.
And that's where the interesting interactions here are. You have Logic Bomb in Adam as a way to deal with some of the bigger ice, but if you Logic Bomb, you don't have any turn left. So if you collide with something with a trash cost and you're forced to trash it and take an AR enhanced security tag and maybe controlling the message on top of that, that's going to be a problem for you for sure. I'm really excited to see this matchup. I've played a couple Adam games against, controlling the message back in the day, and sometimes it's been a real struggle if you can't set up the economy early because those forced trashes, they sneak up on you.
Yeah,
it's worth noting. It might be worth noting. So traditionally, way back in the day, before Find the Truth was printed, this was a very, very tough matchup for Adam because you had another directive that forced you to run your first click every single turn.
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, this Adam list, in terms of the economy you want to set up early, you have the 3 pad taps, you have daily casts, and early liberated accounts will do it as well with the career fair. You can get that down as soon as click 1 if you have the proper cards in hand. And a big thing with Adam too is if you steal an early agenda, your brain chip sets up and you're good to go. I'm interested to see whether we value the sports hopper to come down. Just have a couple additional link. It can matter a fair bit with those CTM traces, let alone things like IP block gets you a bit farther as well. And it looks like we're off. We're going to swap over to the boards again. Welcome. This is 2021 World Championship. We are starting with a decision from Tug, who gets a look at the 4 directives Adam has access to and put 3 on the table. We're looking at the standard options here. Find the Truth will reveal every card Tug draws, but when you make a successful run, you get a look at the top card of R&D. Neutralize all threats gives you a multi-access built in when you're hitting HQ. That's 2 cards, but you're forced to trash a card if you access it, if you can trash it the first time a turn, which can be a pretty big deal. And then finally, safety first, your hand size is going to be dropping down to 3, but you do get a free card draw as long as you're underneath that hand size. And this is Adam, whose console Logic Bomb will eventually get the hand size boosted way, way up. What's the best start you're reckoning for controlling the message? Can they just go horizontal knowing that Adam won't likely want to interact, take a tag, and then lose a directive? Like, do you just jam on the board as much as you can?
Enigma into Rashida seems pretty good.
There's also,
Yeah. I don't even know that you need the ice first turn. Like, it's so scary to check an MVT first click, but Enigma into Rashida is definitely the threat here.
there's the RNG key coming down. Now, when you
the
run
RNG
RNG,
key.
before you access the card, you're going to reveal it with Find the Truth. So you can name the number. There's no guessing here. And that can give you either 3 credits, which is so much for a successful run effect, or 2 cards. Now,
Seeing a wall.
if you find something that you have to trash, it's going to be awkward anyways. If you hit a Crisium or Mumbet Virtual Tour off the top, you're going to be down 5 credits. That's going to be a problem. It might just be a hard-hitting news. We will see the card. It's a Crisium grid.
Oh,
Crisium
it's the one of
grid.
Crisium grid. Oh, that's brutal.
Oh.
And we talked about that. Having a 5 in the bottom right corner, that's probably the most relevant part of the card of this matchup. But that's 3 credits at least after the RNG key. Tug still on 3 credits. But again, if hard-hitting news connects, if you don't have the misdirection in hand, it's quite tricky, and you don't want to be tagged. Even a single tag is a bigger deal in this matchup when you have those directives your game plan is built around. Diving down to 1, hard-hitting news can land so easily. We'll see if Saya has it.
Hard-hitting news was already pretty easy to land, so just saying, all right, if you got it, you got it. I'm at least going to get some money. It's just an AR enhanced security, though.
They have it.
Just an AR enhanced security.
Yeah, you're right. Just a thing that's going to make Adam, who must trash cards they access, take additional tags.
So again, the first time you access, and this is why running archives is an interesting strat here. Neutralize all threat says the first time you access a card with a trash cost, you can turn that directive off by checking archives first. It also lets you see the top of R&D, so you can run in with the RNG key, get the 2 cards, the 3
Oh,
credits.
choosing to run in here. Okay, so it must be a non-trashable card, but
Well, no,
it's
because they've
still-
run archives now, so they don't have
So
to.
RNG key does still give.
Yep.
Oh, it's a Mumba Temple, so
So that's like clicking to, obviously you're risking hard-hitting news, but it's
Oh,
clicking for 3
right.
credits. It's quite
but
good.
here's some fun counterplay. You click for 3 credits because you're on exactly 2 credits. That was why the Rozeki install came in. Exactly 2 credits, so can't trash the Mumba Temple. You get to avoid that tag in the trace.
Well, so I think a big
Just
part
the
of
tag
it
in this
Yeah.
case.
is that he ran archives first, and so he accessed a card in archives, so it turns off neutralize all threats for the
Oh, true.
entire
Yeah,
turn.
yep, duh. You're right.
So we're gonna see if Tug continues to do that turn after turn, and whether Saya wants to ice that up. But that is the one thing you can do to allow him to interact with the board and not force trashes.
Yeah, it's a weird thing with the ice here. It's like, do you want to put an ice on archives just so that, you know, Adam is forced to handle the variety of board states that you want to get them into, or do you just sort of say, well, if you want to play a 3-click runner, I'll let you play a 3-click runner.
RNG key guessing 3 on the axis on HQ. Seeing a Hydra, you don't often guess 10 with RNG key, but we might just see it. Also seeing an exchange of information. That's the whole hand there. And Saya does have a good board state here with the Commercial Bankers Group ticking up something behind server 1. They're going to have an economic lead quite soon. But Tug finding the console, finding the pad tap, drawing into a sports hopper as well. We'll see what Saya can do if they're scoring out another in server 1.
They've also shown that they have a paperclip. Is this the second Ares? 2
second
games in a
Ares.
row.
Oh, that's so painful.
We've saw this 2 games in a row with a double Ares coming out quite soon, and Tug might have a trickier dance even than Aaron did playing Steve, and that's all to do with this one directive. Again, they're meant to be upsides but also downsides, and you do see the real downside here. Forced to trash the Bankers Group, that's okay. You want to do it anyways, see the top of R&D. And seeing the top of R&D is not going to be very obvious in the chat log, but technically right now Tug knows every card in HQ, and it's important to keep that in mind when Tug is deciding when to run what server.
I actually don't think Tug knows the draw from this turn, from the turn where they just scored the Ares. Because I think their turn was install, pad, casts, grain ship, and take a credit or something.
But didn't they see it last turn
but I
off of R&D when they ran the Hydra?
No, they took a turn off of running.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Oh, no, you're right. They did see it when they saw the Hydra.
And it turns that card is the hard-hitting news, which is going to be a bit of an issue here, but we're going to see a misdirection coming down with emergent creativity, binning the paperclip as well. Not that the misdirection has an install cost, but getting the paperclip in the bin is quite nice. Tug is going to just float 3 tags here. And there goes the directives. Tries all the
It's exactly a 1-turn window to get rid of the directives. Also, only a 1-turn window for Boom because the misdirection says not going to end the turn on 2 tags in the future, at least not very easily.
Now, in some ways, Tug has solved some of his own issues. Now, Find the Truth going is definitely an issue. Neutralize all threats going means the AR enhanced security has less of a control over the entire game. We're still running HQ for singles
Notably,
here. Guessing 0.
notably, none of these in the deck. There are no duplicate copies of any of these directives, so those are gone. Will not see them again this game.
And Tug is
Yeah, like it's I think it's tending to say like, oh well, we've just Tug has just gotten their problem solved for them, but also Tug is sort of playing a blank runner now.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, like their ID ability is draw once sometimes.
Still, you got a lot of good
which-
cards there. Emergent Creativity, Logic Bomb, not the worst blank ID faction to be in. But you're totally
I mean,
right.
yes, Shaper is the worst blank ID faction to be in.
Woof.
Which is unfortunate because they also have the most blank IDs of any faction, I think.
Adam is basically Lot, but with better in-faction cards, right?
Yeah, basically, right?
Now Saya's
Oh god, that's pretty. That's one upside is he has one link, but downside he has much less relevant card text.
Now we're hitting HQ here. Tug is going to get access, no longer seeing the top of R&D, no longer exposing their cards that they draw here. Server 4 and Server 5 just came out. We've been guessing on RNG key, guessing 3. We know the Hydra's in there. We know the exchange of
Hitting
information is in
Hydra
there.
every time.
It's all Hydras. It's Hydras all the way down. Notably, there are 2 Hydras in... Or no, there's only the 1 Hydra. I'm wrong. Oh, has been hitting the same Hydra quite a bit.
Turning wheel comes down. We got
Oof.
3 good reses on the table. Mumba Temple, Commercial Bankers Group, and the Rashida going to trigger. Sai does have the hard-hitting news in hand. The credit differential is not entirely in their favor, but they can definitely find what they need here. We've access to
Yeah, the
only
hard
one breaker so far.
the hard thing news is much trickier here because of the misdirection being down. It's just kind of it's more going to be it's a tempo play rather than a game winning play in a lot of ways. And so Saja has to find a different line on how to win because this deck isn't really meant to square up behind ice, but it's going to have a much harder time using its usual tag punishment with misdirection on the board.
We've got 3 installs that turn. Pretty easy to do after you've drawn so much after Rashida fires. Icing up HQ, and Tug has just been valuing those HQ runs with the turning wheel. They seem even a bit more ripe. But we have something on top of the Spin Doctor. In this list, it's at this point either a Mumbed Virtual Tour or a Sansan City Grid. So Saya might be setting up to score out. Tug running that Commercial Bankers Group, going to take that down for 2 credits, dealing with 3 potential tags at that point. But multiple tags at the same time, Misdirection eats those relatively well. It's not that much worse from clearing a single tag.
Yeah, it's almost more efficient to be on 3 tags than 2 tags.
Yeah.
It's not actually, but it's quite close in terms of total value. But I do think Saja, like, this is the window here for Saja to try and use Sansans and things like that. So
Tug getting the undo.
Saya certainly has a pretty good window here. I would agree.
Sequencing hard, leading with the sure gamble.
Yeah, no, this is one of those things that you do when you've been playing a lot of Netrunner over 2 days. You just kind of forget.
So Saya only being left with the Mumbad Temple. Has something on server 1 again. You could use the Mumbad Temple to res the shipment. There you go, the Sansan City Grid, excuse me. So you can start scoring out for 2 credits cards from hand. I'm not sure how great that is on this board state. Going down to 1 credit to score out a Beal does put you on game point though. But Tug will just start slamming centrals with the turning wheel and then the RNG key on top of it. It looks like we might be pushing for it. Maybe
what? So there's no MVTs in this list. So maybe that's like a CVS.
Oh no!
Or maybe it was just a misordering. Could be that too. Okay, yeah.
Ooh, tomorrow's headline. That's a better 3-2. Now you're down to 1 credit, but Tug is going to take a tag, and we're going to start ripping the board apart. Mamba Temple coming down means that Sai is not going to be able to res just about any of this ice, if I'm not mistaken. And Misdirection deals with 4 tags again, not much different than 3 tags.
Choosing not to run there.
Is it going to be a sequencing thing again? I wonder if it's like going to be gamble.
Oh, they have an overclock.
Overclock. Okay, so there was an overclock.
And this is obviously...
I'm surprised that... Are there 2 overclocks? Because you're not getting full value there.
I think a lot of times...
if you beat the CTM... Well, you're not, right? Because the CTM trace isn't...
I imagine a fair bit of it is you just want to get cards out of your hand to ensure Adam is getting the free card draw. So sometimes you'll just dump a card,
but you could
right?
use it on the Sansan City Grid.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You just you trash the moon pad, then overclock the Sand City grid, and then clear all your tags.
To answer that question, there are 3 overclocks, so
Guessing 3,
potentially
always
not as
whiffing
great.
on HQ, whether it's 3 or 0 or 10, hasn't lined up yet on the random HQ axis. Seeing the exchange of information, which isn't a relevant card now. Saya clicking back up to 4, which means they can definitely threaten out a score of a Beal in the remote server next turn. Tug is going to start there on 5 credits. Turning wheel, only 1 counter on it. But you're right, that Sense and City Grid was potentially a target. I reckon you do need to take down for sure that Mumba Temple before, otherwise they'll res their ice for free. And Tug, going to get them to liberated counts, drawing up with safety first, has now good amount of economy. But Saya might just be scoring out right here. That's the Beal.
Here's a Beal. Same point.
Saya is on 6 points.
It's
Is there a
important to note
15
there is no 15 minutes in this deck, so it will have to. If the Sand goes down, a 3-pointer has to get scored the hard way, or that 3 advancement agenda has to be scored the hard way.
But one of the options for the hard way is a Lady Liberty.
Very true.
We named
the easy hard way.
We named 0 with the RNG key, so now Tug connects the archive memories with a 0 in the top left corner, choosing to gain 3 credits there. Could have gone for 2 card draw as well. Archive memories staying there in HQ, turning wheel on 2, and now there's a fork between trashing the Sand City grid, locking R&D, or hopefully flushing out HQ. We're going to archives here. Showing a Hydra and the IP block. Now
Not going
RD.
to the Sand is a little risky, but it probably is fairly unlikely that the last one of the 2 remaining Beals are in HQ because it's been checked pretty regularly for most of the game.
We're going to flush out 2 cards here with the turning wheels. It's another Sand City grid into the Lady Liberty. Trash for 4. So if Saya has the last AR enhanced security in hand or one of the other 2 Beals, they can close the game from the spot. We know the top of R&D is not an agenda. HQ might have one.
Oh no, it's an install? Not an advance.
Wait, sorry.
Oh, okay.
There's been a mistake.
That's a misclick.
All right, it's a new remote server.
That makes more sense.
So I'm not sure if we know what this is. It could be the Lady Liberty. I think that's the only thing we've seen that's installable.
It makes sense for it to be the Lady Liberty, I think.
Yeah, and now I think Tug just has to try and keep centrals clean.
Yeah.
So
that's a turnpike. Now we're not going to break that. The trace 5 you could spay into, but we can just float the text at this point. Exchange of information doesn't do much. Would she score a Bologna? It's a different issue. Let alone any agenda really from 6 points.
So seeing 2 here.
Yep, seeing 2 is really nice so that even if Saja draws after their turn starts, you'll get plenty of you have plenty of clearance to know that you're safe and not losing the game immediately.
Speaking of drawing,
see a Spin Doctor.
Gonna trash that for 2 credits.
Like great trash.
AR enhanced security is going to give you 3 more tags, and that means you're going to spend half your turn with misdirection to clear those tags. Whether you need to check server 6 here or not really doesn't change much unless they have a Bologna that can't score the Sand and it gets to that point. But Tug's just going to clear down to no credits or no tags, excuse me, installing an Earthrise for more draw.
An Earthrise, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is it seems very difficult for Saja to win here, short of like drawing once and the Sand surviving another couple of turns, and just hoping that he top decks one of the last 3 2s or the last Aries.
Making R&D more expensive also an option, and it looks like that's what Sai is going for here. Probably an MVT, I would guess. Force that.
There's no MVTs in the list.
There's no MVT.
Yeah,
so it probably is that CVS we saw.
Yeah.
Why would you put a CVS?
Yeah, the CVS looked. I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It actually is, I think, a pretty significant error because you can always RNG key name 3 and access the CVS first, and then never trash it.
There might be some forgetting whether or not there's open decklist, but if there's no Mumbet Virtual Tour or Brysec in this list, you can just go in here and exactly. Name 3 is going to be a problem. This is not a sandbox deck. That Virus Purge is going to have no relevance in this matchup. Does Tug run Clot?
Oh,
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Tug taking it back. We got a lot of takebacks at this table, but want to keep get up to 9 credits first with the liberated counts. We're dirty laundering through this thing. We're through the turnpike. We're not going to beat the trace, I don't think. We're just going to take the tag, lose a credit on encounter. So now RNG Key can name a number here.
Yep.
RNG Key naming
Guessing 3. There you go. That's a virus suite off the top of the deck,
CBS.
which is just full value. And it's so hard to remove the virus suite from R&D. So that's going to stay there forever if Tug does not trash it. So that's just extra gas every time you run R&D here.
Yeah,
You have to pay 3,
it's a
risk that and trash it.
it's a
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah.
an odd install, and it's an odd choice to me in the whole list because there is no Cyberdeck sandbox. I think it's just to deal with Clot,
Yeah, maybe Imp,
which
Amakua.
yeah, I guess Imp and Amakua, but like often for those you'll just put a one of Macrophage in instead, and you get generally a little more out of it. Though the bluff of an MVT isn't nothing. It just falls apart in open deck lists in this scenario.
Now Tug is accessing the top card of R&D here. We didn't have a turning wheel token or 2 turning wheel tokens to convert. So we're just seeing the top card and thinking about it. Again, if you trash something, you'll take 2 more tags here. Misdirection does deal with that relatively well. Looks like we're going to leave it on top, get our dirty laundry credits, still have a single tag. Tug clearing that 1 tag. They have 1 click left. Whether they want to install a card, they're going to have to discard a card at the end of their turn. They're not going to get the free card job, but Earthrise Hotel is doing well for them for sure. But we're going here for server 1. That's a Sansan City grid.
Clearing out the Sansan is basically probably going to take out the only way that Tug really loses from this board state.
Now, Saya has 4 credits. Tug did clear the tag. They will be floating tags at the end of this turn. So Saya has a boom. It's a different story, but that's just an enigma. Going to take a click away from Tug. I don't think he can deal with that. But forcing out credits. With 1 credit, you can't really Sansan out any agenda here.
Nope. Well, I guess the 15 minutes. Oh, no, there's no 15 minutes. Yeah.
This was last click from Tug, right?
Yep. So
I'm
just going to end the run.
Surprised by the run because you will have to float 2 tags. I guess there's no threat of boom. That must be why.
Yeah, I think you've seen
Is there
enough
no
of the
threat of
deck
boom?
that he doesn't have to worry about boom too much. Install double advance, or sorry, install click for 2 credits and server 7. 2 cards in server 6 and 1 card in server 6, 1 in server 7. These haven't been res for a couple turns now. That server 7 card is probably what Tug saw at the top of the deck and consider trashing.
So run on HQ here.
Single access here is going to
Only
get a turning wheel
single
token.
card.
And it's the Archive Memories. We've guessed 0.
Hey, hits.
Man, gaining 3 credits on a single run. This is basically Temujin as long as you can do the additional work, huh?
Yeah, as long as you're really good at guessing. It's a free Temujin.
Access good.
Once per turn Temujin.
That's a Rashida there in server 7. You're going to take 3 tags maybe alongside that, but Tug can spend the rest of their turn and 3 credits with the misdirection. You see how valuable the misdirection is.
Clearing that misdirection's a big deal. Or clearing that Rashid is a big deal because that would be quite possibly game losing.
Sai drawing up. This is an unknown card, if I'm not mistaken. This actually could be the winning agenda. I've imagined this pause means something else. Drawing 1. That's 2 unknown cards there in HQ. And one of them probably ending up in a remote server. Second one to follow.
Yep. Putting out lots of threats, probably representing something like a banker's. Maybe the second or third Rashida, but there's this is the fun part about CTM is you have lots of assets. Some of them matter and some of them don't. And it's up to Tug to figure out, do I spend the first 2 clicks checking servers 8 and 9, or do I try and win on centrals?
And like what Tug is doing right now, obviously he's playing this very, very well, but he has so much work still ahead of him. As soon as he takes a single agenda, the game is lost off of exchange of information. So he has to play very carefully around tags from that point forward. We have 4 tokens on the turning wheel, so it looks like we're going to convert that into 3 accesses. Our RNG key was used off of HQ and whiffed, so that free, quote-unquote, Cyberdeck's Fire Suite is not going to give him the 3 credits of this run.
Yeah. Yeah, It'll be interesting if Saja pulls us out. I think it'll be because Tug chose not to trash the Sansan when they had the chance. But I might also be getting a little ahead of myself because there's plenty of game left, and I think Tug's position is pretty good here.
So this is a
It
dig
sort
for
of depends.
4.
Nothing off 3 axes.
Sorry, a dig for 3. Yeah.
No agendas. This list is running 3 Bologna, which, mind you, a Mad Dash could solve. We got a political operative down as
Oh.
well. Now
Pop.
That helps a lot, though.
that does trigger, excuse me, that is going to trigger AR enhanced security, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So that's a bit
So
awkward.
tough to fire it in the Rashida window because you open yourself up to a boom potentially. Not this turn, only 2 credits.
Mamba Tempo going to res a Nassix. It's basically a pad campaign. The additional text on that is probably not going to matter. But server 10 is up. And again, we need to remember, we know the next 2 cards on R&D. I'm pretty sure the cards that are drawn from Saya are ending up on the table here.
Yeah, this has been a weird draw for CTM. Like we've seen no daily business shows installed. We've seen that was the first. I know there are 2 Rashidas through. There's one Spin Doctor actually trashed out of I think R&D, but I don't remember.
Emerging
No
creativity.
bankers either.
Getting down to Angolo. Unfortunately, MU is a bit tight now that Brain Chip hasn't been powered. Having to forfeit the RNG key. Technically a very powerful card, but Angolo is going to give you some options. It is just an IP block. You don't really want to Angolo that. You'll gladly trace through it if you can. Otherwise, you're paying a lot of money to kick through.
Yeah. Yeah, Angola will kick through any ice, but not for cheap.
Yeah.
Got to pay for those legs.
If you want to kick through
They're
anything,
professionals.
it's probably just a Hydra, but we've seen one in the bin so far, and Saya's not close to the credits necessary to res the 3 heads. Still, that archive
Memories once again still there.
In terms of the memories, like,
Who would have thought?
what do we have access to? We could pull back a Rashida or a Spin Doctor. Maybe that's worth pursuing. At this point, Saya just needs
It's
to
really
draw into the
just for
agenda.
the boom, right?
And the daily business show means that we're going to see the 2 last cards I believe Tug saw. So now the top of R&D is fresh, if I'm not mistaken. 1 card down into server 11.
Yes.
We're going to zoom out. Now, interesting too, the pull-up is like real tech against the Sansan, right? Like as soon as you jam into the
It is,
Sansan,
yeah.
install advance, you could pull up. You'll end up with 2 tags. At that point, they likely won't have 2 clicks left, so they can't boom you on the spot.
It's an install onto the Sansan server.
Yep.
Blicker often does deal with the Sansan as long as you go. I think we both established our okay take back. These players have been playing for a while, I guess, across a couple of days. Time zones are also a bit awkward, but I think it's only the late afternoon in where Tug is right now. Do you think is Saya playing? Where's Saya playing from? Is PL for Poland? I take it, or regardless.
I don't know.
Good question.
They shared some banter at the beginning that makes me think they've played together somewhat seriously.
Okay.
So
we have server 11 and server 1. Now server 1 is on top of the Sansan City grid. Whether that is do we have Mumbad still in this list? No, that we don't, do we?
no.
Looks like
The
we do have
only
an answer
card.
in chat. We do have an answer in chat. Yes, the answer is Poland.
Okay.
Okay, great. The only card that could be like it's either an agenda or it has to be one of the agendas or an asset. There's no legal upgrades that you could put in that server 1 there. Because you can't put a grid on a grid or a region on a region, I should say.
Yeah.
I guess they're almost always grids, which is why I said a grid on a grid. But so then it's just like, oh, is that the Lady Liberty? Is that, it's not really going to be a Bologna. It's all sorts of weird options. But maybe it's a Rashida, like behind the Enigma, just saying you're going to spend not even that much anymore. It's just 2 credits to get through.
Now Tug is voicing their struggle here. They don't know the top of R&D, so if they don't deal with the Sansan, the top deck could just win, let alone maybe server 8 or server 11 is another Sansan. At that point, the credits would not support the scoring out, but definitely a big fork here, whether you want to just take down the Sansan and worry about what's in server 1, or just try and lock the top of R&D. Looks like we're going to start here in R&D. Getting through the turnpike it's going to fire. You're going to take the tag. You're going to lose the credit on encounter.
And you don't have the RNG key anymore, so you don't get 3 credits for free back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's such a different, if Brain Chip scores an early agenda, this game is so wildly different where you have that free card draw coming in, the free MU. Single axis off the top. 2 axes, one of them's a
It's a
Bologna.
Bologna.
We're on the board. Now that Brain Chip is powered up, immediately 7 MU, 6 hand size. And the problem is exchange of information is a game-winning play if Tug ends their turn floating a tag here. So that means if you can't really pull up a Sansan, as soon as you pull up a Sansan, you're going to get exchanged. The game's over. But definitely a huge hit here. Tug's going to need a mad dash if they want to win off just a second Bologna somewhere.
Yeah, this is definitely a rough spot. Though, yeah, with the Polop, like, it's cute tech, but it's actually kind of dead at this point, which is unfortunate.
Well, it's the case where it isn't dead.
Is now. Like,
Well, it's on your turn and you can clear them with misdirection. Or if there weren't an agenda in server 1, if this truly is an agenda, then you can't fire it on quick 2. Because what you could do is fire it after the install advance when there's only one quick and there's no boom available.
Yeah, but then they
Well,
just
but there is
exchange
an
you.
exchange.
Yeah, you lose.
Oh, duh. Yeah, right. Yeah, so, right. Yep. Only takes one click to play exchange. That is not a double. Good call, y'all.
So I think Tug might be considering now whether they want to pull up the Sunset straight away so they can misdirection away the 3 tags. Controlling the message is not, is it when accessing? No, it's just whenever you install trash an installed card. So it would be potentially 3 more tags.
It's decent value from that for sure. You have to go pretty poor to do that, but you're going to tick back up $3 at the start of your turn. Well, between the corpse turn and your turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very hard call for Tug. You know that there's one non-agenda on the top of R&D, but that's sort of like you really want to know the top 2 are not agendas to feel pretty safe here, because DBS can just draw right through.
So Tug is definitely thinking here. Again, I think we saw 2 cards off of the R&D, right? So the second card, we do know what it is. HQ, I don't think we have any fresh cards in there. The question is, what is server 1? There's a chance it's a card that Tug knows, but Overclock is going to charge into server 1 right here. Wants to keep
into
HQ.
Overclock into HQ. Fascinating.
That's really interesting.
Now,
just gonna use it
oh,
to trash
that's
the thing.
so
Sam.
cool.
Oh.
So using those
That's a good
overclock
idea.
credits mid-run, those are 5 credits that overclock gives you, and using them on the political operative to trash the Sansan. Now this is going to give you tags, which means the IP block is actually going to end the run. So not sure if you needed to go HQ here, or whether you want to just go archives. I'm not sure what Tug is going to do when they collide with the IP block.
Well, they could install the paperclip and get the single here, right?
But if they do that, they can't
but
clear
I
the
don't
tags.
think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
They can't clear the tags if they do.
Oh, as someone's pointing out in chat, the reason you go to a central is so that
Turning
you
wheel?
get the turning wheel
Yeah.
counter. Yeah.
Oh, makes sense.
So you're trading an extra credit off of the misdirection to clear that tag, and Tug is going to do it down to 4 credits. A really wild line of play. Again, this deck does run 3 overclock, if I'm not mistaken. Commercial Bankers Group at the remote server. A successful run was made this turn. Saya could actually consider pumping into second daily business show, and Rashida could consider the hard-hitting news here.
Rashida's huge.
Rashida's really big. Hard-hitting news does seem like a really nice play here.
So now we have very much broken the lock. While the Sansan City Grid is down here, Saya does have a lot more cards in hand.
And we know that there's one Sansan City Grid in hand as well. So that can just go right back into server 1 and play the game all over again.
Now Saya can definitely
That
install
may
2
well be what just
cards
happened.
throughout the hard-hitting news if they've drawn it. And that forces Tug into an awkward situation where it's, do you want to clear all the tags or lose to exchange? Do you want to run server 1 or potentially lose? But no hard-hitting news here. Just 3 cards on the table.
That's
No
a
hard-hitting
pretty
news.
big. It's a pretty big
It's
turn
not
of
even-
events for Tug here, for sure.
It's not that expensive to hard-hitting news here, which is a little surprising that it wasn't played after being drawn. But I guess 3 remotes is just saying you can't check all of these. Tug really basically needs to win on
They need the Mad Dash.
one big play, right? Yeah, the Mad Dash is definitely the big one.
Now, the cool thing here is if you see a Bologna, you can refuse to steal it. If you have the Mad Dash in hand, then you can just draw in or play it and then just leave it on the top of the deck, unless there's a Spin Doctor on the table, which would thwart this play. So far, we've seen only 1 Spin Doctor, sorry, 2 Spin Doctors, so there might be 1 more hanging out on the table.
Yeah, with all that draw, it wouldn't be too surprising for there to be a spin doctor in one of these servers. It's also like baiting a spin doctor behind server one is always a fun play where you're like, oh yeah, you invested all this, and I just get to cycle it right back away.
Now, if any of these cards are Sand Disintegrator with 6 credits, let alone the Mumbit Temple and all the money coming at the beginning of the turn, Sai can score out a 3-2 from hand pretty easily. And at this point, Tug has to consider like checking all of these remote servers, which is just not tenable because again, if you float a single tag, that is going to be it. We're running HQ here. Going to probably logic bomb through his IP block just to get an access. Now, this does also get a turning wheel counter. We're going to see 2 cards here. It's a hard-hitting news and archive memory. So you know the news is there. And Saya valued putting cards on the table instead of the hard-hitting news here. So they might just have it. Feels like GG is what Tug says in chat. Uh-oh.
We'll see.
Mad Dash is the big out here, I think. Hold on. Undo click.
Uh-oh. Undo click is interesting. Probably forgot to res something at the proper beginning turn.
Yeah, I think Corp. Yeah, that says that was a Corp. It did undo click.
Forgot about res. This is really hard to redo though, because if you run HQ with the logic bomb, you see 2 different cards. So I reckon you just have to tick up the
I think you
turning
could
wheel.
just trash the logic bomb
Yeah.
and do power counter P3 or whatever.
Does the turning wheel reset or no? But if it's a good game, we'll see if this
I think
matters.
if it's game, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, it's a Lady Liberty.
okay.
There's a Lady Liberty.
Do we score out an AR enhanced security with the Liberty, the last AR?
That's got to be the only one, right?
And there he
That's the
goes,
Ares.
7 points.
Toss it straight into the score area. Don't even need to advance that. That is the game. That is so Saya will continue, and Tug is now out of the tournament. A top 16 finish at Worlds, and fantastic finish, but Saya will be continuing to potentially be the world champion.
And that'll do it. Yeah, Tug, one of my favorite players to watch. And it's unfortunate again, but this happens. We're trying to crown just one name here at the end. So Sai is going to continue on, our Polish player. I do think we have maybe 8 more minutes or something like that left in the round. So we might be able to catch another table. Right now, it's just table 70 cards for Osklet, which is Unit versus Osklet. We talked about how this is a really interesting matchup because both players are in the same building from our understanding, coming from the same testing group at a minimum. So this can be quite exciting. And we have a close game already on the table. We're looking at Precision Design, 6 points in the score area. The Managarm spun up at the remote with the Tranquility home grid, and Unit's also on 4 points max, getting through most of their big stack on 70 cards.
Yeah, this Ansel on server 1 is like the big pivotal piece of ice in this game. Oslet wants to just put an agenda in and hope that between the Managarm and the Ansel that Jonas isn't going to have enough to get there, and Jonas is trying to run the clock out a little bit longer to get value off of these pad taps, the Paladin, the Mystic, just get all that stuff going, because there's a lot of, I don't know, the longer this goes, the happier Max is in the sports state.
Especially with a Maw on the board, getting more value out of that, trying to just disrupt the game plan from PD more and more.
Yeah, we don't.
So I was going to ask, is the Big Unit and Osclade, are they on the same runner deck? Is this the Aeneas Informant version? Because we don't see anything that suggests that right now.
I think there was differing opinions from my understanding of whether it was better to be on Aeneas Informants or multiple political operatives and more like tech cards in that realm.
Okay.
So Jonas is on a falsified, 3 pad taps, and 2 political operatives. So no Aeneas Informants. Same number of cards, though. So also a 70 card max deck.
So we're charging R&D here. We have 1 bad publicity to their name. Maw is just triggering off the second run of R&D. The first one did trash and advanced assembly lines. Now, Osklet does have a pretty good looking remote. Needs to find that last agenda. And hopefully that Maw can make things a bit more difficult. Paladin Puemo.
I'm actually a little surprised that Jonas wasn't resing the running HQ there just to eat up all the Paladin bucks.
That food got modded, looks like. Coming out of archives right there. Putting Big Unit also on game point 6-6. Now the Mad Dashes are not going to be relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, this Paladin now have to trash itself.
You may trash one of your installed cards. You could get rid of the pad tap, I reckon, which is probably not going to give you 4 credits before the game is over.
Essentially an MK also. That's the cheapest install that doesn't drip for money on the board.
Oh yeah, the MK is a good one here probably because it will basically be free to go back through. The other option actually might be the Black Orchestra because there's no code gates res.
But how often is pad tap firing in this matchup? Do you really need 3? I guess it's money, right?
Uh,
Tranquility.
Okay, that's true.
Tranquility. Yeah. Oscillate can't really afford to not take the 2 credits off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot of debates about whether Mystic Mamie deserved a spot. So it's funny to talk about slots in the 70 card list, but apparently it's a thing to debate.
So we're throwing out Gachapon on daily casts. The Paladin Puemo eating up that MK Ultra, so that can come back later. You will have 5 credits at the beginning of your turn. That's a lot of value.
Yeah.
And Jonas calling out, one of the reasons that's a hard decision is the arc lockdown.
Yeah.
One of spicy include.
Osclet has cut a Tranquility home grid from her deck to play that one lockdown. We haven't seen it so far, and we want to count 3 of each breakers, right? So we have 1 MK Ultra, 2 in the bin, hopefully another in the hand. Otherwise, Big Unit is risking a lockout here.
Yeah, they're definitely joking about that in chat.
Yeah.
And
I would
trying
never.
this is like I part of what I really enjoy about high level Netrunner is this sort of back and forth where when you know each other's lists really well and they're both highly tuned, you get to go to this like extra level of mind games.
So Oscott starting by putting something in server 1 after drawing. I think these are both unknown cards, or sorry, the mandatory draw was known. But Tranquility Grid giving you that 2 credits on install. Oscott definitely needing some of that money. Pad tap, firing for 3. Now Oscott is thinking what to do with the last click.
Giving more money to the runner there, but at the moment, on only 4 credits, those 2 credits mattered so much to Osclet.
Yeah, there's a lot of cases where Jonas could just click 1, run server 1, and at with only 4 credits, there's nothing that he can't really handle pretty easily with his credit total. Click through the Ancel and handle the Manic Arm. So, well, actually, I guess a Gatekeeper, he couldn't quite do that, but
This is the issue. Any card their mode server with seamless launch is potentially the game-winning agenda. This list is only running 1-3-2 agenda. It's already been scored, but seamless launches are the threat. We've kind of tuned in a bit throughout the game, so we don't know how many seamless launches are known to be in the hand. Some of them can get mod away through the mid game. We see only 1 so far in face up in archives, and it looks like a 3rd piece of ice on server 1. Only 4 credits for Osclit. Maybe she can res 1 of those ice. I don't think she can ever do 2.
That's a really interesting install to me because either she's bluffing that server 1 isn't an agenda or really needs whatever that particular ice is to make it work.
Now, Big Unit lost the 2nd political operative from the Max Mill, and this is actually quite a strong card if you're worrying about things like Anoetic Void and Manigarm's Skunkworks, which are both very present in this list. We're going to start this turn with a Deuces Wild off the Mystic Miami dollar. Going to gain 3. You might see an expose and a run. It looks like it's a Gatekeeper at server 1, position 1, so that's the middle one if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And so we're charging in this glowing ice again. If they res the Gatekeeper, Osclit, she can't res the outermost, likely. There's no cheap ice. It's just a border control.
Border control.
Which is really well positioned on top
really
of the
nice.
Ancel, but Osclit down to 0 credits.
So that is a free paperclip off of Paladin Puemo and 1 bad pub plus 1 real credit to break both of these subs. And I have to think you want to break both of these subs if you're Jonas.
I think you actually can just break the first one.
Yeah, I think so.
0 credits.
Yeah. You don't have to, right. You definitely want to break the first one, I guess is the point.
I think at this point, you can consider running R&D. Again, there's 9 agendas in the list. If this is an agenda of the remote, that's 7. You can get an easy mod trigger if you really want off R&D. Maybe even trash some cards, see a bit deeper.
Mm-hmm.
But now next turn, if Oscilla clicks up for credits, if she reses the Gatekeeper, she's not going to threaten out the score again, if I'm not mistaken. Accessing Kira on R&D, ball trashing.
Yeah.
It's a bit hard to check archives. Oh, with the drafter, it's not too bad. And the Hippo's coming down.
There's a Hippo. Oh, just going to run in, get this value, trash this border control. was multiple turns of clicking for credits represented there, and it is all going to go with one real credit thanks to this bad pub.
Yeah. And Ocelot basically has to. I mean, yeah, you never use the border control here because that leaves the hippo up. Um,
Yeah.
Notably, this will still trigger because that's another reason not to break the end the run on that first one because you didn't use up your hippo
Yep.
trigger.
Yeah, it's the outermost ice that you break all subroutines, and that hadn't happened that turn yet. So we're gonna hippo away that border control, breaking it for only 1 credit. Oscar now on 0 credits, and the remote server she has is a gatekeeper into an unsettled gatekeeper being unrezzed. So now she's stuck between a rock and a hard place here, either committing to icing this up even further or finding a spin doctor maybe to bail out an agenda there, drawing twice up here. You haven't seen
yeah,
any
there's
spins yet.
Seems like a tough
Gatekeeper
spot.
is Gatekeeper and Ansel combined are very difficult for Jonas to break here, and also deal with the Managarm. Um, so Laura's remote is still fairly secure, at least for a little while. Um,
She has 0 credits.
Yeah, drawn
yeah,
twice now, so not sure what this is.
I'm guessing it might be the Void.
Could be a void, yeah. There's a chance it's an
Because
advanced
if it was
assembly line, which you can always click for credit and then do some cool tricks to get even more money off of the tranquility. But yeah, Anoetic would make sense.
I think so. My reason for it not being the advanced assembly lines is it probably would have been rezzed before the border control, so that Laura wouldn't go down to 0 credits. Because
There's
going down to 0 is very, very punishing in a lot of cases.
there's another install giving 2 because of the tranquility, but 3 because of the pad taps. Big unit going to start their turn on 13 credits again with 2 credits. I don't think there's any ice you can res in the deck. Whether you want to charge server 1, force out Anoetics on the Managarm, whether you want to charge R&D. Only 9 cards left, and you're going to get some maul triggers for sure. It looks like we're starting there with
Yeah.
R&D.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was thinking maybe, excuse me, you charge server 1 here first because you could click through the answer or oh well,
That's
never
it.
mind.
Sandbox off the
we
top.
get to these late board states and a single access can just do it.
Yeah,
There's only what's
there's
9 cards
only
left
one
there.
actual.
Sorry?
There's only actually one agenda left between the 8 cards in R&D, 6 cards in HQ, and 2 face downs in server 1. So, yeah.
Oscar saying that she was shocked that he did a remote click 1. It's another way I lose. So it looks like there was an agenda in the remote server there. And really paying it to Anoetic doesn't seem like a winning case there. You're just holding on as opposed to like getting somewhere where you're getting close to scoring out. It's just the credits there that mattered. But Big Unit's going to take it. It's worth noting that this was the upper bracket here. So Oscar is not done for Worlds this year. She's going to drop down into lower brackets while Big Unit's going to go on to, I think, the winners finals, if I'm not mistaken. We'll check out the standings real quick.
Yeah, the winners semis, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or I guess it is the finals between the winners.
Yeah, exactly. So. I'm pretty bad at naming those things correctly, but
So
I
this
think
will
that's
be
it.
Let's see.
So if we look at the structure, this is not updated. I'm going to see if I refresh whether people are updating the challenge bracket.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the case.
Janktivist versus Jonas.
Janktivist versus Jonas.
Okay. So which players have fallen off the bottom of the bracket? It should be 4 players, if I'm not mistaken.
Everyone in the top 4 games. So that would be Veil, Netrunner, Bridgman, Meat, and Tug.
Okay.
As we saw. So their run at Worlds ends here, but did make the top 12 here at Worlds, which is an incredible accomplishment.
So we will be continuing on. We will have round 4 starting in, I believe we have a 20-minute break right now. So if you're just tuning in, we will be back in just a bit. This is a good time to stretch your legs, look at the deck lists again. All this stuff is accessible on the Twitch chat. Just hit !decks. I believe we'll get you the deck list. Same for the Cobra bracket. There's also a lot of side events going on. I'm not sure if it's too late to join those. I don't believe you need registration to Worlds to get in there. So a lot of free organized play if you want to get involved. But we should be back in just about 20 minutes for the next round. We'll see you there. Hey, welcome back. apologies. I think we said we were going to have a 20-minute break, but I think that was my bad, and we're actually going to be starting pretty soon. We might have a break following the following round, but psych. You should have seen the look on your face. I'm kidding. If you have friends who walked away from the stream, please text them. We're about to get some good Netrunner in. Of course, my name is Andre, and I'm joined by Neuropantser. How's it going, Pants?
Doing great. And real close to finding out who the Netrunner World Champion is.
Oh, we're getting closer minute by minute. And of course, also Yasengrin's on the mic. A pleasure to have you here. How's it going, Yasengrin?
Been going pretty good. Yeah, these have been honestly all great games. There's been very few like the one game that was a slam. I thought was still an interesting piloting of both decks. So we've had some really good games today.
We really have, and now we're down to it. This is where the bracket gets a bit interesting because I think only the lower brackets are playing this round, while the players on the upper brackets, I think they waited out for a bit, or is there one upper bracket game going on right now?
So the
looks like
winners,
there's one.
yeah, the people who have gone undefeated so far, the Big Unit 3000, Jonas, and Janktivist John are playing against each other.
Okay.
The people who they beat last round get to sit out for a round, and they will play the winners of the tables 23 and 24 matches.
So it's between Perkama Saya, Rust Rider, and MGP. Two of these players will find their end of their road, if I'm not mistaken, at the top 16 cut here today at World's 2021 Championship. We're going to have the table spinning up pretty soon. I'm just checking over. Now the tournament tab is filled with side events as well, so we have to be a bit more careful where we're stepping.
Oh, no.
But is there any game that we want to watch between those lower brackets games?
I think I would vote for. I'm not sure, actually.
I think we just watched.
It's a tough choice.
So one of them is an Adam Mirror, which we did see some Adam already. We haven't seen Adam perform the way that they, definitely have been to get to this point. We could see Perkamas versus Saya. Is that okay? I don't think we've seen. Oh, we've seen the Perkamas. We haven't seen much of the North American.
I don't think we've
Gagarin
seen much of
lists.
MJP.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen much of the MJP or Rust Rider.
Okay, let's do that.
So maybe that's
APOC Max versus controlling the message, so it should be a back and forth for sure.
So we are in the lobbies. We're just going to transition over right now as the game does begin. Rust Rider taking the mulligan. It looks like MGP. Let's check if they kept their hand, and we're going to have an explosive start already. So real quick, I think I cut you off. Rust Rider, what kind of Max deck are we looking at? Is it triple Apocalypse?
Yes, this is a triple Apocalypse Max deck. Let me open it up so I can see what else is happening in this list. So triple Apocalypse. Me scrolling to the tab. Some Deuces Wild, 2 out of the Ashes, notably. 2 out of the Ashes found room for both of those, and then also the Rebirth and a DJ Fenris.
Wow, so we have a Dirty Laundry in on HQ, establishing a fermenter, getting that out of the ashes in the bin, but MJP having such a good start with 3 installs on turn 1. I don't think you can ask for much better than that. It's a commercial bankers group. You have that daily business show and a Rashida fueling even more card draw. And immediately into the hard-hitting news, you're going to spend most of your credits into that, but you're forcing Rust Rider to decide between the tags or maybe dealing with the board and bringing down a commercial bankers group. I don't know for MJP, what does the punishment look like?
What I said.
Okay.
All right, I have to correct what I said. I said it was 3 APOC. It is 2 APOC.
Okay.
The influence doesn't add up otherwise, but does get the room for 2 out of the Ashes with that and the DJ Steve.
It looks like Rust Rider is floating the tags, just hoping that's not going to be meat damage in hand. Taking down what they see Amalia first in server 4, but first goes down that bankers group. Is 5 tags going to be a problem?
Actually, Rusty Rider can sit pretty confident here. The only tag punishment in this list is exchange of information and psychographics. So there is a world where Rusty Rider can tag me for the whole game, or at least for quite a while before they steal agendas. They can just control the board and slowly build up for a big APOC at some point to reset it, and then clear out the tags one final time.
And I think we've seen the end games of some of these CTM versus Max decks. And if CTM can't very aggressively push on the board, we've seen Max decks accumulate just an immense amount of economy, then just set up an easy Apocalypse and then just keep the board state down from there. So we'll see. Rust Rider is valuing trashing things. The commercial bankers group went down early. There's also, if I'm not mistaken, Amalia on server 4. So if Rust Rider wants to slap down a liberated counts or a daily cast, that might be a bit of a disincentive. Maybe even less so, though, than the 4 tags they're currently floating.
Oh, I'm very interested to see that they're trashing the DJ Fenris. That suggests to me that Rusty Rider, But then
Committing to
clearing the
going
tag,
tag
that's a
me, you've got to think.
Yeah.
yeah, but they
That's
actually use the
weird.
deuces to remove a tag, which makes me think like maybe that's not what they're doing. It's a slightly, to me, a slightly confused line of play, but not sure.
We have a Maryland res there in server 5, going to break even on the res, and Rashida coming out of that new server. We've installed 3 more cards here. Rashida does allow you to do that, and one of those is an upgrade. The upgrade check on this deck list, I'm looking at Mumbed Virtual Tours as my guess. Are we even on Pricex?
There's 1 Prisec, 2 MVTs, and 2 Sansan City Grids. So
Okay.
it's very hard to read what this is going to be, I think.
Agreed.
Rust Rider does have 8 credits sitting on the fermenter. I don't think this deck wants to spend the time to purge to deny the economy. You want to see how long you can greed that dirty orb, whether it can get you
Yeah,
more credits than
also,
this.
one thing for Rusty here, 2 labor rights are in the bin, and the DJ also being in the bin means that there's a chance that all 3 labor rights get milled, and Max only gets to go through their deck once, which could be a really deciding factor in this game.
Yeah, obviously, like any max deck, watching the heap is so important. Yeah, 2 labor rates are out. The third one is going to be the key to all recursion going forward. So if Rust Rider doesn't have it, you might see some aggressive draws with Ifed Worse and Moshing just to get to that and ensure that's in hand. Gonna just slowly clear the tags. We're on 2 tags now. Down from 5 a couple turns. In the remote server, we have a bankers group, and it's just an AR enhanced security scored on top of what's probably a defensive upgrade. This is going to change the cost of apocalypsing, let alone just trashing singles. And we might have an apocalypse just this turn out of the ashes for value. Free run on HQ.
Oh,
Finding an Ares
rips and
HQ.
Ares.
Good rip. Not a good one to exchange on the corpse side, so probably safe in your score area.
And that is one of the, if we're going to call it benefits, that might not be the right thing, but if you're dealing with a Bologna, you can refuse to steal it if you're set up for an exchange play. We're going through the ping, taking another tag, paperclip coming down. Dirty Laundry to
Dirty
Archives.
Laundry.
This is Apocalypse. We'll pop that fermenter
Get
first.
the fermenter for 10 credits. 2 clicks, 10 credits. Pretty darn good.
Then
Playing
the
the
word
APOC.
goes boom. There's 4 tags now.
There you go, that 3 influence card. After running 3 central servers, you can wipe the entire board state. Your cards are locked face down. Currently, the paperclip's installed face up. Oh, it was just resolving, so there you go. So locked face down while MJP has no board state on 4 tags.
Not a huge deal to have that paperclip face down. Notably, there are 3 in the list, so probably able to find one out of the stack pretty soon.
Spin Doctor, gonna be a quick recovery. Generally not a lot of ice in these CTM lists. So far, we've only seen 1 in the bin, so there's definitely a lot more floating around, and Spin Doctor can repair 2 of those pieces that have been APOC'd back into the R&D. Rust Rider.
So
something is now gone too.
Yeah.
And looking at the bin, we also have 2 labor rights in there, so there is the potential for rebirth not to happen this game if the last labor rights doesn't get found before Max finds it.
Yeah,
That's
I think if you're
probably why
Rusty,
we see the iPad worse.
yeah, I think if you're Rusty, you just you keep drawing up until the point where you find it, because it's probably the only thing that matters in a lot. I guess if you're holding apocalypses, you could just maybe keep them down, just click for 4 every turn while the board states like this, but certainly a tricky one if you lose that last labor rights.
If it were digging deeper, we only have 4 cards left in the stack. Hopefully, Rust Rider has found what they're drawing into, but again, that labor rights is so crucial to this matchup. Server 10 has 2 cards installed in it, an upgrade.
Thinking might not have found that labor rights.
Yeah, trying to decide if he wants to draw deeper into the deck.
At this point, if you have not found the labor rights, you have a 50% chance of milling it.
Yeah, versus spending 3 clicks and you have a 75% chance of finding it.
Mm-hmm.
If that is gone, how bad are things, right? You have no recursion. You have access to all your breakers currently, but the economy is going to be clicking for credits for a while.
I mean, that's your whole economy.
The basic action card is going to become all your cards soon.
I guess you have 1 liberated account that is still in hand, and the Malia is gone, or at least the first Malia Zaloka is gone.
I'm thinking nice thoughts here. This could also just be a long think on what to trash with moshing, which would solve some of these problems.
Oh yeah, there is a third moshing here, so just picking what cards are not that important.
And that's what it was. So getting rid of
Yeah.
an Overclock, a Daily Cast, and a Stargate. I can see why that was the long think, because those are good cards that you have to get rid of just to make sure that you find those labor rights.
Yeah.
I think we've seen every single
But it
Deuces
doesn't.
Wild used to just slowly clear tags, but Rust Rider is getting there eventually to 0, discarding a paperclip, 5 cards left. We're gonna mill 1 with Max, but
Second
it's
Ares, though.
I don't think the Ares, like the non-boom Ares CTM feels like a weird choice. Like it, I feel like it's gonna struggle to do much. Like I guess you get to land the exchange guaranteed, but the runner can just, like in this situation, just Stargate and never run archives. They'll run out the 3 spin doctors and probably be okay. I'm not sure
I
though.
think maybe the reason that the tags matter a little bit is, so Rust Rider has been spending a fair amount of time and effort keeping the number of tags low. My guess is to make sure that psychographics doesn't get turned on too early. You double how fast you get to psychographics with the second Ares.
That's a good point.
Rust Rider deciding here what to labor rights back in. It looks like we've decided on the rebirth and a labor rights. At this point, you sometimes want to consider a card draw card, because if you don't top deck the rebirth, you're in an awkward situation where you spend the rest of your turn drawing, just so that Max doesn't eat the following 2 cards in the deck. We'll see what Rust
I would
decides
almost
here.
certainly take back a. Yeah, I was gonna say an econ card. Instead.
Oh, we got it off the top. The rebirth getting drawn off the labor rights, so we know the 2 cards in stack. And this is exactly where, if you're watching in chat, you can hit ! decks, find the deck list, and find out
switch to Valencia?
what the 4 cards are. What?
What?
Huh?
That was a switch to Valencia. That seems like a misclick.
Did you just rebirth the bow? Oh no! Oh, that's yeah, that's awkward.
That's a click that has to be.
I don't think
we have to undo turn for that one.
No one has ever rebirthed into Valencia. That is very obviously not the play. Yeah, that sounds fair. Oh man, that's wild. So we're gonna rebirth into Alice Merchant, who says the first time you make a successful run in archives, you force the corp to discard a card, which we've been seeing a fair bit of Alice actually as a rebirth target in these CTM matchups. So we're gonna be running archives here. The Spin Doctor looks like it's being popped. You're gonna have to pop the Spin Doctor before you discard a card though from hand. And that's a Bali Zaloka. That's 2 in the bin. We're looking at Amani Sanai, a Mamba Virtual Tour, and a Jeeves also getting taken down by the Apocalypse. But MGP's on 2 credits.
It seems tough for CTM. Completely honest. Having to ice archives here too, having to spend that time to ice archives and prevent these Alice Merchant trashes.
So server 10, I'm guessing it's a bankers group on top of a Mumbet, but we only have 2 bankers groups already in the bin. Maybe a Rashida's what you want here. There's still 2 left in circulation.
Yeah, the MVT is probably the last real hurdle for Rust Rider to handle here. I think there's a lot of options on how to do it. I've had worse, just doing a little bit of click compression there.
Second labor
2
rights
cards for a single click.
So this labor rights will filter in the final labor rights. It looks like DJ Fenris might also be the call here, but we have since deselected it. Now, mind you, DJ Fenris
like
can see the
Fenris
recursion. Yeah, feels great.
Yeah, DJ Fenris. It's you just start taking back your Deuces Wild potentially. Like, I don't know.
At this point too, I believe we have a second Stargate in hand if MJP ever wants to pivot to just locking the top of the deck. I think there's 2 Stargates in the list.
Yeah, there are 2 Stargates on the list, so Stargate probably something that could come down soon. So I would guess, things that play well with Stargate, get some gambles, get some extra cash. Fermenter to just tick down, because what, you're gonna spend a turn purging and let me Stargate you again?
That's a Liberate count and a Fermenter. So if I'm not mistaken, there's one of the cards that was just drawn. It could have been that Liberated. But we know the other cards in hand. There's a Stargate. I think there's a second Out of the Ashes. And then the third card, it looks like it was the Bankers Group protected by an MVT. That's the money MJP needs to come back into the game with.
That's ice on all 3 centrals now.
All right.
Yeah, but with 4 credits, I think Rust Rider can next turn just play APOC again, potentially, if they feel like that's the way they want to handle it. Or they can...
Of course, that's the last card. It's an APOC in hand as well. But opting not for the APOC, just going to check server 10 there. Commercial Bankers Group coming down for 2, firing that Trace 4, and 2 more tags.
Going down to 4, so ducking the MVT.
Yeah, exactly. Paying into the trace to avoid the MVT.
Gonna
And
float
there's no real punishment here.
2
You can float the
tags.
2 tags.
What's
This
Yeah,
gonna
the
happen with
worst
them?
is
I think this is definitely an artifact of having the open deck list, right? Otherwise, in any other matchup, you'd have to respect the boom there. But Rust Rider knows 2
Absolutely.
tags. What are you gonna maybe you can psychographics a 3-2 out? Maybe.
An interesting point here. MJP, despite not being on a huge amount of credits, values trashing the Liberated, spending 2 credits to deny 4.
Rust Rider does have that
Yeah, that
fermenter.
seems like you're spending basically effectively 3 credits to deny 3 credits, which
Yeah.
feels a little bit odd to me, but
Especially when there's a fermenter where you can spend 3 credits to deny 6 now. It would only be denying 4, so be pretty equivalent.
Rust Rider
Yeah.
starting with a deuces to remove a tag, gain 3, 1 card left in their stack. Might just be the last labor rights there.
yeah, very well could be. I feel like a
Maryland.
DJ for this is oh no, DJ they brought back. Okay. Oh no, they didn't. DJ is
So
still
they did
there. I
not
feel
end
like
up choosing. Yeah.
So 2 remote servers are coming down here. Rust Rider still has a single tag. MJP is going to need to fight to figure out how to score the last points. Again, if Rust Rider just doesn't take a lot of the tags, they're not going to be able to psychographics out. It's a Maryland and server 11. You can definitely leave that. Server 12, we're checking as well. That's a spin doctor.
Then
Interesting whether you want to let the runner trash that or not. It is going to be 2 credits and then potentially 3 more tags, which really turns on psychographics. And it looks like Rust Rider is not going to trash that. Spin doctor.
so guaranteeing the
no
draw.
Stargate.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Jeff. Denying the Stargate.
Mhm.
But also guaranteeing the draw in case Rust Rider wanted to trash there.
2 more servers coming down. MGP is going sideways. And at this point, they're getting 4 credits at the beginning of their turn. That's good money, better than Rust Rider's just their fermenter taking away. MJP is going to consider the APOC pretty heavily right now with 21 credits. It looks like it
Yeah.
can connect, and that's why you don't have to deal with these assets. IP block going to force out a breaker here, unfortunately, because of the tag. So you're going to break that for 7 after you install the paperclip, but you're probably going to need that paperclip anyways during these next 2 runs. The other ice in this deck we're looking at is Magnet and Ping. You're not able to res the 1 toll booth. F2P is potentially resable, but there's that Ping. We're going to float a lot of tags here. MJP just is probably short money to psychographic threat.
Yeah, I
Exchange.
don't think you're not going to have 5 credits. We do see the exchange. Taking the fermenter dollars before running R&D makes sense in case there's some ice you don't want to see. Like if one of server 13 or 14 was the Mumbad Temple to then res a magnet, you want the credits there.
Trashing the Maryland on the way out. 18 cards left in R&D. We're going to see the end of the world once again. Rust Rider's going to take 1 more tag, if I'm not mistaken, from NBN. Controlling the message. So that's a trace 4. And that's going to lock down 2 paperclips on the table. We still have access to a 3rd one there at the bottom of the heap. Undo click. Oh, yeah. My bad. I think they wanted to wait to use Spin Doctor. Yeah, Spin Doctor.
Yeah,
has
Spin
to resolve.
Doctor
the
makes
Spin Doctor
sense.
it hadn't finished shuffling, I think was the issue.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Hit me. And there we go. 3 successful runs on each central server. We had a click left to spare because of the Out of the Ashes, which is perfect with those fermenters. These fermenters have been performing quite nicely.
Yeah, it's a nice little addition to the list. It's been helping out and making the turns real smooth.
So
It
MG,
makes perfect sense why you find room for 2 of these Out of the Ashes, given you often do want to pop that fermenter on the APOC turn.
Yeah, popping the turn early is a big warning signal to the corp.
Obviously, they also
And
give
yet-
you incidental value in corp games where you have things like Chrysium or Border Control. Out of the Ashes is pretty crucial to actually land the APOC. Obviously, not something you need in this particular matchup, though. Oh, there's a Psycho, though.
and
That is a Beal
Psycho for
straight
the
from
Beal.
hand.
it's going to put MJP on game point now. There was 5 tags. You could, in theory, fast advance a 3-pointer, but the problem, the limiting factor there was just the credits. MJP had 0 credits. Rust Rider might just throw down the Stargate here and close the game, float tags, and just not steal agendas until they have the winning amount of agendas in archives.
Important thing to note here. Throwing out the Psycho here does not mean that Psycho is unavailable the rest of the game. There are 2 psychographics in this list.
So Stargate start daily business show into double Rashida. I reckon those Rashidas are the ones you're worried about. Trashing the bottom Rashida. So we know the next two cards. You could consider slamming HQ, but we're checking archives. We're 2 face-down cards that got apocalypsed. And it looks like one was a Sand Sensitivity Grid, the other a Jeeves, potentially. MJP breaking the lock there on the Stargate, having Rashid in their hands, going to hit the table probably last click, just clicking for credit instead.
It's a big target if you throw it onto the table. It just goes down, you have to think.
The last
Oh,
Psycho.
gets to trash the Psycho here.
But an F2P might be more valuable. That is a piece of ice that is going to be quite annoying, especially when you're 7 tags in. But it looks like that's going to stay. We're running archives again. Alice Merchant forcing the trashes. Daily Business Show coming down. F2P though. Luckily MGP won't be able to res it next turn. They have to install it and then also click up to credits. This list does not have planogram if I'm not mistaken. And
No, it's one of those interesting things that I think American CTM players have been like, you have to have planograms. It's one of the major tag punishments. And then a lot of the European players are saying, no, it's not worth the slot.
So we are
I
seeing
mean,
the last labor rights here. Wonder what's going to get selected. If you were doing this labor rights, what would you choose?
it's tricky because now that you're like fully in on Tag Me, I don't think you get the DJ anymore because you'll use
Agreed.
it probably once, and it's such a high value trash.
Is there any chance you pull an APOC?
could-
Just for like worst case scenario? I feel like that might be overkill,
No,
but
No, I think that's a pretty reasonable call. Like a
There's already one in
fermenter,
hand.
an apocalypse. Are there 3? I thought there was only
No,
2
there's
in this
2, but
list.
there's only 1 in the bin, right?
I think there's 2 in the bin.
No, there's 2 in the bin.
What's the second? Am I just blind?
Yeah, row 4, row 5.
Row 4, yep. Very far left on the
Sorry, 3 and 4.
I think APOC is a reasonable choice. I agree.
I think Dirty Laundry, just having some money that is not tied to assets, even an overclock to help you just deal with the board if you need to, is probably fine here.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking maybe fermenter instead.
Yep.
Fermenter.
Because it's more money. But
so see how this goes. This is a pretty good decision. Now you will be drawing one of these cards. Rust Rider has a click left. The F2P is coming off the top of the deck. This list does not run Botulus. You're going to have to actually pay through it. Otherwise it will bounce. It can easily bounce the Stargate, which honestly sometimes is okay for you if you can Stargate a second time per turn.
yeah, so with this,
seeing a fermenter hover right now. Still deciding the other 2. Oh, 2 fermenters currently hovered.
I mean, I think 2 fermenters and an APOC is a really solid idea because, yeah, if MJP then invests to install the F2P on R&D, you can just cycle through that. Maybe the other option would be, well, I feel like if you want to do that line, I would do like Fermenter, Apocalypse, and Stargate so that you can just reset the Stargate lock after the APOC.
Rust Rider giving it a think for sure. So it looks like an APOC was hovered, but then unhovered. So second fermenter coming
back
in.
to 2 fermenters.
We're going for fermenter, and a liberated count. So even if you're tagged, if you put that down first click and get some money off of it, it's a struggle for MJP to trash that. We've seen 2 psychographics now in the bin. The only punishment is the exchange of information in the hand, and the first fermenter is going to get installed, drawn off of that labor rights.
There is obviously a third spin doctor to shuffle back psychographics, but have to find that before Max does.
And MJP at 2 credits.
Now.
There are some things that can be res here, mostly barriers, but we're Stargating in. It's a Bologna off the top into a magnet and IP block. 2 ice or Bologna. The problem, but if you leave the Bologna on top and trash the ice, you're opening yourself to exchange of information, so you might just throw that into archives and wait. But it looks like it is the IP block. Rust Rider's just going to wait for that to go into HQ. AR Enhanced both firing again. You are trashing a card with Stargate, even if it's not installed. AR Enhanced Security doesn't care. Running archives again. Alice Merchant getting a Prisec out of hand. We're at the bottom of our stack. Very limited resources, and if MGP doesn't click to 2 credits, they can't throw in that F2P. We know they also have, they just drawn into a magnet, right? Which is 3 credits to break after you install 3 credits.
Obviously, leaving with the magnet over the IP block there, because IP block is cheaper to install. And once you're tagged, which seems to be the case for the foreseeable future, it is always as expensive to break after you install Paperclip, and Paperclip is more expensive. So magnet is just the worst piece of ice in this board state overall.
Rust Rider asks if this is correct.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the correct play because I think F2P is more expensive to break for MK, right? It's 2 boosts.
I don't think you
Yeah,
break
it
it.
is.
I think you just let it fire.
No, and bounce the Stargate back to hand.
Oh yeah, it's cheaper than breaking it. Then you can reinstall Stargate and go again.
Interesting.
So we're through. It's a magnet. It's a daily business and a project Beal. That is only
Ooh.
6 points,
No,
unless there's a
6.
mad dash. What's the mad dash count? Do we have a mad dash in hand? We're just
let me
none in the
check.
heap.
None in the heap. There
Um,
is 0. There are 0 mad
Oh,
dashes
this
in
might
this
be the
max
only
list.
mad dashless list at the top tables.
Well, now I have to check that. I think I'm seeing at least Bridgman also had no mad dash or has.
We're running archives, letting that Beal just trick into hand. MJP doesn't have anything to do with it. Trashing Rashida. So we know the 4 cards in hand. One of them is a Bologna. One of them is an exchange of information. I'm not sure what else we know, but we did not trash the agenda. We trashed the Maryland campaign. And there's a daily cast coming down too, just asking if whether MJP wants to spend their whole turn trashing it.
Love that.
That's just
Bite
a
me.
little bit of a style install, I think.
Drawing it to the daily business show and an unknown card with 0 credits. The only threat here is a Rashida. If we check the archives, we see only 1 out, so it easily could be the Rashida, or 2 out, excuse me. So
These are fresh cards for Stargate.
and Stargate will go for fresh cards. It could be a Spin Doctor as well, which would help against the Stargate in server 16. It's a headline and a Beal there.
Wow.
There's enough points
On
between
top.
R&D and HQ here. But as soon as you commit to stealing one of these 2-pointers, exchange of information is online. If you trade a 1 for 2, it still only brings MGP to 5 points. Trashing the Beal. So the headline on top, we know there's a Bologna in hand and a Beal in hand too. If you can find the Bologna, can you just close this game out? No, you'd have to go HQ snipe, archives run, R&D run. So it's possible you can close the game this turn.
You need to
Yeah, but-
trash Fermenter before you can steal the Bologna.
Oh, that's
So
true.
yeah,
The
I
money
would
is
one
close.
less click.
I would almost just check the server 16 here for the last Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
Just so you don't
The reasonable
overcommit.
chance.
MJP just
But
playing
also,
the slow.
yeah,
There's only 6 cards left in
There's-
R&D, and MGP has to close the game. Spin Doctor also draws cards, which puts you further into the decking out. So, like, there's a chance Rust Rider just plays control, mills all the pieces that are ice, and MJP just decks
I'm
themselves.
still drawing up. This is
Yeah.
this is one of the last turns that Spin Doctor can even be used.
Yeah, with both psychographics gone, it's basically better for Rusty Rider to never steal agendas
Yeah.
here and just mill out MJP.
A Stargate will drop you to
there's-
2 cards. You can't even res a Spin Doctor. You'll lose the game on the spot as soon as the Stargate connects. Well, after mandatory, excuse me. So not exactly.
But yeah, you'd get to shuffle back, so you'd have 2 cards.
Yeah.
The main problem though is MJP on 0 credits. I mean, even if you shuffle back a Psycho, nothing's gonna happen in the near future here.
Running server 17. It's the last Spin Doctor. 1 card left in R&D. We're going to shuffle 2 cards back. No doubt it's psychographics and a Beal that's
I'm
face
seeing a
down.
Beal as well. Yeah.
How do you win without
Still.
psychographics? You need to do psychographics, but MJP now just cares about money. It's psychographics and a Beal. 3 cards left in R&D. Oh no, it's the Beal, the psychographics at the bottom. You just
Trash
get rid of the
psychographics?
psychographics, and there's no win con from this
Also,
point
it's
out.
on the bottom. Insult to injury, it's on the bottom.
Rest Rider confidently clicking for 2 credits. MJP has to figure out how to score 3 points. With only 1 card left, Stargate is going to close the game here. Stargate pass.
We get to see a mill win. Amazing.
That's how you deal with
You know what
CTM.
I've seen more mill wins this year than I think I have in any other year of playing Netrunner. Mostly because I've been playing Asa a lot and just drawing my entire deck. You don't usually see it against
Obviously,
CTM.
you don't even try to steal 7 there. You have to win off of the mill, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
yeah.
gotta go for the style point. So very well played, Rust Rider. That is a mill win in one of the last rounds here at Worlds. And congratulations to the MJP for getting this far. This is, again, a fantastic run. The run does end here for MJP in the top 8.
Yeah, really interesting to see that vegan, that meatless CTM, and you see some of the drawbacks of it. And again, maybe this is an open list thing, maybe it's not, but Rush Red are respecting the threats they need to. 17 tags in, and you're still sitting pretty comfortably when they're only on 2 credits, and you got rid of all the psychographics. That's fantastic. Good game to both players.
Looks like
MJP is talking about the difficult decision they were making on the line of, do they try and hold both the Psycho and the Beals till they can get enough credits to really just play it all out, or try and go through twice, which they thought, what they went for, they thought would be the easier line. So
looks like we have about 16 minutes left in the round, and
let's see if there's
Big
another
Unit
table.
and Janktivist are still playing.
Okay. Big Unit versus Janktivist. Let's get in. I don't think we've seen a lot of Janktivist on stream so far.
Ooh, and this is 4 ice on a PD remote and 6 agenda points versus 6 agenda points. We probably jumped in at a very interesting time of this game.
This has happened so often where we're jumping in towards the end of the round and you see the 6-6 PD. They've built the remote server, so it's all on Jonas. It's Jonas in the same spot again to make all the right calls here before the game's over. There is a card installed in server 1. Access off R&D with Omar could easily be it. We have a political operative, but that's not going to stop you advancing cards out. Maw triggers. 3 cards face down in archives on top of a CVS. If you had access that, you're going to give them 4 credits. Doesn't matter too much. And if you look at the heap there, both anoetics are out, and we haven't seen any border controls. So this remote server still might be quite difficult to run.
The big thing here for Jonas is actually that there are 2 seamless launches in archives already. And so this cannot be the GFI score that wins the game. So he's got a whole turn. He wants to just make sure he'll have enough money next turn to challenge the remote if the issue gets forced that way, or look for other ways to get additional accesses on centrals here.
Yeah, the
important thing to note, on the note of border controls, there is only 1 border control available to Janktivist.
I think we're checking archives here. It's going to give money to Janktivist, but we'll see 3 face down cards. Again, the 3rd seamless launch is a really big deal, but a Spin Doctor looks like it's going to save something that was in the archives. 2 face down cards. You're going to get that 4 credits purge and just seeing a drafter.
That could have actually been the 2 remaining GFIs.
Yeah, 2 cards. That's wild. So you now could consider running R&D.
Off of R&D.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, you will have to actually pay money to get into R&D this time. You can't just Omar in, but we'll see a fresh card, and it could easily be one of those GFIs and win you the game.
So the
tricky thing here is it costs 1 credits to break the drafter and then some number of credits to break the unresed ice. And those might be credits you really need to get server 1.
1 second. We should take a look at archives real quick because there are some important cards in there. There are 2 Poetic Void, 1 border control already in archives, along with 2 skunk works.
So this remote, I think the biggest threat at this point that you're challenging it is more gatekeepers. We already see 2 on the table, but you know what the ice is here. Macrophage might be in the list as well. But we have something in server 1 gaining 2, drawing a card actually off the Tranquility Grid last click, and then an ice going on archives, second last click, excuse me. And there's a Macrophage. The Trace 4 in here is quite relevant. It will gain 4 credits, refunding the res cost plus a bit. In terms of the virus text on here, if we check the heap, I don't think there's any viruses besides the 2 botulists that could be removed from the game here.
Yep, that's the only one.
Those probably aren't super relevant. I guess there is the MU to play them, but you would have to labor rights to get those back in the first place.
Yeah.
So we're tracing through.
One thing that is important to note for Jonas here, I mean for both players really, Janktivist is only running 2 Managarms, only running 2 Voids, and 1 border control. So all of the tricks for server 1 are gone now. For the scoring remote.
We're running R&D here. No access, no trash. Excuse me, we didn't not steal an agenda, but we got a Maw trigger. And again, if we're looking at 6 agendas on the table, there are 3 more agendas between 5 cards in R&D, 4 in HQ, 1 on the table. And unless that agenda is the final 4-2 and Janktivist has the last seamless launch in their hand, this is not going to be able to be scored out immediately. So it's all about those cards.
There are no 4-2s left.
Oh, excuse me. So it's just 2 foods left?
It's just two
Just two
foods,
foods.
and two seamlesses are also in archives, so there's no way to
At
score it
least
without it being
two.
advanced ones.
Oh, of course.
At
This is
least
only 18
two. Yeah.
points. Yeah, 44 card minimum. So those foods are not going to be scored out this turn guaranteed. So Big Unit knows they have another turn, whether they want to set up for central pressure or whether they want to set up to contest server one. But that means there's only one agenda left in circulation. If you're assuming
Depending
that's
on
what's
if
in
server
server one.
one is the agenda.
Yeah, exactly.
What else could it be, I guess, is the question. It would basically have to be a spin doctor. Or the last either the last spin doctor, the last Rashida, or an agenda. It's one of the three. Every other card. Could it be the CVS? Or is that in archives already?
We're
Yeah,
just
that
CVS is in
already.
archives.
We're just checking archives
What's-
here. We've already got the purge, so this is only one credit generally to get through here. Again, the botulists are going to just be removed from the game. Not a big deal. And we can check the one card that's been mod off of this run. We have Mystic Miami credits at 3, Trickster at 2, but we're not going to be using any of these. 10 minutes left in the round. And that's a food. That's it. The Maw hit the Global Food Initiative.
Oh.
Maw! Ow.
Ooh, that's a few from Jonas. That is going to keep... Is this sorry, is this lower upper brackets? I'm not actually sure.
This is upper bracket
bracket.
Oh,
finals.
okay,
so
perfect.
Jonas is now in the grand finals of the World Championships. Gets to take a few rounds off to find out who he's going to play.
So this is the waiting time.
Janktivist gets this next round off, which is going to be the losers or the lower bracket semifinals, and then Janktivist will play in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, so we're coming close to that singularity of pairing a winner. It's just the lower brackets have to sort themselves out. So
The lower bracket semifinals now is Rust Rider versus Percomus.
okay.
The winner of that game will play Janktivist. The winner of that game will play Big Unit. And if the lower bracket player wins that first game against Big Unit, then it will go to a grand finals. Or like a final game of the grand finals, I should say.
I actually think it's slightly different. This next round we're going to have.
Oh, right, sorry. Yeah, Laura. Yeah, we have the two
yeah.
players coming back in. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm getting distracted by what's written there on the bracket, forgetting that there are two players that are not listed in the bracket that are coming back in this round.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we only have a couple rounds left, and if you might remember that cool joke that we pulled just before this round, but we do actually have a 20-minute break here. This is going to give the players some time to stretch their legs, get their mind in the right place, maybe get some food in. But we will be back in about 20 minutes. We're going to leave the stream going. We'll have some nice music on, hang out and chat, get involved in side events, enter the raffles, whatever you'd like. We're just so excited that you're here. We'll be back in about 20 minutes to continue the 2021 World Championship here on Project Nisei. See you in a bit. Welcome back. We are about to continue our top 16 elimination bracket for World's Championship 2021. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. There is a lot of people here today watching and celebrating Worlds, but of course I'm not alone. I'm joined by Neuropantser. How's it going, Pants?
Doing pretty well. We are, as I said last time, close, and now even closer to knowing who the world champion of Netrunner is going to be. Amazing.
And closer still. Also,
Yeah.
we have Yusengren here. Yo, how's it going, Jeff?
Good. Excited to be 5 or at most 6 games away from knowing the 2021's world champ.
Okay, so this is an official physical bracket. I love the physical bracket. It makes it so much more obvious what you're looking at, what's happening. So if I'm not mistaken, we're right now at the lower bracket quarterfinals, or actually technically, I guess, semifinals.
Yeah, it's the quarters.
Okay, quarters. Okay. So we only have 4 players playing this round. It's going to be Osklet versus Rust Rider, Rotom versus Perkamus. The winner of that matchup will be facing each other. Oh, that's why it's quarters. Yes. And then they will be facing off against Janktivist, whoever wins that. And that person will go up to the actual grand finals or the finals. And then perhaps even after that, the grand finals. So we still have a bit to go. There's only 4 players today, only 2 tables, or 4 players right now in this round. How you guys doing? I'm pretty stoked for this. Let's see what the actual pairings are. I don't know if we know already if it's Runner or Corp. We'll see.
We do. That is on Cobra currently.
Oh,
so
right
we
on.
have Osklet is running as Max against Rust Rider on Asmari.
Okay.
We have Perkamus as Adam running against Rotom on Precision Design.
All right. So I think we have 2 good games here. I want to see if the tables are spinning up in the background. So just give me 1 second while I check. But it looks like the tables are only one of them's up already. So we'll wait for a second. Which way do you want to watch? Because I think we can dive into the deck lists maybe if we decide a direction and maybe talk about a bit about the matchup, what's going to look like.
We haven't seen nearly as much of this as Mari from Rust Rider, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
In Perkamus Rotom, I think the argument for that one is likely to end sooner.
Yeah, that's fair. Asmari is
Yeah,
trying to go for the long game for sure. So I think that's actually a good reason to maybe start at table 26.
Yeah, we can start there, and we'll probably still catch the end of the other game. So
Would be my guess, yeah.
Okay, so if we talk about the deck lists, if we look right now at Perkamus's Adam list, is that what's going to be happening today? I believe so, yeah. Perkamus is on Runner. So this deck list is very similar. I think it's actually card for card, the same list that we saw Tug running. So it's a lot of just good stuff in Adam and a lot of flexibility with these tech cards, whether it's a single Citadel Sanctuary, 2 copies of Sports Hopper, access to Misdirection. It's a lot of power, and a political operative as well has played dividends. I think we've seen a lot of really good political operative plays so far this weekend.
Political Operative definitely going to be a valuable card against this Rotom deck. Should we talk about the Rotom deck?
Yeah, let me just pull it up. So Rotom is on Precision Design, and this is actually, I think, one of the most standard lists. Like if this list was played in Continentals, there would be no surprise. I don't think there's any changes to this list specifically when it comes to the new standard ban list changes. This is precision design, playing only 44 cards, so watch out. That's only 18 agenda points if you're tracking. And we're looking at some really good ways to quickly make a defensive remote server. 3 Tranquility Home Grids is going to fund that building. You have 2 Manic Arm Skunk Works and a single Anoetic Void, and those are 2 very hard to deal with upgrades, specifically if they wind up in the same server to make that very infamous Skunk Void server. And on top of that, the ice is still pretty good. We're looking at 2 border control, which is obviously quite strong on top of everything else you can put onto that remote server. 2 on cell. I think you have to have 2 in the deck if your name is Rotom Appliance. And we got the Gatekeeper and Hagen, all of that really good stuff with, I think, 1 Macrophage to help with the viruses and to support the Cyberdeck sandbox.
The game's currently up, by the way.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
They haven't started, but the game is up.
Okay.
Yep, they're doing mulligan decisions, I think. This list is both entirely at home in the standard ban list prior to this. So this list was almost card for card to various Continentals PD lists. But there's a lot of like really small changes for those of you who are like really tracking every single card slot.
Yeah,
Some
what's
of
that look
them-
like?
A lot. So the couple of changes, and there's a lot of back and forth about whether you should start putting in vanillas, because now that there'd be no 419, there'd be less turtle. And so then you're just like, oh, instead of resing a Hagen for 4 credits and getting out the paperclip, I can res a vanilla for 0 credits, and you still have to get out the paperclip. That was one of the big changes. The most obvious one is going from 2 Chrysium grids, 1 Spin Doctor, to 2 Spin Doctors, 1 Chrysium grid. And that opens up a lot more room to flex, but it means you have a harder matchup into Apocalypse. But sort of the assumption was that Apocalypse was going to be less of a thing with Grindurge and Techie around.
So now Rotom Appliance has an interesting decision whether they want to fly out to the remote server really quickly or whether they want to take the time and the credits to set up an R&D defense. Mind you, this is a deck with RNG key. It has also a Find the Truth. So the runs on R&D or the runs even on HQ are going to access 2 cards, and then you see what's on the top of the R&D. So it's really easy for you to mad dash. And there you go. You're going to see an Ice on R&D, and there's not a lot of matchups where you're going to see Ice on R&D turn 1 from a precision design.
Yeah, it's quite uncommon. This
And
server
there's
1
the
play.
RNG key.
Wow.
Love to see this early. Such a fun card, obviously. If you're running R&D, you don't have to play the game, but here we're going to name a number. Anyone's guess what the number is going to be
I would
after
guess
seeing the top.
1 here, I think.
1?
Guessing
That
one?
was the guess.
Seeing the on sell, which
It
is
was
the
an Ansel.
only card on 6 in the list, but there's a political operative. So for Sheeta's and server 1, that's probably not going to go through unless you want to keep this political operative for one of those defensive upgrades, which I reckon is quite valuable as well.
That was probably a Tranquility grid in server 1. It's really nice to throw it down first turn against Adam. It gives you a lot of flexibility, and if Adam spends a click checking it, often you're just getting like 2 turns worth of tempo right there.
It's worth noting Adam does access 2 cards when they hit HQ. It's the Ansel and the Macrophage, and a lot of this game is going to be tied in. Well, maybe not a lot, but it's always relevant to keep in mind that neutralize all threats, just like you said. If Adam collides with one of those Chrysium grids, with one of those Tranquilities, they're going to pay a lot of money on the spot if they can afford it. Second ice on R&D.
And so much investment on R&D. 2 ice before the first on HQ and before the second on server 1.
Find the Truth. We're guessing 3 here. Hitting that Tranquility Home Grid, having 1 credit short of being forced to trash it, and also accessing that on sell as well. So I believe we know 3 cards in HQ. Maybe one of those Macrophages showed up on R&D or server 1. I think R&D is a bit more likely here.
Agreed. So, I mean, this play is screaming that Rotom has nothing in HQ, and is basically playing just windmill agendas in server 1 for the rest of the game. Procomus has to have credits to present some threat for future turns.
Speak of those credits, Rotom now up on 12 and ice on HQ. So now Procomus, if they want to see some value here and see what's on top of R&D, they're just going to have to run archives. But hey, Liberated Count's coming down. And an Earthrise Hotel, that's going to free up not only the hand slots for Find the Truth, but it's going to be even more card draw. And if you pay attention to the chat log in the bottom right corner, you'll see the names of the cards drawing in, because one of the downsides to Find the Truth is you have to reveal every card you draw to the corporation.
This is a slow start from PD, though. It is already turn 4. There have not been any agenda pushes in server 1. I wonder if that's a lack of agendas to push, or if that's a lack of ice that you feel confident in, given that this Adam deck is on things like Logic Bomb.
I think given how late the ice was put on HQ, this is just there was no agendas in the top 30 something or top 15 cards, basically.
This
which
could be
is
one though.
this definitely could be one. You're at some risk to logic bomb unless that's a border control on server 1.
Dirty Laundry and Pad Tap drawn off the top with the Earthrise. We're going to launch into Archives to give some idea of R&D. Again, even if you can't run R&D to steal an agenda, you know what the corporation is drawing. A Pad Tap to follow up and a Career Fair going to be drawn to hand with safety first. And I think you've said it. The
It'll be
Logic
really-
Bomb is such a big deal here, right? Because it's a deck with Anoetic, with Mana Garm, and Border Control. It's hard to interact with those cards if you put yourself in a situation where you have no clicks left after you use the bomb.
Yeah. So looks like server 1 was not an agenda or a Rashida. I think one of those is really what Rotom wanted here to get a powerful draw. And Adam, is on 15 credits and is going to make credits a lot easier than PD does. PD's credits are really based around scoring out of server 1. So this is definitely, I think, Procomus is much happier with how this match is going than
There's assembly
Rotom
lines,
is.
gaining 3.
Yeah, and
1 for the Pad Tap, and now you can install something on top of the Tranquility to stop yourself discarding too many cards and trigger that ability as well if you want. You've already gave money to the Pad Tap. But yeah.
The Pad Tap actually got trashed before that assembly line.
Oh,
got
excuse me.
grasped.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah.
Paying 3 for that privilege.
So definitely slowing down PD here, having to trash that Pad Tap, but I have to think that the best case scenario here in server 1 is something like a Rashida, continue drawing up to try to find what seems to be finally find that first agenda for that scoring play.
This is quite the slow
I mean,
start.
this is halfway through the deck and no agendas pushed in server 1 is very, very slow for PD.
We've drawn the Ngolo, so Procomus has a breaker. Just checking 1 cards in Archives is going to force the Spin Doctor shuffle. That's 1 unseen card and a hedge fund.
So probably a GFI was drawn before Rotom felt like they could score it with two Seamlesses in hand, which they may not have had.
Rashida in the remote server.
All right.
You can wait for the political operative. Procomus is considering it, but again, with Anoetics and Mana Garm, you might want to hold it.
Yeah, this is a really difficult choice. The argument I think for it is that you're in a dominant enough position as Adam that not like Rashida basically is giving the corp an extra turn here. And potentially, if it's like Mana Garm, Agenda, a piece of ice, those all just go right down on server 1, and that can be enough to just sort of end the game to some extent for Adam, or make it very, very difficult to go forward from there.
The question now is with Ngolo down and a lot of draw coming in from Rotom, but no agenda scored. We've seen 1 Spin Doctor shuffling maybe 1 card away. Is you just start slamming HQ this next turn. Ngolo is your one-stop shop. Hopefully you can also trigger the RNG key, but Rotom's going to end up with 6 cards in hand here. You're going to see 2 of them if you really want to. Tranquility Home Grid, getting paired with a card, gaining 2 credits off that. That's an advanced assembly lines, just allowing you to get the cards out of your hand while gaining credits at the same time. Build your own lateral growth with flexibility.
This another ice on server 1 potentially, trying to protect whatever's in there.
Yeah, I reckon that's the case. Because we need to see upgrades here. We need to see the border control, because otherwise Adam could definitely contest this with just a logic bomb will do it. And a single advance, either saying this is a global food initiative, or we don't have a seamless at this point, it'd be a bit unlikely.
Yeah, but I've had draws like this, and they're brutal.
Stall advance, I guess.
I guess I just gotta play Netrunner and pretend that I don't have some of the best cards printed in my list. So
we're running Archives, seeing an extra copy of Tranquility Home Grid. Mind you, it is a region. Only 1 per server, thank you.
Yeah. One thing that Rotom can play around is I don't believe any logic bombs have been revealed yet. So it would have had to have been in the opening hand, and I think we saw all but 1 of those cards.
No, this drafter is actually quite expensive for Ngolo. You're paying 6 credits to paint and kick through. Gonna see 2 cards here.
No, you cannot let that fire.
Drafter, there's many things keeping Shaper out of the meta, and one of those 1,000 things is how rough it is to break Drafter with Ngolo. Quite seriously, Shaper would love to be like, I got my Ngolo out, I'm good for a long time, and Drafter just says, no thanks. You spent 5 credits to install your Icebreaker, another 6 to break every time. So
we're scoring out there.
Going down low. Oh, okay, that is an off-world office. So
and this is
money ticking in. Rotom's still at 20 credits here after the off-world score.
This is a trend you're going to see
Yeah,
across all these PD decks. The agendas are all tempo positive, so this just fuels you further. We used our ability with our precision design to take back a Rashida Ihim, the one that was just trashed off of HQ on that run.
yeah, this is pretty like Percomus went low, but is also like 2 clicks away from being in double-digit credits again, and will have even be close to 20 credits by the turn after that. And is getting lots of draw. They drew Misdirection and Sure Gamble, so they're drawing some of the tech that they don't
Overclock.
particularly need.
Overclock,
Overclock, probably just to defray the cost of this drafter that we were talking about.
for sure, going to
Yeah.
pay most of the upfront costs. Still accessing 2 cards here. Maybe they've seen a card off the top of R&D when they've been running archives and they know it's an HQ here, so this HQ run is even more valuable. They've been naming 1 a lot of times on their accesses. I'm not sure what lines up with 1 here. Guessing 5, and that's going to connect to the Global Food Initiative.
That's a food.
Oh my goodness. They
must have
fished
been
it.
seen off of R&D. That must have been seen off of R&D with
Yeah.
Find the Truth. Otherwise, you don't name 5 when you know a Rashida's in hand, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's a big swing there for Percomus. I think Rotom would have been very happy to install Advance that next turn.
Getting down that Rozeki, a credited turn on top of the daily cast, on top of the free card draw with Earthrise. We haven't yet found a Brain Chip. We did see the first Logic Bomb now being drawn in, so that definitely changes how secure Rotom feels that that remote server looks. Tranquility Home Grid.
Thankfully, there was
Gaining 2. And install Advance.
Oh my
does look like
goodness.
another food here, but Percomus
So
has the
that's
Golo,
saying
has
that-
the Logic Bomb.
Well, so something like Ansel Border Control, which
Yeah,
seems
that's very
reasonable
tough.
for server 1, is more or less 100% safe to all but I think actually to every permutation here.
Logic Bomb's coming down. We have one last click if we want to charge the remote server with 12 credits. Percomus getting down the pad tap as well. Again, Logic Bomb lets you bypass an ice. You don't have to deal with any of the subroutines, the strength, the type. You just get past it, but you do lose all of your clicks. If you're running last click, though, not a real cost here. The issue is whether the border control ends up on the remote server because there's no defensive upgrades. It's just the ice. Percomus is drawing, saying, Rotom, you can score the food if you want to, but if this is not a food, oh my. Rotom, mandatory draw here. Again, precision design. You score at a food. It doesn't really do anything for your board state, but allows you to recur a card. 5 advances. That's the Global Food
Oh.
Initiative.
That's the food. That's
That is-
huge for Rotom.
It's the most punishing agenda to have to actually score mid-game, but notably, now every single jam into server 1 is potentially game point. That is a tough position to be on if you're Percomus.
Yeah.
And Percomus has to find an
Percomus
answer to the drafter. What is the Sentry Breaker in the list?
That's a great question. Generally people have been on MK.
I think
but
it's
let me
MK,
actually
yeah.
Take a look at their list. Because MK does not line up that well against Ansel.
It doesn't, but the drafter, at least you get through for 3 credits instead of 6. But Percomus is paying 6 here to get that double access. Again, we've been seeing the top of R&D just about every turn. Let's see what they name with the RNG key.
Yeah, I think you can name 0 here. There's a Rashida in hand.
And there you go. 0 into the Rashida, into the Gatekeeper. We've seen that before. Drawing 3 credits in Career Fair, just taking down another Earthrise, and that Brain Chip is going to give you 5 hand size and 6 MU. But Rotom now just has to put things in the remote.
MU actually pretty nice here because, as we've seen in some previous games with this Atom list, if you don't get the extra MU early, you need that in Goldo, you need that Rozeki. RNG key gets trashed probably if you need to install something like a Paperclip or an MK Ultra, but the RNG key provides steady value throughout the whole game.
And here we go into the remote server, and Percomus likely has to chase that card. We still haven't seen a Seamless yet, but there's an existence of a 3-2 in the deck. Does make you a bit worried. There's so many cards, though, could be in the remote server, any of the upgrades. So see if Percomus does challenge this here. They just drew into an Overclock and Emergent. That Emergent's going to get played for the first 2 clicks to find probably a Paperclip? Or it's the MK Ultra there.
The MK. Okay.
For the MK, yep, I can read art. Definitely saying worried about the drafter here. Probably also worried about an Ansel potentially on the remote.
Yep, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Percomus is. I think there was 2 Rashidas put back into hand. I might be wrong about that. So I think Percomus is probably playing around that being the second Rashida. You see a
Saying
Hagen and
3,
an Ansel
that
out of HQ.
it could suggest that the Gatekeeper ended up on Archives, but we'll see if Percomus with 9 credits and 1 click left wants to charge server 1. If that's a border control into it, just about any agenda, if there's a Seamless in hand, that is gonna be it for Percomus. Rotom could take it. We'll see if they charge the remote here. Again, Logic Bomb is very powerful, but if you have no clicks left, border control does its work very easily.
It doesn't even
Yeah,
have to have a seamless because this could be the Luminal.
Yep. Yeah, the last
Yeah,
Luminal's a
I
threat.
do think as yeah, I'm gonna now check to see what was pulled back with both scores because if you're fairly confident this is the Rashida, I think it's your outs are probably better by playing out for you having another turn than trying to gamble it on the server 1 that you're going to blow a bunch of resources on
It was
and
Rashida the
probably
second
not be the
time.
winning points. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was Rashida both times actually gotten back. So there is a fairly good likelihood that this is a Rashida, but if this is not the Rashida, then it is absolutely punishing to let it fire.
Percomus has 9 credits again. So much money offset on liberated accounts. If it's a Rashida, they could always pall up it if they need to, but just clicking 4 off the liberated accounts, we'll see if this is the agenda. Rotom could have the whole game right here. It's just the Rashida. Pause
Yep.
to see if
And now
Polychlor...
Percomus has to really think.
So Percomus saying had to have that all along. So my guess is Percomus is indicating that between the accesses on HQ and all of the vision from Find the Truth on the top of R&D, basically knows all but maybe 1 or 2 cards despite the Rashida draws. So
I
there
feel
was
like
only there was only a very small chance that that was in fact an agenda.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the power of neutralize all threats is he was seeing 2 cards, so you could be pretty confident he knew all of HQ. That letting that Rashida go is quite. I don't know that I'm the biggest fan of it because it's very easy for him to be drawn to an agenda and one of the 3 defensive upgrades that he has in the list. And then it's seamlesses as well. Like there's a lot of pieces. Rotom had a very rough early game, but that means his deck is full of good pieces he wants here. And the way he's playing it out definitely suggests he found exactly what he's looking for.
We have a paperclip in hand drawn with the Dirty Laundry off the Earthrise Hotel. So that is all breakers as long as you can get that paperclip either installed or thrown out. Card put in server 1 and then on 3rd ice on both R&D and the remote server. Now again, mad dashes are alive and well. In theory, if you steal an agenda from server 1 and then you see something off the top of the deck with Find the Truth, you can mad dash and close the game. The mad dash is actually really important. If Percomus lands it, they only need 3 agendas to win out here.
Yeah, I think for Percomus, the turn looks something like click liberated, install paperclip.
Ooh,
Okay,
there
yeah,
you go.
overclock does
Overclock.
much of the same thing.
We have 2 clicks left there.
Yeah, going for a lot of runs.
There's
Ansel.
the namesake, Ansel 1.0. A big old sentry with 3 separate teams. Really awkward for MK Ultra. You have to boost or pay 9 credits if you want to break all of this. Can you let any of these subroutines fire? I don't think so. Maybe the middle one? Maybe?
There's probably something nasty in HQ you'd have to think.
But we're paying through to
I
paint
think it-
this. We're kicking it with Angolo.
That's a big commitment, but it's the only really affordable way to go through it. I
Yep.
think if you let the Ansel fire, worst case is like, well, Rotom will probably have a Spin Doctor in hand that they could just overwrite server 1.
Oh,
and
no.
it's double Ansel.
Oh, a double Ansel.
I think this might be double Ansel to border control. That's probably the worst case here, but the only 8 credits, nothing on the overclock. I don't know. Do you logic bomb this?
Yep.
Then you just lose to border control really hard. There's only 1 border control on the list, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
I mean, maybe you can.
There is only 1, yeah.
Maybe you can just click the last
Okay.
sub and cross your fingers because you'll have enough credits to reinstall any of your breakers. But
Can't reinstall the Angolo, huh?
I was wrong. There are 2 border control on this list. It was
Oh,
last
excuse
round that
me.
there was only 1.
Okay, so even more likely the border
Oh,
control on
okay.
server 1's going to end this run quite quickly. You can't really logic bomb that safely.
Chat pointing out, so Patrick flexing with his own champ card, potentially winning this game by rezzing 2 of the card that he himself designed.
This is a long con. He was setting this up for years.
yeah, I just had to win a Continental to then set up to make a run at Worlds.
I
That's
ju-
definitely
I dreamed of this cool remote, so let me tell you about it. Percomus trying to figure it out here again. You could click through some of the subroutines. There's so many options when you're presented with a Biroid. You could break a couple of the subroutines if you pay 6 with the MK Ultra, leaving you 2 to get through Paperclip if it's a border control. Now, the border control will likely end the run here. The other option is Logic Bomb, which robs you of your last 2 clicks on the turn, which is a very big issue if there is a border control as that innermost ice. So we're boosting. We're boosting again. It looks like we're going to let one of the subroutines fire. The Rudder cannot steal trash corp cards. Oh, that's rough.
And then clicking to...
Oh, click through
break
that one.
trash
Perfect.
into Netrunner cards.
Excuse me. So the Biro text being relevant, we have 1 click left and 2 credits. Now, if this is border control, we're not getting back in. But if this is anything else besides a border control and there's an agenda in the remote server, Logic Bomb will get through it.
Yep. That's exactly the situation here. I think that said, even if Braccomas does get in, I don't think they're getting in again next turn. This is like,
out of the frying pan into the
and
fire.
it is
the border control.
Papers, please. You can pay 2 to get through this with your paperclip, but then Rotom can trade that to end the road, and you're not getting back into this remote server. So best you can hope is maybe you run R&D with 4 credits. Approaching server 1, find the truth. Apparently, it's not an agenda. We're not using the border control. It's just a Rashida.
It's a Rashida.
Oh my goodness, it's a Rashida.
Wow.
Braccomas can't even trash it.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Well, man, do you use the Paw up here? Like,
I think you might consider it. You can afford it. But the issue is if they draw 3 cards, it's straight going back into the remote server next turn, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically GG, I think. Either way.
Yeah.
You probably do have to Paw up because if Rotom draws 3, it's like almost guaranteed. Yeah.
Otherwise, right now, if they do install Advance, if it's an awkwardly a global food initiative, or just install Advance if they don't have the seamless launch, you can pressure R&D. If you do have some mad dashes, you might be able to close the game here. But with 4 credits, you need to keep 3 to score out. So you can't spend that much for rezzing on R&D. Double draw. Rotom really does not have what they need here.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, Braccomas might get some accesses on R&D here. That it's all going to be, are there 2? To me, this game is now coming down to, are there 2 agendas on the top of R&D?
Yeah.
What's needed here?
Oh, assembly lines. That's
never
huge.
Mind. We get a whole extra turn. Here for Braccomas.
So getting more money firstly off that Tranquility Home Grid install and getting an upgrade on R&D, just holding off there.
No, I mean, that's a really smart play.
That's the one server you can lose from. The remote server seems so strong. Double on-sell into a border control. Logic Bomb really can't interact with that, so Braccomas could consider running HQ here. We did see a lot of draws, and I feel like if Rotom had an agenda, you would not have seen that many draws in a row.
Yeah.
But we're going to go in. This is technically free. Maybe even making credits after the RNG key if you can name the correct cost here. 1 face down in archives, and you will see the top of the deck. Again, last turn you see the top of the deck because we made a successful run, so Braccomas has a better idea what's in hand than we do right now.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. I would maybe name 1, but they guess 3. Saw Managarm.
We're not able to be forced to trash the Managarm Skunk Works. A seamless launch, though, in hand is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if there was no seamless launches and there's 13 cards left in R&D, I think Rotom could call the JNet devs and say, please fix
Shuffling
my RNG
algorithm.
Is broken. So I'm wondering if that's the Anoetic Void or the second Managarm that's on R&D, because I actually think if you have the Void, it definitely belongs on R&D here.
It could technically be a Chrysium Grid. That is an option, and it would be either a bluff or representing you don't get RNG key value off of this run.
So if you look at archives, we can see that there's a Chrysium Grid.
There is a Chrysium Grid. Yep, so it can't be
in archives, and that's the only one. And chat was asking if they could see archives as well. There's 3 Rashidas, 2 Tranquility Grids, all 3 Advanced Assembly Lines, and a Hedge Fund, and 1 face down.
So we're getting to cards in remote. We're looking at just basically the defensive upgrades, if I'm not mistaken, and agendas. Is there anything else on the list we have to worry about? I think that might be it.
Yeah, it's the list at this point is Ice, Agendas, Tranquility, and Managarm,
and
Anoetic Void.
Tranquility triggering after a card is installed. That's a pad tap credit for Braccomas as well. But such a good remote server there. Double and sell to Rotom into a border control. And we know we have it in hand, the seamless.
The agendas really were down there if Rotom had to draw twice to finally find it.
Yeah,
on
I guess this
archives
is
here.
run archives just to see the top of R&D.
3
That's my
face
thought.
down cards there. We're going to get a drafter. Percomus is going to trade 3 credits to break that with the MK Ultra. Accessing 3 cards again. Actually, there's one more Spin Doctor in this list, isn't there?
Yeah, there's one more Spin Doctor in this list, but the agenda is safe. The safest place in the entire
Oh,
game
yeah.
for that agenda is server 1, so it would
Mhm.
be in archives.
Liber account's getting 4. I don't think Percomus has a chance here on server 1.
No, it's
No.
all on R&D if they're going to make it, but they probably know that R&D isn't an agenda, which would be astounding that it's not.
So we're going to HQ here. This is not a mad dash. If there's an agenda in server 1, there is no way that this scores you up to 7 points. We're guessing 3. Or sorry, we paid 3. We're guessing 1, revealing a hedge fund into a Managarm. So no luck on either the RNG key or an agenda steal. Rotom is going to go ahead and seamless launch out.
That's going to be it.
It's the seamless.
And that is
yep,
the sandbox.
Still with the
Wow,
click
so
left
there are-
for style points.
I feel like there's got to be 5 agendas in that 9 card R&D.
I think
It's
you're
just
right.
Crazy. And it's actually, we know it's probably in the 8 card R&D even potentially.
Well,
Yeah.
Rotom just drew a card, so it would have been in the bottom
that's
9 of
true.
the 10 that were left.
Rotom's going to take it. That is the end of the line for Percomus, making it this far. I think we only have 6 players left at this point. So well played to both. Bringing Adam to such high tables is so cool to see. But Rotom definitely handling the precision design and playing the ice that he helped build for this perfect situation.
Oh. And unfortunately, so it looks like we did unfortunately miss this Max versus Asmari matchup.
How did it
It did
finish?
just end. It just ended. Rust Rider scored out 9 points, 3 send a message in the score area.
Wow.
It looks like Laura was unfortunately not able to get any points during this matchup, I think. Definitely
I
some
think-
maw hits. I see some face downs in archives, but
All right, well, we're going to go into then the lower bracket semifinals.
once again, though, that would be Osclit and Percomus both out at this point.
Yep.
Very amazing runs by both of them. The top 6 at Worlds here, so just an absolutely fantastic performance. But Worlds will end here for them, and it will now be Rust Rider facing off against Rotom Appliance.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the other game is over. We can't even show you the board state there. The server has been closed, but that's unfortunately it for Osclit. But now, if we look at the bracket real quickly, again, we're not adding more things to this. I'm not drawing on the screen right now, but that is the 2 players are going to figure out who's going to be facing off Janktivist in the lower finals, the winner of this match, and that person, that victor, will be facing off. I can't even read the name at the top. Oh, that's Big Unit.
Jonas,
Yes,
the Big 3000.
acronym. All right.
Um,
So we might have some time between rounds. I wonder if we're starting straight into that. We'll wait to hear from OP whether there's a break between these rounds or whether we're going to go straight into it.
I would assume close to straight in. But,
Yeah.
That would be my guess. Need to wait for. So yeah, looks like the Split versus Rust Rider result has not been tracked in Cobra yet, so probably still waiting on that.
All right. So we also don't know what side Rotom is going to be playing versus Rust Rider. I think we might be able to take a second just to look at Rust Rider's decks. I believe we've talked about them a bit. It is Asmari. If it is the Asmari deck, that is just like straight Glacier, if we want to call it that, right?
Absolutely.
So again, if you want to see the deck list, !decks in the Twitch chat will get you there. But this is the Asmari list, which is on. We've seen these sort of lists before back in the day. These Asmari EdTech decks that were running only 6 agendas, and they proved to be very powerful back then. And we'll see if they can imitate that success modernly. They currently have been, obviously. But we're looking at 3 Bologna, 3 Send a Message, paired with a single Echo Chamber will be that 7th point. Once you can get to that, hopefully you're not having to score at 3 or half of the agendas in your deck, just like you're hoping the runner does have to do. Otherwise, sorry?
Oh, I was going to say the Echo Chamber does make the political operative much, basically make this political operative that's in Rotom's list much more important in a lot of senses. And
probably does force Asmari to score to 9 points most games.
Which is quite tricky. Now, you do have only 2 NGO fronts, so rating the bluff and the remote is a bit easier. That's the only other advanceable card besides the agendas. If we look at the Ice Suite 17, that's a pretty reasonable number for that sort of mid-range to Glacier deck, and we're seeing some really strong ice in here. 3 Hydra. There's no really good way for you to deal with that unless you can destroy it with a Hippo. That's going to be a lot of money if you're going through with your MK Ultra. Otherwise, you see Triple Magnet, which I do think, does Rotom have Botulus in the list? I'm not actually sure. We'll check that in a second, but the Jua does do a lot of work against the Anarchs, preventing them from installing more cards from their heap, and the Archangel is just nice and shiny. There's a lot of big ice here. An Endless Eula, 3 Hydra, and 3 Tollbooth. There is a chance, and a lot of people have called this sort of archetype a tightrope archetype. I think that archetype would actually require some sort of tag punishment, but the early game could be a bit rough. If you can't get ice that you can afford to res and protect a daily quest, it's quite difficult to get your Hydras and your Tollbooths up and protect all 3 central servers.
Yeah, so taking a quick look at Rotom's list, he's also on the 3x Aeneas Informant package.
Oh, right on.
Which I think is going to be it's a little tricky in this matchup because there's just not going to be remotes for you to run, so you have to kind of find non-trashables to access outside of HQ in a lot of cases. Also, only on 1 Botulus, so as you're saying, potentially sticking that early daily quest could be a make or break moment.
And this is not an Apocalypse Max list. Like these 60 cards, there's no Apex cards within them. And I feel like the Apocalypse list, you might be better positioned against this sort of matchup. Or if you just sit back, it's not a very fast deck as Mari. And once they've set up and they've committed, 6, 7 ice to the board, if you just tear that down, the time it takes for them to spin back up, you can generally get a second APOC in even by that point in time. So I'm really interested to see this matchup. Now, we don't know whether it's going to be Max versus Acme. It could actually be the PD versus the Max as well. So we're just waiting for confirmation to see which side we're on.
Yeah, I think if you're Rotom Appliance, you probably would rather be Precision Design here. It's definitely, I think the Asmari matchup is going to be like, it comes down to, for you in many ways, how early do you find your Rozekis? Like, do you find them on turns 1 to 4 or later than that? And that probably makes or breaks a lot of the matchup. Versus as Precision Design, you have a lot more control over how that matchup is going to flow.
Yeah. You just give me 1 sec. But okay, hold on just 1 second. Yeah, we're still waiting on the pairings right now. Nothing's been entered into Cobra, so we're going to sort that out real quickly. Apologies there. Okay, so we're still waiting on the pairings there. We only have, I think, 2 or 3 more rounds now at this point, right? We have this, or potentially 4 rounds because of the finals. So we are waiting for this round and then the lower bracket finals, and then that person will face off into the finals.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we saw Rotom's PD list. We're looking at, really good stuff, can go quite fast, and Rust Rider is playing 45 cards max deck. I don't think we saw Apocalypse versus PD on stream just yet. Is that a matchup that you find favorable for Max in terms of the different Max options?
So part of the reason the APOC Max emerged in the Continental season was it was...
We just got indication, Just got indication it will be Asmari versus Max. So that is the matchup.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. All right, well then I won't bother talking about the Apocalypse versus Precision Design match.
I'm still very interested. How do you feel about that, considering the 3 different Max options at Worlds today?
Yeah, so I think on 2 Spin Doctors, Precision Design has a much harder matchup than when it was on 2 Chrysium Grids.
Okay.
That was sort of the compromise, or the thinking was, or at least my understanding of the thinking, is that the Chrysium Grid makes the Apocalypse just so much more expensive to land in a bunch of different ways. Like, it costs an extra click, so you have to have your Out of the Ashes line up, and then it also costs 5 additional credits. But if that's not on, if there's only the one, then the APOC is much, much easier to land. And as long as Precision Design doesn't sprint out ahead or is able to rebuild, Precision Design can't usually rebuild both the scoring remote and I can't get APOC the second time. So it's usually the second APOC in Max that ends up being the real killer.
Right on. So I think we're going to have 5 minutes. We just have a 5-minute timer before the next round starts. So There's a timer for the players to, I guess, look at the deck lists. Again, open deck lists are what's going on right now. Now, you're not allowed to have the deck list next to you while you are playing the game, so it's the sort of thing where you have to look at the deck list, and it's a bit of a memory game, but maybe it's up to you to decide which parts are really important. Understanding what the ice suite looks like, understanding whether there is tag punishment in this matchup is a really big deal. And the Salem's Hospitality is actually asking a lot sometimes of the runner, and this is an interesting card that's been added, I would say specifically to do with the max meta. So in the late game, if you are max and you're holding a labor rights, the only one that wasn't milled, and as Mario Edtech can name that, you're going to be in a pretty bad situation if you can't get up your. I think we don't actually have a Steve Cambridge option in this, so that's the only recursion. If you lose your 3 labor rights to something like a Sam's Hospitality, that's going to be it. And I'm interested to
That
see
is going to be it in
if
this
that
case.
happens. Yeah.
That said, in a 60 card max list, not being able to shuffle back your whole thing can be okay because you've got just so many cards. You'll probably see enough that you want that you don't actually need the extra 9 cards that labor rights would give you. You can think about like,
Mhm.
oh, labor rights is probably giving you, well, really the first 2 are probably only giving you back a labor rights and 2 other cards. So you're getting, instead of playing a 45 card deck, you're sort of secretly playing a 52 card deck. And this is just saying, oh, I'll just go 8 cards above that and be less reliant on the labor rights.
So do you imagine Rust Rider is just going to try and wear out the Storm? Obviously, the Storm is a bit longer when it comes to 60 cards, but how much of a game plan is just setting up, putting a lot of ice on every server, and just waiting until Max gets to the bottom of their deck, where their economy and their options are limited? Is that a legitimate strategy?
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to be Rust Rider. Like, you probably can't just sit back infinitely because Rizekis are something of a thing. Like you'll be trading 6 credits, but
Yeah.
if you have some form of econ coming in, you can also do stuff like, oh, if they're never running, you put like Jua in front of an toll booth or a magnet or something, and then just never res another code gate, and now they can't get in unless they install kind of stuff. So there's lots of kind of slow glaciary tricks that Asmari can play here. Asmari gets to just sit on a vent all game, make 2 credits a turn, more or less. I believe. Actually, no, Jonas, or not Jonas. I keep doing that. There's enough different stuff in Rotom. It's maybe hard to sit on the vent all game, but you can sit on the vent for most of the game. And you can be pretty happy that, this max deck spent 3 influence and 4 card slots on Aeneas Informants, Solset Slums. Even the Maw is pretty bad. Like, it's not bad, but it's very marginal in this matchup because there's just not going to be that many successful runs
So
that can be made.
I know there's only one in the deck, but I just want to show up the card text on what Jua says. Now, Jua, this might not matter in the matchup, but it says when the runner encounters Jua, they cannot install cards for the remainder of the run. And the idea is that if you're max and you're relying on installing your breakers from the bin during a run, the Jua is actually going to stop you. Now, the question is, barring the subroutine, if you encounter this and it's your turn, you're still allowed to install the MK Ultra, right?
Yes, but if there's
if you need...
Sorry. If you need the paperclip or the Black Orchestra, yes.
Yes. So this needs to be, it's in some ways like a positional ice. On its own, paying 2 credits for something that's going to tax them 3 credits when they break it with the MK Ultra, that's fine. The subroutine is, it can be actually relatively powerful. The runner does get a choice though, so it's not always the best thing. But if this is set up in a right way, you can actually really annoy some runners who, if they don't have access to their paper clips, they just can't deal with this if it's set up in the proper orientation.
Has value in matchups outside of the Anarch as well, obviously. You have things like self-modifying code that this can hit.
Or we saw that lovely
Just trying to do things after the run.
Yeah.
Doing things after the run is awful if you have to hit a Jua.
So we'll see. I think the rooms are...
The table is... The
up?
room is up, but both players are not in. Rotom took a quick pause, I think.
Perfect. So we're just going to be waiting for this to start up. They still have a couple minutes on the clock. Again, so glad you can all join us. We have a couple rounds left. We've been streaming, or more accurately, Project Nisei has been streaming now for it's almost it's been more than 24 hours, I think, in uptime since Friday morning. So glad you can make it. Hopefully you've been watching or playing in Worlds or the side events. Hopefully you're having a great time. Just as a nice slate, my name is Andre. I'm super excited to be part of the World Celebration. I'm joined by Neuropantser. How's it going, Pants?
Doing well.
And Jeff, or Yasengrin, who you might know from Yasengrin SC on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of the channel. How's it going, Yasengrin?
Doing pretty well. Thanks for the kind words.
Of course.
I also want you guys have been killing it all day yesterday, and now pulling another full day today. So
Oh, it's
hats off
day
to you
3
guys
for
for doing
me.
a fantastic job. Oh, day 3 for you, Pants. My goodness.
Yeah, Panzer's been going through everything. This is absolutely wild, but it's so excited just to be part of this. Again, huge shout outs to all the organization that goes into making this happen. There's so many people behind the scenes that you never see. But again, huge shout outs also to the people just getting involved. We had over 200 people playing, just about 200, which is absolutely
Just about
fantastic.
200, yeah.
We so the game is currently they are in the game.
Perfect. And we are off. Welcome. This is the lower brackets semifinals, if I'm not mistaken. We have Esmari Edtech, an identity that was just recently re-released back into the wild from the standard ban list. It is now a legal identity, 4015, one of the first, or actually there used to be, I think before, maybe some small NBN decks, but 44 card minimum is a really big deal if you want to run only 6 3-point agendas. Now, this is a fun ability. When your turn ends, you get to name a type of runner card, and if the runner ends up installing that card, you gain 2 credits. 2 credits is a lot of money. Now, if you're watching, you're going to see the name of the named type of the card on the top of the Esbari card at the bottom of the screen, as well as in the chat log. So do pay attention to that, because this ability can make just buckets of money across the whole game. On the other side of the table,
Someone's pointing out in chat. Someone's pointing out in chat. This is Rotom is on max. Rust Rider is on max. Jankdavis is on max, and Jones is on max. So Max will no longer be the second place runner up. Will in fact win a Worlds.
yes,
And will in fact sweep the top 4.
That was my hope going into this, that Max can win a Worlds before she's retired from the standard format. Our first 2 Max mails, mind you, she says at the beginning of your turn, trash 2 cards from the top of your stack and then just draw one of them. But such a powerful ability. This deck is 60 cards, if I'm not mistaken, and our first 2 mills are part of the combo package here, Aeneas Informant and the Maw. Now Strider pushes into the remote server.
Yeah. This is an interesting early turn because Rust Rider is not on a lot of credits. So this is one of those situations where I'm like, oh, there's not that many scary things. I could maybe threaten server 1 before I play anything else. And there's not much in the way of blowouts on the list.
Yeah, we talked about this early game, right? Like a lot of the ice Rust Rider has is quite expensive. So protecting an early Rashida here is just kind of up to the runner not choosing to interact with it. We got 2 resources coming down. Again, event was called and a paperclip hits the bin. Server 2, new remote server, double advance. Probably an NGO front.
NGO.
But wouldn't this be wild if it was a Bologna, you know? 2 more mills. That's a Deuce's Wild and a paperclip.
It would be a
Rotom
very
can always
bold play to go for, and in the lower bracket semifinals of the World Championships.
That's the perfect place to do this. No one would ever run it, right?
I mean, so the thing is for Rusty, you're very, very safe in the late game against Max here, especially with the way the start has gone with no Rozeki coming down and no pad taps coming down. So there's not really a good reason to, windmill slam a Bologna in server 2 when you can do anything else. Like the early game is where Rotom has to make the most hay here.
But Rotom respects it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's wrong to respect it either.
Rotom considering it, what's the chance Rust Rider is going to jam it in on the table? But I totally agree with you. Not a necessary risk at this point in the game. But Rotom is going to lose a click just to checking that NGO front, gaining 8. Drawing deeper into their deck. Again, event has been going to be the call. We'll see how often Rust Rider pulls off of that.
Yeah, probably the plan for Rotom is to build up a good chunk of events in hand and just play a bunch of them all in one turn, sort of like when you're playing up against Polana. You just, you try and do a turn where you draw, and then 1 to 2 turns where you don't.
So this is Black Orchestra also hitting the bin. So we have 2 of our breakers now. Rust Rider really wants to be able to stick onto the table a Daily Quest, which is a card you need to defend. If you don't defend it, you're giving a lot of value to the runner. That's a Spin Doctor getting res in server 1 that's been on the table since the beginning of the game. Government subsidy into a hedge fund, into a Salem's this early.
What is Salem naming?
What did we name?
Gaming Maw and
They
does hit a
trashed
Maw.
Maw, yeah, because they saw that there was 2 other Maws in the bin and just said, "Nope, you're not going to get any Maws today."
Whoa, what a cool
Wow.
read. So that Maw is gone. It's not going to come back unless labor rights. And with a Spin Doctor at the table, you might consider cycling that Salem's back into your deck. We've milled the MK Ultra and the Political Operative off the top of the deck, so we have access to all 3 breakers. The issue is economy. Event is the name there too. Man, what a
The
read.
event name there is kind of interesting to me because Rusty had just seen there was no events in HQ.
Yeah,
Or the
yeah.
only one would be Mad Dash, right? So naming resource there is gonna either delay the turning wheel by a turn, or like get you 2 credits, I guess, right? Like it seems
So smashing HQ,
relatively
accessing a
simple.
magnet and a border control. We're going in a 3rd time, mind you. This is building up turning wheel tokens. The magnet getting hit for a 2nd time, only 3 cards in hand. But you're totally right. We have a full read on the hand, I think. We do know the rebirth is in there. We'll see if Rust Rider is specifically worried about icing archives with HQ open. Maybe that's a difficult proposition this early. But at this point, are you scared to face check? Because any of these could be a Hydra. And I don't think you have the credits, let alone are excited to break one this early in the game.
Yeah,
No
the
MK
thing is,
either. No, the MK just showed up. Never mind.
with the Hydra, like, isn't as scary of a face check when you're not Acme because it doesn't come with 3 damage tacked on top of it.
Mhm.
It ends up just being like, oh, okay, you res an ice for 5 credits instead of 10, and I took a tag and the run got ended. So in exchange for in exchange for 5 credits, that's okay, right? 5 credits, take a tag and the run. That's an ice you would play, but not an ice you would be like, oh, I can never check. I can never hit that.
That's true. Yeah, the tag is the real teeth on there, giving 3 net damage to the first subroutine. Libercans comes down. I don't know if Rust Rider is shifting off the event, but we're going to pop the Spin Doctor. It looks like we want to put something in the remote server. Whether this is the first daily quest, we have 3 in the list.
So Salem's Hospitality and Government Subsidy get shuffled back. Obviously, Government Subsidy, if you want to res things like Hydras, you need things like Government Subsidy, but valuing the Salems to potentially hit a future labor rights like we were talking about before this game.
Paladin, Puemel, Ivan Warriors coming off the top of the deck. So we still have 35 cards in. Not too explosive here. Rotom's gone for very few accesses. There's only been the HQ pressure off the turning wheel, but having the turning wheel, definitely a really good threat here. We've seen no labor
Rotom
rates yet.
I think Rotom can try and just kind of poke Centrals a little bit. They're probably really drawing for their hippos here, as that helps them
Rashida.
actually make a lot of pressure stick. Because this is not a list where you're going to probably be busting the remote too frequently. It's really going to be about tearing apart the Centrals.
Rashida farm.
Right now, we're seeing Hippo respect on the remote, but not on the Centrals.
Yeah, I wonder if Rust Rider. Do you mind a res? Oh, that looks like it's definitely a daily quest in the remote
probably
server.
a daily quest.
You need to res that on your turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's they should pay 1 credit.
Yep, they got it.
And they did pay the 1
Fantastic.
credit.
So a very interesting card representing your daily grinds and some of your games here. If you run this, not only do you get 2 credits, but the corp won't gain their 3 a turn. Now behind 3 pieces of ice, that might be a tall ask, but this is what the board state's going to look like for a couple turns. You generally want the daily quest to stay around for 2 or 3 turns usually. I don't think Rust Rider is excited to start jamming agendas, let alone there's only 6 in what's still 34 cards. 30, it's you might not even see one by now.
Yeah, like the odds are not terrible that you would have seen one by now. But you know, because you're almost a quarter of the way through the deck. So not seeing any would be a little bit unusual.
So Rotom has to decide whether they want to charge the remote. 22 credits is a lot. Now, an access to Hippo would be fantastic. We just lost 2 overclocks. We're going to open with a sure gamble off the top.
What do you think the odds are? The outermost on server 1 right now is a Jua.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Protect this daily quest.
I mean, it's a 1 of in the list, right?
Yeah.
So
We have a toll booth on R&D though. That's
a big
that
res.
drains 8 from Asmari. That is a big res.
3
Yeah,
credits.
that's the
Harder
thing
to
is
protect
that
the rest of server 1.
Rotom could probably even just bounce here and be like, all right, we traded 8 for 3. I'll now go check HQ and see how it's going. But I think also Yep, that's exactly what they're doing.
So just bouncing off that is a turning wheel token. Now this is the sort of big ice that you definitely want to consider hippoing if you can. Because if you get your breaker down, you're still paying 9 to get through this with a Black Orchestra. Now, botching gets it is probably one of the better situations, but we know there are magnets alive and well in this deck. So, in fact, there's one right now at server 1,
Yep.
position 1. That's the middle position, if I'm pretty sure.
I believe so.
Yep. So now approaching the outermost. What is this outermost ice?
If it's the Jua, that's a pretty sick call.
Yeah, that would be a pretty sick rip here.
So we're running
Yeah,
straight
but
in.
I think as Rotom, like as much as I've been like, oh, this matchup seems very, very rough, you know, they're piloting it correctly, as you would sort of expect a player of this caliber. Trying to apply pressure
Not even
early.
resin.
And there's the Hydra, 6 strength. Again, 3 Subroutines. Only 2. The last 2 are relevant. The first one's just going to give a tag. So that's going to be res for 5 credits after refund. Unless Rotom just breaks it now, which will put Rust Rider on no credits whatsoever. This could be a huge swing.
Yeah. That feels
Yeah.
like potentially a mistake. Because it's going to be basically 9 credits. Rotom takes a tag and then clears the tag, I think. Or can even just spend another 3, which is basically the same thing.
And you're getting the money off the daily quest, which helps you trash it. But now Rotom has 11 credits. Our HQ is wide open. Dirty Laundry coming in. You
Yeah.
could consider turning wheel tokens if you want to, but a single access will be a magnet. Rust Rider now, what are they doing? Government subsidies in the deck. Click for 3.
Subsidy is very, throwing the agenda in, if you have one in server 1 and then just clicking up for a long time is a plan. But that's going to give Rotom a lot of time to. We know that there's a mad dash in hand, so Rotom could potentially just try and get like 20 turning wheel counters and then just do a giant dig at some point.
And while things might look bad now, again, this deck is running only 6 agendas. If you don't mad dash one of them, the runner's going to have to steal half the agendas in the deck. So we still might have a lot of game in front of us. Yeah, it's called out that first hippo hitting the bin, followed by an Ivadorus. That's the third of 3.
Oh, that's quite rough for Max to not get any natural draw.
Yeah. Really want that hippo too, because at the moment, that looks like a very juicy toll booth to hippo and get rid of forever.
Yeah.
Oh, we have the Jua though.
There's a
on
Jua?
HQ.
Can install cards for the remainder of the
That's the
turn
Jua.
with only 1 click left. Not too big of a deal here, but you're breaking this for 3 credits. It's an alright tax for something you've res for 2, but we're going to get an access here, maybe even turning wheel tokens. We know there's a magnet in hand, and you see another magnet there.
We know there are 3 magnets in the list, so Rust Rider was very worried about Botchulai. The one nice thing about that Jua res was that there couldn't be a card installed, which I think is part of why it's worth putting down there. It also means that turn and wheel bounces are going to be at the end of the turn here rather than the start.
Second Spin Doctor hitting the table, just drawing up Rust Rider on only 1 credit after the Jua res. They have 2 cards in hand they could discard here. This list, I'm just going to check real quick on the list whether it has something like attitude adjustment. It does have an attitude adjustment, which allows you to shuffle away agendas, but also gain money at the same time.
Yep, the danger with shuffling away 2 agendas into R&D is it starts becoming very, very dense. And Rotom could potentially look at just going for that big turn and wheel mad dash dig.
Clicking up to 2, going to discard 2 cards. That's exactly the number that Spin Doctor can recur. And losing a Rozeki and a Sure Gamble. At the end of last turn, we discarded a Dirty Laundry, so whatever's in hand is better than just straight economy. So
yeah, well, the Dirty Laundry is also not as valuable because Asmari's just sitting on the vent.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it's
true.
much better for Rotom to have Asmari on 2 credits than it is for him to gain 3 credits. Like, it's not quite the right exchange.
We're checking archives here, hoping to shuffle with the Spin Doctor, and it looks like that's going to be the case here. Borrowing 1 unknown card and a hedge fund, revealing 1 of the magnets in archives discarded last turn. We did find a green orb. That's a big deal for a game that can go quite long. Specifically, also the pad tap allows you to get a chunk of that Asmari event money if you really wanted to play an event a turn.
Yeah, the green orb and the blue slab coming down on turn 8, which is certainly later than you want them, but still very relevant on 0-0.
Yeah, relevant on 0-0, especially against a deck that probably his game plan goes out to turn 2025. You're still looking at, double-digit credits potentials for both of those.
Hey, we're closing up
See,
archives, preparing perhaps for a potential rebirth. We know that there's been one in hand forever. That's a daily quest getting rezzed behind a Hydra. Now, if you can pull that down, their money is still going to be quite low for a while. I don't know whether that's going to draw attention. We did lose a labor rights and an overclock. That is the third overclock out, but only the first labor rights we've seen hit the bin.
Yeah, without the overclocks, I think it's a bit of a bait to go in on this Hydra.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're more looking at really digging for that hippo and hitting the centrals.
Second pad tap, followed by liberated accounts. Now, when you play an event, you also gain 2 credits yourself. Now, of course, when Rust Rider is down on 3 credits, now 6 after the daily quest, you might be a bit less excited to start giving them event money, but if their money is good, you don't mind. That just powers yourself as well.
Yeah, the biggest surprise to me really is just the lack of building up turning wheel counters every turn, but it is not free to do that, so it's not really a criticism of Rotom's play, just maybe a difference in how I would have approached it, and maybe a reason that I'm not playing in this and Rotom is.
And that's obviously a huge reason that the Jua got rezzed in the first place. Can't give those turning wheel counters for free there. Force them to cost 3.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
So daily quest is sticking up on 7 credits. That puts you just 1 underneath the toll booth, 3 underneath the Hydra. If you look at the list real quickly, Endless Eula is not something you want to res on the outermost piece of ice on any central server just because of that turning wheel. So you're hoping for something like, I don't know. It's really a lot of just hard end the runs that you have to use for central servers if you want to, play around a turning wheel. But it looks like government subsidy is going to get you out of that hole up to 15 credits. I think the best case scenario is outside of HQ is an Archangel. Otherwise, like just about everything hard ends the run. It is attached to things like Toll Booth or I guess it gets been a Hydra now.
Subsidy and then spending 6 to trash the pad tap. So, now Rotom could do take one of the best turns in Netrunner here and just click for 16. I don't know if that's the right play, but it is a play available. Day job who? I guess is the idea there. I just double day job.
Yeah, one other option that he could think about is stack is almost empty. This might not be a terrible time to do a bit of an early rebirth, become Omar, and force a fourth server to get an expensive piece of ice rezzed.
It depends a little bit exactly what's left in the stack. Looking at the bin, it looks like no more sure gambles left, no pad taps left, no overclocks left. So possibly not seeing enough value in what's left in the stack. Might actually want to run out the stack a little bit more before rebirthing.
So we cleared out
the value card.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Andre.
I was just saying we cleared out those Liberty accounts to get the 16, and we're opening here with an attitude adjustment after the daily quest, revealing and shuffling 2 Bellonas back into the deck. So that gains you 2 credits in gross, but now you know where some of the agendas might just be. In fact, probably 6 agendas still in R&D. For Rust Rider just methodically pushing out for server 1. Eventually, we're going to get a Biovault in there. Eventually, we're going to be pushing for agendas, but we might actually wait until Max runs out of gas.
Yeah, the reason I was thinking, maybe you want the slightly earlier rebirth is so that we don't mill the hippos, which I think are going to be
that's a good
relevant.
point. Yeah, didn't mill in this turn, so got lucky here.
Didn't mill in this turn though, so
No.
Obviously, it was the right decision.
Yeah, that's.
Now, argue what you will about the best size for a max deck, but the issue here with 60 cards plus is you have to zoom out to see all of them when you have 4 servers on, 4 ice on a server. So sorry, things are going to get a bit small here. We played our first event in a long time. Deuce is Wild, going to gain 2 credits off the Ismari call. Looks like we're going to be drawing 2 cards, gaining 3 credits here. So that's most of the cards out. So you can get a pretty good read at what's in hand, or of course the 6 cards left in the deck. So we're looking at 2 hippos, if I'm not mistaken. Still 2 labor rates are also unaccounted for. And we know there's a rebirth in hand. And I think we also know the Mad Dash is still in hand.
And
and there's
rebirth
a rebirth
gets played. Umar is the pick.
Yeah, one other reason to do an early Omar is if you haven't hit all of your labor rights yet, there's one still in the stack. You're not as vulnerable to Salem's.
Yeah,
very true.
So I think this is a very good click by Rotom here to start turning off the max, got the value. Yeah, exactly. Playing the labor rights now.
So the first labor right's milling a Black Orchestra, the second Hippo, and then a Rozeki Orb. So now at this point, you choose 3 cards to shuffle back into your deck and draw 1. You're no longer going to be milling cards because you're no longer max. So it looks like it's a Hippo, a labor rights, and Rotom is picking the last card there. It looks like it's a Maw coming back. The console.
Wow.
Salem's
Wow.
on turn 3 or 4. And there's a Hippo from hand. Might have just been drawn off the top of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, now as Omar, I think you just start checking. I would probably just keep checking HQ with the idea that at some point, once you can see like 10 cards in R&D or something, you can mad dash and you'll have very, very high odds of seeing everything.
Obviously, with Omar, there are now 2 ice on archives, but for some reses there, then that eventual run into R&D is going to be cheaper, and you might potentially get this Asmari poor enough that they can't res the outermost on both R&D and HQ, so you can potentially get free counters. Wow, so hardware's going to cash in though, because this is a Maw install.
Yeah, the hardware call. You don't often see that. We saw that today against, I think, maybe some AS lists, but dirty laundry. Or this weekend, I mean. We're coming here onto HQ. It's been a couple turns. We did attitude adjustment away some stuff. And that is the Archangel there on the outermost. This is a pretty big code gate. It's hard to break this with your Black Orchestra. You're probably going to end up tracing through it. I reckon it's going to be cheaper. Gonna get.
It's the same cost.
Is it? Oh, there you go,
Yeah,
for
it's
6. Yeah,
That's either way.
It is after the install, yeah.
and we're hippoing
And
the
that is
Archangel.
a hippo target.
I mean, you want to hit HQ. It's you want a place where you can bounce, and HQ is going to be the cheapest thing you can bounce right now.
Now you hit the Rashida. The question is whether you want to trash that or get the Maw trigger. It looks like the Rashida, you're going to pay 1 to let that go. You could run back
and you'll
HQ
just-
for 3 credits.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Get that Maw trigger or steal an agenda. Those are really what you're going to happen here.
And
There's a
an agenda.
Bologna.
Now,
That's huge.
if
I mean,
Rotom had a click left, you could have left that in hand and then just come back with the Mad Dash from hand and the turning wheel to like specifically get 4 points. But at this point, Rotom's just trying to figure out how to correctly deliver that Mad Dash to get a 2 agenda win here.
That was last click there on the Bologna.
Oh, sure. I mean,
Yeah,
if they
yeah.
had a click left, right, you might have just left it and come back.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, so Rust Rider, I think, needs to have an ice to put on HQ. There's 17 ice on the list. There's 9 on the board. So there's still, and then 2 in archive. So there's a decent chance that there's one that was just drawn.
Card installed on server 1,
Oh.
disrupting the daily quest there. If that's a top deck agenda, it's not really safe in HQ behind just a single Jua, so you might want to push that off into the remote server.
Yeah, I think it's a decent push. I think Rotom can kind of say, you're not going to get there. So just sort of there's not a need to deviate and go into the server 1 here. At least in
Seemed
my
like it, yeah.
Rotom again is no longer max, is Omar drawing up, and HQ is the easiest server to run here, whether you want the turning wheel tokens. And again, we know the Mad Dash is in there. I'm wondering if Rust Rider is going to top deck a Salem's and just call out the Mad Dash. Like, it only delays it because we know labor rates are still in contention.
Yeah. I guess there's only 1 labor rights left, right? Oh, no. It's hard to know if they're both in hand now or if there's 1 in the hand, 1 in the deck.
Yeah.
for
Okay, so
Salem.
that was not a hedge fund that just got milled, or at least it was not the hedge fund that was seen that got milled.
Yep.
That was an unknown.
So Mod triggering whenever you access a card, and don't steal or trash it as long as it's not an archive. So that is a lot of disruption. It's not always targeted disruption, it's random disruption, but you're playing Anarch for a reason, aren't you?
Despite
Yeah,
HQ being the cheapest server right now, drawing up, that signals probably something that it could be a few things. It could be trying to get this overdraw so you can discard and this is a spin doctor in server 1, or it could be I don't want something in my hand to get mod right now.
Yeah, it could be a bunch of things. I think it's like, it could be that he was looking for the spin doctor because a thing got mod last turn. It could be as the other stuff you were talking about. So it's tricky. I do think Rotom basically just gets to keep playing on the same game plan here. There's no big, push to change anything here.
A single Aeneas comes down again. If you're not trashing cards, you get a credit off this run, so it's only 2 credit run in full. That's a Bologna from HQ. I reckon you want to leave
I
that.
mean,
Oh, we're
no, you just
stealing
take
that.
it.
Oh, it's last click
'Cause-
again. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
surprised
so, like, the
you
other
don't
thing
leave
is, like,
that.
Well, because you just like you have 8 turning wheel counters. There's 13 cards left in R&D.
That's true.
And Rust Rider has no points, right?
But like, where else is it going this turn? You just like mad dash HQ and access all of it with the turning wheel, right?
Oh, maybe that. Well, so what can happen there is if you don't access it first, you might accidentally mod it out of HQ and then miss on the mad dash.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but that's fine. It'll tell you if you mod it there, right? So then you know where to go.
No,
on
if
on
I-
the on the mad dash run, you can mod.
Oh, because when you access a card, it's not
no, I
after
see
the
what you're
run.
saying. Sorry. Yeah, if you leave it there, go back. Like, it's a weird thing where you have
Yeah,
to
you could mod.
eat up your mod trigger and then hope that you access the Bologna again, mod a different card, and then sweep the hand with the turning
Yeah,
wheel.
which I think is affordable when you have 12 credits, right? Like you can do that. But Rotom is going for a different line for sure. Now the Mad Dash is not relevant, but you're totally right. The amount of turning wheel counters, if you lined it up with the size of R&D, like that's not looking too favorable. The Hippo is coming down as well. We have triple advance in server 1. Definitely an agenda, which means there's still 3 agendas in circulation.
Yeah, so you just run HQ 3 times here, I think. Killing the Jua.
Yeah, get the disruption in, get those turning wheel tokens, and as soon as Rust Rider scores out, they really need to jam a second agenda into that remote server. But the Echo Chamber is also still alive and well here. Maw trashing a random card.
Once again, yeah, not the hedge fund that got hit there.
I forget if
Oh, that's it.
Oh, that's a send a message. That's the game.
That's the game. Well done by Rotom, applying early pressure.
You saw the value of that
taking this
Hippo, taking the Archangels down, taking the Jua down. There's no ice on HQ. Where are you going to hide those agendas if your game plan is, potentially that slow and you can only have one remote server that it's going to take you a while to score your agendas behind? Those will eventually bunch up in HQ. Rotom doing it. Rust Rider, the top of Swiss, getting the highest standings across either of the days of Swiss rounds, is going to find the end of the run right here. I believe we're at top. Is this top 4 now?
Top 3.
This is top
So
4, and
this is top 4.
So Rust Rider finishes 4th.
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
Rotom
Rust
is
Rider
in top
finishes
3.
4th, and then Janktivist Rotom are playing to be not 3rd, and then they get to play up against Jonas to play for 1st. Or I guess and I will also, because these are all snare bears, shout out, a snare bear is going to win worlds. All Janktivist, Rotom Appliance, and the big unit 3000 are all snare bears, though they're not, I think, all living in America at the moment, so we'll see.
For the uninitiated, Snare Bears is a testing group and a play group of competitive Netrunner players, largely focused in North America. So congrats to them. It looks like one of them is going to take it, but we still have to crown our champion. So we still have a couple rounds left.
Yeah, we still got 2, I think, at least 2, what should be pretty exciting games left. So
Agreed.
So we're going to see at this point, the Cobra bracket, I guess, will get updated, but we can kind of see where things are going here. So, excuse me, I think that's the wrong thing. There we go. There's the bracket. So that was Rust Rider versus Rotom. So at this point, if we go over to the bracket, again, this bracket is not being updated on the fly, but it's going to be Janktivist versus Rotom. This is going to be the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins this will go up to the upper bracket and will be facing off in the finals versus the big unit. And the big unit hasn't dropped a game yet. So you have to win from the lower brackets. You have to win your first game against the big unit, then switch sides. So you flip from runner to corp and then win a second game to force the big unit to lose 2 games and fall out of the double elimination bracket. So still potentially up to 3 rounds left, as short as 2, but we're getting closer and closer. And Janktivist versus Rotom at the top tables. This is we're gonna have a good game to watch for sure.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this Worlds, like, these final couple rounds have looked more like I've been expecting, but I think all of Swiss showed how much variety there can be in the game right now, which I think is great to see. When I know myself and many other people are like, oh no, you can really only play 3 decks, and Netrunner solved. It's nice to see that there's a little more out there than I think we thought.
Yeah, admittedly, at this point, we're getting a bit closer together. I think all we have left is Max. In terms of the corporations, I'm just going to jump over the deck list really quickly. Janktivist is on Precision Design and Max. If we have Rotom, it's also Precision Design and Max. And at the top table, we have the big unit. Let me just find their deck for a second here.
Yeah, he's on a fast advanced Gagarin list, which
Oh, right.
I don't think we've actually seen
We
on
have
stream.
not.
Not in
So
2 days.
hopefully, hopefully we'll get to actually see it in action, and it's that's how the side balances work out. Otherwise, maybe I'll have to bug him for some replays so that we can get some on in a VOD at least.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a short break between that game and the upcoming lower bracket finals.
Okay, so we're going to have
Um,
some time between rounds. I reckon we're going to be
Yeah, it
holding
looks
for
like-
about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like a 5-minute break, I think, is get official confirmation of that in just 1 second.
Okay. I think regardless, we're just going to throw it to a nice song and to your graphic. But we'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere as we're so close to hitting a finals. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are just about to start. This is the lower bracket finals, and by just about, I mean we're starting. So buckle up, we got a game. This is the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins this will be paired off in the finals of the Netrunner 2021 championship. We have Rotom on the bottom of your screen playing Precision Design, a 40 card minimum. This is a System Gateway Titan, and Janktivist on the top side as a max deck. We got to figure out what kind of max deck this is real quick, but otherwise a start of Liberated counts into pad tap is gonna be an all right start if Rotom gets something in the remote server that gives some credits.
My
Trash
goodness, I missed the start of this game.
Yeah, I know. We almost did too. They were just going.
Yeah, we almost did. It started and went off very quickly. As you can see, there was already server one with an upgrade and an unknown card.
There's a Tranquility Home Grid, Res, and Server 1 and Advanced Assembly lines as well. We paid to get rid of that pad tap. Installing on top of the Tranquility Grid on the runner's turn, if I'm not mistaken, to gain 2 credits. I'm going to still go from there. Sorry, do you know real quick what kind of max list Janktivist is running?
I think it is the same basic idea as these 70 card maxes.
It is the same 70 card max. It looks like very similar to the one that Rotom was on. So it is on the pad taps, the political operatives, on more turning wheels, but none of the Aeneas Informant here.
Yeah, instead of the Aeneas Informant, it's on Deuce's Wild to get a little more draw and speed, which is probably going to be very helpful in this matchup.
Definitely. It's one of the fastest decks in the entire metagame, so one of the best places to have extra cards that draw cards.
It's okay. So we caught the beginning of the game there. We're looking at the bin. We've lost a Hippo. We have access to only a Black Orchestra. We've seen Rotom's deck, and it has some pretty big ice in it. We're looking at 2 border controls. We saw 2 Ansel 1.0s with Rotom's likeness on it do really well in a server just a couple games ago. And it looks like we're going to get a bit of a pause here. We started a bit ahead of time, but it's okay. We're going to hold on. Objectivists will start their turn here with 4 clicks, 10 credits, money on Paladin Puemo, and that green orb ticking along.
Yeah, this looks a little bit different than the other. Actually, I guess I was thinking of the Adam versus Precision Design matchup. This looks like a little bit of a different draw for both. Obviously Adam and Max are very different decks, but this Precision Design list start looks very different.
This is a good install, though. This political operative, available for any powerful defensive upgrades, also available to just hit a Rashida.
Janktivist is on 2 political operatives, so can definitely think about hitting one Rashida just for value.
Double events in the remote server. That looks like a global food initiative unless Rotom wants to score out a 4-2 and have a click left to jam on top of that Tranquility Home Grid. I feel like that's the worst agenda you want to score out early. Again, all the other agendas in the deck are tempo positive. They do good things for you. They push you forward. Where Global Food Initiative is just 3 points and triggers your Precision Design ability. Obviously not bad, but you could hope for better this early in the game.
Yeah, I think Janktivist is doing the right thing here by saying, okay, if you're going to take probably next turn off too. So I'll just build up my board to draw deeper in, find everything I need to be set up and happy.
It's a seamless launch advance. Getting a click left allows you to capitalize on that Tranquility Home Grid. We'll see what card they bring back to their hand. It looks like the seamless launch they played. What a strong card from System Gateway, allowing you to put 2 advancements for a single click, let alone a single credit. Injectivist just drawing deeper into their deck. We see a Paperclip and a Black Orchestra. No access so far to an MK Ultra, but I've had worse for 3 cards. Might just see a bit deeper.
And yeah, once again, we see Rotom going to the game plan of icing R&D before HQ, because sometimes, especially in max games like this, you just probably don't have more agendas in HQ or are bluffing it really, really well. And you're more worried about the runner locking you out of R&D.
Moshing, ripping through 2 companions and getting that MK Ultra into the bin. We got a double install there. Sounds like 2 pieces of hardware. It's a Gachapon and a Hippo. That Hippo going to pressure a single ice on R&D if you want to res it. The Gachapon allowing you the freedom to get the solutions that you need here. Mostly, I think you're looking for the programs.
Also, pretty crucially, getting that Paladin use so you don't have to trash the Paladin or trash something else on your field. That's another thing that Hippo does here, but we got a Gatekeeper here. I don't think this is necessarily what you want to trash with Hippo.
Well, there it goes.
It is what's going to get trashed.
It's pretty solid still. It's still going to be 3 credits, and the biggest thing is making sure that you can lock R&D here, forcing Rotom to really commit
In terms of pressure,
to. Yeah.
sorry, Janktivist has 2 Maws in the deck, and we're looking at 2 Stargates as well.
Oh.
I think both of those things would require Rotom to
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of address the central servers here. I think the Stargate might, it makes the issues get a lot worse a lot faster when you start milling the ice off the top of R&D or trashing the ice off the top of R&D. That's sort of stuff that Rotom would need to repair the damage here. But server 1 with a card inside that server, was that actually there the turn before, or was it just installed? It was there a turn before. That looks like an upgrade, right?
Yes, that was there the turn before.
DJ.
Wow,
we have a
very
DJ
early
Steve.
DJ Steve.
Early DJ
But I think
Fenris.
this makes a lot of sense here.
Giving you the card text of Steve Cambridge as if he was a connection, allowing an HQ run to basically draw a card from your heap. You do give the opponent a choice of which of those cards you are getting, but if you just show 2 of the same cards, not a lot of a choice as long as you're okay with one being removed. Install again on server 1, 2 credits, 1 for the pad tap.
Locking off
Yeah.
HQ. It is now. So as you're pointing out, it is not good to give free access to R&D because you want to be able to draw these agendas before Max can find them, especially with a turning wheel in play. But HQ value is just too much. You cannot give it up.
Now, Gacha, upon
Yeah.
hitting the turning wheel does have the virtual subtype, so you get to install that for free while also thinning out your deck, shuffling back in the cards that you're excited to draw into, and we're just straight overclocking the remote. A defensive upgrade looks like it's in there, but we do have access to all our breakers, and we're having 23 credits to work with. Starting with a drafter on the outside, MK Ultra breaks for 3.
Yeah, and then you'll
So-
also have the political operative to handle 1 defensive upgrade, and if it's 2 defensive upgrades, you're in a pretty good, you'll still get to clear one of them out, and then trash whichever one is easier to do.
Now, Gatekeeper comes in at 6 strength, but at least for the rest of the game, and you're contesting this remote server, it'll only be 3 credits to break. Up front, though, is the issue, and we're going to break all of that. It is an Anoetic
There's the
Void. So this is a perfect target if you want a political operative this. Pay the 1 credit. So we're going to go through and access a card here. Let's see an agenda. It's an off-rolled office, a 4/2 agenda, going to be added to Janktivist's score area.
Yeah.
I am
looks
sure that Rotom is a little broken up that the off-world office didn't come before the food because it would be so much better to score that earlier.
For sure. And now Janktivist has a soft lock on R&D. Even went and said, I can afford to trash the Tranquility home grid, which is often a card you end up just leaving because, docking yourself 4 credits is often too much to really stay in the game competitively. But it's saying Rotom's really got 1 ice res left maybe before he's out of credits. So
It's 6 credits to check the remote server. A card in there, even with no advancements, can threaten out any agenda in the deck besides Global Food Initiative. You would need 2 Seamless for that to be not the case. But we're charging here R&D. A drafter is 3 credits to break. You can see 2 cards if you want at the top of the deck. We did trash the Spin Doctor last run, but no trash, just getting the Turning Wheel token and the second orb coming down off the Puemo.
2 green orbs, 1 blue slab. This is a pretty solid drip econ engine for Max right now. Obviously, the blue slab not triggering at the moment. Oh, might trigger here.
wow.
Double Seamless,
That's
having
a
a click
cybernetic
left.
sandbox.
Sandbox purging for 4 credits. The virus
Rotom
part of
is
that.
on 5 points now.
Yeah, this is a really
Yeah,
big
that's
problem.
That's huge. It's now forcing Janktivist to play the game of, was there another agenda in HQ that he missed earlier?
Because if that is another agenda, you know that the Seamless is in hand. This threatens to win the game on Rotom's next turn.
That said, I think Janktivist has a pretty nice line of running click 1 to HQ, showing 2 overclocks, and then going into server 1 for effectively 2 clicks and 2 credits.
Yeah, that seems like a very strong play to me. I wonder if we even see the Ice Res on HQ. If it's something that costs 3, I imagine you do, because you only need 3 credits to score out with a Seamless.
Yeah.
We know the list does run 2 on sell. It does have a border control, and both of those are a bit more expensive. If this is specifically the 1 copy of the Luminal Transubstantiation, you can actually score it out for 2 credits, but again, that's a singleton in the
true.
deck. We do know, again, the Seamless was back in hand after the Precision Design trigger. We're starting with an I've had worse, paying 1 credit to draw 3.
Second click is moshing. That's very
Yeah.
so not. I don't think we're seeing the run into
Oh,
HQ
now
this
running
turn.
R&D. Okay.
RD, we threw out a Botulus, a Mining Accident, and a Rozeki. A single axis here off the top. Turning Wheel, getting a counter, but that's a daily cast installed. This could be it. Rotom could just jam this behind 2 pieces of ice that you could break for 6.
Yeah,
big
betting that this is not the agenda.
Doesn't look like it.
And
It
it's
is not.
not.
Draw again. Maybe we're seeing that third Tranquility or second Tranquility, in server 1 would make a lot of sense. We're still waiting on some Managarms as well. But Rotom's just drawing up here. Janktivist had the good read, not having to run this remote server. And there it is, a Tranquility home grid installing on top of it, probably to gain 2 credits. Pat tap dripping off that.
And one of the things here, so the play that you pointed out, Jeff, still available here.
Yep. And the other option as well is to say, I still don't think that's on the agenda. And so I rather would take Political Operative back into my hand. Because you have 2 in the heap now, and you can just show them both.
Gatekeeper, going to be broken for 6, coming in at 6 strength. We have an Axis here, and of course, the Steve Cambridge ability. We'll see if this is double overclock. I love the double overclock for the remote server. And there it is.
Yep.
The removed from game pile is just going to stack taller and taller, but we do have 1 in hand, 7 cards as well.
5 counters on Turning Wheel. That is important to note because assuming that Janktivist can keep this remote clean for a few more turns with plays like this, that Turning Wheel will stack up and will eventually be a win condition that's very difficult to interact with for Rotom.
Yeah.
And we know Janktivist list is running a single copy of Mad Dash, and we haven't seen that one so far, but that's always the panic. If Rotom puts something in a remote server and you don't think you can get it, you can always just convert your Turning Wheel tokens and attach it to a Mad Dash and just hope for the best. Trying to win off of only 3 agenda scores.
Yeah, I think that's Janktivist's real goal here, because Rotom is threatening to win on 3 agendas. You don't always get this as
There you go. Sure gamble into overclock. Charging the remote server. We're going to spend 6 credits, 5 of them coming off the overclock, 1 from the bank. Or their bank, excuse me. I don't know whether we're going to have the money to trash the Tranquility home grid. I kind of doubt it. Depends what is in server
I think
1.
this one you probably leave.
Breaching here in server 1, it's a Managarm Skunkworks not being res, so that's 3 credits if you want to break it down. That is staying in the remote server.
Choosing not to trash, it looks like.
Yeah. So if that's res for 2, it gives the opponent, gives the runner a decision whether they want to spend 2 clicks or 5 credits. Otherwise, the run is ended right there. And giving it a choice to your opponent, obviously they'll take the better option, but Janktivist has to keep that in mind for sure. And the second card now is on top of it with an ice on R&D. Bigger chance that we just lost the Mad Dash.
Oof. Just lost the Mad Dash. It's a big deal here.
That hurts.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to not trash the Managarm on the previous turn.
But we're going back.
Well, I guess, yeah, when you can just do this, right? Just spend 2 clicks and you'll make it in.
We have moshed.
Yeah, you get to force the 2 credits, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've moshed in here. We're spending 3 on the Drafter with the MK Ultra, 3 on the Black Orchestra for the Gatekeeper. And so 2 cards in a remote server. The Managarm is going to be res just about now, forcing Janktivist to either spend 5 credits, which is going to stop his ability for easily trashing cards in the remote server. It's just an advanced assembly lines.
Ooh.
Do you still res here? I think you still res the Managarm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, have to res the assembly lines now. Obviously can't use it. It is during the middle of a run. That's a clause on advanced assembly lines, but you will not get the money if you don't res the advanced assembly lines right now.
It's a miniature NGO front. Forces the run, you still get paid, and those are both going to be swept from the server. Rotom, starting on 5 credits again, can just continue to jam something into this remote server now. Janktivist is gaining 4 credits at the beginning of their turn, 5 credits of value, sometimes 6 as well, with the Pad Tap and the Puemo. So they can't afford it. Just how long can they afford it? And will a second ice or another defensive upgrade come down to change that tune?
Yeah, Janktivist is also 1 hippo away from making that server much more fragile.
Mm-hmm. No hippos currently anywhere that we can see. There are none in the bin, none removed from the game.
I think
So there's one removed from the game
yeah.
and one.
There's one. Yeah, there's one removed from the game. You're right.
But
yeah,
otherwise,
and it's also in the top row on the bin. Like 6 cards.
Oh, I just can't see. Okay, yeah, I missed the art for hippo twice.
Well, you know what? There's only like 60 cards only 40 cards in the heap, so I think I can forgive you for 1.
Yeah.
Now we got to zoom out on this one. Janktivist is definitely trying to figure it out here. The rebirth is also not accounted for, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't think that gives you many outs when it comes to the remote server. We've seen some wild things like rebirth into Quetzal when you're dealing with the barriers on the remote, but Janktivist going to start with the Deuces Wild just to dig deeper. 2 cards, gain 3 credits. And there's that Hippo installed for
Hippo,
free off Paladin.
Yeah, that just opens up server 1 for the probably, maybe not exactly the rest of the game, but very close to the rest of the game.
3 credits now for the Gatekeeper. We've already played 3 for the Drafter, and that's an off-world office.
Yeah.
The big hit.
I
Now,
think you
I
could
don't know
even...
if I don't know if we need to see it this game, but a quick labor rights check, 1 in the bin, none anywhere else that we can see.
Yeah.
And this is the point where the
one
Mad Dash
option-
can be so important. Again, otherwise you have to score 4 agendas, and the Mad Dash definitely makes that 3. The question is whether you have the time and how difficult it is to get that back into your hand. You're definitely going to need a labor rights as a start.
Okay, that suggests maybe that there is a labor right. There was a labor rights in the deck. Hopefully, it's found now for Janktivist. I'm a little surprised actually to not see an HQ run there, because if you mill 2 labor rights, you can always Steve show 2 labor rights, and you'll at least get 1 back, even if they all end up in the bin.
Okay, so Rotom on 9 credits, definitely threatening to actually res this ice.
For sure. That could be an Ansel pretty easily, though a paperclip also looks pretty rough here, because Janktivist would have to basically trash one of his other breakers most likely, because you want the Zeki drip forever, I think.
So Janktivist thinking about this, of course, this card, and that's the power of Seamless Launch, barring even the Luminal Transubstantiation, this could be just about any agenda in the list and can be scored out from this state. Now, we've only seen 1 Seamless in the bin. We know, I think there's 1 in HQ. We're just running this first click. If that isn't on sell, you can click through it.
Click right through. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
That's Rotom's face kind of grimacing with the knife hands, but we've seen the power of this card. Otherwise, it's so expensive to get through. You need to spend 9 credits with the MK Ultra. You could spend 6 in a click, but we're just going to spend 3 clicks to talk and to reason with this Biroid. Gatekeeper will be 3 credits with the Black Orchestra, and we'll see what's in this remote server in just a second.
I'm going to guess it's in advanced assembly lines.
We only have
That would
1
make a lot of
left.
sense.
You have 1 Spin Doctor left. Could be a Mana Garm as well, I believe. This
Could also be Rashida, I guess. Oh,
It's the
Spin Doctor.
Yeah. Spin Doctor still getting value from that. I don't know whether Janktivist wants to trash it. I reckon Rotom's just going to do that on his own volition. It does limit a bit of the recursion right now if there's cards in hand he wants to get rid of, but this run here now is added, you're going to mandatory draw, start with 8 cards in hand. You do have a 6 card hand size, but this does draw some attention to HQ.
Yep, the biggest challenge for Janktivist is, do you trash something with Paladin? And I think a very reasonable answer here is yes. Just trash the MK. You can always just install it next turn to dip below the 3 credit limit.
Yeah, and it's a trash that you might need to make to install something like a paperclip in the future anyway. So it might not even actually be a cost here.
Friends guard your passions, but sometimes they demand your passions. We've actually seen that companion, that additional cost come in to be a problem. Well, not a problem, but something you have to worry about, at least in multiple games today. But feeding shouldn't be an issue here. Pad Tap's going to trigger on that Tranquility Home Grid, install 2 credits, 1 credit to the runner, and a 2nd card there. So if we look at the upgrades Rotom has access to, that's looking like a Skunkworks, a Virus Suite. That's largely it. There's only 1 Anoetic in this list. Oh, it's been shuffled back. Excuse me. It could be that.
Yeah, I think the line here I would look at Janktivist is run HQ, get a Polop back, install it, and then run server 1. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg to get through Ansel, but Anoetic Void on server 1 could be the end of the game for you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we look at this heap, that's in fact all the other cards. You have a perfect information what's in Janktivist's hand if you want to do the math here. I believe we have 1 Overclock in hand. If this deck runs 3, 1 has been removed from the game. 2 Labor Rates looks like it's in hand as well. So that covers half of the hand, and a Rebirth. So there's only 1 card that I think we can't piece together here. And I think it might actually be a Stargate. Nope, 2 Stargates are there.
Yeah, there's... Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the other option is you have that big turning wheel. Maybe it's you labor rights, try and get the Mad Dash.
Yeah.
And do a big dig on R&D, because there's...
The,
a
on-
good chunk of agendas left and available.
the only problem with that is if there's specifically a border control in front of R&D, that could be the only problem for you, but I think that's a very fine line here. We're going to start with the Laborers doing Deuces Wild into Mad Dash. Starting with the Deuces Wild we must have drawn up, exposing it to Macrophage on position 1 in R&D. That's not the border control. Now we are committing to a
Yep,
run here with
exactly.
Deuces Wild. You can go HQ for 3 credits, get an Axis, get a Turning Wheel. You'll be up to an even amount of credits, and then you could consider just smashing R&D if you've drawn into the Mad Dash, which you definitely have at this point.
Yep.
Well, that's not great.
The issue with Macrophage is the Trace
Yeah.
1 to end the run is just basically unbreakable here.
So now we can go HQ. We haven't fired Steve this turn. That could get you access to overclock. There's actually 2 overclocks, excuse me. So all 3 overclocks are accounted for. So you could get an overclock back if you want to. I'm just not sure what you do with it because you do need to Mad Dash R&D if anything.
No, well, so I think you actually might still have the time with this run to hit HQ, get back the 2 Polyps.
Mhm.
You'll have 1 click to install it, and then you just kind of have to
Go for the remote.
spend. Yeah. Oh, are you a credit short here?
You might be.
Because you're going through the
'Cause you
Gatekeeper for
need-
3, right? So you're down to 7. You have 4 on the Paladin Puemo. I'm assuming you need to install your MK Ultra, so you're down to 2 on the Puemo, and you have to install so you have 6 credits to deal with the remote. I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, and that's not enough to break all the subs on Ansel. And because Ansel's outermost rather than innermost, you can't let the trash fire.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like R&D might be
So
the
you would-
line here. If you get an even amount of counters and then just Mad Dash R&D with, 6 tokens and hope. In terms of the agenda,
Okay,
this deck
can
only
you-
has 8, right?
Can you let the trash fire? You do have 2 remaining credits on Paladin Puemo. So it would only cost 1 to reinstall the orchestra.
Um,
Oh, on Uncell? Yeah.
Let me think. So it's.
But you
so
need
you'd
to
be spending 6.
you need to install your
And then you also need a credit for Polyp and a
Yeah.
credit to. Well, actually, Anoretic Void is 1 credit.
it's 1, yeah.
Okay,
But-
yeah. So I think you might be like, it's the credit there, or if it's a Manic Arm, you're just completely dead in the water.
I feel like the HQ into R&D play might just be the only option. There's just so many things in server 1 that could stop you in your tracks. Now the issue is Janktivist has to commit to a run here. They played the Deuces Wild and exposed a Macrophage outside of R&D. They've already drawn the last 2 cards of their stack, which are a Deuces Wild and a Mad Dash. And now they just have to figure out where they want to position this run. HQ will be 3 credits that can give you the 6th turning wheel, but we're going R&D here. The Macrophage
R&D.
getting res, the first Serpentine does give 4 credits to Rotom. Not sure if the credits really matter that much when they're on 3 right now. And you can score out agendas for 1 credit, for 2 credits, excuse me.
Yeah, it is tricky here for Rotom to decide how much to put into this trace to some degree.
Paying nothing into that, so which will give you the Cyberdeck sandbox. So Rotom gets 4,
Giving the
Janktivist
pad
gets
tap.
1.
Giving the pad tap credit. I
Yeah.
wonder if that pad tap credit matters.
It might. It's harder to get into. I don't think Janktivist can contest server 1 here.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, we have another card entering the remove from the game area. It is not from Steve this time, though.
so
This is from Macrophage.
using that Deuces Wild
Oh,
just to get a
Macrophage.
turning wheel and a credit, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
And that Macrophage, that first trace now only is a trace for to purge. The Cyberdeck sandbox is only the first time it turned, but Janktivist still has access to a Mad Dash in hand and can see 4 cards off the top of R&D. The question is whether they have the money. I think they do.
They can.
Looks like it.
If even if Rotom boosts this to 8, that leaves Janktivist with the 3 that they need to and the 2 credits on Paladin.
Yeah, because
So,
only the first purge pays off. So, sure enough, that 1 credit from pad tap did actually matter.
That's well. I guess in theory, Janktivist could have clicked for a credit as well.
True.
We've got 1 click left.
So we're going to see if Rotom boosts here. I don't think he's going to be boosting. So then it's 1 credit to get through this, 3 for the next, and leaves you 1 click to Hail Mary HQ if you really need to. Rotom calling this a nice line, and I think this is Janktivist. It looks like Janktivist's best options here because server 1 could easily be locked out by any of the 2 defensive upgrades. Gotta try is
Yeah, and
it's correct.
This is a pretty sick play.
yeah,
Let's see if this just does it
probably
here.
2 to 3
One
agendas in
agenda.
R&D.
One agenda wins it here because of Mad Dash, but there is one click left here. I think 0 credits probably, assuming, yep. So 0 credits
Yep.
will be left after this, so probably not enough to get an access anywhere.
But this
So it
forces.
really does have to be this.
How does Rotom score out here?
He just waits a turn because there's still no real threat, I think.
MK Ultra coming down, installed for free off the Poemo. You're going to break for 3 as well. We're going to access 3 cards again. If any of these, sorry, 4 cards. If any of these are agenda, that's going to be game here with the Mad Dash.
Comes down to this.
First card, nothing. Second card, nothing. Third card. We're thinking nothing. Trashes the Spin Doctor. Fourth card, and a miss.
Wow.
And losing a Labor Rights due to the meat damage on
wow.
top of that.
Rights.
Oh, that's
Oh.
brutal for Janktivist.
That is the end of the recursion. All the Labor Rights are gone. Rotom is down to 0. That's a big whelp. We still have a rebirth here. You can get an access on HQ for free, but you have no clicks left. Rotom is on 0 credits. If it's a Rashid on the remote server, and that's what it is.
Wow.
Yeah, it kind of had to be when Rotom
Yeah.
went down to 0. The way he wins is grabbing a Rashida. Now, none of those are agendas, which is, or no, none of those are agendas.
Yeah, 4 cards just got
Oh no,
sealed.
one of them could be.
One,
'cause
yeah, the
there was a
mandatory
spin
draw
doctor.
Yeah,
can
one
go
was a
through.
Spin Doctor, you're right. So this very last one could be the agenda, but it has to be exactly that very last one.
So if there's nothing in HQ, we're looking at 3 agendas within 10 cards, 9 on R&D, and 1 that could potentially just have been top decked there. And Janktivist is going to need to steal 2 of them. Again, the recursion has just come to an end here. You could still run HQ and choose between Labor Rights and Labor Rights to get one of those Labor Rights back, but it's going to be a kind of slow and drawn out process there. But there are some options.
Yeah, I don't think you really have time for that in most situations. But I think you can get 2 accesses on. You can probably get 2 accesses on R&D if you plan things out right.
Yeah. Depends a bit what's on archives.
It does a lot, yeah. But you're
Because
gonna
notably,
have
if this is the luminal, if the very last card here is an agenda and it is a luminal, then that does mean only 2 credits are needed to score. So install in server 1. Well, there are 2 more clicks, so it could be anything up to, I guess, 5 credits that you can res if it's the luminal, or 4 credits if it is anything else.
Tranquility Home Grid triggering for 2 credits. So we still have a pad tap on the runner side. They're going to get 1 credit as well. They definitely need it. They're still going to have the Rozeki coming in.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any econ cards. Oh yeah, I think there's 1 deuces in their hand.
They should have 1 deuces, yeah.
Yeah, 1 deuces.
Yeah.
And a second ice on
Second
archives.
ice on archives.
That's the play.
Respecting the Omar. Now you still can go HQ and pay 3 credits for a single access. You'll end your turn with 6 cards in hand, but 2 cards are going to be discarded here. We have no more Spin Doctor. Is there any chance you throw out an agenda?
Non-zero, I think. But it's very hard for Janktivist to go after it there.
Right, exactly. It's so expensive to run archives naturally right now that it might be a safe hiding place.
Janktivist still, again, needs to score 2 agendas here, while Rotom could easily have it in the remote server. That is an on-sell. You could click through that if you'd like. You can spend 3 credits for the Gatekeeper if you'd like, but that's going to leave you with no money and no clicks to deal with potentially either a Managarm Skunkworks or the Anoetic Void, which is very good at just saying no.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if we talk about the options, R&D is 3 credits and maybe 1 for the Trace on Macrophage. But if the first Trace fires, Rotom's going to have the money they need to bankroll that Trace 1 and keep it out of options or out of reach. So it's either HQ, I think HQ, or maybe force archives and force the res. But I'm not sure how good that's looking. I think there might actually be agendas in archives.
It's hard to say, right? There's so few agendas in the deck overall. Like half of them are gone. One of them being in server 1 to be reasonable. 1 being in HQ and 2 in R&D is, like, I think, a pretty plausible spread. And there's not a huge reason to put them in those places, I think.
Archives at position
Seeing a
1.
border control and archives. Yeah, maybe this with the border control there, you say, no, there's no point.
Now, this is a cool play. You can
Yeah,
run into the Macrophage over and over again. The Trace 4 only fires the first time, and then after that, you're basically vamping them. You're forcing them to boost into the Trace 1, and you can just keep coming back over and over again. You will get a pad tap credit because they are getting credits off of that Trace 4 with the Cyberdeck Sandbox interaction, but you could just run this, a couple times, get the Turning Wheel tokens, and at one point in time, you might have the money to boost the Trace. So Rotom has some interesting math here to do. to figure out how much money they need to spend on this Trace 1.
I think almost nothing on this one.
And
I
there you
think you can
go.
just tell Janktivist, are you going to spend 4 credits to see 1 card? No.
But Janktivist
Right.
now just bouncing off the turning wheel saying, Rotom, you don't have it in server 1. No clicks left. If Rotom just has it, Janktivist is saying, actually, here.
Rethinking.
Pause for AAL. Sorry. You should.
Yep, so rewinding those clicks, it looks like.
The idea is advanced assembly line in server 1, if that is what it is, can actually install an ice and interact with the turning wheel, basically getting something in front of the macrophage. So you can't just bop for free power counters.
Yeah.
Asking about the rewind here. Again, if you see this click here, the use turning wheel to bounce off R&D, that's just a shorthand on JNet. So you don't have to initiate a run and go through all the prompts. Or we're going to lose a Paladin Puemo. Or sorry, we're going to lose a Black Orchestra to Paladin Puemo.
The thing that Rotom was asking, or Janktivist was asking, is saying, oh, instead of me bouncing, you could have res the advanced assembly lines, install another ice on R&D so that my bounce gets, foiled by some other plan. Rotom decided no, it was better to leave the threat in the remote. But Janktivist basically nerves of steel, says, no, you didn't put it in there.
And there you go. Now we have the advanced assembly line putting an ice on front of R&D. Border controls are still alive and well in the deck, as well as 1 on cell. And 2 cards in server 1, I think, largely locks it down.
Yeah,
Server
we know
1
one of those
seems
border
quite
controls is on
attainable.
archives.
Yeah.
Yeah, so border control on archives. The way that interacts with turning wheel during an Omar run is border control does get to pop if you spend turning wheels, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
The last paid ability window is before Omar triggers, so you have to use all your turning wheel counters there, and you're still running archives on that server.
So Janktivist is trying to figure out what to do here. 2 credits coming in from the Rozekis. The remote server, if there was an agenda in HQ, if there's a single agenda, it's almost definitely in server 1 on top of 2 upgrades. But the question is whether there's a second in there, because that Gatekeeper is the least protected server for sure. It's only going to be 3 credits after you install that Black Orchestra for free because of your otter friend. The question is whether R&D is possible. If that's an on-sell outside of R&D, that's a problem.
Yeah, so there's some
Void
question on where are the voids. We have not seen the voids. This very easily could be void in the remote.
One of them the first one got hit by Polop,
Yeah.
but then I believe it got shuffled back by the first Spin Doctor.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I should say we cannot see the voids currently on the board. They are not face up in archives.
Yeah.
Again, if you're tuning this is the lower bracket final, so whoever can figure the way out of these, it might actually just be the last 7 clicks of the game, will be in the finals facing off against big units. So Janktivist is definitely going to take the time here to sort this one out. Again, the remote server, what do you need to get in there? You have to deal with the Mana Garm. You have to deal with potentially as well Anoetic, and you really can't deal with those cards right now. Specifically when Rotom has put himself in front of server 1, that's the Uncell 1.0. The card that he has designed for winning the 2018 European Championships. We're charging R&D here.
Yeah, I think charging R&D is the right call. Border control, however, is the worst case scenario.
Yeah. You can get your paperclip down for free, but I reckon you might at this point just want to get some accesses on HQ and keep those credits to use for the Black Orchestra. But that's the worst case. Even if you get through all of this and you use your turning wheel counters, the border control can react to that and end the run out of nowhere.
Yeah, so I think basically Janktivist needs to just break this, get through the macrophage, spend 2 turning wheel counters, get it denied, and then go back into R&D and get denied by the macrophage, trace, and the run. I think it's the line here for Janktivist I don't think exists anymore, with that being the border control. He basically had to hope that wasn't, unless I'm miscounting stuff, which is certainly a possibility.
Yeah, well, here you'll be getting
is there somehow still an agenda in R&D?
I think there's a high chance, yeah. Right now, if we're looking at
maybe even 2.
Knowing where 5 agendas are, there's 8 in the list. There could be like even 3 in R&D, right? It's an 8 agenda list.
Yeah.
So also HQ is a potential, but the thing is that Janktivist needs to steal 2 agendas. That's the biggest problem here. So even if they get this turning wheel token here and then just slam everything into the gatekeeper and use all the turning wheel tokens to access 4. If they only steal a single agenda, that's not going to be it. Rotom could feel pretty comfortable as long as they have one agenda or two agendas in R&D. With one in HQ, you're fine.
So this is the paperclip coming out of the bin for free thanks to Paladin.
So looking to force out that border control, you're going to spend 2 credits for that. You're allowing that
Just the
credit
one,
subroutine
actually.
to
Yeah.
fire, which will trigger your pad tap, giving 3 credits to Rotom.
Breaking the gain credit subroutine, it looks like.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the
So-
opposite.
Bouncing here, trying to Omar in, it looks like.
And we do know one of
Yeah,
these
but-
ice is a border control. The question is if you
is
could
the
run
border
twice,
control.
which is actually kind of likely here with 8 credits. Hoping
Yeah,
not
but
for a
you can't
gatekeeper.
Omar twice, right?
Oh,
you
yeah,
can't
that's
Omar
true.
twice.
But maybe there's agendas in archive still. Like, it's a possibility, but
You have to have 2 there.
yeah.
This is so tough.
I guess you could. No, actually, there only has to be one if you get this border control fired, then have enough credits to run HQ, and then. Oh no, they'll never get the Mad Dash back with Steve. They'll just give you any other card you give them.
Yeah.
Um,
We're through on the border control continuing in here. Rotom also does need to keep some credits to their name. If they res this for 3, if it is a gatekeeper, they're not scoring next turn. So we'll see if it's just the border control here. Otherwise, we can access R&D. You can use the turning wheel now, but you can still interact with the border control after they've committed to using that even amount of
Yeah,
counters.
you need
Yep.
to ensure that you're seeing at least 2 cards here. Otherwise, border control has no reason to fire.
Border control versus the turning wheel timing. So the idea is that you commit to as many turning wheel tokens as you can, and then you pass priority to the corporation and they can interact. Yeah, so you have to declare those first. It looks like the Omar run does make it a bit more tricky, but I don't think it's much different than a standard run on
no,
Central.
I don't think so. Though, as a friend just pointed out in the chat, unless it's an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah.
Run, because of course then it would take the other direction.
Yep, not a terrible time to call a judge here. Again, public service announcement, judges exist to be called. It is not an indication that you think you or your opponent are cheating. It is just an indication that you want to make sure you are playing with the rules correctly.
Now, Janktiv is hedging their bets. They're only opting to see a second card, but the border control is going to end it. Janktiv still has 2
I think that's the right call.
clicks left.
Yeah.
There's just no way to get into. Well, actually, now potentially Rotom cannot. I wonder if you do just run R&D there, because Rotom cannot go twice.
We're running HQ here, getting that Black Orchestra down. We're going to access 3 cards here. You still need 2 agendas. If there's something here and something in archives, I think that's Janktiv's only choice here. Approaching HQ, you do get
What
that
do we
Steve
have?
ability,
What do we have?
offering a Laborates and a Laborates coming back. It's a Mana Garm to start, a Seamless Launch to follow,
Oh,
and another Seamless Launch.
no agendas.
Labor
And
rights.
then a labor rights, just in case this is not actually an agenda in server 1.
Yeah, that's some hopeful thinking. I reckon Rotom definitely has it, but you definitely want to be prepared for the situation in which he doesn't.
Yeah, so someone was
This
asking in
feels
chat,
like
was there a
probably
line
good
to
game.
contest server 1? But I think if server 1 is the Mana
It's a
Garm and the
seamless-
Void, yeah, there's no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a seamless advance. And it is a Cyberdeck sandbox to win and move to the grand finals of Worlds. Congratulations, Janktivist. 3rd place at Worlds this year. Rotom Appliance moves on to the grand finals.
Janktiv is calling that a tough one. Finishing 3rd at Worlds 2021. Definitely a great finish for this player. Rotom is going to continue on from the lower brackets, facing off against the big unit. Again, we're going to be moving on to the finals in just a bit, but Rotom Appliance has lost a game in this top cut, which means if they lose 1 game in the potential 2 games against the big unit, that will be the end of Rotom's run at Worlds. But well played, Janktivist, to get this far. Absolutely fantastic games that we got to see throughout these 2 days. Huge props for sure, but while there might be some disappointment, you do get to relax a wee bit while Rotom still has to do some grinding here. Been running for 2 days straight, and it's almost about to be over.
Yeah, just one, or if you're Rotom, hopefully 2 more games, and then could add another title, another championship title to the belt.
What a year
And that
it
was
would
that was
be.
a that was a for a top level game from both players. I think basically they both did basically every like almost no clicks I kind of disagreed with. So
For sure.
it was
Yeah.
very tight, and came down to, exactly the border control placements, exactly the turning wheel uses. It was quite the game.
Now, figuring out the final round here. When it comes to the sides distribution, is it still done by what you've played less, or is it actually the choice of the top seed?
I
I
think
believe
it's
it
still
is.
side.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still side less. Yeah.
So if I'm not
So
mistaken,
Yeah.
we're just going to jump over to look at the deck list to have an understanding of what we're going to be seeing in just a moment. But we're looking at Rotom Appliance versus the big unit. And Rotom, we've seen a fair bit now at the lower brackets as he survives through the gauntlet. That precision design deck, he's been playing it and piloting it so expertly with 2 border controls, an Anoetic, and 2 Manic Arms as being very strong defensive upgrades. And a max list on 60 cards, having that Aeneas Informant Maw Salset Slums combination, which we haven't actually seen too
no
often.
Aeneas for this. Oh, yeah, no Aeneas for big units. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's
Or
on Rotoms
you're
right now.
looking at Rotom. You're looking at Rotom. My bad.
That's all good.
Yeah.
So that is a package that's actually pretty good at dealing with assets once it's spun up. It is a lot of pieces, but once that is down, you are getting credits if you're interacting with potentially a Gagarin Deep Space wide deck.
Yeah, and especially this type of Gagarin Deep Space that's all in on fast advanced tools, which generally they'll have a piece on the board, but then also some pieces in hand that they're operations, so they can't go anywhere else. And so Ma is very, very high value in those circumstances.
And this is it's pretty impressive. This Gagarin Deep Space deck, I think there were maybe a
Oh,
couple
we will
players
get to
playing
see
it.
Gagarin.
Are we going to see it?
We will get to see Gagarin in this game.
Fantastic. Because I was just going to say we haven't seen this list yet. Big Unit has this interesting Gagarin list. We saw the European Gagarin list, which I feel is a bit more aggressive or a bit more lethal, we could call it. And while there's definitely lethality here in Deep Space, this Gagarin list is running a bit of a fast advance package, or by fast advance, even a never advance package. If you're not checking the cards that they're installing in their remote servers deep in space, if there's a Jeeves on the table, you can start scoring out off-rolled offices from face down. You can score out above the law, have a click left as well. But on top of that, of course, the main combo here is Reconstruction Contract. It's an asset that you can res for 1 credit. The corp or the runner has to trash it for 4. And when it's resed, you can spend a credit and a dedication ceremony to put 3 advancements on it that you can move at instant speed to any other card. Which means if you install Project Atlas, dedication the Rikoko, move the counters over. Even if you have a click left, you can advance that Atlas as well if the Reconstruction has been pre-installed. And that is a lot of fast events, with the Project Atlas getting you more of the fast advanced pieces you need.
Yeah, but if you can actually get the double dedication on an Atlas token, that's pretty darn amazing, because now you have
Yes.
3 counters on the Atlas. You can shuffle some of those cards back with Spin Doctors and just go at it again. And that's sort of one of the main ideas behind the list. I'm very glad that I was able to tell Snare Bears, hey, we should look at Deddy, and then they did the smart thing and said, no, we're not going to look at it in ASA. We're going to look at it anywhere else, and came up with this, I think, really clever Gagarin list.
And it's worth saying we haven't seen this in action today, which is going to be pretty impressive to give it that final pedestal that it definitely wants to end out Worlds here. But it can be quite a quick deck.
Yeah. So a quick note on these 2 players. I think many people watching the stream probably already know this, but for some who may be new to Tournament Netrunner or a bit newer to Tournament Netrunner, I would say between Rotom Appliance and Big Unit 3000, these are arguably 2 of the best players who have not yet won a World Championships, and one of them will at the end of this match.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. And we've seen specifically also from Big Unit, they've had incredible competitive season this season. If I'm not mistaken, winning a Continentals. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. That's right?
I think, yeah, Jonas won American Continentals this year, I believe. Yeah, because he came in with a bye. So
Yep.
Yeah, so super fantastic.
Yep.
Also,
And additionally, 4-0'd the Fight Night.
Exactly.
Oh yes.
So
against UK.
And Rotom, of course, has also proven to be quite a competitive player. You do see his face on Uncell 1.0 for a reason. So these players have definitely been vying for a Worlds win for quite some time. So excited to see how this how this ends out. We're just waiting for the lobby to start up again. Both players are going to have to review the deck lists. I think they might be familiar with them. The deck lists, again, are open for everyone. If you're in the chat right now, hit !deck. If you want to see the deck lists and open up this Google document, you get the top 24. So enjoy that. Take those to your casual events. Have some good fun.
Just smash everyone around you, and they'll laugh. Say, "Why are you running a 60 card list?" And you go, but what you don't understand.
The pros told me to do this. It's good. Trust me. Which is fantastic. We're seeing a 70 card max deck here on the top table of Worlds. But we're going to have the
Just a
finals.
small-
Sorry?
Oh no, it's
The
you said the
minimum-
command
the-
was !deck. It's in fact !decks. So
Oh,
I just
excuse me.
did
Thank
that in the
you.
chat for
Yeah,
someone.
the minimum number of cards in Max that will win Worlds is 60. It is either 60 or 70.
Yes.
Which is astounding.
Amazing.
the argument about what
No
is the
matter
right
what,
number.
it is going to be larger than these Corp decks.
It's just pretty
That's
stunning.
such a not to be too divisive, but UK #UK going wild.
All right, they're going to take a 5-minute break. But I
Cool.
think, or they're going to start in about 5 minutes. Is what my understanding is. They're reviewing the deck lists here. I think we can probably stay up for a while if you all are comfortable. Do you want to take a break? Do we need a break real quick?
Maybe just 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Well, hey, don't
Yeah.
go anywhere, y'all. We're going to be here in just about 3 minutes while our final round is going to start. So we're going to throw some music on and graphics. But you're tuning in to the World Finals of Nisei 2021 Championship. See you in a bit. Welcome back. We are just about to start. This is our finals. Both of these competitors have played through a grueling day, 7 rounds of Swiss to get to this top 16 double elimination, and both are still standing. Big Unit hasn't lost a game in this finals just yet. While Rotom is coming up from the lower bracket, still a lot to do, has to win 2 games in a row. We're just about to start. Our lobby is spun up. Just to introduce ourselves if you're not familiar. My name is Andre. I'm from the Metropole Grid, and I'm so happy to be with you today. The folks at Nisei have given me this mic, which is an absolute pleasure. And I'm joined by Neuropanther, you might know from the Slumscast. How's it going, Pants?
We're seeing significantly better Netrunner today than we've ever talked about on the Slumscast, so it's a great day.
And of course, also, Yasengren is here after a great run on day 1B. How's it going, man?
Good. This is a very exciting finals, and I'm so glad we finally get to see this Gagarin deck in action.
So welcome to this. This is Gagarin, an identity that's fresh in the meta, has just been unbanned 1 month ago before a potential rotation just next year, causing an additional cost. If you want to access the card in a remote server, that's an additional 1 credit. And Big Unit has a lot of things they want to put in remote servers. That is 3 cards down on the table, 1 behind ice, and what are we at? A 60 card max deck? Is that correct? Yeah, 60 cards.
Yep.
A very quick start in remotes from Jonas. So ice, install, and another install.
And there's only about, I think, 7 ice in this Gagarin deck. So finding one and the Rashida,
yeah, that's quite good.
Is very good. And I also just want to say, Vale was saying we saw Gagarin in round 1 or 2 of 1A. We've seen a lot of Gagarin. I don't think we've seen this fast advanced Gagarin at all.
No,
up until this point, because this is very different from the one that NWE was running.
So in terms of the max list, Rotom is running that interesting max list that has a lot of tech cards specifically against asset decks, and controlling the message, I think, is very targeted by this list. We're looking at 3 copies of Aeneas Informant, a card that was very popular years ago when things like Estelle Moon and Engineering the Future were still around. On top of that, we're looking at Maw as a 3 of a console to disrupt things, and we also have a Salset Slums to stop some of the recursion from some of these assets, as well as triggering some of these don't trash clauses. We have a Commercial Bankers Group off in space. If you want to trash it, that's 3 credits. And while the credit thresholds, why 3 credits doesn't seem like a lot to do with the Commercial Bankers Group, the big thing here is economic warfare into hard-hitting news. At any point in time, if Rotom makes a successful run, Big Unit can throw out the economic warfare, take 4 credits away from them, and then the hard-hitting news lands and those tags stick.
Yeah, it's one of the major forks in this list, though. I forget if this one's actually on economic warfare. We should make sure, because it may not.
That's a good point.
I see 3 Econ Warfare in Jonas's list, so it definitely is. Only 2 of the hard-hitting news, but the full 3 on Econ Warfare.
Yeah, and of course, it is open decklist, so everyone knows what they're dealing with. We've seen 2 ice so far. Roto Turret, I think, is the interesting ice in this list, but we also do see Magnets as nice respect to those botulists you're expecting in maybe some of the more virus-heavy maxes, but Rotom is trying to establish their economy, running HQ to see the Singleton in there, and it's a consulting visit.
So in a sense, it is hard-hitting news. It's the joke is always they always have the hard-hitting news, but there actually is potential for hard-hitting news from that consulting visit. Gets the Polyp down. So Jeff, tell us a little bit about how important Polyp is in this matchup.
Oh, sorry. I think Jeff might have crashed out. He'll be joining us in a second. But I think the political operative is huge in this matchup. The biggest deal is that this deck wants to fast advance using Reconstruction Contract, and that is a card you need to res and leave on the table for at least a paid ability window or a click, so the political operative can take that down. But it looks like triple advance on the table, or double advance, excuse me.
And a triple. Okay, that's an Atlas. No counters on this Atlas, just an Atlas, just 2 points. So we're already seeing this is a very different Gagarin list than we've seen all weekend. It just scored an agenda off the table, going to 2 points. I think the only agenda we've seen scored off the table from any of the other Gagarins is the false lead.
So we're off there.
Rotom deciding to try to keep up on the economic front, installing liberated accounts, clicking. Okay, yeah. So
waiting for Malia trigger.
Noting. Yep. There are a few different. So between the plop and but between the political operative and the Malia, there are different windows that you need to care about. That theoretically, if you want to, okay, yeah. That's just table talk. No Malia is on the list.
Yes, for sure. But it's something you definitely want to respect. These opponents do know the list. We have 5 credits, and we're going to be sinking 4 of them here to trash the Maryland campaign. 1 for the tax off of the Gagarin Deep Space ability, and 3 credits into the Maryland campaign itself. So still
So
up.
big unit going to be poor for a little bit.
But this is the thing that a lot of players were maybe a bit hesitant about. Oh, never mind.
Oh, wow.
We're up on 4 agenda points, potentially game point with global foods in the list, but big unit not very quick to, or not very, it's going to be a while before they're able to score at a global food initiative. Rotom definitely has the credit lead, so hard-hitting news is not something you have to worry about, so this maw is pretty well timed to start the disruption in hand.
And this
Off-road
this
office.
political wow. This political operative is so important because if it weren't for the political operative, a play that's available is install reconstruction contract, install Project Atlas, dedication ceremony. You don't care about getting the counters on it, you just get it out of hand. And then all you need is one of those 2-1s to win the game.
Now, big unit's going to struggle here, and this is something that we've seen potentially in some of the other Gagarin lists. If you can't get the credit lead, if you can't get your things to stick on the board, and the runner just has control, your harding and nudes, your economic warfare, you're going to struggle to make those relevant here. If Rotom can continue to pressure with the Maw, we know 1 card in hand is still the Consulting Visit. You're going to be losing one of those cards this turn. But behind an Ice in Server 1, again, not a lot of Ice here. We're looking at maybe a Magnet. It's the only thing we can res right now, and that's just 3 credits to end the run. Rotom has access to 2 paper clips right now. A Botulus is in the bin, but that generally doesn't come out anytime soon. So Rotom can decide if they want to pressure here. Again, it's still a credit to access the card, and we know the 1 card in hand is the Consulting, so if you do value that for the Maw, you can get rid of that for a single click.
And importantly, the Botulus there is only 1 copy of Botulus. We know it is in the bin, so the way that this is going to get broken is either much later in the deck, labor rights get that Botulus back, though it's a magnet, so it has to be Black Orchestra. That's going to be $6 all day.
It's a big unit down on 0 credits. Rotom has an open R&D if they want. They did maw an unknown card, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to go R&D, either steal an agenda, trash a card, or just get a maw on HQ. So that's a Consulting Visit hitting archives, and now Rotom knows exactly what's going to be in big unit's hands next turn, unless they commit to draw, or Server 1 turns out to be Rashida Yahim.
Yeah, this is a very nice window so far for Rotom, a window where you effectively know exactly what's in HQ. It's a little tough. It's tough until big unit gets enough money and ice to break this R&D lock, because at the moment there's just not much you can do. Even this card that just got drawn, it is trivial to run an HQ, figure out what it is, maw it potentially. So really, big unit needs to get some money and start rezzing some ice to keep these unfettered accesses out.
We lost a rebirth off the mill. Not very necessary at this point in the game. You do value the max card draw. That's something you want to worry about maybe later on in the game. Maybe we'll see another Alice Merchant rebirth if we get that far, but drawing in with the IFAD worst to see 3 more cards. This is quite tricky at only 2 credits here. That Polop is going to be such a big deal because you really need something card specifically like this, or of course the aggression from the Maw, to be able to deal with the Rikoko combo. But this is going to be doing it at 2 credits. You can't really res Dirty Laundry off the top of R&D. If this is not a steal or trash, you do get the Maw Fire.
Yeah, looking at the bin right now, there's only Paperclip represented, so at the moment can only break barriers when they're resed based on the breakers in the bin, but 2 credits, not much that's getting res there.
And that's a reconstruction contract. That's going down. The Spin Doctor is
And
going
a
again.
Spin Doctor.
Rotom is not getting their Maw trigger if they don't want to trash a card here, but trash is not
And
an option.
Atlas. Wow.
We are 4 points apiece. Rotom does have, I believe, a Mad Dash singular in the list. Whether you can find that and have it connect, but big unit's just going horizontal here. And again, it's not only the click that you need to spend to check these remotes. Even if you don't trash these, you do have to spend a credit. Luckily, if you do not trash them, though, Maw will trigger here.
Yeah, so important to note, we talked about some of those fast advance lines. It is easiest to fast advance a Project Atlas because of the 3 in the top right corner. It is much harder to actually get an off-world office in those, combo-ish lines. So it's probably going to have to come off of the board, which is much harder against a runner in this much control.
Yeah, the other card that's necessary for that sort of thing is a Jeeves model Biroids, which not that Big Unit can bankroll this at this point in the time, but Rotom still has a political operative that can interact favorably. And that's a reconstruction contract. That's probably going to go down for 4 credits, 1 more credit for the Axis.
Yeah, you have to think so.
Oh,
Can't
staying
let
up
that
there,
stick on the table.
getting the
Just
maw.
mawing.
The Polop does keep that in
It's
check.
not going anywhere.
And it's the
True.
Bankers group out in server 6, I believe, that is going down instead. Rotom still has 5 clicks left, or sorry, 5 credits, 2 clicks. We're spending 1 on R&D here. We got our maw trigger.
Yeah, the money will eventually run out for Rotom, but I mean, what's Jonas gonna do? The consulting visit's already gone. The 2 reconstruction contracts, one's in the bin, one is on the board with Polop. Just, I'm not sure what Jonas can do to punish the money actually going dry, which hasn't actually happened yet.
Speak of the money, it's gone.
Yeah.
The frozen yogurt place is closed forever. Rotom is going to start with only 2 credits after the economic warfare lands. So now Big Unit actually has a credit lead. With no cards in hand, you don't have to worry about the mob, but server 1 is the one that's really suspicious to me. I would actually guess that there's an agenda that Big Unit had to jam behind that magnet because it was in an open HQ. And they're just not capable of scoring it out. Maybe it is a 4-2. Maybe it's a hostile and they don't want to give the bad publicity at this point in the game. Still think they could use the credits, but Rotom needs to figure out what to do here, and thinking is a good call. In terms of breakers, all we have access to in the bin is the paperclip, so the magnet is going to demand, as you said, you need to find a Black Orchestra. 23 cards left in the stack, 6 in the grip.
Yeah, I agree with you. Server 1 definitely seems like an agenda to me, and it is just a waiting game at this point, because all it takes is that Black Orchestra in the bin and 6 credits, and Rotom is not that far from either of those. 23 cards remaining in the stack, so Max can probably find that Black Orchestra without too much trouble within the next few turns.
So Rotom has a lot of cards in the deck to dig deeper, whether it is the Moshings, whether it's the Ivadors. We've seen 2 Ivadors, I think 2 Moshing as well. Deuce's Wild falls into the camp as well. Draw 2, gain 3. Going to help Rotom crawl back in terms of credits. We haven't seen a Rozeki hit the board yet, but you'd love to see one.
A line that we're seeing mentioned in chat, above the law, getting that somewhere. If it were in server 1, I have to think we would have already seen that. Basically would have taken the Polop off the table already, most likely.
I don't know if we had the 3 credits, right? Like, I think this is the first turn we've ended with more than 2. So maybe that is brewing. You're right.
So there was a click for a credit. Yeah, if you can somehow get the Polop off the table, then suddenly, well, if you get an above the law off the table, then all you need to do is find a 2-1, so it actually doesn't matter. But
we're charging R&D, and again,
yeah,
3 credits only as a magnet. Most of the ice in this deck comes in at 4 credits. If you don't trash here with 3 credits, you might not be able to, but the maw will trigger if you leave without destroying anything. Giving a nice think to this list, to this access and the maw. Oh, there's no cards in HQ, was there? There's no maw to worry about.
Oh, yeah. No maw value. Chooses not to trash or not to interact in whatever way there.
Gaining 2
What
credits.
What is the 5-3 that this deck is on?
It's food.
The 5-3 food.
So
that was not a pause to ponder the fact that you don't have a program to trash for SDS. That is just, that's not an agenda.
Now Black Orchestra,
MP Ultra hitting the bin.
Yeah, both of them in the bin. So Rotom now has the entire Breaker Suite. The money is an issue. Paladin Puemo is going to make those a bit cheaper to install, but Big Unit for the first time could technically score something off the table as long as it is the final above the law. And that's worth noting. There's only 1 more 3-2. Jeeves getting rezzed here. Ooh. Looks like we're going to have a campaign. Click for 3 credits. In theory, you pause here because a political operative can interact. The pause.
In theory, Rotom could spend all of that money to trash the Jeeves, but it doesn't seem like the most high-value thing to do. So that is click for 3, install a new remote.
So now the Jeeves is an ongoing issue. In theory, even if a server 1 is an off-world office, if the Jeeves lives, you could do triple advanced score. Now that does leave Rotom the ability to interact with the Jeeves via political operative mid that turn. If you see advance, you could always react. But we'll see what it is. Again, server 1 easily could just be a clumsy food that had nowhere to go. I don't think we've seen a spin doctor yet. There's been no filtering. We said 1 trashed. That's it.
This is a somewhat brutal draw for Jonas. Obviously, those 4 early points, but just Patrick has been in control most of the game, and Jonas has had to really work to get back in it.
Well, so have you seen a Rikoko?
There's 1 in server 5 and 1 has been trashed so far.
Because there's 1 in server 5 and 1's trashed. So server 1, an early reconstruction contract isn't unreasonable for this sort of list, especially behind a piece of ice. It's like one of the main. It's probably one of the most important things to actually protect on the board.
Yeah.
So it's not. Well, that
So
was what I initially thought, but I did miss the middle of this game. So
we're gonna go check right
Yeah, there's
now.
also.
We'll see
Oh,
what
okay.
this
Yeah,
is.
let's find out.
But actually, I think you dropped for a second there, you Sengren, right? But behind server 1 in the early game, it was actually just an Atlas that was scored naked. So this has been added in the last couple turns. We'll see what it is. Gagarin, you have to pay an extra credit to access, and it is just the global food that's been stranded there out in
It's
space.
the 5-3. So one more agenda is all Patrick needs to get to a second game of grand finals and take down this Gagarin list.
Yes, Rotom is from the lower bracket, so they have to win 2 rounds in a row. Big Unit just needs to win 1, but Rotom looks to be on track to push it to a second game for grand finals. We're checking archives here. 3 face-down cards. A bunch of them were mod, but it's a hard-hitting news. The consulting visit we knew, and a wall-to-wall came down in the earlier turns.
Yeah, wall-to-wall is a surprisingly important card for that list. Even though you'd think like it doesn't work well with an asset spam list, there was a lot of question about whether you wanted 2 or 3 of them when designing this list, just because of how important that draw is, and then occasionally having the credit, or occasionally just getting, the whole package.
Sniffing out the Rashida there in server 8, paying the extra credit tax to bring her down for 1. Big Unit definitely could have used that burst there, but now they understand if they draw an agenda, what do they do here? Put it behind the magnet? That doesn't seem like a winning line. Keep it in HQ against the Maw? That seems risky too. Not a lot of good
Draw
choices.
up and try to make sure it doesn't get access to mod. So
Unit, he's drawn twice, or after the mandatory, drawn once. 2 cards in hand, and again, cards in hand is just food to the beast. Now, we have seen some spiteful economic warfares, and they've had an impact. Losing 4 credits is a big deal when you need to spend the credits to trash cards. Draw 3 times is an option with Jeeves, but again, I imagine Rotom is just going to start slamming HQ. Jeeves triggers here, you have an additional click. You've done the same thing 3 times in a row.
what is click 4?
Yeah, taking a credit seems pretty reasonable here. I could also see just drawing again because you're really trying to find outs.
But icing up,
installing an ice on HQ.
And 4 credits is the breakpoint here. I think all of the ice in this list comes in at 4 credits. Whether it's a mouseless, whether it's a road turret, or a border control. The mouseless, I think, is probably the most taxing thing you could ask for on HQ here, but it's only a 1 of in the list, so you have to get a bit lucky. Puemo, up to 2 counters. We have milled a second Black Orchestra and the turning wheel. We have access to all their breakers. Looking at the bin, I think there's 2 labor rates still unaccounted for, 1 overclock unaccounted for. Some Aeneas's, a pair of them, but still 15 cards left in the stack, so there's going to be a lot. Pad's up going down. That respects the mouseless, I reckon.
Yeah, I was just about to say the mouseless is the most likely. It's in fact the Roto turret, though. The cheeky one of Roto turret. I think it's mainly meant as a Swiss card, but you need it here to make HQ not free.
Coming through for that's a hostile takeover.
Takeover, that's the game.
That's the game.
Rotom finding it when you drew up that turn. It looks like Big Unit took some agendas with him, and that's going to be 7 points. This Gagarin deep space not making it far into space itself, just held down by Maw, and good enough economy to trash everything. We are going to go on to our grand finals. We're going to
resetting the bracket. Yeah, a single win in this last game.
So it ends.
That is Worlds.
So it ends on PD Max, like everyone expected. That's quite all right.
We took a long winding path and ended up exactly where the money, the median prediction should have been. So
the safe pick gets you there, but these 2 players also, I think, pretty safe picks to get this far. And so far, they've gone to have it all down to one last game. There's probably a bit of nerves involved here, but these players have played it cool to this point. We haven't seen, that's the thing. They've been playing at such high tables and they're still not making errors. That's exactly what you're hoping to see. And it's been such good, clean Netrunner. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, this is the real benefit of Jinteki helping with some of the small mind things. You're just not seeing what you often saw in old Worlds videos of people forgetting or taking extra credits all the time just because there's so many different things to track in Netrunner.
That's
Um,
maybe a blessing of JNet that we can play online, but these players definitely understand what they're doing. And if I'm not mistaken, now we're going to see Max with 70 cards, the number that
We are.
nobody submitted, but we got here. So a lot of different tech cards. I guess there's a fair bit of tech cards. The political operatives, I reckon, are going to be a really big deal. We've seen Rotom's list, the defensive upgrades, whether it's that or the Rashida, the political operative almost always finds a target, especially once you start seeing those on-sell 1.0s show up on the remote server, and that becomes quite difficult to run.
Yeah, I think Rotom we've seen him win a bunch because he gets Ansel on the remote. And I think for Jonas Alive, it's going to be do you get to hippo the Ansel on the remote, or does Rotom not draw them? Or do you just, we saw Janktivist play a really good line and have really good odds on the Mad Dash dig. So
And so Rotom's list, again, I think we've seen this a fair bit as he has traveled through the lower brackets, but we're looking at, and this is really important to track, a single Anoetic Void, 2 Managarm Skunkworks, and 2 Border Controls. Those are the heavy hitters when it comes to keeping people out of the remote servers. Now, those generally get cycled back in. It's only 2 Spin Doctors.
And we're in the game.
So, you do have to keep track of that, but this is it. This is the grand finals. Welcome. If you're just tuning in, boy, do you have a match to watch. The big unit at the top playing a Max with 70 cards versus Rotom Appliance's Precision Design, only 44. And we're off
both
to the
players
races.
kept their hands, which is always a promising sign for a good game. Sometimes, it does happen, but sometimes you can get Netrunner finals where someone mulligans into just a handful of agendas, and that's sort of how it goes.
So we're going to have a good game. Icing up R&D, first click, an interesting line. We do have the hedge fund for money and big unit getting down those economic resources, the liberated accounts with 12 credits left and the daily cast to drip for the next couple turns. Rotom has a card
Start for both.
in server 1 looking like, there you go, the Tranquility home grid to set up the economy over time, gaining 2 credits on the install and icing that up.
I almost
Sheet of
like
fire
running
here on turn 3 would be pretty gross, and I'm sure that that's exactly what Rotom wants here.
Yeah, I almost wonder as Jonas if you just check server 1 just to get some tempo offset. There's not too many punishes when you have no programs installed available to HB, and with just a hedge fund and archives, like a drafter is pretty mild even.
Yeah, choosing instead to get the second daily cast installed and the green orb down. So I think trading tempo now for tempo later. And we have an advance here in server 1, so that is an agenda.
Yep, there's no advanceables in the PD list that aren't agendas. Let's take a look at what's in the heap. There's only an MK in the heap, so it's going to be very difficult for Jonas to pose a real aggressive threat here on scoring, unless they're barring whatever's in his hand.
So that single advance is a bit interesting, right? If that's a 4-2 and you don't have a seamless in hand, that's the way you generally want to do that. Whether you have a seamless and that's a food, I think Big Unit would be pretty happy if Rotom scored a food here as far as agendas go. But if Rotom can score out that sandbox to turn on the macrophage to get that value early, or the off-world office, that's obviously an ideal start. But as you said, Big Unit needs to find those answers. And when you play 70 cards, sometimes your breakers can be all in the bottom, couple. So hopefully that Gachapon does reach in a bit deeper and find what you need.
Yeah, it's the new version.
Oh, hey, we have breakers
Paperclip
though.
and MK. Wow.
So
I was about to bring up what we used to call Val problems, and I guess we can call Big Max problems now. Of sometimes you just don't find the breakers, but we have the MK and the Paperclip already in the bin, and Black Orchestra could just be a Gachapon away.
Sandbox.
But that is a sandbox.
And I think as Jonas, you're very happy that sandbox, all it gets back is a hedge fund. Yeah, hedge fund's a pretty solid card. It's been in most corp decks, but it's not always, it's much better than like a seamless or a Rashida going back into HQ there.
Agreed. Not the worst hit that could possibly happen there.
So
however,
Jonas has the Maw.
Oh boy, that's a big one.
Accessing HQ, that's a magnet. That's getting trashed off of the Maw Fire. We're coming back in. Again, Maw is going to trash a card at random from hand if you don't trash or steal an agenda. And Big Unit's going to end their turn there, discarding a card. I believe that Gachapon was fired at the beginning of the turn and entirely whiffed, showing a Hippo, a Paul Up, an Overclock, Laundry, a second Overclock, and a Pad Tap, removing from the game a single Overclock, a Pad Tap, and a Dirty Laundry. So Big Unit looking for that Black Orchestra still. Now Gachapon does get you virtuals as well. We do have the Black Orchestra in the bin. So now we have access to all the breakers, and the economy is looking all right. We're getting 4 crits at the beginning of the turn. We have 1 sure gamble worth of click on the liberated account. Tranquility Grid, giving more value, playing that hedge fund that has been recurred and icing up HQ to prevent those easy mod triggers. Rotom could definitely have an agenda here.
Easily could.
Yeah, definitely could, but I think Jonas can probably try and threaten centrals a little bit more, just open those up, but probably wants to try and find the turning wheel or a hippo before they commit to doing more aggressive runs.
So this is going to be a fast game. There's a chance that we don't even see the bottom of the max deck. We are straight overclocking in. Again, we do have all access to breakers. We do have 5 credits to spend installing them. A drafter on the outside, that's going to be all the money off the overclock. 2 to install the MK Ultra, 3 to break. We're going to carry on through for sure. Let's see a Gatekeeper, see it on sell. Approaching the ice, and that's a Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper.
Yeah,
a lot of tempo gained off of this because only 2 cards in hand. Well, oh, there's a Black Orchestra I missed in the bin. Okay. That's expensive.
Trashes the Rashida, which is great, and gets the mob because you access but don't trash the Tranquility. Back up to 8. Jonas is very happy with how that remote's set up.
And this is the exact same remote server I think we saw in a game ago, right? Just the 6 credit attacks of draft into Gatekeeper. Now Gatekeeper's down to 0 strength. That's still a fair bit of money. It's hard for the runner to check that every turn, and Rotom is going to give you a good reason to consider doing that.
Yeah, Tranquility
sure.
Grid giving and taking, because obviously it provides all of this tempo, but giving the Maw trigger there, definitely not something that Rotom wanted there, I think.
Yeah, I lost the game that I lost because I installed the Jeeps I didn't need to, and Ma got the last card I couldn't afford to lose out of my hand. And
Ouch.
you know, sometimes these cards that are really good do turn back and bite you. Oh, the second Rashida is so brutal there for Jonas.
Wow.
Rashida replacing Rashida gives Rotom a lot of choices here. 3 cards and the mandatory draw. Big unit on the other side of the table. He put down the liberated accounts, took some money off of it, setting up again to be pulled into the remote server. The hippos are really important again. A lot of this ice is the bigger ice, like the on sell. That's not something you can afford to go through multiple times. And we see 1 already face down in the heap. We're looking for 2 more, but again, 35 cards still to get through.
Yeah, Hippo is sort of, I think, the card that would allow just the sort of reg max shell to actually build up a board state that's advantageous for it against precision design.
Now,
it's a tight match, and Maw definitely does work, but it's not quite as good, or it's not quite good enough most of the time.
we saw a naked server there, server 2, which on its own is actually a pretty bad idea against Maw. So you're assuming it was something like an advanced assembly lines or a spin doctor, and it was an advanced assembly lines. Res to gain 2 credits altogether and putting an ice on R&D. This leaves Rotom with 1 card in hand. So you have full information on what's going to get Mawed if Maw triggers this turn. It's interesting whether a big unit wants to run HQ to trash the 1 card that Rotom clearly said, I don't think I need this one that bad. But there is a card back in server 1 after the draw into Rashida. So if that is a 4-2 agenda, that 1 card in hand needs to be a seamless.
Here's a hippo.
We found it.
Yeah, I like this Hippo run on HQ.
Drafter.
I wonder if you leave this and don't Hippo it, though.
We're
And
going
yeah, I think
through.
Looks like
don't.
that's the case.
It's a
Precision
Christian
grid.
grid.
Why trash it? Maw will do that for you.
Yep.
So this card's not particularly impactful in this matchup until Omar shows up for archives, but there's still a card in server 1, and it looks like Big Unit doesn't have the ability really to contest this. If we're looking at overclocks, we've seen now 2 so far, but we're just going to mosh deeper into the party, seeing a Botulus, a Stargate, and a 0 also coming out.
Yeah. Jonas, I'm not probably is digging for their last political operative would be my guess, is the card you most want to see in this state. Maybe the other one would be the last labor rights, which has not yet been seen.
Oh, there are 2 in the bin already. They got milled very quickly.
Yeah.
That can be a problem if this game is not over fast enough. Once you get to the end of your deck with Max, those labor rights are so incredibly important to get those cards back into, let alone gives you access to the things that you've milled that you can't really recur on your own. We got a 2nd ice, or excuse me, a 4th ice now on server 1. And we've seen things like double on sell, and that's going to be quite difficult to deal with. A single advance too. Rotom now can score out any 4-2 next turn without requiring a seamless launch, even returning a card from archives to hand. probably to be
Yeah,
modded.
another good hit would have been falsified. Obviously, with the advancement, it is now clear that this is an agenda, but for future plays in the remote, one of the strengths of PD is forcing you to run through the remote because it might be an agenda, and falsified tells you it is an agenda.
Yeah. Now, I think as Jonas, you're thinking very hard. Do you want to run click one here, potentially losing the last labor rights? Um, but if you run click one, you have a lot of game against Ansel. Um, the biggest downside for you, right, is that probably that, well, I don't know, probably, but the worst case scenario for you is that outside ice is, or the third ice out is Ansel, and then that fourth ice just never gets rezzed. So your hippo does nothing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a big point here. That ice might just be for hippo protection. There also is border control in this list. Whether that is on the remote server, it does make things a bit tricky, but it's a really big deal here. There's no defensive upgrade here on the remote servers. So as long as you can deal with the ice, you are going to be able to get in. We're starting with a magnet at 3 credits for Black Orchestra. Not sure that's the thing you want to hippo, but we are going to go save some credits later on. And there's the on
It's
sell.
the Ansel. Brutal.
Yep.
So the
But I
sacrificial
think
magnet.
you can still pay through all of this. It's going to put you very
Can.
low, but Rotom is now also going to be quite low. Only 5 credits. And if the last hippo is found, Jonas can even just spend a turn, click through the Ansel, and remove it from the game, and that server becomes much more manageable.
That's a sandbox. We paid 6 to get through the on-sell, click through a subroutine. We played through the drafter, played through the gatekeeper. We did access the tranquility and not trash, but Maw had no targets in hand. Rotom gonna draw up and just every turn put something there in the remote server, gain 2 credits from tranquility home grid.
It is very hard though for Rotom, like if Rotom's relying on the seamless launches, they're very hard to reliably have in hand with the Maw triggers.
Milling the political operative and the DJ Fenris, 2 potentially really important
Ooh.
resources for this matchup. Drawing
Those
deeper
are
though.
huge hits with the 2 other labor rights in the bin. This might be the really rough draw for Max, where all of your recursion tools get milled before you can get to see them.
Big unit drawing a bit deeper with the Deuce as Wild, gaining the 3 credits, getting the 2 cards. Might just be panicking whether you need the labor rights or whether you just want to close the game before that matters. But I don't think panicking is the right word, but digging deeper.
Yeah.
I wrote him on 7 credits. If one of those cards in the hands is Seamless Launch, you can score out just about any agenda here besides the Global Food Initiative. There is still also 1-3-2 in the list, the Luminal Transubstantiation, which would be absolutely massive, giving you 3 clicks after in which you can install a Rashida, perhaps that you bounce back to your hand off the Precision Design ability. It's cool how this is the corp with 6 hand size and it's been playing most of the game with 0 to 2 cards in hand.
Thank you, Ma.
Yeah, it's tricky here. That mod has got a lot of value, but I don't think Big Unit wants to spend 3 credits to run through the drafter just to get him off fire. I believe if there's an agenda in hand, it would go straight into server 1 as it looks like it might have.
All right.
Unit taking their time to think this through again. There's
Tricky
so
turn.
many resources you have to juggle, whether it's the cards in your stack, cards in your heap. We're starting with a companion.
Haka. Okay.
Yeah. This is
Moving up.
potentially the most important turn of the game, even though it may end up not looking like much just happened at all. Just trying to figure out how you evaluate the different resources available to you. A little surprised to see no central run here to try and get the Maw trigger.
And Rotom's going to start on 3 cards. Again, something was put into server 1 last turn. There are a lot of upgrades in this list that would wind up in server 1, not necessarily an agenda. And Rotom also giving the thought, oh, that's a Luminal. Huge
That's a huge
score.
hit here. That's an absolutely huge hit.
3 credits, returning the Rashida from Archives to HQ. That can go straight back into
Yeah.
the Tranquility home grid home, gaining the credit off Pad Top, setting yourself up for the next turn to definitely have something to jam in the remote server. Pad Top gaining 1 credit, but Rotom is now on game point. If you find that Global Food Initiative, install Advance with the Seamless, icing up Archives too to preemptively deal with the rebirth that could be coming. Still not accounted for. 17 cards left in the stack.
It's very hard for Jonas just to decide, do they want to spend their entire turn and 7 credits just to go and deal with this Rashida? The answer might be yes, as weird as that seems.
Oof. It's a tough decision to make, but yeah, this Rashida fire here would just be so gigantic. You have such a huge chance of finding the agenda, potentially the food to win with the seamless, but finding just an agenda to keep up the tempo and punish the inability to run this remote.
So big unit's going to have a think here for sure. The Rebirth is an interesting option. While Archives is iced up, there's even other, potentially, some other disruption you consider. Whether Edward Kim, you need that to deal with the Seamlesses. Obviously, you still want that max draw while you go deeper into your deck to find maybe that last labor rights. We're running R&D
Run
here.
on
Yeah,
R&D here.
I think even with an ice on Archives, Omar is still by far and away the best thing you can do here. Jonas is definitely a little frustrated that they've seen no turning wheels, no at most one labor rights. Like they've missed a lot of their value tools here.
We're going to spend 6 credits, one from coming from the Taka to get through the Gatekeeper. Maw is going to trash a card from HQ. Big Unit also hasn't found a turning wheel yet. We have not seen any hit the bin yet. I'm pretty sure the Big Unit only has...
wrong. There's actually no turning wheel.
There's no
in
turning
the
wheel
list.
whatsoever. Excuse me. Yeah. So,
Wow.
So all the multi-axis is going to be coming from, I believe we were looking at 2 copies of Stargate.
Yeah.
And-
And we do see a mining accident played, giving Rotom Appliance one bad publicity. Mining accidents
And
usually
there's a
rules.
hippo. There's a hippo. So
That
very
last
threatening
hippo is
next turn
really
for that onslaught.
helpful. Yeah.
Pad Tap gaining 1 credit off the Rashida Fire. Rotom's going to be drawing past that R&D lock again. Only the top card of R&D was seen. If Rotom is just looking for those global food initiatives, 2 left in the list, install Advance with the Seamless in hand, you're a bit at the whim of the Maw. Whether the Maw takes down the Seamless, that could potentially be a problem, but maybe just buys you a turn. But I think the biggest thing he might want for the sake of safety is at least a single defensive upgrade in Server 1.
I actually think even more than that, he wants to
Nice.
put 1 ice in front of the
Yeah.
Ansel.
Oh,
And
right, for the Hippo, yeah.
Hippo punishing without even having to use it here, because Hippo is saying you have to spend 3 of your 7 credits to install ice on this server. And that's exactly what happens.
There it goes. Card in Server 1, Tranquility Home Grid, giving 2 to the Corp, 1 to the Runner because of the Pad Tap. And this does not look like a 5-3 agenda unless there's double Seamless in hand, which is, I would say, somewhat
Hard to reliably
unlikely.
keep there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because for for 1 whole credit, Jonas can run HQ here between the Bad Pub and the Taka credit.
Now we milled,
and that's all it would take.
A Gachapon, a Liberated comes off the top of the deck. I've had worse to draw 3 more cards. Again, it's only now 17 cards between the stack and the grip. If we're talking about cards we haven't seen, we're looking out for Rebirth. We're looking out for a Labor Rights. Not sure what else is super impactful in this board state.
Yeah, I mean, Stargate's not really... Oh, no, both Stargates are even gone, so they're not terribly impactful.
I think there's 1 Overclock still somewhere.
Only 2 in the list.
They're both
no.
done yet, yeah.
Laundries are maybe the only other card here that we actually haven't seen any laundries, so...
Deuces, we're drawing deeper.
Deuces.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
This is I think, seems like a pretty rough draw for Jonas this game.
It does.
70 cards again in the deck.
Sometimes Max does that.
Yeah, 70 cards. You need to draw deep. If you can't find the stuff that you're hoping to mill or get access to, you're going to have to spend some turns. So drawing at least Deuces Wild is a pretty easy way to do it. We're going here HQ. You're right.
HQ.
Trickshitaka plus the bad publicity. This drafter is not that big of a tax.
Yep, I think making the correct decision not to Hippo. Caesar Rashida. I think you can maybe trash this and then go back in. Guarantee there's not double Seamless.
Yeah. Now paying 2 credits, the bad publicity, Rashida getting trashed. Maw is probably going to fire here. If you hit an agenda, they're not too upset. And Hagen's going to mill the Maw's not going to hit the Hagen. It's going to hit the unknown card. So we'll see what Rotom has there brewing in Server 1.
It cannot be a Rashida. There are already 3 Rashidas in the bin. Could easily be an AAL, though.
Yeah, or the defensive upgrade here.
Yeah. Jonas first has to choose what cards they're discarding.
Discarding 2 Rezekis.
2 Rezekis.
Yeah, those green orbs are not doing much anymore.
Game's not going to go on long enough for him.
Rotom 7 credits. Draw an unknown card from R&D. We know the other card in hand is a Hagen. That is 4 credits to res and will force out the Barrier Breaker. Otherwise, it could take the Rezeki down with it. And Rotom giving us to think again. This is
Yeah, I mean, both player. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Both players are really thinking. But this is a hard spot for Rotom. He really wants to be threatening a score, and it looks like maybe server one was just one of the defensive upgrades.
or means to think we haven't checked archives in a while. We've milled 3 cards since, but Seamless Launch, I don't think we've seen any so far.
Yeah, one of the possibilities. Wow, wait, Jonas is also not on.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Double advance.
Double
That's
advance?
looking like a global food initiative, unless this is a
Well-
bluff. And with 7 credits, 1 unknown card outside of server 1, that needs to be a border control, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it does need to be exactly border control to be safe.
Because that,
It does take Jonas to basically no credits to contest,
yeah.
but I don't know that he has a lot of options.
But if Rotom reses the border control and goes down to 2 credits, can they score out? They would need a Seamless in hand that doesn't get mod, so Unit is thinking here for sure. If the border control gets resed, you don't have to go through the whole server. That's kind of the beauty of Hippo here. You can take it down and then just rerun, or excuse me, just continue going. We have no overclocks. We did just mill the rebirth there, which potentially you could rebirth into Quetzal to save finding a breaker, but then the Hippo won't work.
Yeah, and you also don't really want Rotom to get the credits here. If you can get Rotom down to 2, they would need to have Seamless advance to score out if that is the GFI.
Yeah, and I think you can click for enough credits to not 100% guarantee, but make it much less likely that there's the Seamless in hand.
So Big Unit definitely thinking through this here. Again, if we look at the heap, a lot of cards to work with, but the only ones that will be coming back are the Paperclip. We're still missing the last Labor Rights, which is the only big recursion card here. I think the deck is on 2 overclocks. 1 is removed from the game. It came off a Gachapon. 1 is sitting there in the heap. So Big Unit might have to play with only the cards in their hand here. Starting with a sure gamble is a good economic start. We're just going in. We have 11 credits plus 1 bad publicity, 1 on Trickster Taka. We'll see what is on the outermost here.
I wonder what
the
the
border
plan is
control?
for the Ansel.
You can kick through parts of it, right? Like they can trash any of your cards as long as you have the credits to reinstall them.
Yeah, I get.
And that's
Oh,
border control.
okay, it is the border control.
So this is going to demand 6 credits, 4 to install the Paperclip, 2 to break, but that is going to get hippoed.
Yeah.
There's a chance.
And then you.
Does Rotom even consider just popping this? It obviously wastes a click, but keeps the hippo. I'm not sure the clicks matter that much this turn.
No, the Hippo is much more important here. Because now Rotom can't really score because Jonas can now run HQ and pretty much pop the Seamless and then check Archives maybe.
Yeah, so the play here is if the Maw hits a Seamless, because Seamless is the only thing threatening scoring out the Global Food Initiative next turn on 2 credits. So if Jonas can hit a Seamless off the Maw trigger, that means he won't be able to score unless Rotom top deck a Seamless. And if we haven't seen a Seamless yet, that could be 3 and 17 off the top. We'll see here.
Yeah, though there's also a good possibility that some of them are face down in Archives right now.
And Maw triggering, not trashing the Hagen, so trashing the 1 unknown card. Top deck there. If that is a Seamless, we could close the game here. Rotom not.
Yeah, but it could also
it
just
does
be a
hit the Hagen.
4-2 in server 1
That's
as
true.
well. This doesn't have to be a GFI.
True. This, for what it's worth, that was the Hagen that got hit there.
Okay.
Was it?
So still an unknown.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, totally. Rotom drawing for first click looks like doesn't have what he needs to score it there in server 1 again. It's not necessarily a 5-3 agenda, but double advance kind of makes it look like that. Rotom wants to at least click to a 3rd credit to threaten the score next turn, or finding a defensive upgrade would be good, giving him 2 credits on the install, but as well protecting the potential food behind 3 pieces of ice.
You kind of need the defensive upgrade here, right? Because Jonas can click through and then has exactly, or a little more than exactly enough money to get in.
The other option here is if you want to bail out, if you find a Spin Doctor, you can overinstall. The list has 2 Spin Doctors on top of server 1 to get that in archives to shuffle it back, but
I think you're honestly better off trading
So
an
they take
agenda
it?
here for basically all of Jonas's money. Jonas will only really be making 1, maybe 2 credits passively, and econ options are the only thing left really is dirty laundries that we haven't seen.
I think
So
one reason why you might be hesitant to allow the runner to steal the agenda is Mad Dash, but this deck is Mad
there's
Dashless.
yeah, that was the I was looking. I was like, wait, how could there be no mad dashes in here? Which is kind of crazy.
There are
But
70 cards, and not a single one of them is a mad dash.
Because it's so easy. If you know the card in the remote server has to be an agenda, it's the only type of advanceable card in this list. Mad Dash in. You can click through the on-sell. You have perfect information without any defensive upgrades. But again, Unit isn't on that. They're going to have to steal 4 agendas in this game, regardless of how it goes. Rotom continuing to draw through their deck. And there you go. A defensive upgrade, hopefully. I think we have seen the
it has to
Crisium.
be an
It has to be.
upgrade.
Yeah. So the question is whether it's
And
a
there's-
proper defensive upgrade or whether it's the single Cyberdex Virus Suite, but we're hoping for the upgrade there. That does keep
Yeah,
you
we-
out.
We know
Now-
it's not the Crisium.
Yeah, Jonas can go completely broke to force a Skunkworks res that would make Rotom too poor to actually score this out.
Yeah, same with the
Yeah, but-
Anoetic. If the Anoetic is res there, you spend your whole turn going in, but they have to spend 2 cards and 2
Also
credits.
costs 2.
So unless you top deck a Seamless there, you're not scoring out the Global Food Initiative.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it-
Void
I don't
and
think that's a-
Skunkwork both.
While that technically makes the game go one more turn, I don't think it ever lets Jonas win the game. So
I think you're right, though. Yeah.
I don't think that's a line that we'll be seeing taken. I think instead Jonas has to be a little bit more on this is maybe a 4. Well, but it's probably not a 4-2 because it would have gotten scored and given
Yeah.
Econ back for Rotom last turn. So this is really quite challenging.
We lost a Gachapon and Dirty Laundry off the top of the deck. I think that's the first Laundry we've seen so far. Maybe one actually
Does-
removed from the game.
Oh yeah. There's one left.
Has 6 cards in hand, starting with 8 credits. You do still have the Bad Publicity, which is a free credit for every run you make, and 1 credit on Trickster Taka, which can be used to pay for icebreakers. So that is a bit
Yeah,
more
I
money than it
think-
might look like.
I think if I'm Jonas here, I might go for like a single access on HQ, hope that I rip R&D, and then check archives in the poorest man's APOC.
But we're going for it. That's an on-sell. I reckon we might just click through it. Otherwise, it's quite expensive. We'll see.
Yeah, you might even
Yeah.
let the trash thing fire.
The Treasure thing. So you're trading a click for potentially like what, 3 credits?
3 credits. Yeah, I guess you don't really have that.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
So you're clicking through. That's a drafter. That's 3 credits in with the MK Ultra. Gatekeepers will be 3 more credits with the Decoder, the Black Orchestra. And we'll see what upgrade is in this server. If it's a Cyberdex Fire Suite, you're getting in. But if it's a Managarm, it's going to be a bit
Man,
difficult.
if this is a 1 credit difference on the Managarm,
Yeah.
that would be
Oh.
wild.
It might be. Regardless of Rotom Reses, they're not going to score out. That's a Managarm. You
Yeah.
don't
One
have
credit.
5 credits.
Wow.
You don't have 2 clicks.
Wow.
The run's going to be ended. You didn't access a card, so Maw's not going to fire, but that's going to be Big Unit's entire turn. And if Rotom top decks the Seamless Launch there, or has one from the draw last turn, they can score this out.
This is really, really tough now.
Doesn't look like a snap
Rotom's in
Seamless
such a good
here.
position.
And Rotom knows that that remote server next turn is pretty safe as long as you can keep your credits up and not lose on maybe potentially R&D. You're in an okay spot. Click to draw to start.
Yeah, the biggest issue with clicking to draw is potentially you're increasing the density of agendas that can end up in archives here, because I think that's really Jonas's out in a lot of ways.
Hmm. Yeah, enough money to get into HQ for sure. And depending on what ice is on archives, a very good chance of being able to get into archives.
And this is
Yeah, there's basically no ice that stops here.
This is wild. It has been 1 credit off on both sides. Rotom's starting on 2 credits to score at something he needs 3. Big Unit accessing with 4 onto a Managarm where you need 5. Like, absolutely very close Netrunner here. And I'm so surprised that Rotom hasn't drawn a Seamless just yet. Maybe off the top you got one, but there's 3 in the list. We're looking at only 17 cards left.
If you had it now, there'd be one. So they've probably been mod, is my guess.
Yeah, clicking up to
So
4.
this is representing able to triple advance, only 1 credit spare. So I don't think there's any ice res on archives possible.
Yep, and Jonas has enough to check HQ, check R&D, and check archives, potentially try and get the win.
So finally bottoming out, getting through 70 cards just right on turn 14. So now seeing the entire heap, looking what's been removed from game. If Rotom is very clever, he can figure out what every card in hand is. At a distance, I'm pretty sure we know that there's at least one Dirty Laundry, I think one Labor Right,
Yep.
and that's where I end my list.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you have to track. It looks like maybe one paladin is nope, two paladins. I think is maybe.
I think there's a pad tab.
Yeah.
Maybe two pad tabs.
One's been RFG'd.
So one pad tab, I reckon.
Yeah.
So that's half the
Boy,
hand.
there's a lot to keep track of.
Oh, it's so much.
All of the Aeneas. Oh no, sorry,
there are
looking at
no
the wrong
Aeneas in this
thing.
one.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong list. Oh, so there is actually a paladin in hand as well then, because there's only 2 in the heap.
If I'm not mistaken, we're only on 2 overclocks. One has been in the bin, one has been removed from the game off of an early gachapon. So there's going to be no burst economy here unless you labor rights back in for an overclock and draw it off the draw.
There might be some mining accidents in hand, which are a little bit too slow for this part of the game. Like they would have been good on turn 2, and they're sort of not anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's one
probably
in hand.
one in hand. Yeah,
we're starting on a laundry
Yes.
on HQ. Again, this only costs 1 credit, so this is credit positive. We'll get him off fire as well. You do the bad publicity. It's an off-world office. That's a start.
Off-world office.
Whoa!
Okay, this is still a game here. I think you HQ R&D archives. I like HQ again just to get the Maw trigger. It basically lets you see 2 cards most of the time.
Yeah, gets that into archives if you're following it
I
up.
like that.
So you do have some runs here. And again, if Rotom can only spend 2 credits if they want to score out and have a seamless in hand, we're going to go straight into R&D though. It's 3 credits. It's actually only 1 credit now. You did get a credit back from the Taka. You do still have the bad publicity. Single access here. Nothing, but got a Maw trigger.
That's a Maw. Back to HQ, then archives?
Yeah, I mean, you could also just check archives here first, save yourself some clicks.
Yeah. We're going to archives.
True.
Rotom has 4 credits if they want to res ice. With 7 credits, you're going to get through. Let's see what it's been Maw throughout the game. Double seamless.
Wow.
We're going back on HQ. This
Nothing
is
in
probably the
archives.
final run of the game. And it's a gatekeeper there. Rotom can score at that Global Food Initiative in the remote server, taking them up to 7 points.
Let's see the advance. That's the triple advance. That is
That's
the global food.
Wild.
Rotom Appliance, World Champion 2021. Amazing run for both of these players.
From the lower brackets, getting knocked down early, taking it all the way to the lower bracket finals into the grand finals. Big unit is being bested here by that PD deck, not finding maybe what they needed at the right time, but fantastically played by both players. 1 credit short in that remote bust, 1 credit short on either side, having to do with the Mana Garmin. You saw the power of that ice that Rotom helps craft and put his face on, just getting him through so many of these rounds. Huge good game to both of these players.
It's just completely crazy that went down to literally that 1 credit on the Mana Garm. If that GFI gets stolen, this is Jonas's game. So, whenever I'm teaching new people, I'm like, it goes down. Netrunner is shockingly tight all the time. And this is a great example of it came down to 1 credit.
Yeah, I see Rotom saying, I was begging for that top deck seamless, which is your one way to score that food out on 2 credits. And again, no Mad Dash, but still only getting to 2 agenda points. Quite a close game for sure. You saw the power of the Maw, keeping the seamless outs as it's not obvious because you don't see exactly what the Maw is doing behind the scenes, but it definitely gets there. Well played, both players.
Yeah, I think the Maw also got a... Oh, no, never mind. Yeah.
Amazing finals, amazing grand finals. Congratulations to both players. Thank you for showing us such good Netrunner.
Yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, we're going to try and get some of these finalists in to have a quick interview. But first, I'm just not sure if they're ready. Some of the folks at Nisei wanted to come in and have something to say here. I think we have PSK in the lobby right now. Yo, Mar, how's it going?
Hello. Well, very excited. My heart is actually beating super fast.
Yeah, mine too, huh?
There with you.
First of all, congratulations to Rotom, our new World Champion 2021. And I had some news that I wanted to share, so I thought this leaves a couple of minutes to the players to take a breath, stretch the legs, and I wanted to announce that I'm going to be leaving Nisei. After these Worlds, I still need to finish some things that I would like to see done in the organization, but this is the end for me. I am expecting a little runner, and well, my priorities are changing, and I think that I cannot be as present as I would like in the future with such responsibility. So
Well, hey,
I'm very happy and very sad at the same time about everything. So yeah, that's
that's
it.
definitely very bittersweet, Mar. It's been so great, all the stuff that you've been doing with Nisei for the last, I think it's now years, right? So obviously you'll be
Yeah,
greatly
more or
missed,
less.
but huge congratulations on that new runner coming. That's definitely an exciting future as well. So thank you so much
Yeah,
for
very
everything you've
happy.
done for the community. This is absolutely
Agreed.
fantastic. And what a worlds to go
Well,
off on, I guess, if that's the thing.
Yeah,
yeah, I
agreed.
wanted
Thank
to
you so
like,
much.
no, and thank you guys. You've done an amazing job during the whole weekend. This happens out of a collective effort, and I'm super thankful to everyone that has participated, that has played, that has watched and streamed and commented during the whole weekend. It makes it all worthwhile, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm very excited for the future of OP. Like, there's tons of things that I want to like tie up. If everything goes well, uh, next year we're gonna be looking at in real live events again. Um,
that's quite exciting.
we are Yes, that is very exciting.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
those are the
really sad
scoops
that I'm
everyone was
missing
hoping for.
yeah.
that. But yeah, like we are merging store championships with regionals. At this point, it were like the same kind of event. So we're gonna give more space for GNKs and other kinds of formats that is not only standard. So it's very exciting. I expect to be able to leave a more like defined schedule for the seasons. So all players know like in advance when and how things are gonna happen. We are gaining a new continentals that is APAC
Whoa.
that we didn't have before. We will probably gonna keep it online to allow people that can't make it to Americans or Europeans in real life to have also a platform where we're playing. Also logistically in Asia Pacific kind of like works. So I think it's really interesting. We are also keeping intercontinentals that we think invitational tournaments are something that players really um, get excited about.
Yeah, they're really fun to watch for sure.
Um, yeah, so yeah, that's a bit of like what we are expecting. We can expect for next year's OP, and I'll take a bit of the opportunity to let people know that we're going to be looking for an OP lead. We're also looking for we're also looking for people on America and Europe, and also we need people that can and are willing to coordinate a bit of online OP. We would like to be able to offer more constant. Is constant the word?
Yeah,
Where yeah, tournaments online with different and exciting formats. So if anyone is interested, please contact me or email op at Nisei, and we're happy to have you.
that is
Yeah, that's it.
that is
Now I'm done.
no, that is awesome. And I think everyone is so excited to start seeing OP happening again in person. It's obviously, it's been a couple of years since that's been really a thing we can do.
Yes.
And I know locally we've had local meetups for the first time, and it's so awesome to play this fantastic game in person and hang out with your friends and meet new people. It's such a big deal when it comes to the community. So that's really cool to hear.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, we're very excited. So let's hope that everything goes better with this damn pandemic, and this can actually be a thing. I'm gonna leave you the space to welcome the players. And again, thank you for an amazing weekend.
Oh no, thank you. There's so much stuff that happens behind the scenes with OP, getting all this stuff to happen, whether it's worlds or obviously we've had so much online organized play over the last years through the pandemic, which has brought a lot of people together across the whole planet. So, yo, Mara, your work has been so appreciated. I hope it's very, very clear that you've done some great stuff here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Really nice to hear.
Of course. So I
Okay, bye.
cheers, see you, Mara.
I'm gonna collect players.
Yeah,
See you in a bit.
they should be able to come in here. So we should have the voices of at least Rotom showing up. Maybe also we'll get Big Unit here as well. So just hold on for a second and we'll sort them out. They have no doubt they're celebrating on their own and we have to get them in the right Discord channel. So just be with us for a second. Again, what a worlds we've had. That was a lot of fun.
Seriously. The quality, the consistent quality of Netrunner that I saw over the weekend over all 3 days was so high. There were so many exciting moments. This is easily one of the best worlds that I've ever seen, in or out of person.
Yeah, I'm really stoked to get that flood next on Netrunner DB of everyone posting not only their deck lists, but like the experiences they had, where they go from round to round, talk about the matchups, talk about the cool, things that have happened throughout their couple days here. So always a really nice time. And we have a lot of new stuff to play with if you're, trying to bring stuff to your local events and what have you. It looks like just about every faction had pretty good representation on top tables.
Shaper.
Oh my god.
I knew that was going to happen. I was baiting that. Yo, Rotom, congrats. How's it going?
Congratulations.
Wow. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, thanks.
How
How
you?
does
Wow.
it feel to be the Netrunner world champion?
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I think I've beaten Jonas like 2 times in my entire life from about 300 games. So, wow.
Yeah, you get it when it matters. That's again all that matters. A huge congratulations. Coming in for the
Thank
lower
you.
brackets too, just putting on an absolute show. We got to watch a lot of you play as you held on, which is fantastic. I want to talk a
Yeah.
bit about that precision design deck. This has been something you've been largely playing for a while. I want to start specifically with Ansel 1.0. Are you a proponent to play more of these than some of your metamates for specific reasons? Is it your face?
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good. No, I was playing one of them and one Bran, but went to 2 Ansel, 0 Bran for this meta. Because we thought there'd be a lot of max, so a lot of rigs using MK Ultra basically.
And it's just
So
really
it's a lot more
inefficient.
annoying.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a lot more annoying for those rigs. So I think that was a good change overall.
And when it comes to the meta changes, like this is a list you could see pretty similar to what was played in Continentals. What has changed between now and then? Like, what has the new standard ban list done to PD decks?
Yeah, right. So apart from, I mean, you could play the one from Continentals and it would be fine, I think. But yeah, the changes. So I went to 2 Ansel. I cut 1 Crisium grid for an extra Spin Doctor. And part of that is trying to predict the meta. So if you think there's not going to be any APOC at all, you can drop Crisium and play 3 Spin Doctor to have the best game against Big Max, to have as much speed as you can. But if you think there's going to be APOC, you sort of lean more towards keeping the Crisiums. So this was kind of a halfway, kept 1 Crisium just in case of APOC and a few other random things, but decided to increase the number of Spin Doctors because it is a very good card. Didn't face any APOC in the air. I think there was a little bit. I think maybe 1 or 2 people were on APOC in the cut.
Yeah, that's
but I
correct.
never came across it, so that was fine. And then I can't remember what else did I do. I think I took out the Tithe. No, I think I'd already taken that out actually by intercons. So that maybe was the only change apart from that actually.
Yeah, maybe some fiddling with some of the econ slots. I forget if you were on 3, 2, or if you just left those the same and let everyone else play around with the advanced assembly
stayed
lines with the
faithful.
Tranquility Grid.
I stayed faithful to the assembly lines. I did try the red level clearance, but I just found myself a little bit too poor. And I like assembly lines for the remote bluffing, so I kept it in. But I think that's the main debate, isn't it? Is whether you do that or play red level.
Now, on the other side, there's a lot of conversation about how many cards is the right amount of cards in a max list. We saw in the finals, it was 60 cards max versus 70 cards max. And on top of that, this is a very interesting max list. And there's a lot of, inclusions that are synergistic. Things like the Maw into the Aeneas into the Salset Slums. Can you talk first about the deck size? Where do you fall in this argument?
Oh, I'm nowhere near the best Anarch player. I mean, probably most people know me as a Crim player, don't they? I've played Crim for about 3 years, but
How'd you get roped
I
into this
started
then?
playing. I started playing it, and I don't know. It doesn't happen often, but it just felt like it gelled really well. It felt like I was getting results immediately, despite being fairly certain I was misplaying quite a lot. So it just felt like a very powerful deck, I guess. But I don't have strong views on whether you should play 50 or 60 or I didn't want to go too high. I didn't want to go up to 70 because I felt you increase your chances of getting gear checked by PD or by other things that are trying to rush. So I guess I avoided putting a bunch of stuff that a lot of other people did, like Gashapons and what else? Mining
You don't think
Accident.
that Gasapons might avoid that sort of gear check problem?
We discussed this, Jonas. I'm just bad, right? You can. I'm just a bad deck builder. That's all there is to it. I think your only Gashapon did miss in that game, though, right?
Oh yeah, it was a pretty bad Gasapon.
I mean, that was a pretty rough draw for you overall, that game, it seemed like. Basically, every card you would want ended up in the bin.
For Jonas, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I think it maybe
I
was,
didn't see
but
a whole lot of drip early. Like I had like one pad tap and like 2 sources of drip. It was like a liberated start, which is good for controlling early, but then mid to late, like you just kind of run out of gas, which is what happened.
yeah, it's sort of my draw was fairly decent. The lack of seamless for a while was the biggest problem, and then when they showed up, they just left the hand immediately.
So for those who don't know, the other voice has that also is here in our lobby. This is Jonas. How's it going, man? I feel like we've had many interviews at top tables now this year. You've had a fantastic competitive year. Congrats on the World's Finals. It was a pleasure also to watch you play. And yeah, in terms of the 70 card max deck, do you think that is some way that you should be going? And also, people are going to ask, why did you add an additional card?
I didn't add an addition. I actually took one out. Like I was gonna play 3-0
Wow.
and go up to 71, but people were like, "No, that's too much. Too many cards. You have a hard time shuffling." But I mean, that's probably why there's so many lag spikes on the weekend. It's because of all these big decks. But, no, larger decks I'm cool with. Like I had played it a lot versus PD and stuff like that, and it for the most part I just had a good feel with it, and that's kind of what most of our testing partners did with their decks is they tuned it to the point where they knew their game plan and they knew how to beat most of the other top decks.
Talking about top decks, this Kagara in Deep Space, we did not get the pleasure really to watch it that much throughout the weekend. I think the first game we saw was in the finals. And this is a wildly different deck than, the Gagarin list that some of the European players were bringing. How did you end up on this sort of list, which is a mixture of fast advance and kill? Does this play like a rushy? Would you like? It kind of seems like one of the old rushy Titan decks from like 4 years ago with mid seasons or hard hitting news or whatever it was at the time.
So, as some people may recall, there was like a Netrunner DB list put out by Dan Cable Carnage, and it had the Rokokos in it, and it had this like weird combo with like seamless launch and stuff like that. So you can put even more advancements and stuff on it, and it was meant to be kind of like a hybrid between like I don't know, fast advance and punishing you if you run stuff too early and stuff. So I basically just took that testing list that we did from the standard balance team, and we just kind of tuned it. I think that Matthew Scry and Rongy Dog Ian did some really, really, really good tuning. They put stuff like hostile takeovers and audacities and stuff like that, which really sped up the whole. You're gonna get out dripped, so you better just rush out plan.
How many players did you happen to hit? Maybe it was only in Swiss rounds, but did that rotor turret, was that worth that one influence?
No, it's horrible.
All right, now we know.
I didn't want to say Jonas. But
I've been making fun of him for the Roto turret all weekend. So
yeah,
I
good.
don't like it either, but there's been, one or two occasions where, like, they don't have an MK in the bin, and you're just like, okay, cool. I guess I can gear check it for a turn or something like that. But, if you look at the deck, it's mostly just you need to be able to play as many one influence HB cards as possible to be able to play Jeeves.
Right.
And Jeeves is pretty much central to the plan.
Fantastic. And I don't think we got a straight answer here, Patrick. I wanted to ask about that it's a very unusual package with Aeneas, Ma, and Salsa Slums. Is this largely because you predicted a CTM meta, or was this actually, how flexible is this across the whole field?
Yeah, partly. I mean, a little bit was testing a bit against this Gagarin, where games lost were where I was not checking remotes, and Aeneas actually helped me to check remotes because it sort of lets you do it for free if you get two of them out. So partly that, but yeah, partly CTM I thought was going to be a fairly big factor, and it's really good against CTM. And I like that it's not a dead card against PD either. They have plenty of trashables that you can farm. You can occasionally set up ridiculous situations where you just run the same thing and you get like 6 credits or 3 credits per run. So it seemed good enough across the field that I went with it. It was more relevant. It wasn't that relevant today. It was very good yesterday. Played against 2 CTMs and a bunch of PD. Didn't get as much screen time today, but overall I was happy with it. I would keep it in the list.
So I think my last question for you specifically is, now that you've won Worlds, and I believe you do get to design a card, are you going to make a brother basically on Cell 2.0? Is it happening?
That's on the cards, I think. If I go for a card, then yeah, I think some kind of Ansel 2.0. Not sure how it would actually be good. Every time I thought about it briefly in my head, it turned out to be something really bad. So maybe it'll just be a bad card, but
Well, I think
who
that's
knows?
that's going to be all Byroid 2.0s. I think are generally worse. You got a version 1 and 3,
Yeah.
but no even versions of Byroids.
Yeah.
I think we just joined by Perkamas too, has entered the chat. Perkamas, how's it going? I think you might be muted, excuse me. Hey.
Hello.
Hey, welcome. Congrats
Pete.
on your
Well,
finish.
doing well. I was
Congratulations.
hoping to get a better finish than the last world, but 5th is still pretty good.
I would say that's quite good.
It's okay, yeah.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. I think there might be a lot of questions to ask about the decks that you brought, because these are the decks that NWE decided to bring to this event. We're looking at a very aggressive Gagarin Deep Space deck and an Atom deck. So you ended up on a different list for Gagarin. Was Gagarin like an obvious answer, or how did you end up on these specific aggressive, like 3 times Urban Renewal? How did you get here?
Well, we started with like a grindy version, with biotics and urban renewals and punitives and high profile target. We didn't have boom back then, and we just started like getting like very aggressive and just trying to fork the runner into a situation where they die no matter what. And then it kind of just started evolving into different version with the false leads. Like Asgore came in with the false leads. And Origin was above the law, and above the law was very good to like trashing a Citadel, for example, because the runners wouldn't check the remotes, right? So you trash it. And then with the false leads in, we kind of leaned more into Hearty News, and then we kind of dropped Punitive because it was not really necessary at that point. And then just, yeah, false leads is very good in Gagarin.
Yeah, I believe it. And we see 3 Overseer Matrix, which is a card I think a lot of viewers and maybe even some casters had to read the text on it. Not something you've seen a
Yes.
lot. Is that a response specifically to Apocalypse, or would you play that regardless as a defensive upgrade?
That was mostly for APOC, but also in general, we just found it stupid good. Because a lot of times we want to stick a banker, and the question was how to stick a banker, right? And then we looked into our options, and it's one of those things that Pinsel and like, this one was fun with Pinsel, but a lot of times people just group in and throw in cards, and he built a version of the Overseer Matrix. And when you first time you see it, you're like, this cannot be correct, right? Like it's too cute, and we were trying to figure out, like, because a lot of times you need help just sticking your like just getting the bankers and being them on the board, and we're like, does this help with the bad draws? Does this help you kind of just close out the game? But then the APOC benefit is glorious. Like if you put two in the remote on top of each other and they APOC you, that's 4 tags.
Yeah.
And that's just so good. And then it turns out that if you put one on the bankers, they will get a tag when they trash the bankers. A lot of times they don't even trash the matrix itself, or they trash it and then you give them additional tag. So it's very niche, and one of the reasons we went off the punitive and the biotics plan is just because slots most of it. Originally we had 3 preemptives and we had all event with one judge work, one Maya. With Asgard, we were on 2 judge works. So because you need a lot of recursion to keep that going, so we had to like cut things to fit in the overseer matrices. But I think it was worth it. Like again, it helps stick bankers so well. Or plus, for example, if you put in a remote with the urban renewal, no one will touch the remote.
Right. Yeah, we've seen the threat of the urban renewal forcing those runs and forcing potential lethal situations, which is really important. Now on the runner side, Adam is showing up prominently on day 1A and in the top cut here. That is something that a lot of people might have been caught by surprise. Now Adam as a mini faction does not have a lot of card support, has 25 influence to work with. How did you end up on a mini faction?
Well, so I think the root was that we found Gagarin to be very strong, right? And we started looking into runners that can fight Gagarin, and we figured that Liberated is a good tool because you don't need to run. Like a lot of what we tried Criminal, but Criminal felt lacking because a lot of your money is tied to running. So we started looking to Liberated, and you obviously want path taps. And then Asgore made a list with like an Adam list. I'm not sure if it was from or just in general, just to try it out. But they had Liberated, path taps, Rizekis, all the good tools that like all the different tools to have a very good econ. And first we tested it against Gagarin, and it was horrifying because you just die to urban renewals left and right. And then we had the sports hoppers and misdirection, and we had the back citadel, which made the matchup more lopsided towards Adam. And then it just became an interesting matchup, and we kept testing it because it was fun. And then deck selection rolled around, and we tried to say, okay, what do we actually play during the tournament, right? And for example, myself, I was torn between APOC Max and Adam because I just had so much practice with Adam, and we knew Adam beats our Gagarin, and we thought our Gagarin is like the best corp in the meta, basically. But it has atrocious. Like Adam has a very very bad PD matchup. The same thing happened during the testing games that happened is this, for example, against Rotom, that I would see like one agenda on top of R&D on Find the Truth, and I wouldn't find any more points, and just I can't get into the remote because Logic Bomb is very bad against Void.
Yeah.
Plus, we have pull up, but you cannot stick a pull up with Logic Bomb either. So it's like very awkward. But otherwise, we found that it's good against everything that's yellow and cheesy. So, example, you have Hoppers against the North Spike decks. You have Mad Dash is very good against the 6 agendas Maris. Find the Truth is very good against 6 agendas Maris and Acme's. We found that Logic Bomb is just great against, for example, Data Ward in Acme because it just gives you 7 or 10 credits, and that's nuts in terms of like the econ race. So we just found it to be overall good, aside PD, and then it was the decision. Like a lot of the people in the group played APOC Max for that reason, but we found, for example, surprisingly, that APOC Max was bad against CTM, which was weird. Also, it's horrible against our version of Gagarin. And we assumed like we found the best version of Gagarin. So Adam just felt like a good choice in that regards, hoping to dodge PD. And to be fair, I dodged PD for most of the day, aside Rotom in the in the cut.
Yeah, right. It gets harder and harder as the player pool narrows, but of course a huge performance on day 1A at least, and it's so cool. There's so many players out there that are absolutely inspired to see Adam, which a lot of people have dismissed and said, this is my pet project, this is my casual deck, actually show up at top tables and be flexible enough to deal with almost the entirety of the meta. So huge shout outs to your team for putting this together.
The meta is wild. I mean, they were like 3 Sunny players as well, and
Yeah.
at one point, Asger told me like maybe Sunny was the correct choice, and it's crazy. But that's a sentence.
Yeah, those conversations where you'd be like, "Wait, we're serious, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, we're serious. Whoa, the meta's cool right now, huh?" Oh, that's super awesome. Congrats so much. Congrats on the huge finish, Procomus.
Thank you.
And thank you all for taking the time for showing up here on the mic and talking to the people. I'll start with you actually, Procomus. Is there anything you want to say before we sign off for Worlds 2021?
No, it's been amazing. It's been very fun, and whenever these events roll around, it's always the testing part is I think the fun that you get together with people and then play it. And I've played real life Netrunner in the past 2 weeks as well, and I'm looking forward to playing more of those. And yeah, and shout outs to Mar for hosting the event and running all the things very smoothly.
Yeah,
Well, even through like Cobra breaking and like the caught, I don't know, bracket things.
for sure.
But yeah, and shout outs to NWE because they come up with the weirdest shit.
All right, Big Unit, you're up. What do you have to say?
I just want to thank everybody for hosting this and for coming up with for basically putting a whole lot of time and effort into not only streaming it but also just testing it. Like I think that I was really happy with my teammates, and I think that the Snare Bears, each and every one of them, put in a heck of a lot of effort, and I think it really showed. And so I'm really proud of all of my team as well as everyone else that came out and did well today.
Thank you so much. I'm not invited to speak, but I'm doing it anyway. Thank you so much for streaming and hosting and all the hard work everyone did. This has been such an amazing weekend, and I just appreciate all of you so much.
Cheers, Osclate. Definitely appreciated. Finally, Rotom, do you have anything you'd like to say to the people?
Nothing much different. No, I would just second that. Thank you to everyone that made this happen. Thank you to you for streaming for ages yesterday and ages today. It must be utterly exhausting. And yeah, great stuff. Like, enjoyed it so much. Just all the hype leading up to it, all the testing. Like, to say it's something being played purely online, it's it was incredibly exciting. So thank you everybody.
It's always a feeling after Worlds. I don't think it's just me, but after you finish spending so much time looking at Netrunner, playing Netrunner, and then you walk away from the screen and you're thinking, you know what, I'd still play some more Netrunner right now, which is, a fantastic feeling. I think that is
one last question before we jump in.
Oh yeah, shoot, do it.
We are getting a number of questions, and we want an official stance here from the new world champ. Team cat or team dog?
Team cat, because I don't like dogs very much.
We have it. Okay, so team cat wins worlds this year.
Did I just make loads of enemies with that?
It's about half and half, yeah.
We'll find out.
All right. Well, that is largely going to be it. I think there's some huge shout outs that have to be put into place. Firstly, to the entire Nisei team for making this possible. So much work goes on behind the scene, whether it's organizing, whether it's judging, getting all that prize support out, getting all this stuff to happen. There's so much that goes on. On stream production side, huge shout outs to Vesper too, who's helped out to make sure everything works. Streaming also on Friday, everyone who's had taken the time to go on commentary. There's a lot of people doing commentary on the first day, and then yesterday, Pants, you and I, and Ginevra, and then we're joined by Yasenga today. I'm hoping I'm not forgetting anybody, but
in particular on day one, definitely have to thank Vesper, Tulasin, Saka, and Shorty. All were involved in. If there was someone in round one that I'm missing, I apologize for that. I was still asleep at that point.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So thanks so much for taking the time again. This is Worlds. Look forward to more OP coming soon. We have a new season coming next year. I don't think we have any hard scoops today. If you're looking for scoops, I don't think we have anything for you, but definitely stay tuned to Nisei.net. You're watching on Twitch right now. If you give a follow to Project Nisei, you'll know when they next go live for an event or whatever is coming forward. So again, just so much effort goes into this, and I think a huge shout out obviously has to go to all the players who've got involved, whether it's top tables that do get so much attention, but of course there's so many more people that are just involved with this because they have passion for the game and want to spend a day or a weekend sitting down with friends or strangers to enjoy this fantastic game. So thanks so much for being a part of it. Otherwise, none of this would be happening. So thank you once again. Is that it? Did we forget somebody?
The one final thing I'll say is to remember that Worlds, while the final games for the World Championship is done, that doesn't mean that Worlds has to be done. There are still, I believe, events planning to fire or looking for people to fire, or if you have a startup, standard, eternal, or some other format event, you can still get that organized. There are directions in the Nisei Online Event Hub on how to do that. And at the tickets, you can play games even if you haven't bought tickets to Worlds. And if you do play games in the side events, you will get prizes if you bought a ticket for Worlds as a whole.
I think last thing I have to say is, remember everyone, get your friends into Netrunner. The way that Netrunner has amazing world championships like this is that we have players who know how to play Netrunner, and everyone is at some point a new player. Get your friends into Netrunner. They could be at these top tables with you in a future year.
For sure. And on that note, we'll see you hopefully just in a bit. Always keep running. Happy Worlds 2021. Cheers, y'all.
Cheers.
Thank you. Bye bye.